previous years, and it is also the case this year. Surrounding the Phylong Terrace are the stands, with neat rows of seats extending outward and upward, exactly 100,000 seats. In the War Department, under the command of the General, there are 3 5-star generals, 9 4-star generals, 27 3-star generals, 81 2-star generals, and 243 1-star generals. The 3 generals each have 363 generals under their command. However, these are only the generals who have military power. If those who have made great contributions and reached the level of generals are included, the number is far more than that, definitely over 1,000 or even tens of thousands. It seems like a lot, but it is not. Each general has an army of more than 2 million under his command. Among the more than 2 million soldiers, there are 10,000 who have merits reaching the level of 1-star generals, or even higher. That is not many. Today is the battle department competition. As long as you have enough merits and reach the corresponding military rank, you can challenge the corresponding general. However, this challenge can only challenge the general of your own camp, not the generals of other camps. The opening show with a capacity of 100,000 people was now fully occupied. Except for those who have reached the level of generals, the rest are soldiers from various battalions. Every time there is a battle department competition, each battalion can arrange 400 people to accompany and watch the battle department competition, and the candidates are decided by each battalion itself. On the southwest side of the stands, the Ye family members sat quietly in the stands. They had calm expressions, without shifting their gazes, and just stared at the square in front of them. Next to the Ye family members were Chu Xiaofeng and his group of martial arts academy disciples. It was the same War Department competition as in previous years, but this competition was quite special for the Serious War Battalion. First, the Serious Camp currently has no generals. The second, of course, is the Ye family and the Martial Arts Academy. According to past practice, new recruits are not eligible to accompany or watch the combat competition. It can be said that the Serious Combat Battalion made an exception for the Ye family and the Martial Arts Academy this time. Brother AFU, do you think the young master will come? Looking at the empty Phylongtai in front of him, Yi Wang turned his gaze to Yi Fu and asked suddenly. Meeting. Yi Fu's name rang out. Firm and sharp. How do we tell the young master about Xiaobao's matter? Yi Wang also believed that his young master would come, and that's why he couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, everyone in the Yi family trembled. To say or not to say? They all fell into silence. The incident involving Long Xiaobao brought considerable shock to everyone in the Yi family, and also caused a huge transformation in their hearts. The most important thing was that each of them had a fire in their hearts, a fire that had been burning and suppressed for more than a month. However, they knew that the current Han family was an unrivaled behemoth for the Yi family. Although they were extremely talented, they were still too weak. If they wanted to take revenge, they needed to grow, and it would take time. That is why they practiced madly during this period of time. But this is far from enough. The current Yi family is still unable to compete with the Han family, so even if Ye Bufan was told about Long Xiaobao, it would be meaningless. It just adds to the sadness. They experienced it firsthand, and they had no choice or way to avoid it. But Ye Bufan was different, at least he didn't know it yet. But if I don't tell you, can I keep it secret? Faced with Yi Wang's question, Yi Fu fell into silence. Brother Yi Fu, the Han family is nothing. At this time, Chu Xiaofeng, who was beside the Yi family, looked at Yi Fu and said softly. When Yi Fu and the Yi family looked at him, Chu Xiaofeng spoke again. In the Kangchong Martial Academy, there is not only one Han family, but many families stronger than the Han family. If Brother Yi Fu needs it, my Chu family can provide you with some help. The value of the Yi family is beyond doubt. Although Chu Xiaofeng and his Chu family will not completely turn against the Yi family and the Han family for the sake of the Yi family, it is still possible to provide some help secretly. Chu Yuan also said, our Chu family can do it too. And our Wang family. Our Shuang family can do it too. A group of martial arts academy students said this. Yi Fu frowned. Everyone knows Sima Zhao's intention. Whether it was Chu Xiaofeng or other martial arts students, Yi Fu knew their purpose very well. They undoubtedly saw the talent and value of his group. It could be said that even if they really helped, they would not give their all. It's better not to have such help. Of course, Yi Fu would not reject them directly, nor would he offend them. After all, the Han family alone was already troublesome enough, and it would not be wise to provoke others. Yi Fu immediately looked at Chu Xiaofeng and the others, and said with a smile, I appreciate your kindness, thank you. However, I have no say in this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fu withdrew his gaze and continued to focus on the Filong platform in front of him without saying another word. The same is true for everyone in the Yi family. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiaofeng was not angry, nor did he feel any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he just smiled indifferently. He knew that everything would be decided by the young master of the Yi family. The Yi family is waiting, and he is waiting too. Without saying anything more, Chu Xiaofeng withdrew his gaze from the Yi family and fell on the flying dragon platform in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, and he thought to himself, young master of the Yi family, Ye Bufan. What kind of person are you? I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Time passed quietly, and a few minutes later, a figure suddenly rushed over from a distant space and instantly landed in the center of Filongtai. Zi Qinhao, dressed in white, appeared in everyone's sight. He stood proudly, his deep eyes scanning the stands around the Filong stage. The atmosphere became silent. Zi Qinhao smiled and said, it's time for the annual battle department competition again. Everyone, are you ready? Always be prepared. As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, a deafening voice rang out. A year of hard work and effort is all for today, for this moment. After all, the battle competition is not just a test of strength, nor is it just a change of military rank, but also a rich reward waiting for everyone. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zi Qinhao smiled. At this moment, he was not as cold and solemn as he was in battle. On the contrary, he gave people the feeling of an uncle next door. Smiling, Zi Qinhao said, since that's the case, I won't waste any more words. I believe you all know the rules. Next, please welcome our beautiful warrior Fair. 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 As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, the deafening sound rang out again. It's excitement and cheering. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes instantly turned to the only entrance of Filongtai. In everyone's sight, a woman in silver armor was about to walk out slowly from the entrance. She was only 27 years old, tall and graceful, with a slender figure, dignified and elegant manners. Her black hair was like lacquer, her skin was like jade, her eyes were full of longing, and her every frown and smile revealed an indescribable charm. She walked step by step, like a peony flower about to bloom, beautiful but not coquettish, gorgeous but not vulgar, charming and incomparable. Brush. In the stands, Chu Xiaofeng suddenly stood up. Beauty. As the two words came out of his mouth, his eyes sparkled with excitement, agitation, and greed. He stared at the woman intently, as if he wanted to eat her alive. It's the same thing a wolf does when it sees a sheep. Chu Xiaofeng was like this, and the other men present were similar. He. Looking at the female general walking slowly towards him, Zi Qinhao smiled slightly and said, I'll tell you a good news secretly. Our Fair said she is going to get married. As for the candidate, it has not been decided yet, but it will be among you. It could be you, or you. It depends on whether your performance today can win the heart of our Fair. Of course, love between young men and women is something that both of you are willing to do. But it's not enough for Fair to like you. You also need to be willing to marry her. But I don't think anyone would refuse, right? Wow. As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, the whole place erupted in noise. Of course I won't refuse. Who is Fair? She is one of the 3 beauties in the Tianfeng War Department, and a 4-star general under Zi Qinhao. Not only is she beautiful and cute, but she is also very powerful. She is the goddess in the hearts of all the men in the Tianfeng War Department. Now, Fair wants to get married. Who wouldn't want to marry her? Fair paused. General. She stamped her feet and glared at Zi Qinhao fiercely. Zi Qinhao smiled awkwardly. He was just about to speak. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In midair, several figures rushed over from a distant space at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the Filong platform. Without any hesitation, these figures instantly landed on the Filong platform, next to Zi Qinhao. There were not many people coming, only 10. The sudden change left everyone stunned. Zi Qinhao also frowned, and a hint of anger bloomed between his brows. How dare someone dare to enter the fortress directly from above the fortress? Everyone's eyes instantly fell on the person who came. Leading the group was a noble lady. It's her. Looking at the gorgeous woman in the center of Filongtai, Chu Xiaofeng's body trembled, and he let out a cry of surprise, with a flash of horror in his expression. Mr. Feng, do you know him? Chu Yuan asked puzzledly. Chu Xiaofeng frowned and said, I had the honor of meeting him once a year ago. She is the current head of the Han family who never goes out, Madame Han, Han Nuo's biological mother. Boom. As soon as Chu Xiaofeng finished speaking, Chu Yuan and others trembled. They looked horrified. Chapter 271 Madame Han. Han family, Mrs. Han. These 5 words kept echoing in the minds of Chu Yuan and his 11 companions, causing their faces to change. A man's fame is like the shadow of a tree. Although they had never seen Madame Han before, it was because this woman was too mysterious. However, they were originally from the Martial Academy, and as the Han family was a Martial Academy family, they had naturally heard of some of Madame Han's deeds. This is a domineering woman. Domineering and unreasonable. Of course, as the only female clan leader of Kangchong Martial Academy, Mrs. Han was able to become the head of the Han family. Naturally, she had her reasons and unique qualities. Apart from other things, her martial arts talent alone was something that most people looked up to. She was a genius with a basic strength of 90, a demon. Moreover, it was rumored that she had already advanced to the Jodian realm when she was 28 years old. Now that she was 47 years old, her cultivation was probably unfathomable. It is not difficult for her to advance to the divine martial arts realm. It's just a matter of time. Of course, these are just rumors and have not been confirmed, simply because Mrs. Han is too mysterious and she hardly ever steps out of the Han family. Not many people know her. But her identity is beyond doubt. The head of the Han family, a powerful Jodian warrior. Why is she here? Looking at Madame Han in the center of Filongtai, Chu Yuan and others were stunned. You know, Madame Han usually doesn't even leave the Han family's gate. Now she has left the martial arts academy and traveled thousands of miles to this desolate place on the edge of the battlefield. How can people not be surprised? However, Chu Yuan and his party were soon relieved. Han Nuo was captured, how could she not come? Previously, because Luoxian town was sealed off, it was impossible for what happened in the serious camp to be spread outside. But now, with some people leaving Luoxian town and coming to the Kangkong fortress, it is not surprising that the news leaked out. Chu Xiaofeng's voice was not loud, but not small either. Yi Fu and the others could naturally hear it clearly. Their eyes could not help but fall on Madame Han. Han Nuo's biological mother. A trace of anger emerged from the eyes of everyone in the Yi family. The Han family deserves to die. You'd better restrain yourself. This woman is not someone you can mess with now. She is a poisonous snake. If you touch her, you will die. Chu Xiaofeng seemed to have sensed the thoughts of the Yi family and reminded them instinctively. At the end, he added, if she knew your martial arts talent, coupled with your hatred for the Han family, I guarantee that she would definitely do something crazier than Han Nuo. Hearing this, everyone in the Yi family was stunned. They didn't say much, but tried their best to suppress the anger in their hearts. On the Filong stage, Mrs. Han, looking at the elegant woman in front of him, Zi Qinhao frowned. Do you know me? A trace of surprise flashed in Mrs. Han's eyes, but after a moment, she was relieved. Looking at Zi Qinhao, she smiled and said, it seems that the War Department has been investigating my Han family a lot during this period. As soon as she finished speaking, Mrs. Han's face darkened and said, in this case, let him go. What if this general doesn't let you go? Zi Qinhao frowned. Snort. Madame Han snorted coldly and looked directly at Zi Qinhao. If others are reasonable with me, I will definitely be reasonable. If others are unreasonable, I will be more unreasonable than anyone else. Since you have already investigated my Han family, you should know who I am. Are you blackmailing me? After Madame Han finished speaking, Zi Qinhao said in a cold voice. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, all the soldiers and generals on the observation deck and around Filong Terrace stood up, staring at Madame Han with cold eyes. A mixture of anger and murderous intent. How can you be so presumptuous in the War Department? Mrs. Han glanced around the whole place and chuckled, what? This is the so-called War Department. Are you planning to use your numbers to bully the few? There was a hint of contempt and disdain in her frivolous voice, as if she didn't take the War Department seriously at all. The Department of War has always been a reasonable place. Zi Qinhao ignored Mrs. Han's contempt and said in a deep voice, to use what you said just now, if others are reasonable, the Department of War will naturally be reasonable. But if others are unreasonable, the Department of War will be more unreasonable than anyone else. As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Qinhao changed the subject, looked directly at Madame Han, and said coldly, "If you don't want to be reasonable, I am bullying you with my large numbers, so what?" Wu Yuan, Han family. Although the War Department has no substantial evidence and cannot prove that the bloody massacre in the Tinlong camp was related to the Han family, everyone with a discerning eye knows that the Han family did it. Therefore, Zi Qinhao was not polite to Mrs. Han. "How can we stop if you kill my warriors? You." Suddenly, Mrs. Han became furious. Okay. Then, she uttered the word, okay, 3 times in a row. Although she was angry in her heart, Mrs. Han knew that with only one person in the Zhoutian realm and 9 people in the Shenyuan realm, if they really came to a fight, she would be no match for Zi Qinhao's group. How many troops are stationed in the fortress? At least 500,000. You must not take any action, at least not for now. Immediately, Madame Han glanced at Zi Qinhao and said, "You are reasonable, right? Then I want to ask you, how do you reason?" As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Han pointed at Zi Qinhao and angrily asked, "You, Zi Qinhao, why did you capture my son Han Nuo?" "Because he killed someone. It's ridiculous. My son would take a young boy from a barren land seriously. Is there any need to kill him with such fanfare? Besides, where's the evidence? If your War Department has real evidence to prove that my son killed someone, today, right here, without your help, I, Han Shui, will kill him with my own hands. But do you have evidence? You don't. Without evidence, your War Department directly captured and detained my son. Do you really think that my Han family is easy to bully? Today, you must give me an explanation. Either release them, or..." Hee. Madame Han snorted coldly, "My Han family's ancestor has always loved Nuer. If he knew that Nuer had suffered such an injustice in your War Department, I'm afraid he would not let it go. If he makes a fuss, I'm afraid that the Martial Arts Academy will not be able to protect you." Zi Qinhao, General Zi. Hearing this, Zi Qinhao frowned. He naturally knew who the Han family's ancestor was. He was the divine martial lord. Madame Han was clearly threatening him. Immediately, Zi Qinhao sneered, "It is rumored outside that Madame Han, the head of the Han family, is a person of great stature, but now it seems that she is nothing more than that." Mrs. Han's face darkened and she asked angrily, "What do you mean? What's the meaning?" Zi Qinhao sneered and said disdainfully, "Madame Han, people like us are different from you. On the battlefield, this general has already put life and death aside. If your Han family ancestor wants to take action, just come on. I, Zi Qinhao, will accompany you at any time. Blackmail has no use on me. Also, I will tell you clearly today that I will not let him go, at least not for the time being. Your Han family is powerful, so come and rob him if you have the guts. As for you," Zi Qinhao glanced at Madame Han coldly and said, "Whatever you want to do." "You." Mrs. Han was immediately furious. Zi Qinhao ignored him and continued in a deep voice, "Also, you led people to trespass into the War Department fortress. This general will not pursue you because it is your first offense. But now, my War Department competition is imminent. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. Of course, if you want to stay and watch, this general welcomes you too." "You." Mrs. Han's face turned pale in an instant. Her body tensed and her fists clenched. War Department, Zi Qinhao. If it weren't for the fact that the 81 war departments were of the same blood and had the 3 major martial arts academies behind them, she really wanted to kill Zi Qinhao and destroy the Tianfeng War Department. Call. Taking a deep breath, Madame Han suppressed the anger in her heart, looked at Zi Qinhao coldly, gritted her teeth and said, "Zi Qinhao, General of the War Department, 6th Turn Zhoutian Realm, I, Han Shui, will remember you, and I hope you can always be so proud." As she spoke, a sharp murderous intent flashed in Mrs. Han's eyes. Zi Qinhao said disdainfully, "It's not your concern. Call." Han Shui took a deep breath again and said, "Since you are unwilling to let her go, as a mother, I now ask to see Noor. This is not a bad score, right? Not too much. In that case, where are the people? No time." Zi Qinhao waved his hand and said. Mrs. Han's face darkened and she asked angrily, "What do you mean? Don't you see that now is the time for my War Department's competition? 100,000 soldiers of my War Department are waiting. If it weren't for your interference, it would have started long ago." If you continue to delay, I'm afraid it won't be over until sunset. You want to see someone? Sure, wait until my War Department's competition is over. Zi Qinhao pointed at the 100,000 soldiers on the viewing platform and said without giving in. Your Han family killed my War Department men first, and now you openly come to the War Department fortress to provoke me. Although I have no evidence, how can I give you a good face? Want to meet someone? Waiting. If you don't want to wait, then get out. You. Mrs. Han was furious. Zi Qinhao ignored him and looked directly at the 4-star General Feier beside him and said, Feier, let's start. At the end, he added, stray people, please move aside. Any outsiders? Mrs. Han was instantly furious and went berserk. Chapter 272 New Recruit, Ye Bufan, comes to challenge. You cannot cause disability to others, and you cannot take their lives. All along, the Battle Department competition has only these 2 restrictions, and the rest is up to you to play freely. There are no restrictions on armor and soldiers. As long as you are in the same battle camp and have enough merits, you can directly challenge the general. Of course, in addition to merit, strength is also needed. Without strength, even if you have enough merits to challenge, it will be meaningless. Similarly, as a former general, if you want to keep your military rank, want to continue to have military power, and continue to control one side, then you also need strength. Otherwise, once you are defeated, you will become a subordinate of your former subordinates. Survival of the fittest. The competition in the War Department is absolutely cruel. However, this is also a way for the War Department to motivate all members, urging everyone to constantly improve and strengthen themselves. Those who fall behind will be beaten. Soldiers are not always soldiers. A general may not always be a general. As long as you have the ability and make contributions, you will have a chance to succeed. Fairness, justice and healthy competition. On the Filong stage, Zi Qinhao had already retreated to the viewing platform and sat with the soldiers from the War Department. The same went for Mrs. Han and the other 9 members of the Han family. This year's Battle Department competition was originally the same as previous years, but with the arrival of Mrs. Han and her party, the atmosphere became somewhat unusual. Those who come with evil intentions will not come. Everyone can see that Mrs. Han and her group have bad intentions. Naturally, the War Department would not be happy with this. Pairs of cold eyes glanced towards Mrs. Han from time to time, with unkindness, vigilance, and even hostility in their eyes. Never doubt the unity of the War Department. Although there are many internal conflicts within the War Department during normal times, when facing external forces, the members of the War Department are absolutely consistent and united. No matter if you are a demon or a wild beast, even if you are a human, there is no exception. If it is an enemy, kill it directly. There is no doubt that if Madame Han had taken action earlier, the 100,000 soldiers and generals present would definitely attack her together without even Zi Qinhao's orders. Mrs. Han also knew this, so she did not act rashly. Although she is domineering, she is not stupid. Confronting the War Department head-on would definitely be the stupidest choice and decision, and it would be a dead end. If you want to save Han Nuo, you have to take a long-term approach. On the Filong stage, Han Feier's charming eyes glanced at Madame Han and others, and then glanced at all the members of the War Department on the viewing platform, and said with a smile, brothers and sisters, today is the day of my War Department's competition. Although some unpleasant things happened before, and some people who shouldn't have come came. However, our competition must continue, and why bother with villains? As soon as Han Feier finished speaking, Madame Han's face changed. Looking at Han Feier on the Filong stage, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Little bitch, just wait for me. Zi Qinhao smiled slightly. The same is true for other members of the combat department. On the southwest side of the viewing platform, the Ye family members ignored them. They scanned the crowd, looking for Ye Bufan. Sadly, there was no one in sight. Brother AFU, did you say the young master is here? Ye Shuang couldn't help but look at Ye Fu and asked, and everyone else also looked at Ye Fu. Ye Fu frowned. Chu Xiaofeng said, he hasn't come yet. Everyone in the Ye family was stunned and looked at Chu Xiaofeng. Ye Shuang asked, how do you know? Chu Xiaofeng smiled calmly, it's very simple, just analyze it. Your young master is still a new soldier and has not joined any camp. Before this, he belonged to the serious camp. However, all the people in the serious camp are here. Have you seen him? No. After a pause, Chu Xiaofeng continued, since he is not in the serious camp, he cannot be in the teams of other camps. Because the War Department has its own rules, as a member of the serious camp, other camps cannot bring him here. As for whether he sneaked in on his own, that's even more impossible. If the War Department fortress could be easily sneaked in, it would have been captured by the demons and barbarians long ago. So, you don't have to look for it. Your young master is not among them at all. He hasn't come yet, at least for now. After Chu Xiaofeng finished speaking, everyone in the Ye family hesitated slightly. Can't refute it. Yi Wu couldn't help but look at Yi Fu, and said solemnly, Brother Fu, the competition has already started, but the young master hasn't arrived yet. Do you think the young master will come? Meeting. The word Yi Fu was extremely firm. However, his eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. According to the agreement, his young master should have appeared long ago. But now, there was not even a shadow of him. This made Yi Fu think too much. After all, the demon battlefield was extremely dangerous, and his young master might have encountered an accident. Yi Fu thought so, and so did others. For a moment, everyone in the Yi family tacitly stopped talking, and even the atmosphere became a little dull and even depressing. Seeing this, Chu Xiaofeng stopped talking. To be honest, he admired Ye Bufan a little bit. A warrior in the transcendent realm dared to leave the war camp and step into the battlefield alone. Not everyone has such courage. At least Chu Xiaofeng couldn't do it. Of course, although Chu Xiaofeng admired Ye Bufan, he hoped more that Ye Bufan would not appear, or even hoped that he had died on the battlefield. As long as Ye Bufan died, the geniuses of the Ye family around him would be without a backbone and soul. Facing the behemoth of the Han family, coupled with the endless hatred between the two sides, he had the opportunity and confidence to persuade these geniuses to join the Han family. On the Filong stage, Han Feier did not hesitate at all, and her pleasant voice rang out again, Now, I declare that this year's competition begins. After a pause, Han Feier continued, It's the same as in previous years. We'll follow the order of the major battle camps and start with the one-star general. The first one is from the Fierce Tiger camp, General Chuao. Call out. As soon as Han Feier finished speaking, a figure jumped up from the viewing platform and landed directly on the Flying Dragon platform. Then he took a few steps to Han Feier's side. This was a burly middle-aged man. He stood beside Han Feier, scratched his head, and whispered, Commander Feier, are you really going to choose a husband this year? Although Chuao's voice was very low, everyone present heard it clearly. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Han Feier. The atmosphere was dead silent, everyone was staring intently. It seemed as if everyone was afraid of missing a word. Although Zi Qinhao had mentioned it before, and as a general of the War Department, Zi Qinhao would never joke about such a thing. However, after all, it was not said by Han Feier herself, so everyone had some doubts in their hearts. How would Han Feier answer Chuao's question? Everyone felt inexplicably nervous. Han Feier was stunned. Yes. After a moment, she smiled. Wow. Suddenly, the whole audience was filled with noise. Boil thoroughly. As one of the three beauties in the Tianfeng War Department, Han Feier is naturally the goddess in the hearts of countless men in the War Department. Moreover, Han Feier has always remained single. However, although she has many admirers, there are not many who actively pursue her. It's not that I don't want to, but that I don't have the opportunity. As a strong man in the divine realm and a 4-star general of the War Department, Han Feier has her own responsibilities and missions. She needs to guard the garrison and resist the monsters and barbarians, while also managing and commanding the various battle camps under her command. In short, she is very busy. In addition, most other members of the combat department are the same. In the demon battlefield, no matter whether they are soldiers or generals, everyone has their own responsibilities and missions, and they are always ready to fight. They can't have enough time to pursue the person they like those outside the battlefield. In the War Department, is a pure luxury. Now, Han Feier personally admitted that what Zi Qinhao said before was true. How could all the men present not be excited, as long as they were favored by Feier? Will they refuse? Impossible. Only a fool would refuse. For a moment, all the warriors who were qualified to challenge were in extremely high spirits and full of fighting spirit. They must perform well today. Beside Han Feier, Chuao looked at her and said resolutely, Commander Feier, today, I will perform well. Han Feier smiled slightly, let's wait and see. The next second, Han Feier looked directly at the viewing platform, where Chuao was previously, and said, 1-star General Chuao, 5-star Guiyuan Realm, brothers and sisters of the Liehu camp, does anyone want to challenge? I protest. Just as Han Feier finished speaking, a voice rang out from the viewing platform. Chu Xiaofeng stood up suddenly. Swish, swish, swish. A series of surprised eyes were directed at Chu Xiaofeng. Around Chu Xiaofeng, the martial arts academy, and the Yi family all looked at him in astonishment. Chu Xiaofeng, however, did not care at all. He looked directly at Han Feier on the Flying Dragon stage and said firmly, I protest. This is unfair. Han Feier frowned. What's unfair about this? It's not fair at all. After a pause, Chu Xiaofeng continued, today's battle department competition, those who have achieved 1-star generals or even higher merits can naturally perform well in front of you. But what should we do? We don't have enough merits, and we don't even have the opportunity to challenge. This doesn't mean that we have been eliminated before it even starts. Is this fair? Everyone was stunned. Han Feier frowned and said unkindly, merit represents everyone's contribution to the war department and the human race. Since your merit is not enough to challenge, it means that you are not working hard enough. Your contribution to our war department and the entire human race is not enough. In this case, what qualifications do you have to complain here? Even if you are directly eliminated, what's wrong with that? How can it be said to be unfair? I. Chu Xiaofeng was furious and said angrily, I am just a new recruit. I have only been in the combat department for more than a month. Where did the merit come from? Forehead. Chu Xiaofeng's words stunned everyone again. The same is true for Han Feier. New recruit. Then, Chu Xiaofeng stood in front of Han Feier and said, sorry. Chu Xiaofeng was stunned. Han Feier ignored him and looked at the location of the members of the Liehu camp. She said, 1-star General Chuao, 5-star Guiyuan Realm, is there anyone who wants to challenge him? Seeing this, Chu Xiaofeng's mouth twitched. Being ignored. Before Chu Xiaofeng could think about it, a cold and resolute voice suddenly sounded at the only entrance of Feilongtai, saying, new recruit, Ye Bufan, come and challenge me. Chapter 273 Madam Han, what is that? New recruit, Ye Bufan, come and challenge me. 9 words, cold, resolute, and powerful, echoed around the entire Feilongtai, causing everyone present to be stunned instinctively. A lot of weird looks were cast at Chu Xiaofeng. A few seconds ago, this new soldier was dissatisfied because he had no merit and could not challenge. A few seconds later, a new soldier suddenly ran out to challenge. What's the rhythm? The strange and surprised look stayed on Chu Xiaofeng for only a moment, and then looked towards the only entrance to Feilongtai. Chu Xiaofeng was stunned. Everyone in the Yi family stood up instantly and shifted their gaze. The young master is here. In the distance, Zi Qinhao also stood up suddenly, with a gleam in his eyes. Even though he was a general of the war department, he was no longer calm at this moment. The 3 words, Ye Bufan, were so familiar to him. For more than a month, these 3 words were all in Zi Qinhao's mind. That is the son of Flying Dragon Commander Yi Tianshang. More than a month ago, Ye Bufan was abducted by the Golden Scale Dragon Armored Python. Since then, he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and there has been no news of him since. Not only Ye Bufan, but also Qin Yao and the Golden Scale Dragon Armor Python. The War Department issued a reward through the Qin family, and all the shadow guards were mobilized, but after more than a month of hard searching, there were still no clues. The only thing that is certain is that Ye Bufan and Qin Yao are safe. After all, their life cards are now in Zi Qinhao's hands. But now, are you back? How could Zi Qinhao not be shocked and excited? One breath, everyone's attention. Almost everyone present focused their attention on the only entrance to Feilongtai, and they were all startled and attracted by the sudden sound. In the sight, Ye Bufan put his arm around Qin Yao's slender waist, and the 2 of them rode on a snow-white wolf demon, slowly coming from the entrance. Call. Seeing Ye Bufan, Wang Xuan, a 4-star general on the viewing platform, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ever since Ye Bufan was abducted, he had been living in self-blame every day for more than a month. Seeing Ye Bufan return safely, he felt a lot more relieved in an instant. But, after just a moment, Wang Xuan looked at Ye Bufan, or rather, at Ye Bufan holding the snow wolf, and was slightly stunned. He frowned again and murmured, this wolf demon, how come I seem to have seen it somewhere before? When Wang Xuan said this, others were shocked and in an uproar. That's Qin Yao, Commander Qin. Who is that boy? Asshole, he actually dared to hug my goddess. This is simply a blasphemy to my goddess. Why didn't Commander Qin resist? Damn it, this guy must have held Commander Qin hostage. Voices rang out one after another. Shocked, stunned, angry. Who is Qin Yao? One of the three beauties in the Tianfeng War Department. Like Han Feier, Qin Yao is the goddess in the hearts of all the men in the War Department. Ye Bufan's behavior is simply a blasphemy to their goddess. How to bear it? How to accept it? The curses and roars from the audience made everyone in the Ye family stunned. They looked at each other but didn't care too much. Ye Bufan. Looking at the young man in his sight, Chu Xiaofeng pondered slightly. He had thought of thousands of scenarios of meeting Ye Bufan, but he had never thought that he would appear in this way. This appearance directly attracted a lot of hatred. Is it stupidity or arrogance? In Ye Bufan's arms, Qin Yao listened to the voice coming from her ear, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and she felt a little shy. Ye Bufan ignored it. Qin Yao. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Cold and angry. Brush. On the viewing stand, Mrs. Han suddenly stood up. She looked directly at Qin Yao with cold eyes, her eyes filled with rage, like a rampaging beast. Her son's fiancé was actually hugged by another man in front of 100,000 people, and they looked so intimate. As Han Nuo's mother, how could Mrs. Han not be angry? This is simply a disgrace to her Han family. The sudden sound attracted everyone's attention. Buzz. Qin Yao was in Ye Bufan's arms. When she heard the sudden voice and saw the owner of the voice in the distance, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Ye Bufan frowned. He naturally felt Qin Yao's reaction clearly. Ye Bufan immediately glanced at Madame Han and asked Qin Yao softly, who is she? Qin Yao's delicate body trembled, and she came back to her senses, and said instinctively, Mrs. Han, Han Nuo's mother. Han Nuo's mother. Ye Bufan groaned and looked at Mrs. Han again. A hint of coldness suddenly flashed in his eyes. Call out. At this time, Madame Han jumped down and came directly to the Phylong platform. She looked at Ye Bufan with cold eyes and said angrily, you little bastard, take your claws away. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Ye Bufan smiled and said, why? You. Mrs. Han was furious. Court death. She roared angrily, and a terrifying aura surged out, attacking Ye Bufan directly. The whole audience was shocked. Boom. A thunderous roar sounded, and the entire space shook violently. Everyone present had their ears buzzing under the stimulation of the thunderous roar. Da da da. Mrs. Han took 3 steps back. At some point, Zi Qinhao had already stood 3 meters away from Ye Bufan and Qin Yao. At this moment, he looked solemnly at Madame Han in front of him. Zi Qinhao. Madame Han shouted angrily and gritted her teeth, what do you mean? Department of War, you can't be so presumptuous. Zi Qinhao said coldly and solemnly. Who is Ye Bufan? That is the son of Flying Dragon Commander Ye Tianshong. Not knowing his identity before gave the demons the opportunity to kidnap him. Now, how could he allow Madame Han to hurt Ye Bufan in the slightest? Zi Qinhao doesn't allow it, and neither does the Zan department. Even though Ye Tianshong has left the War Department for more than 10 years, one should never underestimate his weight and influence in the War Department. Among the 81 war departments, many of the current generals were members of the Flying Dragon Army back then. Not only that, among the Flying Dragon Army members known to Zi Qinhao, 10 of them have now reached the position of general, and one of them is already the commander-in-chief. What's more, as a legend in the War Department, most people in the War Department regard Ye Tianshong as their idol, and Zi Qinhao himself is the same. Marshal Ye's son. With just these 4 words, Ye Bufan can reorganize the Flying Dragon Army and the Flying Dragon War Department of that year, and it will definitely be more powerful than before. How dare such a person hurt you? If the former members of the Flying Dragon Army knew about this, the entire Tianfeng Combat Division would probably be directly dismantled by this group of people. They are a group of complete lunatics and they can definitely do it. Ye Tianshong is the supreme god in their hearts. It must not be desecrated or trampled upon. The same is true for Marshal Ye's son. Of course, there are only a few people in the Tianfeng Combat Department who know Ye Bufan's identity, and they will not reveal it to anyone. Ye Tianshong has an extraordinary influence in the War Department. Similarly, he has many mortal enemies. If the demons and wild beasts knew this, they would definitely kill Ye Bufan at all costs. This is to take revenge on Yi Tianshang. You. Looking at Zi Qinhao in front of her, Madame Han was furious. She pointed at Qin Yao and said angrily, "This woman, as my son's fiancée, did something so immoral. Shouldn't I teach her a lesson?" Zi Qinhao frowned. Ye Bufan rode on the snow wolf, hugged Qin Yao's slender waist, looked at Madame Han and smiled, "Fiancé. Just say it if you say so." "What did you say, you little bastard?" Mrs. Han shouted angrily. Ye Bufan ignored it. He jumped off the snow wolf, then took Qin Yao's hand and invited her down, and kicked the snow wolf again. "Go, lie down on the side." The snow wolf's body trembled, and it immediately ran to the side and lay on the ground, looking at Ye Bufan with pitiful eyes without moving. It was only a few tens of seconds, but Mrs. Han's face turned pale. The bastard in front of her was clearly ignoring her and slapping her in the face. "You." As soon as the word Madame Han came out, Ye Bufan took Qin Yao's hand, looked at her and smiled, "Are you a member of the Han family? That's great, so I don't have to go there in person. Please go back and tell the Han family that the Qin family has broken off the engagement." "What did you say?" Madame Han shouted angrily. Ye Bufan sneered and said, "Did I not explain it clearly, or is your hearing not good enough? It doesn't matter, I will say it again, but you have to listen carefully this time." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "The Qin family of Wuyuan thinks that your shitty Han Nuo is not worthy of our Yao Yao, so the Qin family plans to cancel the engagement. Understand? You're looking for death." Mrs. Han was furious and immediately attacked Ye Bufan. Worry leads to confusion. As a mother, how could Mrs. Han allow others to humiliate Han Nuo again and again? Unfortunately, as soon as she made her move, Zi Qinhao stood in front of her and said coldly, "Madame Han, for the sake of your Han family, this general has been tolerant again and again. Don't you really think that this general dare not do anything to you?" "You." Mrs. Han was furious. "Brush." The next second, she looked directly at Qin Yao and said coldly, "Cancel the engagement. The Qin family dares to cancel the engagement. The Qin family is worthy of canceling the engagement." Buzz. Hearing this, Qin Yao's body trembled. Feeling Qin Yao's strangeness, Ye Bufan loosened his hand and placed it on Qin Yao's shoulders, as if to give Qin Yao courage. He pulled her to his side, then looked at Madame Han and smiled, "Why not?" As soon as the four words fell, Ye Bufan sneered again, "You are just the Han family. I don't even take you seriously. How can the huge Qin family be afraid of you?" "You." Madame Han sneered, "Who do you think you are? Qin family's son-in-law, Ye Bufan." Ye Bufan said with a smile, and before Mrs. Han could speak, he asked directly, "You, what are you?" "The head of the Han family, Madame Han." Madame Han said instinctively. "Mrs. Han." Ye Bufan frowned and said disdainfully, "What is that? I have never heard of it." "You." Mrs. Han was angry. Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at Zi Qinhao, smiling and asking, "I wonder who this uncle is." Zi Qinhao was stunned and said, "Zi Qinhao. Rank. General. Ha ha ha, it turns out to be General. I'm so sorry for the disrespect." Ye Bufan laughed loudly, then his face darkened and he said sternly, "General, today is July 7th, the day of our War Department's competition, and I'm about to challenge you. Please, General, let those idle people step aside, okay?" "Boy, what did you say?" Upon hearing this, the man in Korean clothes became furious. "Any outsiders? There are a lot of random people. What did this young master say?" Looking at the furious Mrs. Han, Ye Bufan said in astonishment. Then, he spoke again, "Today is the day of my War Department's competition. You are from the Han family and do not belong to the War Department. If you are not outsiders, what are you?" "You." Mrs. Han was furious, and Ye Bufan smiled and comforted her, "You are already quite old, why are you so angry? Don't you know that anger is harmful to your health?" As he said that, he shook his hands again. Okay, don't be angry, just stay aside." Finally, Ye Bufan added with a smile, "By the way, there will be a good show here soon. I guarantee you will never forget it. So, don't leave, otherwise tisk tisk, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life." Chapter 274, One Punch Defeat. Good show. Ye Bufan's words stunned the furious Mrs. Han. She looked at Ye Bufan in surprise. The same was true for other people present, including Zi Qinhao who was beside Ye Bufan. They all looked at Ye Bufan with a hint of surprise and confusion. Ye Bufan smiled calmly without explaining. "Please." Then he looked at Mrs. Han, stretched out his hand, and smiled. Snort. Mrs. Han snorted coldly, glanced at Ye Bufan with her cold eyes, and said nothing more, but retreated directly. As for the Qin family breaking off the engagement, she didn't believe it at all. In an instant, only Ye Bufan, Qin Yao, Han Feier, Zi Qinhao and Chu Ao were left on the Filong stage. Ye Bufan looked at Qin Yao and said with a smile, "Yao Yao baby, please find a place to rest for a while. I will stretch my muscles." Qin Yao nodded and stepped aside. Well behaved and lovely. This scene shocked everyone. On the viewing platform, countless members of the combat department could not help but rub their eyes. They thought they had seen it wrong. Even Zi Qinhao, who was standing in front of Ye Bufan and Qin Yao, had a look of astonishment on his face. Is this Qin Yao? When did Commander Qin Yao, who was as cold and arrogant as ice and always kept people at a distance, become so, well behaved? It's really shocking. Ye Bufan ignored her and watched Qin Yao retreat to the side. He retracted his gaze and looked at Han Feier and said with a smile, "Beautiful host, can we start now?" Forehead. Han Feier was stunned. Zi Qinhao frowned. "Do you really want to challenge?" "Certainly. But you?" Zi Qinhao looked at Ye Bufan and found that there was no energy fluctuation on Ye Bufan. He wanted to ask how a Transcendent Realm Master could challenge a 5-star returning to the Origin Realm Master. However, Zi Qinhao did not say it after all. He changed the subject and said, "Are the merits enough?" When Zi Qinhao asked this, everyone else in the audience was also stunned. Yes, if you want to challenge, you need enough merits. However, everyone knows that Ye Bufan is just a new recruit. After all, he has admitted it before. How can a new soldier with no merit challenge? Certainly. Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. The next second, he raised his right hand. The orange soul ring is clearly visible. However, the moment they saw the orange soul ring on Ye Bufan's hand, all the members of the combat unit present couldn't help but tremble, and each of them looked horrified. Am I seeing this correctly? Orange soul ring. Is he really a new soldier? How did he do that? More than a month, orange soul ring, crazy. A series of chaotic voices rang out. Zi Qinhao could see it more clearly when he was standing in front of Ye Bufan. At this moment, as a general of the War Department, he also had a look of shock and disbelief on his face. Silver, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 8 colors of the War Department soul ring represent different military ranks. Silver is the most common color and has the lowest rank, representing soldiers, with the 9th rank being the first rank. After that, red represents 1-star generals, and so on, with orange, yellow, green, and cyan representing 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star generals respectively. Blue represents the general and purple represents the supreme commander. Orange, 2-star general. A new recruit advances to a 2-star general in just over a month. How is that possible? But soon, Zi Qinhao understood. In the battle in the northern mountains, with the help of the rich King Qian Duoduo, Ye Bufan could be said to have reaped a great harvest. I think these merits should have been obtained at that time. But that's not right. Zi Qinhao had heard Wang Xuan describe the situation at that time. At that time, Ye Bufan's merits were far from enough to make him a 2-star general. Thinking that Ye Bufan and Qin Yao had disappeared for more than a month, Zi Qinhao felt relieved again. All I can say is, like father, like son. Perhaps, something happened in the past month that they were unaware of. On the viewing stand, everyone from the Ye family was stunned. Originally, they were confident that their young master would be able to upgrade his rank to a 1-star general before July 7th. However, the 2-star general was far beyond their expectations. 1 level difference, 100,000 merits. This is 100,000 merits. How many monsters and barbarians do we need to kill? The people from the Martial Arts Academy looked horrified. How did he do it? Chu Xiaofeng frowned, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ye Bufan didn't know about this, nor did he want to know. He ignored it. He glanced at Zi Qinhao and said with a smile, "Now, can I challenge you?" "Can." Zi Qinhao responded and didn't say anything more. He retreated directly to the viewing platform. He wanted to see how Ye Bufan, who was at the Transcendent Realm, could challenge the return to Origin Realm. As for worry, none at all. In the battle competition, fighting must be stopped when necessary and no killing or maiming is allowed. Hee. Watching Zi Qinhao leave, Ye Bufan smiled calmly, turned around and looked at the 1-star general Chu Ao, stretched out his right hand, and said with a smile, "Please." This. Chuao was slightly stunned. Chuao had experienced many combat competitions, but he had never encountered a Transcendent Realm recruit challenging him, a 5-star Return to Origin Realm recruit. For a moment, Chuao's mind short-circuited and he was unable to react. After hesitating for a moment, Chuao frowned and looked at Ye Bufan to confirm again, "Do you really want to challenge me?" Ye Bufan said calmly, "Of course. I am at the 5-star Return to Origin Realm. What's the problem? Go ahead, I'm in a hurry." Chuao's mouth twitched, he was confused and speechless. "Any questions? This is a big problem. How can you, a mere Transcendent Realm, challenge a 5-star Return to Origin Realm? There are 2 major realms and dozens of minor realms. There is no comparison at all. So what if I win? Unfair victory. What's more, my goddess is watching." Not only Chuao, but everyone else present also had a confused look on their faces. Facing Ye Bufan's answer to Chuao, they just thought that Ye Bufan was an idiot. Snort. Looking at this scene, Mrs. Han snorted coldly. Sarcasm, disdain. A person in the Transcendent Realm attempts to challenge the Return to Origin Realm. It's just asking for death. Is this really your young master? Among the group from the Martial Arts Academy, Chu Yuan couldn't help but look at the Ye family members and asked in horror. The Ye family was stunned and did not answer. However, they absolutely believed in their young master. However, at this time, they saw that Ye Wang was different. "Awang, what's wrong with you?" Ye Fu couldn't help but push Ye Wang and asked. The others were also stunned. "Brother AFU, I feel like something is wrong with the young master. It seems like something is going to happen, something big." Ye Wang suddenly looked at Ye Fu with a serious expression and said in a low voice. Forehead. Ye Fu was stunned. The expressions of the other members of the Ye family also changed. In the Ye family, the person who knows Ye Bufan best is definitely Ye Wang. Now, Ye Wang has this feeling, and naturally he has his reasons. As to why, I feel like no one can say for sure. Something happened. What could happen? This is the War Department's fortress. Didn't you see that your young master just provoked Madame Han and he was fine? Apart from this, what else could have happened? Chu Yuan said with a smile while looking at everyone in the Ye family. Everyone in the Ye family ignored him and looked directly at Ye Bufan. His expression was solemn. Forehead. Chu Yuan was stunned. Chu Xiaofeng frowned. On the Filong stage, Han Feier had already stepped aside. Chuao took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, looked at Ye Bufan and said, "You are in the Transcendent Realm, and I am in the Return to Origin Realm. If we really fight, I'm afraid others will think that I am bullying a new recruit like you. How about this, you attack me directly, and I won't fight back. I'll give you 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, as long as you can attack me, I'll lose. How do you say that?" Goddess Feier was watching from the side, and today she would have to choose her husband based on everyone's performance. If she really took action against someone who was only in the Transcendent Realm, wouldn't that be too much of a bully? If she showed some generosity directly, it would definitely win points in the heart of Goddess Feier. So much nonsense. Facing Chuao's proposal, Ye Bufan said in a cold voice. "However, I appreciate your kindness. For this reason, I have a message for you. At any time and under any circumstances, it is irresponsible to underestimate the enemy. If you fight to the death today, you will be a corpse." Forehead. Chuao was stunned instinctively. Call out. Ye Bufan took a step forward. The 9 steps of the soaring dragon are extremely fast. In a breath, he had arrived in front of Chuao, so fast that he could not be caught at all. Seeing Ye Bufan in front of him, Chuao was stunned again. His heart was trembling and frightened. Call. Ye Bufan didn't say much and threw a punch in the face. Fast, fierce and violent. The triple power of the godly martial 8 desolations. A punch came at him like a wolf or a tiger, and Chuao was shocked. However, he had no time to react, let alone dodge. Ye Bufan's punch landed directly on his chest. Boom! A muffled sound was heard. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Chuao's mouth. Call out! The next second, Chuao's burly body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, with a bang, Chuao's body fell heavily several meters away, and slid for several meters before finally stopping. Next time, remember this, if you underestimate the enemy on the battlefield, you are playing with your own life. Looking at Chuao who was more than 10 meters away, Ye Bufan said in a deep voice. Puff! Chuao's body had just stopped moving when he spurted out another mouthful of blood. He didn't even hear clearly what Ye Bufan said. His body went limp and he fainted. 5-star Guiyuan realm, defeated instantly with one punch. The whole place was dead silent. On the flying dragon stage, Ye Bufan stood proudly. He glanced across the entire viewing platform with a stern look on his face. He said 3 words in a resounding voice, "Next." Chapter 275, Fighting hundreds of generals and creating a war camp. Next. With a loud shout, thunder sounded. Everyone around Filongtai and on the viewing platform was instantly awakened. There was a loud, swish, sound, and countless people stood up suddenly, looking at Filongtai with shocked eyes. What happened just now? Why did Chuao lose? One punch. Is this the Transcendent Realm? Can anyone tell me what happened? Could Chuao be letting it go on purpose? Bullshit, didn't you see that this new recruit punched Chuao so hard that he vomited blood? Moreover, he is lying there now, could he be letting Chuao win on purpose? Is this a new soldier? Is he in the Transcendent Realm? Damn, do you have to be so cruel? Shocked voices rang out one after another, the viewing platform was in chaos, and everyone present had an expression of shock and disbelief on their face. Ye Bufan, who is at the Transcendent Realm, defeated a 5-star Return to Origin Realm cultivator with one punch, and even knocked the cultivator out with one punch. He overturned everyone's cognition. Everyone in the Ye family also looked horrified. They have always known that their young master can challenge opponents of higher levels. Back in Tianwang City, Ye Bufan defeated Lu Yong, who was at the Condensation Realm, with his Transcendent Realm. However, Ning Yuan and Gui Yuan are not on the same level at all. Defeated the 5-star opponent with one punch. Originally, they thought that their crazy training during this period had improved them fast enough, but when they saw the scene before them, they realized that there was always a gap between themselves and their young master, and this gap seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Master Feng. Chu Yuan looked at Chu Xiaofeng with horror. He is not in the Transcendent Realm. Looking at Ye Bufan on the Filong stage, Chu Xiaofeng said in a deep voice. Not a transcendental. Chu Yuan and others were stunned. Chu Xiaofeng ignored him and looked straight at Ye Bufan. Shocked and horrified. Although he knew that Ye Bufan was not at the Transcendent Realm, the scene just now still gave him a huge shock, and even set off a storm in his heart. In terms of age, Chu Xiaofeng is a few years older than Ye Bufan. In terms of cultivation, Chu Xiaofeng doesn't know Ye Bufan's current level, so naturally they cannot compare. But what about strength? Chu Xiaofeng knew very well that he was not as good as Ye Bufan. Because, with Chu Xiaofeng's current cultivation and strength, even if he could defeat a 5-star Guiyuan Realm Master, it would not be easy for him to win, let alone defeat him with just one punch. The Ye family of Tianwang City. At this moment, Chu Xiaofeng realized that the real evildoer of the Ye family was not Ye Fu and the others, and certainly not Long Xiaobao, but the young master of the Ye family in front of him, Ye Bufan. This has nothing to do with talent, strength speaks for itself. Chu Xiaofeng discovered that Ye Bufan was not in the Transcendent Realm, and many people present naturally discovered it as well. Just now, when Ye Bufan attacked, they all caught a trace of yuanli fluctuation. Although they didn't know how Ye Bufan had concealed his own yuan power and cultivation, it was undeniable that Ye Bufan still brought them an absolute shock. At Ye Bufan's age, being able to defeat a 5-star Guiyuan Realm cultivator with one punch was absolutely 1 in a million. Hee hee. Looking at Ye Bufan, Zi Qinhao showed a relieved smile on his face and murmured, like father, like son. Marshal Yi, you have a successor. Madame Han looked at Ye Bufan, but her pupils shrank and a hint of coldness flashed across her. Just as Chu Xiaofeng said, no matter what you see of this woman on the surface, you cannot change her nature as poisonous as a poisonous snake. On the Filong stage, Han Feier came back to her senses from her shock. She glanced at Ye Bufan with her beautiful eyes, then looked at Chuao who was unconscious in the distance, and said, someone, take Chuao down to treat him. In the blink of an eye, 2 soldiers carried Chuao away. Watching Chuao leave, Han Feier's eyes fell on Ye Bufan again and said, Yi. When the word sounded, she couldn't remember Ye Bufan's name. Ye family, Bufan. Ye Bufan said. Ye Bufan. Han Feier responded, then looked at him and asked with a smile, Ye Bufan, what is your current cultivation level? In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Ye Bufan. Obviously, they were all very curious about Ye Bufan's current cultivation level. Is cultivation important? Ye Bufan said calmly. Forehead. Han Feier was stunned. Ye Bufan spoke again, go on. Looking at Ye Bufan who ignored her, Han Feier's mouth twitched slightly. Han Feier was absolutely confident in her appearance. This was the first time she was ignored like this, and she couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Han Feier immediately rolled her eyes at Ye Bufan, then looked at the other members of the Liehu camp and said with a smile, Ye Bufan wins and will be the temporary commander of the Liehu camp. Brothers and sisters of the Liehu camp, do you have anyone else you want to challenge? Etc. As soon as Han Feier finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly spoke up and said, Beauty, you seem to have made a mistake. Forehead. Han Feier was stunned and asked puzzledly, what's wrong? Others were also puzzled. Ye Bufan straightened his body, standing upright like a spear. With a stern look on his face, he swept his eyes across the entire viewing platform and said in a fierce and powerful tone, I am challenging the general today, not to replace the former general and take over the camp. Fight 100 generals and create a battle camp. Today, on the Filong stage, I have established the Tianwang camp. Chuao has been defeated, and the Liehu camp is out. Other one-star generals who are not convinced come up and fight. The young man was full of passion and challenged the whole audience. Boom. Ye Bufan's words made everyone tremble. Never stop until your words are shocking. Fight hundreds of generals and set up war camps. This guy wants to create his own war camp. Is he okay? One person thought so, 2 people thought so, 3, 4, everyone thought so, even Zi Qinhao, the general of the War Department, thought so. Fight hundreds of generals and set up war camps. There is indeed such a saying among the War Department, but in the 81st War Department, no one has done so for hundreds of years. For no other reason than because there is no need. The so-called, fighting 100 generals and creating a war camp, was at the beginning of the establishment of the 81st War Department. There were no war generals or generals in the War Department, let alone commanders. After all, the War Department had just been established. That is why the idea of fighting 100 generals and creating a war camp appeared. The 100 generals at that time did not refer to 100 war generals, but to the members of the War Department. Anyone who wanted to establish a war camp had to accept the challenge of the members of the War Department. Only by defeating and convincing the others could a new war camp be established. Of course, this was when the War Department was first established. Today, these generals among the 100 generals have evolved into one-star generals. Anyone who wants to form a new war camp must accept the challenge of a one-star general. It could be 1, 10, or all of them. Only when people are convinced can a war camp be formed. However, this is not necessary at all. Fight hundreds of generals and set up war camps. The battle camp created here is just the most basic 10,000-man battle camp. If one has enough strength, enough confidence, and enough merits, he would have challenged 2-star, 3-star, and 4-star generals long ago. Who would come to challenge all the 1-star generals of the War Department and create a 10,000-man battle camp? For the name of the camp, that is even less likely. After all, after the new general takes over the camp, he has the right and qualification to rename the camp. As for those who are weaker, they would not choose such a stupid method. Facing the continuous challenges from one general after another is simply asking for trouble. So, no one does that nowadays. The space was dead silent and the atmosphere was depressing. All the members of the combat unit looked at Ye Bufan with horrified, confused and even crazy expressions. This guy is either crazy or sick. It's just asking for trouble. What is fighting 100 generals and creating a war camp? On the viewing platform, Ye Fu took the initiative to look at Chu Xiaofeng for the first time and also asked for the first time. Ye Fu and the others had known for a month that their young master was going to form the Tianwang camp and control the military power. However, they knew even more clearly that their young master was challenging the general only for the military power. But now, obviously something had happened. Be it Ye Fu, Ye Shuang and others, they now believe more and more in Ye Wang's previous guess, something big is going to happen today. Facing Ye Fu's active questioning, Chu Xiaofeng couldn't help but twitch his lips. He didn't answer Ye Fu, but asked back, does your young master have any special hobbies? What do you mean? Ye Fu frowned. Chu Xiaofeng asked, for example, he likes to be abused. Ye Fu was speechless. Everyone in the Ye family was stunned. An ominous premonition arose in their hearts. On the Filong stage, Han Feier looked at Ye Bufan in shock and confirmed, are you sure you want to form a new camp, and you are not kidding? Sure, Certain, and certain. Ye Bufan's firm voice sounded, and he looked at Han Feier again, hesitated for a moment, and said, "You're the same as Chuao before, talking too much nonsense. I don't have time to stay here with you. From now on, until the end of my challenge, you don't need to host it." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to Han Feier. He once again glanced at the entire audience and said in a cold and decisive voice, "From now on, no matter who you are, as long as you are in the War Department, as long as you are a one-star general, those who are not convinced, come up and fight." Who's next? Chapter 276, 7 stars return to origin, admit defeat. Who's next? Ye Bufan shouted loudly, and these 4 words caused the whole place to fall into inexplicable silence. One could even clearly hear the heartbeats of everyone present. Arrogant, presumptuous, and domineering. A 16-year-old boy challenges the whole audience, who will come to fight. Inexplicable silence. Inexplicable vibration. This heroism and courage are admirable. I'll do it. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from the viewing platform, followed by a figure shooting out, landing on the flying dragon platform, and standing in front of Ye Bufan. A middle-aged man, wearing silver armor. He looked directly at Ye Bufan with a stern look, clasped his fists, and said, "The one-star General Mu Taiching from the Feihuo camp challenges you. Please teach me." War. Ye Bufan spoke without stopping. The 9 steps of the soaring dragon are extremely fast. He took a step forward, leaving only a shadow in everyone's sight. Fast, fierce and violent. The fierce momentum is like a wild beast pouncing. Seeing this, Mu Taiching's pupils shrank and he was shocked. He didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, and instinctively took a step back and punched out at the same time. Offense and defense in one. Ye Bufan turned around, avoided Mu Taiching's punch, and instantly came behind him. Before Mu Taiching could react, he rushed forward and punched him. Shenwu 8 Desolations, triple strength. In a split second of confrontation, Mu Taiching's punch missed, but Ye Bufan's violent punch landed right on his back. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Puff! Mu Taiching spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled, just like Chuao before, and he flew backwards a few meters in an instant. A few meters away, with a bang, Mu Taiching's body fell heavily to the ground, and then slid a few meters away again. With a puff, he spurted out another mouthful of blood. The atmosphere was silent and time seemed to stand still. In an instant, Mu Taiching supported himself on the ground with his right hand and struggled to stand up. He looked at Ye Bufan with horror and said weakly, "I lost." Next, Ye Bufan ignored him and shouted sternly at the whole audience. There was dead silence for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the whole place was filled with noise. The previously dead silence was completely broken. 100,000 soldiers were completely excited. One punch, and another punch. If it was said that Chuao was defeated by Ye Bufan with one punch because he underestimated his enemy. But what about now? As Mu Taiching was at the 6-star Guiyuan realm, Chuao's previous underestimation of the enemy must have given him a warning and reminder, so now he naturally fought with all his strength. But, he was still defeated with just one punch. This is a 6-star Guiyuan realm cultivator who has experienced hundreds of battles. Looking at Ye Bufan, everyone was shocked and horrified, and even more curious, what realm had his cultivation reached? What level had his strength reached? If Ye Bufan doesn't say anything, there will be no solution. On the viewing platform, Zi Qinhao looked at Ye Bufan, his eyes narrowed, and he pondered in his heart. The force of this kid's punch just now should be about 5,000 kilograms, which is equivalent to the 8-star Guiyuan realm. However, he used a martial art, which should be a strength-added martial art. Therefore, his own cultivation should be between 5-star Guiyuan and 7-star Guiyuan. More than a month ago, he was only at the peak of the transcendent realm. More than a month later, he was promoted directly to the middle or even late stage of the return to origin realm. How on earth did he do that? What on earth happened to him in the past month? As a general of the War Department, Zi Qinhao was truly shocked and moved this time. Ye Bufan's improvement was really too fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. However, after the shock came joy. The former flying dragon, now the young marshal. Looking at Ye Bufan, Zi Qinhao seemed to see the second flying dragon commander about to be born, and the bloody and glorious era of the human race seemed to be reappearing. Some are happy, some are sad. On the viewing platform, Mrs. Han frowned. The disparity between Ye Bufan's age and his strength shocked her and made her feel uneasy. No one knows what she is thinking at this moment. On the Phylong stage, call out. A figure appeared in front of Ye Bufan again. Under the silver armor, she had a slender figure and long black hair. The beautiful woman looked at Ye Bufan and said solemnly, "In the Misty Rain camp, the 1-star General Gu Xian and the 6-star Guiyuan challenge you." As soon as she finished speaking, the beautiful lady laughed softly and said, "Little brother, you don't mind if your sister uses weapons, right?" "Please." Ye Bufan raised his right hand. The long sword in Gu Xian's hand suddenly appeared, the sharp sword was unsheathed, and the 3-foot sword light pointed directly at Ye Bufan, and said, "Little brother, where is your weapon? When I shoot, blood will be drawn. But for you, there's no need to do that," Ye Bufan said in a deep voice. Gu Xian's mouth twitched. Bang! Ye Bufan put his right foot on the ground, took a step forward, and attacked Gu Xian directly. "I am in a hurry, let's make it quick and decisive." Gu Xian's mouth twitched again. Not romantic. However, she did not hesitate or stop at all. She shook the sword in her hand, and instead of retreating, she moved forward and attacked Ye Bufan in one step. In an instant, the two men were close. Gu Xian slashed out with a sword. The sword's chant and cold light attacked Ye Bufan directly, tricky and fierce. A sword attacked, and Ye Bufan's original offensive was instantly halted. His body retreated explosively. With the Tenglong 9 steps, Ye Bufan had retreated several meters away in a breath. Gu Xian's sword missed. Ye Bufan took a step forward and attacked again. Gu Xian swept her sword across. Ye Bufan retreated again. Gu Xian's sword missed again and she was furious. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to attack, she decided to be the first to draw her sword and kill. Unfortunately, no matter how fast she is, Ye Bufan is even faster than her. Bang! Ye Bufan took a step forward. Yin! A roar like a dragon sounded between heaven and earth. His speed suddenly increased. Gu Xian's pupils shrank and her expression became serious. What level of martial arts skills are at the great perfection stage? Before she could think about it, Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of her and punched her. Gu Xian naturally did not dare to slack off and immediately met the punch with her sword. Unfortunately, as soon as she swept out with her sword, Ye Bufan's body exploded and retreated several meters away. In an instant, Ye Bufan attacked again. With each attack, Ye Bufan's speed became faster and faster. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the end, all people could only see afterimages on the flying dragon stage continuously attacking Gu Xian, and because the speed was too fast, everyone seemed to have an illusion that Ye Bufan condensed millions of clones and rushed towards Gu Xian from all directions. Dozens of attacks in 1 second. The wolf pounces on the sheep. Gu Xian felt aggrieved and helpless. Every time Ye Bufan attacked her, she felt a great threat. She even formed an instinct that whenever Ye Bufan came to kill her, she would strike with her long sword. Unfortunately, every time she swung her long sword, Ye Bufan would retreat directly. She wanted to attack, but Ye Bufan didn't give her any chance at all, simply because Ye Bufan's speed was so fast that she could only defend. The repeated battles seemed to last thousands or even tens of thousands of years, but only a few tens of seconds had passed since the battle between Ye Bufan and Gu Xian began. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard from the Phylong terrace. What's going on? Everyone's heart trembled involuntarily. Puff! Gu Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body flew backwards, just like Chuao and Mu Taiching before, and landed heavily a few meters away. With a ding sound, the long sword fell to the ground, and Gu Xian spurted out a mouthful of blood again, and the whole person fainted. A few meters away, Ye Bufan stood proudly. Next. Everyone's mouth twitched involuntarily. Chu Xiaofeng glanced at Ye Fu and the others, his mouth twitching as he said, "Your young master, don't you know what it means to be kind to women?" Everyone in the Ye family ignored them and just looked at Ye Bufan. His expression was solemn and worried. Be gentle and considerate to women. Their young master naturally knows how to be sympathetic to women, and Qin Yao is the best proof of this. When facing beautiful women, Ye Bufan is absolutely greedy, and this is exactly the case. Now, his young master is ruthless to beautiful women, how can it be normal? There was a sense of weirdness and heaviness in the air. Feiyan Camp, 1-star General Mo Yun, 6-star Guiyuan, challenges you. On the Phylong stage, another 1-star general attacked. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Ye Bufan without any hesitation. Ye Bufan took up the challenge. 6 stars return to origin and defeat it with one punch. Next, the men are hot-blooded and fight bloody battles all over the field. Strong and domineering, the 5th person, who was at the 6-star Guiyuan realm, was defeated with one punch. The 6th person, who was at the 6-star Guiyuan realm, was defeated in 1 minute and 27 seconds. The 7th person, who was at the 6-star Guiyuan realm, was defeated in 1 minute and 13 seconds. The 13th person, who was at the 6-star Guiyuan realm, was defeated in 1 minute and 46 seconds. The 14th person, who was at the 6-star Guiyuan realm, was defeated in 2 minutes and 37 seconds. On the Filong stage, the battle continues. There was dead silence in the viewing platform. A 16-year-old boy defeated more than 10 6-star Guiyuan realm warriors in a row. Although he was arrogant, he won the respect of most people present. At least, at this age and with this strength, he had the qualifications and capital to be arrogant. In the dead silence, there was more shock than curiosity. Warriors at the concentrated spirit level have their own yuanli, which makes their strength increase dramatically, and their strength is far beyond that of the transcendent realm. However, as warriors continue to fight, their own yuanli will continue to be consumed. Once the yuanli is exhausted, they will be no different from the transcendent realm. But what about Ye Bufan? After more than 10 consecutive fierce battles, he seemed to still maintain his peak condition, and even became more and more courageous. This puzzled everyone and made everyone feel incredible. Bang, bang, bang. On the Filong stage, dull and heavy voices rang out. Ye Bufan attacked with punch after punch. Attack like a wolf and a tiger, fast, fast, fast. In a frenzy, Ye Bufan threw 3 or 4 punches, but the big man in front of him could only throw 1 punch. He had no chance to attack at all, and could only defend himself, or take a beating. The longer the war went on, the more frightened the Han became. You are only at the 2-star Guiyuan realm. During the attack and defense, the big man looked at Ye Bufan with a horrified look and asked in surprise, enduring the pain of being beaten. What? As soon as the big man finished speaking, the whole audience was shocked. 2-star Guiyuan realm. How could a 2-star Guiyuan realm defeat a 6-star Guiyuan realm with just 1 punch? Under everyone's shocked eyes, Ye Bufan ignored them and punched out one after another. Suddenly, he punched hard with great momentum. Shenwu 8 Desolations, triple strength. Call out. A violent and ferocious punch was thrown out. The big man's pupils shrank. Bang! A punch landed on his chest. Da da da. The big man took several steps back, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't care at all. Looking at Ye Bufan, he said in horror, "The power of your punch has probably exceeded 5,000, a 150% increase in power. What kind of martial arts is this?" Hiss. When the big man said this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Ye Bufan didn't care at all. War. He attacked the big man again. "I give up." Without waiting for Ye Bufan to get close and attack, the big man suddenly spoke. Ye Bufan stopped his attack and frowned. The big man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "I am at the peak of the 7-star return to origin, but facing you, who is at the 2-star return to origin, I can only take the beating. Just for this reason, I have already lost. Moreover, if you continue like this, I will definitely lose. I give in. If you form a combat unit, I have no objection." Whoosh. Having said that, the big man retreated directly back to the viewing platform. 7 stars return to origin realm, admit defeat. Ye Bufan frowned, but didn't pay much attention. He glanced at the entire viewing platform and said in a loud voice, "Next, continue." Chapter 277, Fighting 9 stars, Sending out soldiers. With the cultivation level of 2-star Guiyuan realm, he was able to defeat the 6-star Guiyuan realm with 1 punch, and even made the 7-star Guiyuan realm surrender and admit defeat. This is simply a fantasy and hard to believe. There is also the martial arts that the 7 stars return to origin realm mentioned earlier, which increases strength by 150%. What kind of martial arts is this? Does such a martial arts really exist? Too violent, too brutal. An increase of 105%, and this is only at the Guiyuan realm. If a being at the Shenyuan realm or even the Jodian realm were to perform this martial art, wouldn't it be an incredible achievement? Although it is hard to believe, I have to believe it. The facts are right in front of us. Just now, if Ye Bufan had not used this martial art, How could he, a mere 2-star Guiyuan realm cultivator, defeat so many 6-star Guiyuan realm cultivators with a single punch? Obviously impossible. The dead silent space and the terrifying atmosphere. Ye Bufan spoke, but no one responded. Continue the challenge. How to challenge? Who will challenge? You know, in the War Department, most of the 1-star generals are 5-star or 6-star, 7-star is rare, and 8-star is even rarer. Previously, the 7-star Return to Origin general had already admitted defeat, so what was the point of sending another 7-star Return to Origin general? Moreover, this is a test, not an embarrassment. Ye Bufan, with his mere 2-star Return to Origin realm cultivation, defeated dozens of 6-star Return to Origin realm cultivators in a row, and also made a 7-star Return to Origin realm cultivator voluntarily admit defeat. Just this alone convinced everyone present, and they had no objection to forming a new battle camp. On the viewing stand, Zi Qinhao also looked horrified. 2-star Guiyuan realm. He originally speculated that Ye Bufan's cultivation level was between 5 and 7 stars, but he didn't expect such a big deviation. Of course, Zi Qinhao also understood that the reason for such a big deviation was entirely because of Ye Bufan's martial arts. A 150% increase in strength. What kind of martial art is that? Heavenly level perfection. Even the perfection of the heavenly realm is probably not as amazing as this. That is why Zi Qinhao had never thought of this before, and even now, he still finds it incredible. How did a 16-year-old boy practice? Suddenly, Zi Qinhao stood up abruptly. He looked at Ye Bufan on the flying dragon stage, then looked at a certain place on the viewing platform, and said in a deep voice, "Yufeng, you go up." Forehead. Zi Qinhao's words stunned the entire audience. Afterwards, a series of surprised and strange looks fell on Zi Qinhao. On the viewing platform, a thin and handsome man stood up, looked at Zi Qinhao, and said hesitantly, "General, this I'm afraid it's inappropriate." "Just go ahead if I tell you to." "Why so much nonsense?" Zi Qinhao said impatiently. "Yes." The man responded and came to the Filong terrace. Looking at the man, Ye Bufan frowned. The thin man did not react much. He faced Ye Bufan, clasped his fists, and said awkwardly, 2-star General Yufeng, 9-star Guiyuan realm, challenges you. Hearing this, Ye Bufan instantly looked at Zi Qinhao with a hint of hostility in his eyes, as if asking Zi Qinhao, "What do you mean by this?" Zi Qinhao smiled calmly. Fighting 100 generals and establishing a war camp, this is the rule set when the War Department was first established. At that time, the War Department did not have any war generals, and the challenge was only to the war soldiers. However, there were definitely many 9-star Guiyuan realm warriors among the war soldiers. You can choose to give up. No. Hearing this, Ye Bufan said 3 words resolutely, and then he retracted his gaze, looked at Yufeng in front of him, and said, "Come on." Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan pushed the ground with his right foot and rushed towards Yufeng. "Don't be afraid, don't retreat. Today, if gods stand in my way, I will kill gods, if Buddhas stand in my way, I will kill Buddhas. Who dares to stop me?" 9 stars Return to Origin realm, battle. Hee. Seeing Ye Bufan rushing out, Zi Qinhao smiled calmly. Then, without any hesitation, he sat down. No words, just watch. On the Filong stage, "Little brother, I'm sorry." Looking at Ye Bufan who was rushing towards him, Yufeng shouted loudly and then shot out. Ye Bufan frowned. The 9-star Return to Origin realm, although only 2 levels lower than the 7-star Return to Origin realm, is a world of difference. The power of an ordinary punch can exceed 6,000. Ye Bufan didn't dare to be careless at all. Lingshu battle armor. Whoosh. In an instant, a colorful light emerged from Ye Bufan's body, and in just a moment, the colorful light enveloped his entire body. From head to toe, not a single inch is left out. This. Yufeng was stunned when he saw this sudden change. The same goes for others. What is this? Ye Bufan did not stop attacking, and instantly came in front of Yufeng, using the 3rd level of Shenwu Bawang power, his strongest punch yet, to directly kill him. Fast, fierce and violent. Yufeng's pupils shrank and he came back to his senses instantly. Call out. He threw a punch. In an instant, the 2 fists collided. Boom. The space shook and a thunderous sound was heard. The 2 men stepped back at the same time. Ye Bufan took 5 steps back and Yufeng took 3 steps back. Moreover, the latter did not use any martial arts, just an ordinary punch. With one strike, the strong and the weak were separated. War. Although the attack failed, Ye Bufan was not discouraged. He attacked Yu Feng again, using the Tenglong 9 steps at an extremely fast speed. It's here in a moment. Crazy. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, Ye Bufan threw out 3 punches. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled thuds were heard, the first 2 punches were blocked by Yu Feng, and the last punch successfully hit Yu Feng's chest. Under the huge impact, Yu Feng took 3 steps back. Looking at Ye Bufan, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. What a fast attack. Call out. As soon as Yu Feng finished speaking, Ye Bufan attacked again. A violent attack came out. Bang, bang, bang. A dull, heavy sound continued to ring out. In one breath, Ye Bufan attacked no less than 20 times. However, at least 2/3 of these attacks were blocked by Yu Feng. Moreover, although the remaining 1/3 attacked Yu Feng, they were unable to hurt him at all. Ye Bufan was only at the 2-star Guiyuan realm, while Yu Feng was at the 9-star Guiyuan realm. The difference of 7 levels is a world of difference. Before using the Divine Martial 8 Desolate Power, Ye Bufan's strength was only 2,100 Jin, but what about Yu Feng? It broke through 6,000 Jin directly. The further you advance in the Guiyuan realm, the more terrifying it becomes. Yu Feng was like an insurmountable mountain, or an unbreakable steel plate, causing Ye Bufan to feel a sense of powerlessness. Bang! The 2 fists collided and Ye Bufan retreated dozens of meters. Yu Feng didn't move at all. Come again. With a loud shout, Ye Bufan rushed out again. The secret of returning to oneness of heaven begins. Call out. In front of Yu Feng, Ye Bufan threw a punch. Bang! Yu Feng raised his arm to block. However, in just this moment, Yu Feng couldn't help but frown. He clearly felt an inexplicable suction coming from Ye Bufan's fist. Under the pull of this suction, his own energy actually flowed towards Ye Bufan. This scene shocked Yu Feng. How did you do that? Call out. The answer he got was a punch from Ye Bufan in the face. The Tianyan Gai Ju can refine all things in heaven and earth. This is an absolutely domineering martial arts technique. He is like a bandit, robbing and plundering. 9 stars return to origin realm. As long as I can plunder all your energy, I will continue to torture you. Yu Feng, this general asked you to go on the field to defeat him, not to play with him, so give it your all. Suddenly, Zi Qinhao's loud shout rang out from the viewing platform. Buzz. Yu Feng's body trembled when he heard this. He woke up instantly. Call out. Then he threw a punch, fist to fist with Ye Bufan. Boom. A muffled sound was heard. Da da da. Ye Bufan took several steps back. Yu Feng rushed forward and attacked with a punch. Ye Bufan's pupils shrank in shock, but his steps were not steady and he had no time to dodge. With a bang, Yu Feng's fist landed directly on Ye Bufan's chest. The Lingshu armor around Ye Bufan darkened. Bang, bang, bang. The shirt exploded instantly and broke into countless strips of cloth. The 9 stars returned to origin realm. The attack is so terrifying. Call out. In an instant, Ye Bufan's body flew backwards rapidly like a kite with a broken string. 10 meters away, he landed with a bang and slid for another 10 meters. Defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Master. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Ye family stood up on the viewing platform and exclaimed. Yi Wang glared at Yu Feng on the Filong stage. Asshole, you are too bullying. Fight hundreds of generals and set up war camps. This is clearly a contest between a group of generals, but now the War Department has sent out a 2-star general in the 9-star return to origin realm. Isn't this bullying? Faced with Yi Wang's roar, the whole audience fell silent. At this time, on the Filong stage, Ye Bufan jumped up with a somersault and looked straight at Yu Feng who was 20 meters away. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The others were stunned when they saw this scene. The same is true for everyone in the Yi family. Fine. How is that possible? This was a head-on attack from a 9-star Guiyuan realm expert. How could a 2-star Guiyuan realm expert be able to withstand it and still be safe and sound? In just a moment, everyone noticed the clue. At this moment, Ye Bufan's shirt was torn, revealing a purple soft armor on his upper body. Ground soldier level soft armor. Without waiting for anyone to think about it, Ye Bufan looked directly at Yu Feng in the distance with cold eyes and shouted, Qin Yao, get your gun. I was already angry, and now I'm even angrier. Everyone was stunned. Get a gun. They all looked at Qin Yao in surprise. At the edge of the flying dragon platform, Qin Yao, who had been paying attention to Ye Bufan's battle, couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Looking at Ye Bufan, Qin Yao looked solemn and worried, and said hesitantly, "Bufan. I will not kill him, young master." Ye Bufan shouted 5 words in a cold voice. Forehead. Everyone was stunned and looked at Ye Bufan with astonishment. "You are a 2-star Gui Yuan, and you want to kill a 9-star Gui Yuan." Yu Feng also frowned. "Call out." A cold light flashed across the air. "Directly attack Ye Bufan." Ye Bufan grabbed with his right hand, and the 8 treasures silver silk dragon pattern spear was in his hand. When Ye Bufan first got the 8 treasures silver silk dragon pattern spear in Tianwang City, he was only at the transcendent realm, and the 8 treasures silver silk dragon pattern spear weighed 1,387 kilograms, and he couldn't even lift it. But now, with the 2 stars returning to the origin, the power of 2,100 kilograms is just right. The spear shook. Ye Bufan looked directly at Yu Feng and said, "I'm sorry." 3 words, heavy and resolute. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and attacked Yu Feng directly. "Today, on the Filong stage, I have formed the Tianwang camp. If gods stand in my way, I will kill them. If Buddhas stand in my way, I will kill them. Who dares to stop me?" Chapter 278 10 seconds. When I shoot, blood will be drawn. Holding the earth weapon 8 treasures silver silk dragon pattern spear and taking the Tenglong 9 steps, Ye Bufan arrived in front of Yu Feng in a breath. No hesitation, no delay. "Call out." A shot swept out. Fast, fierce and violent. Seeing this scene, Yu Feng's pupils shrank and he was shocked. Who can stop the sharp edge of the ground soldiers? Even though he was a powerful 9-star return to origin realm warrior, he was just a flesh and blood body. He could not resist the sharp edge of the earth soldiers at all, and he dared not resist head-on. Immediately, Yu Feng dodged and stepped back. A shot was fired. Yu Feng narrowly dodged the sharp shot, however, just as he dodged the shot, Ye Bufan appeared in front of him again. The speed of the 9 steps of the Tenglong in the Great Accomplishment realm is only faster than that of the 9 stars returned to the origin realm. "Call out." In an instant, Ye Bufan fired again. Tricky and sharp. Yu Feng was shocked and he stepped back. Another shot missed. Puff. The next second, Yu Feng had just retreated a few meters away when he couldn't help but tremble. A crack appeared on the Xuanbing level armor on his chest, and a stream of blood spurted out at the same time. At some point, Ye Bufan appeared in front of him and shot him. Yu Feng was shocked for a moment and his face changed drastically. Ye Bufan's speed was simply too fast. His shadow-like body movements, coupled with his extremely fast offensive, made it impossible to defend against him. The previous punch and kick attacks were fine. After all, Ye Bufan was only at the 2-star Guiyuan realm, and the 2 of them had a 7-level realm suppression. But now, the sharpness of the ground soldiers was enough to take his life. Not daring to be careless or hesitate at all, Yu Feng was shot by Ye Bufan. He endured the pain and retreated dozens of meters away. Unfortunately, just as he stood still, Ye Bufan fired a shot towards him. The corner of Yu Feng's mouth twitched. Immediately, he raised his right hand and a spear appeared. Without any hesitation, Yu Feng swept out with the spear in his hand. With a clang sound, the 2 spears collided and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. "Put away the gun and take out the gun." Ye Bufan moved in one smooth motion, firing one shot after another. In one word, fast. When Yu Feng blocked hastily and the 2 guns collided. "Call out." Ye Bufan's 3rd shot was already coming. Yu Feng secretly groaned. Faced with Ye Bufan's crazy attack, he did not dare to hesitate or stop for a moment. He immediately stepped back to avoid Ye Bufan's fierce 3rd shot. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan had already approached him again. Yu Feng just felt aggrieved. Under such a violent and intensive attack, he had no other choice but to defend himself, unless he exchanged injuries with Ye Bufan. But, is that possible? Impossible. Yu Feng is not a madman and cannot do such a crazy thing. What's more, this is just a battle between the fighting departments and the 2 are not fighting to the death. In this way, he could only be completely suppressed by Ye Bufan, and his full strength of the 9-star return to origin realm could not be fully exerted. Yu Feng just defended himself. Ye Bufan's attack was extremely fierce. The martial arts are crazy, following the heart and desire, and the pursuit is the fastest offensive. It can be boxing skills, gun skills, sword skills, and knife skills. Previously, Ye Bufan could attack Yu Feng with his fists and feet, but he couldn't hurt him. But with the sharpness of the ground soldiers, it was completely different. On the viewing platform, everyone stared with their eyes wide open, staring at the confrontation between Ye Bufan and Yu Feng. There was nothing but shock in their eyes. Ye Bufan's attack was so fast that they couldn't catch it at all. However, they could see that Yu Feng, who was at the 9-star return to Origin Realm, was completely unable to resist Ye Bufan's attack and kept retreating. Doesn't this prove something? 9 stars return to Origin Realm. Who is the one who has reached the 9-star return to Origin Realm, Yu Feng or Ye Bufan? Now everyone has the illusion that Ye Bufan is the one who has reached the 9-star return to Origin Realm. Gurgle. In the crowd, Wang Xuan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He stared at Ye Bufan with a horrified look on his face. How long has it been? Isn't he growing too fast? Others didn't know, but Wang Xuan knew clearly that Ye Bufan had not yet used his full strength at this moment, or was holding back. Not for any other reason, just because the atmosphere is not right. More than a month ago, Wang Xuan saw it with his own eyes in the northern mountains. At that time, Ye Bufan fought thousands of monsters alone. His spear skills were flawless, killing thousands of monsters and making them lose their army. Moreover, the aura on his body at that time shocked even Wang Xuan, a powerful divine Yuan realm expert, but now this aura has not appeared yet. Wang Xuan was certain that Ye Bufan's gun skills were at their peak and most perfect state only after that aura appeared that day. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan was only at the condensation stage at that time. Now what? 2 stars condense. If he had used his full strength, Wang Xuan would probably have been defeated. The fact is just as Wang Xuan thought, Ye Bufan has not used his full strength yet. That breath belongs to Shi Feishuan. Once Ye Bufan enters the inheritance state, with his current cultivation and madness level, the spear skills he displays will definitely be more powerful and terrifying. However, that is a killing skill. Watching the battle on the Flying Dragon stage, Zi Qinhao's eyes sparkled. Shocked, but also excited. Although he knew that Yu Feng was still holding back, after all, he had not used any martial arts from beginning to end. However, for Ye Bufan, at such a young age, to be able to defeat a 9-star return to Origin Realm cultivator with his 2-star return to Origin Realm cultivation, this was already enough. A good father will have a good son. Mrs. Han's expression was extremely ugly. A person who openly challenges and provokes her, and has an ambiguous relationship with her son's fiancé, is destined to be an enemy rather than a friend to her and the entire Han family. The more outstanding Ye Bufan was, the more uneasy he became. The more powerful Ye Bufan became, the more afraid he became. Such people should be eliminated as soon as possible. On the viewing stand, everyone had different thoughts. On the Filong stage, Ye Bufan and Yu Feng continued to fight. When there was a sound of metallic clashing. Puff. Ye Bufan stabbed Yu Feng's left chest with a spear, and a stream of blood spurted out. Yu Feng felt pain, but Ye Bufan retracted his spear and retreated several meters away. Yu Feng frowned, puzzled. Ye Bufan stood with his gun horizontally, staring straight at Yu Feng, and said in a deep voice, "Admit defeat, I don't want to waste any more time on you." Forehead. Yu Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan continued, "You are a 2-star warrior. It is against the rules for you to challenge me. I respect the War Department, so I have accompanied you until now. However, I can only accompany you for so long. If you don't surrender, I will have to fight you quickly. Give you 10 seconds to think about it." Forehead. Yu Feng was stunned again. Everyone present was also stunned. A quick victory. Could it be that this kid hasn't used his full strength yet? Ye Bufan ignored him. He held the spear in his hand, stared at Yu Feng, and counted down in a cold voice, 10. Yu Feng was stunned. Then, he looked at Zi Qinhao on the viewing platform. After all, it was Zi Qinhao's idea for him to fight, so he naturally had to seek Zi Qinhao's opinion now. 9. Ye Bufan's cold voice remained. In an instant, everyone's eyes shifted to Zi Qinhao, as if waiting for Zi Qinhao's answer. 8. Zi Qinhao frowned. 7. Suddenly, Zi Qinhao stood up. He just wanted to test Ye Bufan's strength and had no intention of making things difficult for Ye Bufan. Although Ye Bufan and Yu Feng both still had some reservations about the current situation, Zi Qinhao thought that it was enough when things came to this point. Know when to stop. 6. Hee. At this time, seeing Zi Qinhao stand up, Madame Han on the viewing platform chuckled and said, I've heard before how tough the soldiers of the War Department were, but now, a dignified 2-star general of the 9-star Return to Origin realm was actually intimidated and scared away by a 16 or 17-year-old 2-star Return to Origin realm recruit. It's really hearing about them is not as good as meeting them in person. War Department. Nothing more. Suddenly, Madame Han scolded again. With such courage and such a general, I'm afraid he will be a surrendered soldier on the battlefield. How can he protect the safety of our human race? No need. The whole place was instantly silent. Chapter 279. Ye Xiao asked 3 questions, pointing his sword at the Han family. With such courage and such a general, I'm afraid he will just be a surrendered soldier on the battlefield. How can he protect the safety of our human race? No need. Mrs. Han's sudden words caused the whole place to fall into dead silence, and everyone's eyes instinctively fell on her, like a ferocious beast, with cold eyes flashing and unfriendly expressions. Angry, angry, angry. Mrs. Han, this woman, has repeatedly provoked the Zon department. Does she really think this is her Han family? Does she really think that there is no one in the Zon department? Whose dog is barking there? Doesn't the owner do anything about it? Suddenly, a contemptuous and mocking voice sounded. Everyone was stunned. Mrs. Han was furious and furious. On the Phylong stage, Ye Bufan looked directly at Madame Han and sneered, the War Department doesn't need outsiders to judge it, not to mention it's just a dog. You. Madame Han's beautiful eyes glared, a cold light flashed, she stood up suddenly, pointed at Ye Bufan, and said angrily, stinky boy, who are you talking about? Whoever is yelling, I'll say that. Isn't that clear enough? Ye Bufan shrugged and confronted Madame Han, challenging her, why, you don't accept it? If you don't accept it, go ahead and bite me. Good scolding. Happy. If you don't agree, bite me. All the members of the combat unit present secretly exclaimed in their hearts. Mrs. Han. As early as when this woman appeared, all the members of the War Department were already unhappy with her. What's more, now that this is the War Department, not the Han family, you are not allowed to act wildly here. Mrs. Han ran away in anger. Zi Qinhao glanced at her and said with a smile, Madame Han, what this young man said is right. This is the War Department. Everything in the War Department does not need outsiders to interfere, and we don't need outsiders to judge. We are well aware of what we are doing, and we just want to have a clear conscience. You. Hearing this, Madame Han glanced at Zi Qinhao. Even more angry and furious. Snort. Then, she snorted coldly, sat back in her seat, and stopped talking. However, the repeated stimulation today had already made her anger rise to the extreme. As the head of the Han family, she was not like this, but Han Nuo, her only son, made her feel very upset. The saying, worrying too much leads to confusion, is nothing more than this. Zi Qinhao, just wait for me. Ye Bufan, just wait for me. War Department, wait. Hee. Seeing Mrs. Han's look, Ye Bufan smiled calmly, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Don't speak. Do you think it's okay if you don't speak? Han family, wait. No one present knew what Mrs. Han and Ye Bufan were thinking, but the members of the combat unit present couldn't help but feel refreshed and relieved when they looked at Mrs. Han. Zi Qinhao withdrew his gaze and looked at the Phylong platform. Yu Feng, please step down. Yes. Yu Feng clasped his fists, responded, and retreated back to the viewing platform. Zi Qinhao looked directly at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, you have strength and courage, little brother, you are very good, and this general likes you very much. Generally. Ye Bufan said these 2 words calmly. Hee. Zi Qinhao smiled calmly, swept his eyes across the entire viewing platform, and said, new recruit, Ye Bufan, who has any objection to forming the Tianwang camp. After Zi Qinhao finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence. You can hear a pin drop. No. After a moment, in an instant, a thunderous sound was heard. At the age of 16, at the 2-star Return to Origin realm, he defeated more than 10 6-star Return to Origin realm warriors, 7-star Return to Origin warriors admitted defeat, and 9-star Return to Origin warriors were evenly matched. What's more, in just over a month, he accumulated merits from a new recruit to the level of a 2-star general. Who still refuses to accept? Who dares to disobey? I admire you so much. Snort. On the viewing platform, Mrs. Han snorted coldly without saying anything. Good. Zi Qinhao spoke, looked at the whole audience, and said, in this case, this general now announces that from now on, the new recruit Ye Bufan will be promoted to a 1-star general and form the Tianwang camp. This will be implemented immediately after the battle department competition. Pa pa pa. Suddenly, the whole audience burst into applause. New war camp. The War Department had not seen such a strong force for decades, or even 100 years. Moreover, the commander who formed a brand new war camp was a 16-year-old boy. This is the beginning of glory. No envy, no jealousy, only admiration. Zi Qinhao pressed his hands together, and the whole place returned to a dead silence. He looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Ye Bufan, please step down for now. Come to me after the competition." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Qinhao looked at Han Feier again. "Feier, continue." "Yes." Han Feier came back to her senses and responded. Etc. Suddenly, 2 words suddenly rang out. Forehead. Everyone was stunned instinctively, and their eyes all fell on Ye Bufan, who was speaking on the Filong stage, with a look of surprise and curiosity on their faces. Han Feier was the same. Her eyes fell on Ye Bufan and her movements paused. This young man had brought her too much shock today. Now, what is he going to do? "Here I come." On the viewing platform, Ye Wangliang spoke out instinctively. Everyone in the Ye family couldn't help but feel nervous. Fight hundreds of generals and set up war camps. There must be a reason for unusual things. There must be an unknown reason why their young master suddenly changed his previous plan and did such a crazy thing. "Ye Bufan, what else do you have to say?" Zi Qinhao said, looking at Ye Bufan. "This young master is new to the War Department, and there are a few things in my mind that I don't understand. I would like to ask General to help me solve my doubts." Ye Bufan said to Zi Qinhao without any hesitation, clasping his fists. Zi Qinhao frowned. Then he said, "We are in the battle competition now, and time is limited. If you have any questions, come to me after the competition, and I will answer them for you one by one." "No." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the whole audience was stunned. He actually rejected the general. Zi Qinhao frowned again. Ye Bufan said, "I can't wait even a minute or a second. Please help me solve my doubts right now." As he spoke, Ye Bufan clasped his fists. "You." Zi Qinhao was slightly stunned, thought for a moment and said, "You tell me." "Thank you very much," Ye Bufan said in 2 words. Then, his expression became serious, and he faced Zi Qinhao directly. "First, as a general, do you have the right to reward or punish your soldiers? Or even the power of life and death?" Forehead. When Ye Bufan asked this question, everyone was stunned. The power of life and death. Zi Qinhao also frowned. "Yes, or no," Ye Bufan shouted sternly in a solemn voice. "Have." Zi Qinhao paused as the word sounded, and then said, "As a war general, you naturally have the right to reward or punish the war camps under your command, but you cannot use the death penalty for your own selfish reasons. As for the power of life and death, if a member of the War Department commits an unforgivable crime and the evidence is conclusive, the war general can execute him, but he must report it to the War Department and get its permission. Of course, if the situation is special, the general has the right to execute first and report later, but he must give an explanation to the War Department afterwards and provide solid evidence. If not, whether it's a general or a general, if you kill a member of the War Department without reason, the War Department will never let you off easily. Kill them." "Good." Ye Bufan spoke up and said, "Second, if someone who is not a member of the War Department forcibly interferes in the affairs of the War Department, what should the War Department do?" Non-combat personnel. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Mrs. Han. Now, at this moment, in the entire Kangchong fortress, only Madame Han and the 9 powerful men in the Divine Yuan realm beside her did not belong to the War Department. Could it be that Ye Bufan was talking about them? On the viewing stand, Mrs. Han frowned and glanced at Ye Bufan. Zi Qinhao said, "The War Department has its own rules. Outsiders have no right to make irresponsible remarks, let alone interfere with the decisions of the War Department. The Martial Academy is not allowed to do so, and others are even less allowed to do so. Third, if the other party is strong and interferes forcibly, what should the War Department do?" Ye Bufan shouted without hesitation. "Call." Inexplicably, the space became silent. Everyone sensed something unusual. The confrontational intent in Ye Bufan's words was too obvious. On the viewing platform, everyone in the Ye family looked horrified. Could it be that the young master already knows about Xiaobao's affairs? Ye Wang couldn't help but say as he looked at Ye Bufan on the Flying Dragon stage. Everyone in the Ye family was silent. They don't know. At the edge of the flying dragon platform, Qin Yao's body was tense, her hands drooped unnaturally, but she instinctively clenched them into fists. Looking at Ye Bufan, her beautiful eyes flickered, with nothing but worry in them. The atmosphere was inexplicably heavy and depressing. Zi Qinhao glanced at Ye Bufan, frowned, and said solemnly, "The 81 war departments are of the same blood. According to the alliance agreement, if it really comes to a life-and-death situation, we can ask for help from any war department. Among the 81 war departments, when one is in trouble, all 8 will support it. This has always been the case. The war department is not afraid of anyone or any provocation. If anyone wants to fight, we will fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight until every last soldier is dead. Fight until there is nothing left to fight." "Okay, I will remember what you said wrongly," Ye Bufan shouted, and then scanned the whole audience. His expression was solemn and cold, like a sharp sword. In an instant, he said in a loud voice, "Today on the Filong stage, I will fight against hundreds of generals and create a war camp. Win. The Tianwang camp has been established. Now, I will use the privileges of the new camp. As a young man, my heart is still strong, my voice shakes the world, and my blood is full of passion. Cold and resolute. Bass. Between heaven and earth, there was a sound like the clashing of metals. Filongtai, Master Yi draws his sword. Chapter 280 Han Nuo, acquitted. New camp privileges. Ye Bufan's sudden voice startled most of the people present. They looked at each other in surprise and confusion. What are the new camp privileges? Chu Xiaofeng. Ye Fu also looked at Chu Xiaofeng instantly. Chu Xiaofeng shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Don't look at me like that. It has been decades, even hundreds of years since anyone in the War Department challenged the 100 generals and established a war camp. How would I know what the privileges of this new camp are? Not to mention me, I'm afraid many of the generals present don't know either." This is also true. As Chu Xiaofeng said, it has been a long time since anyone in the 81st War Department did that, so long that everyone has even forgotten that there is such a thing in the War Department. The method of creating a new war camp is fine, but who knows the privileges of this new camp? Not many people know about this. Coincidentally, Qin Yao knew it. But at this moment, everyone has understood that Ye Bufan's crazy challenge to hundreds of generals and the creation of a new battle camp was probably just for the privileges of the new camp. On the viewing stand, Mrs. Han also frowned. New camp privileges. Naturally, she didn't know either. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Ye Bufan, and soon shifted to Zi Qinhao on the viewing platform. Zi Qinhao frowned. Ye Bufan said, "Fighting 100 generals, creating battle camps, all newly created battle camps in the War Department have the priority to choose new recruits from previous years." A solemn voice sounded, and while speaking, Ye Bufan also looked at Zi Qinhao and said in a deep voice, "General, am I right?" Forehead. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Priority selection for new recruits. That's it. Privilege. Was it just for such an insignificant privilege that he challenged the defeated opponent so madly and cruelly and created a whole new war camp? Is this kid okay? Zi Qinhao was stunned and said, "That's right." At this moment, he had the same thought as everyone else present, that Ye Bufan was simply fooling around. "In that case, then do I have the right and qualification to do so?" Ye Bufan said without any hesitation and without caring about anyone's thoughts. "Of course." "Good." As the word rang out in a stern voice, Ye Bufan straightened his body, his expression became stern, he looked directly at Zi Qinhao, and said in a resounding voice, "Now, I will use this privilege to select future soldiers for my Tianwang camp. The first one is, Han Nuo." Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. Ye Bufan's words shocked everyone in the audience. Han Nuo. Everyone can see that Ye Bufan's previous confrontation with Mrs. Han must have led to conflicts between the two sides. What does it mean that Ye Bufan chose Han Nuo now? The Ye family, Chu Xiaofeng and other members of the Martial Arts Academy, and other soldiers from the Tianwang camp were all shocked. Others didn't know, but they knew clearly what had happened between the Ye family and Han Nuo during this period. Long Xiaobao was dead, and the two sides had long been fighting to the death. Who is Ye Bufan? The young master of the Ye family. The leader of the group of lunatics in the Ye family. What does he want to do? Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, their hearts began beating rapidly for no apparent reason. Brush. On the viewing platform, Mrs. Han suddenly stood up. "You little brat, what do you want to do?" She stared at Ye Bufan with cold eyes and shouted with anger. The affairs of the War Department or the War Departments. Since Han Nuo is a new recruit in the War Department, I will naturally give priority to him when I form a new camp. All the outsiders, please shut up. Ye Bufan still looked directly at Zi Qinhao, without even looking at Madame Han, and said bluntly. You. Mrs. Han was furious. General, it seems that some people want to cause trouble. Have you forgotten what you said just now? Suddenly, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Buzz. Hearing this, Mrs. Han's pupils shrank and her body trembled. The anger in her heart instantly reached its peak. Damn it, this guy has been waiting for me here. Zi Qinhao was also slightly stunned, then he looked at Madame Han and said, Madame Han, I hope you won't interfere in the affairs of my War Department. Although his words were polite, there was a hint of reminder and warning in Zi Qinhao's words. You. Mrs. Han's body was shaking with anger. Are you angry? Furious. But she knew even more clearly that this was the War Department, and even if they took action now, they would not gain any advantage. Immediately, Madame Han glanced at Ye Bufan and threatened him in a cold voice, You'd better not mess around, brat. If you dare to embarrass my son, I, Han Shui, and my Han family will never let you go. There will be no place for you in the world. Oh. Ye Bufan sneered and ignored him. He looked at Zi Qinhao and said, General, I wonder if you can hand Han Nuo over to me now. After all, he is now a member of my Tianwang camp. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, before Zi Qinhao could speak, Madame Han spoke first. Zi Qinhao, don't forget what you said before. My son Han Nuo is now a criminal and needs to cooperate with your War Department's investigation. How can you hand him over to others? Enter the Tianwang war camp. Everyone can see that Ye Bufan is coming for Han Nuo. If Han Nuo is handed over to him at this time, Han Nuo will be in a good situation. A guilty person. Ye Bufan was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Mrs. Han and asked in confusion, what mistake did Han Nuo make? What crime did he commit? General. As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked at Zi Qinhao again and said, I have heard about the matter of the Heavenly Wolf camp. More than a month ago, 2 Guiyuan realm lunatics killed many of my brothers in the Luoxian town camp. Their crime is unforgivable, but what does this have to do with Han Nuo? He didn't instruct those 2 people to do this. Now that Han Nuo is a member of my Tianwang camp, as his commander, I should protect his rights. As far as I know, the War Department has detained him for more than a month. Now, I ask the general to release Han Nuo without charge and return him to my Tianwang camp. Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone trembled. Zi Qinhao was dumbfounded. Mrs. Han was dumbfounded. Chu Xiaofeng and his group were dumbfounded. Everyone in the Ye family was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Although there is no substantial evidence that Han Nuo instructed Han Shisan and Han Shisi to create a bloody massacre in the Tianlong camp, everyone knows that it was Han Nuo who did it. However, now Ye Bufan is so good that he actually pleads for Han Nuo and wants the War Department to release him immediately without charge. What does he want to do? Everyone in the Ye family was even more shocked. Let him go. Suddenly, Ye Bufan ignored the thoughts of anyone present. He looked directly at Zi Qinhao and shouted loudly, solemnly and resolutely. Everyone woke up. Zi Qinhao was stunned. Madame Han pointed at Ye Bufan and smiled at Zi Qinhao. Zi Qinhao, General Zi, he is right. You have no evidence. What right do you have to arrest and detain my son? You can say that although I am his mother, I am an outsider and have no right to inquire about or participate in the affairs of the War Department. But he is different. He is a member of your War Department and a general of the war camp where my son is. He has already said so. Why don't you let him go? Let him go. Mrs. Han didn't know what Ye Bufan was going to do, but for her, as long as Han Nuo could be released by the War Department, that was enough. Zi Qinhao ignored Madame Han and looked at Ye Bufan, with a look of confusion on his face. He frowned and said, do you really want this general to release Han Nuo? Since he is innocent, he should be released. Ye Bufan said. Good. Zi Qinhao shouted, as you wish. The next second, he waved his hand and said, someone, bring Han Nuo out. Afterwards, Zi Qinhao said no more. He looked directly at Ye Bufan, with a hint of doubt and worry in his brows. Since Ye Bufan already knew about the Tianlong camp, he should know about Long Xiaobao. Based on Zi Qinhao's investigation and understanding of Ye Bufan during this period, he was definitely a person who had a grudge, but now he wanted to release Han Nuo himself, which made Zi Qinhao confused. These two are completely contradictory. However, Zi Qinhao would not ask any more questions. Since he wanted to do so, then it would be as he wished. He only needed to wait and see what happened, and he would naturally know what Ye Bufan wanted to do. As for Han Nuo, without evidence, he will be released sooner or later. The atmosphere was dead silent. Let me go, you bunch of bastards. Why do you imprison me? Where are you taking me? Bastards, let me go. A moment later, Han Nuo's hoarse roar and growl rang out at the only entrance to Filongtai. Noel. Mrs. Han screamed. Buzz. At the entrance, Han Nuo, who had just been captured by two combat soldiers, trembled when he heard Madame Han's voice. Brush. Suddenly looked up. Seeing the familiar woman in his sight, Han Nuo was overjoyed. Mother, save me, save me. As he spoke, his body struggled again and he said angrily, You bastards, you have locked me up for more than a month, you are dead, dead. Hearing Han Nuo's cry for help, Mrs. Han took a step forward. Whoever dares to set foot on Filongtai will be killed. Suddenly, Zi Qinhao's solemn and cold voice rang out, echoing throughout the venue. Yes. The 100,000 members of the War Department present shouted in unison. Swish, swish, swish. They stood up suddenly with great momentum. Madame Han's body trembled. Facing the scene before her, she did not dare to move rashly. She just stared at Han Nuo on the Filong stage. Nuor. Han Nuo was also stunned. Han Nuo, we meet again. At this time, Ye Bufan said with a smile. Buzz. Han Nuo's body trembled again. It's you. When he saw Ye Bufan, he exclaimed. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly and ignored Han Nuo. He walked a few steps to Han Nuo, glanced at the two members of the combat unit who were holding Han Nuo, and said, Since Han Nuo has been acquitted, why are you still holding him? Let go. This. The two soldiers hesitated slightly and looked at Zi Qinhao. Zi Qinhao nodded. The next second, the two soldiers let go of Han Nuo. Han Nuo was stunned. Acquitted. He looked at Ye Bufan with a puzzled look. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, looked at Han Nuo and said, Are you surprised? Actually, you don't have to be surprised at all. Now that you are a member of the Tianwang camp and a soldier under my command, I will naturally protect your rights and interests and will not let anyone frame you. Your soldiers. A look of surprise flashed across Han Nuo's eyes. Nature. Call out. As soon as the two words fell, Ye Bufan suddenly kicked Han Nuo. Fast, fierce and violent. Bang. A kick landed on Han Nuo, and a loud noise was heard. Call out. In an instant, Han Nuo's body flew out rapidly like a kite with a broken string. A few meters away, he landed with a bang and slid several meters away again. Puff. Then, another mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. You. Looking at Ye Bufan, Han Nuo was shocked. Chapter 281 Do you know him? It was a sudden scene. The previous second Ye Bufan asked the War Department to release Han Nuo without charge, but the next second he suddenly kicked Han Nuo and seriously injured him. Who could have expected it? Boy, you are looking for death. On the viewing platform, Mrs. Han became furious instantly. War Department rules. The enemy is strong and I am weak. Go to hell with me. Although this is a war fortress, how could Mrs. Han tolerate or forbear her son being beaten in front of her? Call out. She dodged and rushed towards Ye Bufan. Zi Qinhao flashed out. Call. He instantly blocked Madame Han's way and slammed her head on with another palm. The terrifying momentum seemed to tear the space apart. Madame Han was shocked and did not dare to slack off at all. She immediately countered Zi Qinhao's attack. In mid-air, two powerful Jodian realm masters collided with each other. A loud bang was heard, and suddenly the whole space shook. Everything happened so suddenly that no one present could see what happened. However, Mrs. Han's body retreated 3 steps in mid-air. Zi Qinhao stood still in mid-air, staring directly at Madame Han, and angrily said, Han Shui, do you really think that this general dare not do anything to you? You. Mrs. Han gritted her teeth. Zi Qinhao, it's your Zan department that is being unreasonable. Since you have already determined that my son is innocent, what right did that kid have to seriously injure my son? Then, she looked directly at Zi Qinhao and roared, and then said coldly, You protected that kid so much and bullied my son. Do you really think that I, Han Shui, am easy to bully? Is my Han family easy to bully? If you insist on doing this, even if I risk my life today and die here, I, Han Shui, will perish with you. Boom 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 boom. As soon as Madame Han finished speaking, terrifying auras suddenly burst out from the viewing platform. The 9 Han family members in the Divine Yuan realm instantly came behind Madame Han and looked directly at Zi Qinhao. Court death. Mr. Han, the War Department will not allow you to act so recklessly. I've been displeased with you for a long time. Han family, what is it? If you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Seeing this scene, angry voices suddenly rang out from all directions on the viewing platform, and the 100,000 soldiers of the War Department all looked directly at the Han family. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the warriors in the Divine Origin realm came behind Zi Qinhao. Look directly at everyone in the Han family. If you want to fight, then I will fight. The atmosphere became silent. Zi Qinhao frowned. On the Flying Dragon stage, Ye Bufan looked directly at Han Nuo, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him, and said slowly, Han Nuo, don't be dissatisfied, and don't look at me with such eyes. I have always been reasonable. Do you know why I kicked you? Hearing this, Han Nuo was stunned. The same was true for everyone else present. Ye Bufan smiled and continued, do you remember that more than a month ago, in the northern mountains, you sent a Guiyuan realm expert to hunt me down? Buzz. Han Nuo's pupils shrank and his body trembled. The others were shocked. More than a month ago, Han Nuo actually sent a Guiyuan realm expert to hunt down Ye Bufan. This no one had expected such a thing to happen. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, but, that's all in the past. Now you are my soldier, and I have said that I always speak with reason. That kick just now was my punishment for you. From now on, we will write off all our grudges. How about that? Forehead. Hearing this, Han Nuo was stunned again. Write it off. Don't even think about it. However, looking at the scene in front of him, Han Nuo knew that the situation was obviously unfavorable to him. He immediately said, okay. After hearing the brief conversation between Han Nuo and Ye Bufan, Zi Qinhao immediately looked at Madame Han and said unkindly, did you hear that? Your son, as a member of the War Department, actually sent Guiyuan realm to hunt down Ye Bufan, who is also a member of the War Department. Although the crime is not punishable by death, he must be severely punished. But this kick is already a light punishment. Do you want to do it again? Mrs. Han frowned but didn't say much. Just because I was in the wrong. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, isn't that right? We are all members of the combat department. If there are any conflicts that cannot be resolved or any grudges that cannot be resolved, why bother to fight and kill? But, changing the subject, Ye Bufan glanced at the edge of the Flying Dragon platform and the Snow Wolf Demon King, who was lying quietly at Qin Yao's feet with a wronged look on his face, and shouted, dead dog, come here. Forehead. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The Snow Wolf Demon King felt extremely aggrieved. Dead dog. He is a wolf, not a dog. However, the dog, no, the wolf, was under the eaves and had to bow its head. Immediately, it stood up neatly and came to Ye Bufan tremblingly. 4-star General Wang Xuan, is he here? Ignoring the Snow Wolf Demon King who came to his side, Ye Bufan glanced at the entire viewing platform and shouted sternly. Forehead. In midair, behind Zi Qinhao, Wang Xuan was stunned. Yes, yes, yes. Immediately, he spoke. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Wang Xuan. Ye Bufan also looked at Wang Xuan, pointed at the Snow Wolf Demon King, and said, General Wang, do you recognize it? Forehead. Wang Xuan was stunned again. He glanced at the Snow Wolf Demon King, frowned, and said hesitantly, I know him. But, all demons look the same, so I'm not sure. Bang. As soon as Wang Xuan finished speaking, Ye Bufan kicked the Snow Wolf Demon King and shouted, tell me, do you know him? Yes, yes. The Snow Wolf Demon King nodded immediately and spoke repeatedly, as if he was afraid that if he spoke later, he would be abused by Ye Bufan again. That's easy. Ye Bufan immediately smiled calmly. Since you know General Wang Zan, and he knows you, but he is not sure. Then I will count down 3 seconds, and you two can tell me where you have met and where you encountered each other, how about that? Good. The Snow Wolf Demon King said immediately. Good. Wang Xuan also responded. The others looked at Ye Bufan with bewilderment and confusion, not knowing what he was trying to do. Even Zi Qinhao and Madame Han were no exception. Ye Bufan counted down without any hesitation. 3, 2, 1. The Northern Mountains. The Northern Mountains. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Wang Xuan and the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke at the same time. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "It seems that you two really know each other." Then, Ye Bufan looked directly at Wang Xuan and said, "In that case, then General Wang Zan, please tell me about the situation when you met." Forehead. Wang Xuan was stunned again. Then he said directly, "More than a month ago, I was ordered by the general to lead 100,000 soldiers into the northern mountains." Stop. As Wang Xuan was talking, Ye Bufan interrupted him and said, "If you start from the beginning, how long will it take? How about this, I ask the questions and you answer them?" Can. Wang Xuan responded, and Ye Bufan asked directly, "Why did General Zi Qinhao ask you to lead 100,000 soldiers into the northern mountains?" Save you. Why do you want to save me? You killed Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon, the only son of Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, in the northern mountains. Purple Emperor Demon Emperor sent the demon army into the northern mountains to capture you and take revenge on you. That's why a melee between my war department and the demon army of millions broke out more than a month ago. Hiss. As soon as Wang Xuan finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but gasp, and their horrified eyes involuntarily fell on Ye Bufan. Shocked and horrified, they were naturally aware of the war that took place more than a month ago, and that the human race had won an unprecedented war, but they did not expect that this war was caused by Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan did not hesitate and continued, "So, did you succeed in the rescue? I mean before you met this dead dog. It's considered a success." After thinking for a while, Wang Xuan said, "Although it was because of the rich king's wealth, their rescue was still successful in the end." Ye Bufan nodded and said, "Now, you can tell me what happened after you met this dead dog. Tell me clearly and explain it clearly." Wang Xuan hesitated for a moment, then said directly, "We had already successfully rescued them and were about to leave, but at this time, this guy showed up." Then what? Then, Wang Xuan described the situation at that time without any hesitation, including the Snow Wolf Demon King shouting at the members of the battle team, cooperating with the Golden Scale Dragon Armored Python to attract the attention of the members of the battle team, and finally the Golden Scale Dragon Armored Python took Ye Bufan and Qin Yao away when they were unprepared. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Wang Xuan finished speaking, everyone's eyes instinctively fell on the Snow Wolf Demon King, and their eyes were full of strangeness. Vulgar and treacherous. They had never encountered such a Demon King before. "Why should I believe what you said, or how can you make everyone here believe that what you said is the truth?" Ye Bufan looked at Wang Xuan and questioned. Forehead. Wang Xuan was stunned. "I bear witness to this." Immediately, someone on the viewing platform stood up and said, "I was there at the time, and I can testify that what Commander Wang said is true. I can testify to that, too. And me, I'm here too." Immediately, dozens of members of the combat department stood up. "Oh." Ye Bufan looked at Wang Xuan meaningfully and said, "So many people can testify for you. It seems that what you said is true." "Certainly." As soon as Wang Xuan finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King, kicked him, and said sternly, "Your turn, damn dog. Is what he said true?" Yes, it's all true." Brush. Ye Bufan immediately pointed at Han Nuo, who was standing beside him with a confused and stunned look on his face, and asked solemnly, "Then, do you know him?" Chapter 282, The Whole Clan Shall Be Punished and Executed. So do you know him? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone's body trembled involuntarily, and in the direction he pointed, everyone's breathing stagnated. What's the meaning? He asked so many questions and said so many things just now, and now he is asking a Demon King whether he knows Han Nuo. What does Ye Bufan want to do? Everyone was stunned. Han Nuo's body trembled. "You." Looking at Ye Bufan, he just uttered a word, and the Snow Wolf Demon King on the side immediately interrupted him and said repeatedly, I know him, he is my elder brother." Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, everyone's body and even their soul trembled. The whole place was dead silent. Big brother. Looking at Han Nuo, everyone looked horrified. The eldest brother of a Demon King. Are you his war pet? Suddenly, to everyone's shock, Ye Bufan looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and asked coldly. No. The Snow Wolf Demon King shook his head repeatedly and explained, he is not my master, and I am not his battle pet. He is my eldest brother, and we are brothers. Boom. Inexplicably, everyone's soul trembled again. Be on friendly terms with the Demon Clan. No. At this time, Han Nuo came back to his senses and exclaimed, I'm not his elder brother, I don't even know him. The messy voice sounded, Han Nuo's face was flustered, and then he looked at Ye Bufan again, pointed, gritted his teeth, and said firmly, "It's you, it must be you, yes, it's you, you want to frame me." Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes inexplicably fell on Ye Bufan. "You bastard, you want to frame my son with nothing," Madame Han shouted angrily in a cold voice, pointing at the Snow Wolf Demon King again. "Everyone knows that this beast came to the Sky Fortress with you today. You two are actually in the same group. You want to frame my son. Zi Qinhao, is this the working style of your War Department? You can always find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime." Suddenly, Mrs. Han looked at Zi Qinhao again and shouted. Zi Qinhao frowned. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Are we in the same group?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan shouted, "How ridiculous. General Wang Zunjian just said it clearly. It's obvious that more than a month ago, I was captured by the Golden Scale Dragon Armored Python because of this dead dog. How could I be in the same group with him? How could I be so afraid of death that I would joke with my own life?" Snort. Madame Han snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Who knows? You also said that you were plotted against and captured by this beast and the Golden Scale Dragon Armor Python more than a month ago. If that's the case, why are you here safe and sound more than a month later? And still with this beast? I think you surrendered to the Demon Clan, and that's why they let you go. If I kill Han Nuo, will you let me go?" After Mrs. Han finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked at her and asked in a deep voice. "If you dare to touch Nuor, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Mrs. Han said angrily with a flash of coldness in her eyes. "Oh," Ye Bufan sneered, "I killed your son, so you hunted me down to death. I killed the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon, and the Purple Emperor Demon King let me go. Excuse me, what is your logic?" Hearing this, Mrs. Han was stunned. Ye Bufan ignored him. He glared at the Snow Wolf Demon King and shouted, "You damn dog. You, a Demon King, are so friendly with the human race. Tell me, what is the shameful thing between you and Han Nuo? If you don't tell me, I will skin you alive. You beast, if you dare to talk nonsense and frame my son, I will kill you." Mrs. Han immediately became furious and shouted. The Snow Wolf Demon King trembled. "Oh." Ye Bufan sneered and looked at Madame Han. "Why, are you anxious? Are you scared? Is this a threat or intimidation? You." Mrs. Han was so angry that she was speechless. Ye Bufan ignored him, pointed at the Snow Wolf Demon King, and shouted, "You dead dog, tell me, today my human general is here, no one dares to do anything to you. But if you don't cooperate and conceal the truth, I will be the first one to not forgive you." The Snow Wolf Demon King's body trembled again, and he twitched his ears. He immediately said in a trembling voice, brother, I have thought of a way to capture you. That is, the way that I and Master Golden Scale Dragon Armor Python worked together to capture you that day. That was the idea that brother gave me. He said that as long as I capture you, Master Demon Emperor will definitely reward me handsomely. There is nothing else. Court death. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Madame Han became furious and attacked him. Bang! Zi Qinhao instantly stood in front of her. Intercept with one punch. Zi Qinhao, get out of my way. Today, I must kill this beast. Staring at Zi Qinhao in front of her, Mrs. Han roared. It's so infuriating. This beast is clearly framing me. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, looked around the entire viewing platform, and spread his hands, saying, See, everyone has seen it. First they threatened and intimidated, and now seeing that the threats are useless, our Madame Han is planning to kill the demon and silence him. You. Mrs. Han was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Kill the demon and silence him. Everyone present was silent. They are a little confused about the situation now. The situation before them seems as if what the Snow Wolf Demon King said is true, but it also seems as if he and Ye Bufan are in cahoots and are simply framing Han Nuo. But if that's the case, it's not right. More than a month ago, the Snow Wolf Demon King planned to capture Ye Bufan. Why did he want to cooperate with Ye Bufan more than a month later? Have any adult demons compromised with humans? No. Cooperate. It's even impossible. In short, in one word, chaos. As a result, everyone present remained silent, even Zi Qinhao. Except for Ye Bufan, Madame Han and Han Nuo, everyone else just watched and watched what would happen. What? You have nothing to say after what I said? Ye Bufan said with a smile, looking at Mrs. Han with contempt. Then, he looked directly at the Snow Wolf Demon King. His expression became serious. Are you kidding me? Why would Han Nuo help you for no reason? Is he bored? There must be other deals between you two. Tell me. No, 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 Big Brother just helped me come up with this idea. But he said that after the success, he wants me to introduce him to the Demon Emperor. He wants to cooperate with the Demon Emperor. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately said in a trembling voice. Cooperate with the Demon Emperor. Everyone's heart trembled involuntarily. You farted. Han Nuo was furious and roared at the Snow Wolf Demon King. I don't even know you, let alone cooperate with you, you bastard, I will kill you. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Nuo pounced directly at the Snow Wolf Demon King. Call out. Ye Bufan took 9 steps like a dragon and came directly in front of Han Nuo. He kicked him mercilessly at such a fast speed that Han Nuo didn't even have a chance to dodge. Boom. With a loud bang, Han Nuo's body flew backwards. More than a month ago, Ye Bufan might not be his opponent, but a month later, he and Ye Bufan were definitely not on the same level. Bang! A few meters away, Han Nuo fell heavily to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out and his body trembled. I will kill you. Han Nuo roared in rage, gritting his teeth and wanting to pounce on Ye Bufan, but as soon as he stood up, his body fell to the ground. Ye Bufan's kick injured him badly. Noelle. Seeing this scene, Mrs. Han became very anxious. Boy, I'm going to kill you. The next second, her cold eyes fell directly on Ye Bufan. With a roar, Mrs. Han ignored Zi Qinhao and rushed out to kill him. Zi Qinhao naturally wouldn't let him get his wish. Call out. With a flash, Zi Qinhao stood directly in front of Madame Han. Zi Qinhao, get out of here. Furious, Mrs. Han no longer held back. With a roar, she rushed towards Zi Qinhao desperately. Boom! A loud noise was heard in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The two powerful Jodian realm masters fought fiercely, and thunderous noises rang out. The entire space continued to tremble, but Mrs. Han was unable to break through Zi Qinhao's defense. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, all the powerful Divine Yuan realm warriors present in the War Department did not hesitate at all. They directly surrounded the remaining 9 people of the Han family and locked them tightly, as if as long as they made a move, the members of the War Department would rush up and attack them together. The war is about to break out. Everyone was shocked and horrified. On the Phylong stage, Ye Bufan glanced at Han Nuo with disdain, then looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, as Han Nuo and that bitch said, all this is just empty talk. Why should I believe you? Evidence, I want evidence. Do you have any? Buzz. Ye Bufan's words stunned everyone. Swish, swish, swish. Surprised eyes were cast towards the Snow Wolf Demon King one after another, even Han Nuo and Mrs. Han who was in the battle were no exception. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately spoke. Really? Everyone was shocked. What evidence? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King took out something. With a crisp, ding, sound, everyone noticed that there was a purple token on the ground. The front of the token was facing upwards, and there was a golden, Han, character on it. Buzz, buzz. The moment they saw the token, Han Nuo and Madame Han's pupils shrank, their bodies trembled, and they said in unison, impossible. The Snow Wolf Demon King ignored him and said in a trembling voice, this token was given to me by my eldest brother. He said that this token is the token of their family. With it, when I meet a human who I cannot defeat, I can take it out and say that I am from their Han family, a spy placed by the human race in the demon race. In this way, other humans will not kill me. Buzz. When the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, everyone's heart trembled. Swish, swish, swish. All the cold glances were focused on Han Nuo. Anger. Han Nuo's body trembled. Call out. Ye Bufan came directly in front of Han Nuo and kicked him in the abdomen. With a puff sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Han Nuo's mouth. The next second, he bent his body, lowered his head, looked directly at Han Nuo, and shouted sternly, we have all the evidence, including evidence from people, objects, and demons. Han Nuo, do you have anything else to say? Buzz. Han Nuo's body trembled. Ye Bufan leaned over and whispered in his ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Xiaobao is only 11 years old this year, and his future is bright. If I don't kill you, how can he rest in peace? And how can I get rid of the hatred in my heart? The War Department has no evidence, so I will give you evidence. There are both witnesses and evidence. Are you satisfied with my arrangement? I am framing you and falsely accusing you. What can you do? The Department of War wants to reason with you, but I won't. One reason, one excuse is enough to kill you. As for the future, even if someone proves that you did not collude with the Demon Clan, what does it matter? If he's dead, he's dead. Buzz. Ye Bufan's cold voice made Han Nuo tremble and his pupils shrink. You. Brush. As soon as Han Nuo's name sounded, Ye Bufan stood up straight, stepped on Han Nuo, and scanned the whole audience with a cold look, saying, as a member of the Tianwang war camp, Han Nuo openly colluded with the Demon Tribe and murdered his fellow tribesmen in the War Department, which is, the Judgment Tribe. Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone's heart trembled. He deserves to be executed for his crime. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword suddenly appeared in Ye Bufan's hand. Boy, you dare. When Mrs. Han saw this, her pupils shrank, and a terrifying aura swept over her like an overwhelming force. Without the slightest hesitation, she pounced directly at Ye Bufan. Zi Qinhao was stunned. He had been wondering what Ye Bufan was going to do, but he didn't expect that Ye Bufan would actually kill Han Nuo directly. After a brief shock, Mrs. Han had already passed by him. Ye Bufan ignored it. Cut. As soon as the word was spoken, the long sword was unsheathed. Brush. Cut it down with one knife. Mother, help. Puff. The knife fell, the head was cut off, blood flowed, and Han Nuo's voice suddenly stopped. Chapter 283 I want you to be buried with me. Time stagnates and space solidifies. At this moment, the blood seemed to dye the entire world red. At this second, the entire audience fell into an inexplicable silence. The knife fell and the head was cut off. Han Nuo died. No one expected that Ye Bufan would kill Han Nuo with one sword. So decisive, so resolute. Inexplicably, everyone's stiff bodies turned with difficulty, and strange eyes looked at Han Nuo's biological mother, Madame Han, who was in midair. At this moment, she was the center of attention. Madame Han's body was suspended in midair. She seemed to be possessed by a demon, as if she had lost her mind. She stared blankly at the bright red on the flying dragon platform, and at Han Nuo's head that had been separated from his body. The eyes on the head were open, empty and dead, as if they were looking at Madame Han, as if they were saying, Mother, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long, long time. No. Suddenly, Mrs. Han roared, howled, and screamed to the sky. The cry was hoarse and heart-wrenching. Brush. She glanced at Ye Bufan. Empty pupils, cold eyes, and endless murderous intent. Go to hell, go to hell. With a roar, Mrs. Han rushed towards Ye Bufan like an angry beast. Her terrifying momentum shook the whole world. Unfortunately, her brief pause and daze gave Zi Qinhao enough time. At this moment, he had once again intercepted Madame Han, looked at him with cold eyes, and shouted loudly, Madame Han, Han Nuo colluded with the Demon Clan, and he deserved it. Upon hearing this, Madame Han became furious. She ignored Zi Qinhao and rushed straight towards Ye Bufan. Collaborating with the Demon Clan. Got what he deserved. The person is already dead, so what's the point whether it's true or false? Die, must die. A terrifying aura swept over. Puff. The Phylong stage was more than 40 meters away from Madame Han. However, at this moment, Ye Bufan only felt a surge of blood and energy in his body, and a lot of blood spurted out. Bang! He held his sword upright and knelt on one knee. Bufan. Master. Master. Master Yi. Seeing this scene, Qinhao and everyone in the Yi family exclaimed. Boom! Zi Qinhao and Madame Han attacked each other without any hesitation. They glanced at Ye Bufan and shouted, run! At this moment, Madame Han had obviously gone berserk. Although he could intercept her, the battle between two powerful Jodian realm masters at such a close distance, the aftermath of the battle alone would be enough to crush Ye Bufan to death. Ye Bufan put away his sword, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced at Qinhao, and said, let's go. As soon as the word came down, Ye Bufan ran straight towards the entrance without any hesitation. Qinhao followed him, and even the Snow Wolf Demon King ran away. Run, can you run away? Seeing Ye Bufan trying to run, Mrs. Han's eyes were filled with anger. She and Zi Qinhao exchanged blows and both of them retreated several meters. Yin. Between heaven and earth, the sound of a sword rang out. Brush. Madame Han held a 4-foot-long sword vertically in her hand. Zi Qinhao's pupils shrank. Heavenly soldiers. This woman is crazy. Madame Han did not hesitate at all. She shook the sword in her hand, pointed at Zi Qinhao, and shouted coldly, "Kill that boy at all costs, kill." As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Han rushed out with a sword in hand. Call out. A ground-level spear suddenly appeared in Zi Qinhao's hand. The edge of the sword and the sharpness of the spear. When, in mid-air, two powerful Jodian realm masters attacked each other with their weapons. Zi Qinhao clearly felt that after this clash with Madame Han, a tiny gap appeared on the shaft of the earth-level spear in his hand, 7 inches below the tip. The heavenly troops are more powerful than the earthly troops. Kill. After hearing Madame Han's order, the 9 powerful Divine Yuan realm warriors of the Han family did not stop at all and wanted to rush out to kill Ye Bufan. Naturally, the War Department would not let them get their wish. The moment the 9 Divine Yuan realm masters of the Han family rushed out, the Divine Yuan realm masters present in the War Department surrounded and killed them. War. Boom boom boom. Between heaven and earth, huge roars sounded. The sound shook in all directions and the space was trembling. Divine origin, Jodian, void, and bloody battle. Madame Han, do you really want to fight me to the death? In the mid-air, during the confrontation, Zi Qinhao shouted at Madame Han. Roll. Madame Han roared in anger, my son is dead, and you want me to give up. If it were you, would you give up? Unless you let me kill that kid, otherwise, I will not stop until I die. Brush. As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Han slashed out with her sword. His attitude was resolute and his sword was sharp. When, Zi Qinhao swung out with his spear, and the sound of metal collision was heard. In that case, let's fight. A firm voice sounded, and Zi Qinhao roared, everyone below the Divine Yuan, evacuate now, immediately, and immediately. The battle between the 2 powerful Jodian realm masters, although the fortress was made of special materials and would not be destroyed, but the other members below the Shenyuan, especially the members of the War Department who had not even reached the condensation realm, were afraid that the aftermath of the battle would crush them to death. Without any hesitation, everyone evacuated. This is not a battle they can participate in. Void melee. Mrs. Han was furious. She stared directly at Zi Qinhao in front of her with cold eyes, but her consciousness was firmly locked on Ye Bufan. She swung the heavenly soldier sword in her hand again and again to kill him. Although Zi Qinhao tried to intercept her, she still approached Ye Bufan step by step, and at a fairly fast speed. Today, I must kill this kid. Zi Qinhao frowned, his expression solemn. Never underestimate a mother's doting on her son. At this moment, Mrs. Han was in a completely violent and crazy state, with amazing fighting power. On the ground, everyone was shocked. Although they were all evacuating outside Phylongtai and even outside the fortress, the terrifying aftermath of the battle between the Jodian realm powerhouses still made them tremble. Your young master is really crazy. He actually killed Han Nuo in front of Madame Han. I'm afraid Madame Han will not stop fighting to the death today. While fleeing, Chu Xiaofeng looked at Ye Fudao beside the Ye family, with a hint of admiration in his expression. Kill Han Nuo in front of Madame Han. At least he didn't dare. Hearing this, everyone in the Ye family felt their hearts sink. But he didn't say much. Han Nuo. Just kill him. Master. Soon, everyone in the Ye family saw Ye Bufan. Yi Wang shouted, and Ye Bufan stopped with Qin Yao. Everyone in the Ye family immediately caught up with them. Master. Looking at Ye Bufan, everyone had a look of loneliness on their face. The death of Long Xiaobao was a big blow to them. Walk. Ye Bufan said no more words and took the lead to run out of the fortress. After all, now was not the time to say these things as Mrs. Han was furious. Everyone in the Ye family nodded and followed closely. Above the fortress, Mrs. Han's crazy offensive continued. Zi Qinhao frowned. Capture them all, dead or alive. Then, he shouted angrily. Just because Madame Han's soldiers couldn't be killed didn't mean that other people in the Han family couldn't be killed either. Even a clay figure can be a little angry, let alone the War Department. As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, the momentum of the Shenyuan realm warriors in the War Department suddenly changed. Kill. The same is true for Zi Qinhao. Originally he was just defending, but now he took the initiative to attack. When swords and spears collided, and metal made a long sound. Call out. After retracting the spear, Zi Qinhao swept out with another spear. Cunning and sharp. As a general of the War Department, Zi Qinhao has extremely rich combat experience. In other words, every general in the War Department is a veteran of hundreds of battles and has fought their way up to their military rank. If you want to fight, I will fight. Seeing Zi Qinhao take the initiative to attack and shoot at her, Mrs. Han's pupils shrank. She slashed out with her sword. When the sword and the spear collided, and both were pushed back at the first blow. Zi Qinhao attacked again with a gun. Mrs. Han took up the fight. Dang dang dang. In mid-air, the sound of metal collision continued to be heard. The attacks of Zi Qinhao and Madame Han, who were Jodian realm masters, were getting faster and faster, and the terrifying aura made the heaven and earth shake. Yin. Suddenly, the sound of a sword was heard. Zi Qinhao's pupils shrank. Martial arts. Seeing this, he instantly retracted his spear and concentrated his momentum. Martial arts, 9 dragons breaking the sky. Call out. With one shot, 9 dragon shadows attacked Mrs. Han. Violent and ferocious. Brush. Madame Han also swung out a sword with terrifying momentum and sharp sword beams. 7 sword beams flew straight towards Zi Qinhao in the void. Cunning and sharp. Martial arts, 7 swords reincarnation. The sudden scene was filled with a terrifying aura, the sound of swords and the roar of dragons, which shook the heaven and earth. It also made everyone present, whether they were in the Shenyuan realm fighting or members of the combat unit fleeing, stunned, and they all looked in the direction of the sound. In the void, 9 dragons are rushing to kill, and 7 swords are attacking. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom sounded. The sky and the earth darkened, as if the space was shattered. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the dragon shadow and the sharp sword clashed, and Madame Han's 7 sword beams shattered in an instant. Zi Qinhao's 7 dragon shadows were annihilated, and the remaining 2 attacked Madame Han directly. The 2 dragon shadows collided, and Mrs. Han's body trembled. Puff, puff, 2 streams of blood spurted out from her chest. Da da da. In the void, Mrs. Han retreated 6 steps as if walking on flat ground. Puff. Then, another mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. Madame Han, defeated. Lady. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Han family exclaimed. Mrs. Han ignored it. She looked straight at Zi Qinhao, her pupils were bloodshot and a cold light flashed. I want all of you to be buried with my son. Suddenly, Madame Han raised her head to the sky and howled in anger, shaking the heavens and the earth. The terrifying momentum made her clothes rustle, and her long hair fluttered without wind. The next second, a jade slip appeared in her left hand. A clenched hand. Bang! The jade slip shattered and turned into powder. Chapter 284. Soul Drum of the War Department, the Monster Clan attacks. Seeing this scene, and seeing that Madame Han had just crushed the jade slip, Ye Bufan could not help but be stunned. Undoubtedly, Madame Han's jade slip had the same function as the 3 in Ye Bufan's hand, asking for help. Suddenly, Ye Bufan looked at Qin Yao beside him and said in horror, will this mad dog attract that old man from the Han family? On the way to the Sky Fortress, Ye Bufan had already gained a preliminary understanding of the Han family through Qin Yao, and naturally knew that there was a divine martial master in the Han family. Qin Yao was stunned and said weakly, maybe. Gurgle. Ye Bufan couldn't help but swallow. Young master, who is this immortal old man? Is he very powerful? At this time, Yi Hua, the youngest child beside Ye Bufan, couldn't help but ask. Han Chong, the previous patriarch of the Han family, the grandfather of Madame Han Shui, the divine martial master. Do you think he is powerful? Chu Xiaofeng said suddenly. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The divine martial lord, that is the pinnacle existence in the Shenwu continent. Young master, let's run. Yi Wang couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan and said, and the other members of the Yi family also nodded. Run. Chu Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly and said, if this divine martial realm master from the Han family really comes, it will take at most 20 minutes. Where can you run to in 20 minutes? Everyone was stunned. How far can you run in 20 minutes? They all couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. The same is true for Chu Xiaofeng. He admired Ye Bufan's talent, strength and courage. However, it must be said that Ye Bufan got into trouble this time, and it was a big trouble. The War Department may not be able to protect him. The War Department may not protect him. Ye Bufan frowned, but ignored it, thinking, Zhangtian, a divine martial artist, can he be stopped? In my mind, Zhangtian's voice hesitated slightly, let me try. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Try it. Try your uncle. The next second, Ye Bufan looked directly at Mrs. Han. He dared to kill Han Nuo in front of Madame Han and the Han family, not without support. If it really didn't work, then run away. The sky is so big, the earth is so vast, how powerful is God? Give me 10 years, and Shenwu will destroy it. Above the void. Seeing Madame Han suddenly crush a jade slip, Zi Qinhao couldn't help but frown and asked, "What did you do?" "Oh," Madame Han sneered, "I want him to be buried with my son. Today, whoever tries to stop me will be killed." As soon as she finished speaking, Mrs. Han rushed towards Zi Qinhao without any hesitation or stop. War Department. Martial Academy. She couldn't care less about that anymore. Today, all I want is revenge. Madame Han attacked with injuries, and Zi Qinhao frowned. Kill. The next second, he also attacked. Although Madame Han did not say it explicitly, he had already thought of a possibility that Madame Han might summon the Han family's divine and martial master. When the mighty god appears, who can fight him? When swords and spears collided, and metal clashed. Zi Qinhao shouted loudly, "1,000-mile soul, 10,000-mile drum, beat the soul drum and report to the Martial Arts Academy." The deafening voice echoed in all directions. "You have Shenwu, and I have Wuyuan." Bang! Suddenly, a drum sounded in the sky fortress. Deep and long. When the drums sounded, everyone's heart trembled inexplicably. My mind seemed to be lost. What is this sound? Everyone in the Yi family was shocked. Yi Wang's surprised voice rang out and he looked around. Chu Xiaofeng said in a deep voice, "Soul drum." Everyone in the Yi family was stunned. What is that? The soul drum of the War Department is connected to the Martial Academy. When the soul drum sounds, Shenwu will come in person. It seems that Zi Qinhao wants to protect you. While speaking, Chu Xiaofeng looked at Ye Bufan and frowned. This soul drum cannot be struck casually. Then, he groaned again. Now, it depends on whose Shenwu arrives first. Forehead. Everyone in the Yi family was stunned. The same is true for Ye Bufan. Bang! Bang! Inside the fortress, the drums continued to beat. The soul sound exploded, calling for help from the Martial Arts Academy. You. Looking at Zi Qinhao, Madame Han's face changed and sank. Zi Qinhao, I just want to kill him to avenge my son. Do you really have to make things difficult for me? The War Department will not tolerate your insolence. Zi Qinhao shouted loudly. Who is Ye Bufan? He was the son of General Yi Tianshang, the Flying Dragon, and a meritorious official in the War Department. Moreover, his strength and talent were far superior to those of Yi Tianshang. How can I allow you to hurt me? How can I allow you to kill me? You. Mrs. Han was furious. Kill. She no longer hesitated and attacked again. Now, it depended on whose divine warrior would arrive at the Sky Fortress first. When, in an instant, the two men's swords and spears collided and the battle began again. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, in the void, a violent and arrogant laughter swept over from far away, and in an instant it had reached the Sky Fortress. Zi Qinhao, I didn't expect that you would even sound the soul drum of the War Department. It seems that you are in big trouble this time. A purple-robed man stood proudly on the Sky Fortress, looking at Zi Qinhao and Madame Han who were fighting, and said with a smile. Buzz. Suddenly, Zi Qinhao's body trembled. His pupils shrank even more. Purple Demon Emperor. 4 words rang out from Zi Qinhao's mouth. He collided with Madame Han, and his eyes instantly fell on the newcomer. He shouted, "What are you doing here?" Mrs. Han also stopped her attack. Purple Demon Emperor. Inside the fortress, all members were stunned, looking at the purple-robed man in the air with shocked eyes, and the spirits of the combat team members could not help but become tense. The atmosphere became silent. What do you say I'm here for? The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor looked at Zi Qinhao with a teasing voice and an evil smile on his face. You. Zi Qinhao was stunned. Brush. Then, he looked at Madame Han and said, Madame Han, the War Department will give you an explanation about your matter later, but now. Ha ha ha. As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor laughed loudly. Zi Qinhao, you just fought to the death with others, and now you want to join forces with them. Do you think it's possible? After speaking, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor looked directly at Madame Han and said, I don't know who you are, and I don't want to be your enemy. What I want to tell you is that my purpose of coming here today is the same as yours. The person you want to kill is also the person I want to kill. He killed your son, and he killed my son as well. Buzz. As soon as the Purple Demon Emperor finished speaking, Madame Han's body trembled. He killed your son. That's right. Madame Han, have you thought it through? Do you really want to collude with the demon clan? Suddenly, Zi Qinhao became very anxious, glared at Madame Han, and shouted loudly. Mrs. Han frowned. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, in the distant void, another series of figures quickly broke through the air and came behind the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor in an instant. The demon clan, dozens of demon kings gathered together. Zi Qinhao's pupils shrank. Brush. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor swept across the entire sky fortress with a single glance. Within a second, in an instant, his cold eyes locked directly on Ye Bufan in the crowd, and endless anger and murderous intent burst out. Ye Bufan's body trembled. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched again. Hi. Then, Ye Bufan waved to the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor. It seemed like he was saying hello, but there was a hint of embarrassment on his face. Seeing this, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor became even angrier. Kill him. An angry roar came from his mouth. It was him, this damned human, who killed my only son more than a month ago. Today, such a godsend opportunity must not be missed. A quick battle and a quick victory within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, everyone evacuate. Then, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor roared again. When the soul drum of the War Department sounds, the Divine Martial Master of the Martial Academy will arrive within 20 minutes, and they must evacuate within 10 minutes. However, for them, 10 minutes is enough. Kill. Suddenly, dozens of demon kings attacked. The murderous intent was fierce. How dare you? Zi Qinhao shouted angrily. Everyone, fight to the death. At the command, Zi Qinhao went straight towards Ye Bufan. Unfortunately, as soon as he moved, Madame Han blocked him. Han Shui, do you really want to collude with the demon clan? Zi Qinhao's eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Madame Han with cold eyes, and shouted angrily. Demons. Where are the demons? Mrs. Han said in astonishment. You. Zi Qinhao was furious. That's right, Zi Qinhao, is your eyesight not working well? Where are the monsters? Why can't I see them? The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor also chuckled. Mrs. Han's words have already made her decision clear. As long as Ye Bufan can be killed and Han Nuo can be avenged, what's wrong with making peace with the demon clan temporarily? The Purple Emperor Demon was overjoyed. Originally, he was worried that Madame Han would help Zi Qinhao to deal with him, but now it seems that Madame Han's heart has been completely occupied by hatred. In this case, what else does he need to worry about? If Zi Qinhao doesn't come out, who can fight him? Kill. The next second, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor rushed straight towards the fortress. Kill the enemies and destroy the war tribe. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the void, one demon emperor after another rushed towards Ye Bufan, including the Purple Demon Emperor at the Jodian realm level. The terrifying aura came like an overwhelming force. The murderous intent was fierce. Inside the fortress, the atmosphere was dead silent. War. All members of the combat unit drew their swords. Oh. Looking at the Purple Emperor Demon King who was coming to kill him, Ye Bufan sneered and shouted, Purple Emperor Demon King, more than a month ago in the northern mountains, I was able to kill your son. Today, I can also kill you. Buzz. Ye Bufan's shouting startled everyone. Brush. He himself did not hesitate at all. His expression became stern. He raised his right hand and said in a loud voice, Master, save me. Chapter 285, Close the door and beat the dog. Master, save me. Ye Bufan's sudden 4 words stunned everyone present. The fight between Zi Qinhao, Madame Han and others came to an instant halt. Even the Purple Emperor Demon King and the group of demon kings who pounced on Ye Bufan, their bodies stopped in midair. The Ye family, the Martial Arts Academy, the War Department, the Demon Clan. The eyes of everyone present instantly fell on Ye Bufan. Everyone was watching with a look of horror. Boom. Thunder exploded in the void. The space trembled. What's going on? A hint of fear instantly flashed across everyone's horrified eyes, especially the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor and other members of the Demon Clan. That aura frightened them. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, the words, Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, rang out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the Demon Clan members retreated instantly. Boom. In the void, the space shook again, and then everyone clearly felt, or saw, that above the sky fortress, the space was distorted and a black vortex appeared. The space shattered and the sound was huge. The huge movement made everyone's heart tremble violently, and even the blood flow accelerated instantly. The tremendous momentum and the shocking scene impacted the eyes and hearts of everyone present. Gurgle. Even an existence like the Purple Emperor demon couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was so fearful that he forgot to run away. However, everything had just begun. In an instant, a golden light flashed in the black vortex. As the golden light flashed, the black vortex disappeared instantly. In the place where the vortex was originally located, a fist-sized golden palace appeared in the air in everyone's sight. This is. Looking at the golden palace, everyone was stunned. Boom. Suddenly, the golden palace shook, and then, this golden palace, which was originally only the size of a fist, suddenly grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the golden palace, which was originally only the size of a fist, turned into a huge monster covering hundreds of square meters and tens of meters high. But no one knows that this is not the limit. Boom. In an instant, the golden palace fell from mid-air, with a mighty momentum, as if it was going to completely crush everything underground. The sudden scene made the combat team members in the fortress come back to their senses in an instant and were shocked. Run. The next second, everyone scattered. Seeing that Ye Bufan was unmoved, the Ye family members naturally did not flee, and the same went for Chu Xiaofeng and his group. Call. A violent gust of wind swept over. 3 meters above Ye Bufan and his party, the golden palace suddenly stopped and remained in midair. Fortunately, they were in an open space, otherwise, some of the buildings of the Sky Fortress would be crushed by the golden palace. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 muffled sounds were heard. The gate of the golden palace opened. Come in. The next second, an old, long voice sounded from the golden palace. The sound is empty and ethereal. This sound seems to come from ancient times. Buzz. The sudden sound shocked everyone's soul. Enter. Ye Bufan's words rang out. Call out. He jumped up and was the first to step into the gate of the golden palace. However, he did not enter directly. Instead, he looked at the people of the Ye family and said, "Come in." Call out. Qin Yao jumped in without any hesitation. The Snow Wolf Demon King looked at the huge golden palace in front of him, but couldn't help but twitch his lips. This thing is really a scam. However, he didn't hesitate at all and jumped directly into the gate of the golden palace. It was better to go in than to stay outside and be killed by the Demon Emperor. The Ye family members did not stop either. Ye Fu, Ye Shuang, Ye Wang, and Hao Peng entered the golden palace one after another. After just a moment, only Chu Xiaofeng and his group were left below the golden palace. Mr. Feng, what should we do? Chu Yuan glanced at Chu Xiaofeng and couldn't help asking. Nonsense, come in. Chu Xiaofeng said these 3 words, and without any hesitation, he jumped directly into the golden palace. At the end, he added, "Didn't you see that the Demon Emperor is here? If you stay outside, you will only die." Although he didn't know what was in this golden palace, it was at least much better than staying outside. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor didn't care about your identity. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, the Martial Arts Academy group also rushed into the golden palace. It seems long, but it is just a moment. Watching Ye Bufan and the others enter the golden palace one by one, and recalling the mighty momentum and that old voice before, everyone outside was stunned. He remained silent for a long time. Lord Demon Emperor, what should we do now? After a moment, a Demon Emperor looked at the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor and asked with fear. What to do? The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor frowned. Purple Emperor Demon, don't you want to kill me? Come on, come and kill me. What? You don't dare. Tisk tisk, what about the Demon Emperor? In my opinion, you are not that bad either, you coward. Inside the golden palace gate, Ye Bufan looked up at the Purple Emperor Demon and shouted. The atmosphere became silent. Everyone from the War Department, the Han family, and the Demon Clan could not help but look at the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's mouth twitched. He was angry, but also fearful. Brush. Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to the Purple Emperor Demon, but pointed at Madame Han in the distance and cursed. And you dead dog, mad dog. Is the divine martial venerable so great? In front of this young master, he is nothing. This young master can kill him in a minute. Why, you don't accept it? If you don't agree, come and bite me. Tisk tisk, look at how miserably your son of a bitch died. How dare you touch my people? I am framing him, slandering him, what can you do to me? If he's dead, he's dead. Come on, bite me. Ye Bufan's shouts rang out, making everyone in the combat department ashamed. You are looking for death. Mrs. Han was furious and shouted loudly. Call out. She took a step forward. Swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, two Han family Divine Yuan Realm warriors stood in front of her, and one of them said, Madam, no, I'm afraid it's a trap. Mrs. Han gritted her teeth. Is this a fraud? She knew it very well, but this boy was so irritating. Mrs. Han was furious, and Ye Bufan continued to provoke her. Waste, coward, craven, you still want to avenge your son. I think you won't be able to do it in this life, the next life, or the next life. It's a good thing your son can't see it. If he saw it, he would have died, but he would have been pissed back to life by you. You. Mrs. Han's face twisted in anger. Quack. She clenched her fists, making loud noises. Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor again. You too. Didn't you mobilize the demon army to kill me back then? Why, now that I'm in front of you, you don't dare to kill me? Tisk tisk, thinking back then, your stupid son died miserably. He screamed in the fire. It hurts me just thinking about it now. It's too painful. Madam Han, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor. They are a mother and a demon father. At this moment, they see the enemy who killed their son right in front of them. He keeps clamoring, which reveals the pain in their hearts again and again, making them extremely angry, but they dare not take a step forward. Ha ha ha. Looking at the two of them, Ye Bufan laughed out loud. Provoke, ridicule, humiliate. Brush. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's expression darkened. You have the guts to hide in there forever. The next second, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's cold voice sounded, and then he pointed at the members of the combat department and shouted coldly, Kill. Kill. A group of demon kings attacked instantly. If I can't kill you, I'll destroy your army. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Ye Bufan laughed and said, You idiot, you want to force me out with this. Dream on. You are stupid, but I am not. Besides, do you think the Shenyuan realm of the War Department is just for show? This is a human fortress, not your demon garrison. Kill. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Zi Qinhao's words rang out instantly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, a group of people from the War Department who were in the Divine Yuan realm rushed out. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's expression darkened. Angry and furious. Just as Ye Bufan said, with their strength they were no match for the War Department. Even if they killed some people from the War Department, it would be meaningless to him. The most hateful thing is that this guy is so despicable that he would rather watch the people in the War Department die than come out. Immediately, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor looked directly at Madam Han. If the two of them joined forces, the Zon Department would definitely not be able to defeat them. Unfortunately, Mrs. Han ignored him. Join forces to deal with the War Department. By then, the Han family would probably suffer revenge and siege from the entire human race. She could ignore the demon clan's actions, but she would never join forces with them, and she could not join forces with them. Moreover, she only wanted to kill Ye Bufan. Zhangtian, you bastard, why did you make such a big noise just now? Now, these beasts dare not come in. Looking at Madam Han and the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, Ye Bufan couldn't help cursing in his heart. Master, didn't you ask me to do this? The louder the noise, the better. In his mind, Zhangtian's childish and aggrieved voice sounded. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched involuntarily. If I had known this would happen, I should have been more low-key. Hate. How about we each send 4 people in? At this time, the Purple Emperor Demon King suddenly looked at Madam Han and suggested. After a pause, he continued, if he is just pretending to be mysterious, 4 divine essences and 4 demon kings are enough to kill him. If there are really strong people in here, you and I can afford the loss of just 4 divine essence realms. Mrs. Han frowned immediately. Ye Bufan's face changed, he was shocked and horrified. But I was very happy in my heart. 12, 11, the 2 of you go in and kill him. The next second, Madam Han ignored the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor and spoke sternly. Yes. The 2 people from the Han family responded. You, go in too. Immediately, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor pointed at the 2 demon emperors and shouted coldly. The Han family sent 2 people, so he would naturally send 2 people as well. Master Demon Emperor. Hearing this, the 2 demon kings trembled and said with fearful expressions. It was obvious that they did not dare to enter, nor did they want to enter. Go in, or I will kill you right now. The purple emperor demon emperor roared, and his terrifying aura locked onto the two demon emperors. The two demon kings trembled. No choice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, the two divine Yuan realm masters of the Han family and the two demon kings of the demon clan rushed directly towards the gate of the Golden Palace without any hesitation. Ye Bufan screamed, turned around and ran away. Swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, in the sight of everyone from the Zan department, the Han family, and the demon clan, two divine beings and two demon kings directly entered the burial heaven palace. Ye Bufan shouted, "Zhangtian, close the door, and beat the dog." Bang, bang. The door of the Golden Palace closed immediately. Chapter 286 Zi Qinhao. Bang, bang. The door of the Golden Palace closed immediately. The sudden scene made both Madame Han and Purple Emperor Demon Emperor tremble in their hearts, and everyone else present was no exception. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. This is definitely not a good sign. However, the gate of the Golden Palace was closed at this moment, and they could not get in at all. Moreover, they did not dare to go in, and could only watch quietly outside the Golden Palace. Inside the Burial Heaven Palace, the door of the Golden Palace suddenly closed, and both the two divine Yuan realm masters of the Han family and the two demon kings of the demon clan trembled violently. Turning to look at the closed door, they glanced at each other. What to do? Han Shi said. The other three frowned. Bang! A demon king immediately took a step forward, trying to push open the door of the Golden Palace. However, he soon discovered that the two doors of the Golden Palace were just decorations, or just an outline. They were tightly connected together and could not be pushed open at all. Helplessly, the demon king could only retreat. The four divine Yuan realm masters had no choice but to give up the idea of leaving. They turned around and looked at the situation in the palace in front of them. In a wing room, Ye Bufan stood with his hands behind his back. In front of him was a light curtain, which displayed the two great gods of the Han family and the two demon kings of the demon clan. Beside Ye Bufan, Zhang Tian stood respectfully. What a pity, only 4 people came in. It would have been perfect if Madame Han and the Purple Demon Emperor all came in. Looking at the 4 people in the picture, Ye Bufan shook his head and sighed. Zhang Tian smiled slightly, glanced at Ye Bufan, and said, "Master, do you want to use the illusion to kill them?" No. Ye Bufan rejected the idea and said, "After all, they are 2 divine Yuan realm masters, 2 demon kings. It would be a pity to kill them like this." Ye Bufan frowned and said, "However, with my current strength, I will die if I get close to them. How about this, block all the passages, lead them into the bronze coffin room, and lock them up." Okay. Hearing this, Zhangtian responded. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, Zhangtian's mind moved, and all the passages in the entire Zhangtian palace were instantly closed, leaving only one, and this one led to the deepest part of Zhangtian palace. There was nothing in that space except a bronze coffin. Ye Bufan had been there. Absolutely horrifying. Outside the burial palace. Time passed by minute, and both the human and the demon races were staring at the palace with its doors closed in front of them. The atmosphere was dead silent. 5 minutes later. Bang, bang. The tightly closed palace door opened again. In an instant, the hearts of everyone present couldn't help but tremble and tighten, and their eyes were all fixed on the palace gate. "It's out, who is it?" Ha ha ha. A loud laugh rang out from the palace. Buzz. The bodies of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor and Madame Han could not help but tremble, and the faces of the members of both their sides instantly became extremely ugly. Zi Qinhao smiled slightly. Ye Bufan appeared in everyone's sight. Standing inside the gate of the Golden Palace, Ye Bufan glanced at Madame Han and the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor and said with a smile, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm still alive." Ha ha ha. Brush. The expressions of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor and Madame Han both darkened. Madame Han asked, "What did you do with 11 and 12? How's it going?" Ye Bufan glanced at Madame Han and said in a playful tone, "What do you think? I am only at the return to origin realm. How can I defeat 2 divine origins and 2 demon kings?" They saw that the environment in the palace was comfortable, so they asked me to come out and tell you that they are staying and not going to leave. Ye Bufan changed the subject and looked at Madame Han and the others, smiling. "By the way, are you interested in coming in for a look? I guarantee that after you come in and take a look, you will be like them, not wanting to leave and not wanting to leave." Son of a bitch. Hearing this, Mrs. Han cursed in her heart. Because they are so comfortable, they don't want to leave. It's obvious that you have detained them by some means. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor had the same thought in his mind. The same was true for everyone else present. The sudden appearance of the Golden Palace, the mysterious palace space, who knows what is inside and what the situation is. However, at least it is certain that once the existence of the God Yuan and Demon King level enters, there is no way out. For a moment, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor and Madame Han looked at each other. Angry, but also helpless. How about it, do you want to come? Ye Bufan looked at the two of them and asked with a smile again, with a kind look on his face. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's expression darkened. They only had 10 minutes, and 5 minutes had already passed, which meant they only had 5 minutes left. After 5 minutes, no matter what the outcome, you must leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Call out. Immediately, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor dodged and came directly to the top of the Heaven Burial Palace. Without hesitation, he struck directly at the Heaven Burial Palace with a powerful blow. Boom! A sonic boom sounded and the entire space trembled. Buzz! Above the Burial Heaven Palace, a colorful light curtain suddenly appeared. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor struck, and ripples appeared on the light curtain, but the Golden Palace did not move at all. Boundary. Seeing this layer of light curtain, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's pupils shrank and he asked in shock, "Is this palace a divine weapon?" The others present also looked horrified. Holy soldiers don't have any barriers, and it's even more impossible for heavenly soldiers, earthly soldiers, and mysterious soldiers to have barriers. Only divine weapons have divine weapon barriers. But, is there anything in the Shenwu continent? No. In a shocking battle 100,000 years ago, 2 of the 3 great artifacts of the human race were completely destroyed, and even the last remaining one, the heaven-slaying harp, was nowhere to be found. Today, on the Shenwu continent, the holy soldiers are the pinnacle of existence. Even the holy soldiers are not many. Now, a magical weapon appeared before their eyes, how could everyone present not be shocked? Hee. Ye Bufan just smiled indifferently and didn't say much. Artifact. The Heaven Burial Palace is only a semi-artifact now. Ridiculous. At this time, Madame Han on the side glanced at the Heaven Burial Palace and said in a cold voice, "For a holy weapon to evolve into a divine weapon, it needs to go through a divine weapon calamity. The power of the divine weapon calamity is beyond doubt. Once it appears, everyone in the entire Shenwu continent will know about it." 100,000 years ago, after the destruction of the 3 great artifacts of the human race, there was no artifact disaster at all. How could this palace be a divine artifact? I think it's just a holy weapon at best. Yes. As soon as Mrs. Han finished speaking, everyone present was instantly awakened. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Holy soldier. It was obvious that neither Mrs. Han nor anyone else present knew that there was something called a semi-divine weapon between the holy weapon and the divine weapon. A semi-artifact, it is definitely not inferior to an artifact. But Ye Bufan wouldn't explain. At this time, Madame Han looked at Ye Bufan with cold eyes again and said, "If I guess correctly, this barrier should be set up by the old man hiding in this palace. And the old man should not be strong, or he doesn't dare and can't leave this palace. Otherwise, he would have rushed out long ago, right?" Forehead. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Mrs. Han. The imagination is quite rich. Call out. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think about it, Madame Han came directly to the top of the Burial Heaven Palace and said, "Given the old man's evasive behavior and the fact that he took 5 minutes to deal with 4 people in the Divine Yuan realm, I'm afraid his cultivation is not high. He should be between the 1st and 3rd levels of the Zhou Tian realm, right?" Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, Mrs. Han punched out to kill. "Once we have broken this barrier, we will charge into the palace together and see how you can still be mysterious." Then, Madame Han shouted again, "Everyone come and attack the barrier." Members of the demon clan, attack together. Upon seeing this scene, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor did not hesitate at all and immediately called out to the big man. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the Han family and the demon clan rushed over. Attack the barrier. Boom. Dozens of powerful men in the Shenyuan realm and 2 powerful men in the Zhodian realm joined forces to attack, causing the entire Burial Heaven Palace to tremble violently, and the barrier seemed to be about to break at any time. Forehead. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Just now, he tried his best to lure Madame Han and the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor into the Heaven Burial Palace, but they refused to go in. Now, they are attacking the artifact barrier like crazy, just to enter the Heaven Burial Palace. Are these people sick? Ye Bufan was thinking about it and was overjoyed. I'm not afraid of you coming in, I'm afraid of you not coming in. Immediately, he communicated with Zhangtian and said, Zhangtian, slowly weaken the barrier. When it is almost enough, just retract the barrier and let them into Zhangtian Palace. Zhangtian smiled and said, okay, master. Yin. At this moment, a long metallic sound rang out between heaven and earth. Zi Qinhao raised the spear in his hand. Kill. He uttered a word. Cold and resolute. Today, he wanted to protect Ye Bufan. With the strength of the Han family and the demon clan, the War Department could not protect Ye Bufan at all. Fortunately, a holy weapon appeared now. As long as they hold on until the strong man of the Martial Arts Academy arrives, all problems will be solved. However, the current situation is that the demon clan and the Han family are joining forces to attack the barrier. If they are allowed to break through the barrier, can Ye Bufan still survive? Of course, he couldn't let them break through the barrier at will. Call out. As soon as the word came out, Zi Qinhao rushed out with his gun in hand. Kill. The Shenyuan realm of the War Department did not stop and rushed towards the outside of the Burial Heaven Palace to attack the Han family and the demon clan who were attacking the artifact barrier. The sudden scene made Ye Bufan stunned. Then, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. He was messy and mad, and cursed in his heart, Zi Qinhao. Good intentions, but bad results. Chapter 287, Divine Martial Realm, arrived ahead of time. Boom 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 boom. Watching the battle between the Burial Heaven Palace and the Demon Clan, as well as the Han family, and seeing Zi Qinhao and the War Department's Divine Yuan Realm experts frantically trying to intercept their attacks on the barrier, Ye Bufan was filled with hatred. He even had the urge to beat Zi Qinhao up. If possible, he wanted to stop Zi Qinhao immediately. But I can't. Once Ye Bufan reminded Zi Qinhao and the others to let the Han family and the Demon Clan attack the barrier, the Han family and the Demon Clan would definitely notice it, and they would naturally not be stupid enough to continue attacking and gathering to enter the Burial Heaven Palace. Zhangtian, speed up the weakening of the barrier, but don't make it too obvious. Helplessly, Ye Bufan could only give the order to Zhangtian. Yes, master. Zhangtian responded, and Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. At this moment, Madame Han was the only one who was attacking the barrier with all her strength. Although she was a Jodian realm expert, she was still just one person. The barrier was broken in just a few strokes. Who believes it? Purple Emperor Demon, don't you want to kill me? Come on, why don't you come? Damn it, you idiot, wait a minute, when the powerful men in the divine martial realm from my human race's martial arts academy arrive, HMPH, none of you bastards can escape, you will all die. Seeing that he was unable to stop Zi Qinhao and the others from stopping, and allowing the demon race and the Han family to attack the barrier, Ye Bufan directly began to shout at the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor. Pull your hatred and distract you. Asshole. Facing Ye Bufan's shouting, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor cursed in his heart. Ye Bufan was unaware of this and continued to provoke. Tisk tisk, more than a month ago, I killed your son in the northern mountains. More than a month later, in this sky fortress, I am going to kill you again. Why, are you scared? I'm telling you, this isn't the end. In addition to killing your son and you, I'm also going to kill your grandson and your grandson's grandson, leaving you without a single descendant. It seems that all your sons are dead. Sorry, I almost forgot about this. By the way, do you have other sons? Tisk tisk, looking at your face, you don't have any, do you? That's great. If I kill you today, won't your lineage be cut off from all descendants? No. And the two old demons who gave birth to you and raised you? Yes, that's them. After I kill you, I will kill them. In short, I must kill your entire family. Your son is gone, but does your daughter have one? Tisk tisk, you don't know, I don't have any good qualities, I just like beautiful women. Can't you demons transform into humans? Then let your daughter transform into a beautiful woman from my human race. Tisk tisk, I'm excited just thinking about it. By the way, if you die today, would you like me to erect a monument for you? Oh, I almost forgot, you are the Demon Emperor, and your body is full of treasures. Your flesh can be eaten, your blood can be drunk, and your bones can be used to forge weapons. Tisk tisk, in this way, won't there be nothing left of you? It seems that the Shenwu continent can save a piece of land. Ye Bufan's shouting made all the members of the combat unit present feel a chill in their hearts, and the corners of their mouths twitched constantly. Too cruel. That's enough. Suddenly, a roar rang out from the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor. What do you mean enough? Have you lived enough? Why didn't you say it earlier? If you had said it earlier, I would have run to your demon tribe and slaughtered you and stewed you into soup. Ye Bufan ignored the anger of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor and looked at him, provocative as always. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's face turned ashen as he glanced at Ye Bufan. The cold light in his eyes made the temperature around him drop rapidly. The next second, he angrily said, "Boy, today, I will make you live a life worse than death." As soon as the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor turned his gaze away, a gleam of light flashed in Zi Qinhao's eyes, and he thought to himself, good opportunity. The next second, he turned his gun. Call out. A shot was fired out, extremely fast, like a flash of lightning. Tricky and sharp. Puff. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor was caught off guard. Zi Qinhao's spear pierced directly into his chest. The sharp spear pierced his flesh and blood, and a trace of blood spurted out. Roar. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor howled in pain. When the strong fight, a moment of distraction could mean the difference between life and death. Stabbing the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor with a spear, Zi Qinhao did not hesitate at all and drew back the spear in an instant. Puff. The sharp tip of the gun was pulled out of the body of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, leaving a trace of blood in his flesh. Roar. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor roared to the sky and wailed in pain. Zi Qinhao fired again with a shot. Martial arts, 9 dragons breaking the sky. Yin. A dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. Zi Qinhao fired a shot and 9 phantoms of divine dragons rushed straight towards the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor. The terrifying momentum seemed to destroy the heaven and earth. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's pupils shrank. Without time to dodge, he crossed his arms over his chest. Bang, bang, bang. Zi Qinhao's 9 dragon-shaped spear beams all fell on the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, without any bias. The powerful force directly caused the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor to retreat. Puff. In midair, a trace of blood spurted out from the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor. Tisk tisk, a beast is a beast. But this body is so strong. Seeing the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor being repelled by Zi Qinhao and even spitting blood, Ye Bufan's teasing and playful voice rang out again. At the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart that the demon race's bodies are indeed strong. 9 dragons break the sky. Although Ye Bufan didn't know what level Zi Qinhao's martial arts was, when he was fighting with Madame Han just now, Madame Han also used martial arts, but it still left 2 wounds on her chest. But what about the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor? Zi Qinhao fired this shot without reservation, with all the force falling on the Demon Emperor Zhuang, but he just spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body did not suffer any harm. In this case, the demon race's bodies are not strong enough. If it were a human, and he was hit head-on by Zi Qinhao's shot without reservation, he would probably be seriously injured, or at least slightly injured. Human race's martial arts, demon race's physical body. Roar. Facing Ye Bufan's provocation, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor roared, but ignored him. At this moment, after being shot by Zi Qinhao, he didn't understand that Ye Bufan did it on purpose to distract him. The next second, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor directly transformed into his original form. Monster, Purple Lightning Dragon. Compared to the Purple Lightning Dragon seen in the northern mountains, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor in front of him was undoubtedly more powerful and terrifying. His body alone was more than 10 meters tall. Ye Bufan exclaimed, and said in amazement, "Damn, Zi Huang, you can transform. But you look too stinky." Everyone in the War Department was ashamed again. At this moment, Ye Bufan no longer had the strength and dominance he had on the Filong stage. He was just a complete scoundrel. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor ignored it. Ha ha ha. Ye Bufan laughed loudly. "Zi Huang, you are dead, dead. Ha 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 ha, my human race's divine warrior master is finally here." What? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. The divine martial lord is here. Who? Is he from the Martial Arts Academy or the Han family? Swish, swish, swish. Everyone couldn't help but look around, no matter if it was the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, Zi Qinhao, or even Madame Han who was originally attacking the barrier alone. But, there is no such thing as a divine and martial lord. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. Stunned and bewildered, the corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. The next second, he pointed at Zi Qinhao and angrily cursed. Zi Qinhao, you idiot, don't you see that I am creating an opportunity for you? Do you know how to cooperate? Now you have wasted such an opportunity in vain. Zi Qinhao couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard that. The same goes for others. Boy, can you be more shameless? Fuck, it's really coming. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's eyes widened and he exclaimed in shock. Everyone's mouth twitched again. Damn it, who would believe it? Crack. In the Sky Fortress, dozens of meters away, a crack suddenly appeared strangely in the void, and the entire space seemed to be split in two in an instant. Buzz. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Is it really coming? Who could it be? From the Martial Arts Academy or the Han family? Everyone's heart tightened. The Purple Emperor Demon King and the remaining dozens of Demon Kings had faces filled with shock and fear, because no matter whether it was the Han family's Divine Martial Venerable or the Divine Martial Venerable from the Martial Academy, they were all Divine Martial Venerables from the human race, which was definitely not a good thing for their demon race. Besides, it's only been a few minutes. More than 8 minutes, less than 9 minutes. Obviously, this Divine Martial Lord arrived early, and, moreover, 10 minutes early. This was something that the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor had not expected, and neither had anyone present expected it. Run. Suddenly, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's words rang out. Anxious, frightened. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor took the lead and fled away. If you don't run now, when will you run? Run. Between heaven and earth, a disdainful voice suddenly rang out. In front of this deity, you are just a demon emperor, can you escape? Call out. As soon as the words fell, a figure emerged from the crack. The world was silent. The space crack healed and disappeared instantly. The old man in green robe stood proudly in the void. In the Sky Fortress, among the hundreds of thousands of people, Mrs. Han saw the old man in green robes in the distance, and her beautiful eyes flashed. Grandpa. Chapter 288 Semi-Artifact vs Divine Martial Realm. Grandfather. Mrs. Han's two simple words, excitement and joy, made all the members of the combat department present tremble in their hearts and look horrified. The person who is coming is from the Han family's Divine Martial Realm. And it arrived 10 minutes earlier than anyone expected. The atmosphere became silent. The old man in green robe looked at Madame Han, frowned, and glanced at the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, puzzled. Shuiye, why did you call me here? Is it because of these demons? Don't you know that the Martial Academy cannot interfere in the affairs of the War Department? Buzz. Upon hearing this, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor trembled. He was about to speak. Madame Han pointed at Ye Bufan who was sneaking out of the Burial Heaven Palace, stared at the purple-robed old man, gritted her teeth, and said with hatred, Grandpa, he killed Noor. Boom. Suddenly, the old man in green robe shook. He glanced at Ye Bufan. His pupils shrank. Ye Bufan's right foot was about to step out of the Burial Heaven Palace, but it seemed as if it was imprisoned in an instant, unable to move at all. The corners of his mouth twitched. Ice cold and biting. He felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It's over. The next second, two words rang in Ye Bufan's mind. He no longer stopped or hesitated. He instantly retracted his right foot and retreated into the Burial Heaven Palace. Originally, Ye Bufan wanted to take advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on the old man in green robe. He planned to leave the Burial Heaven Palace, put away this semi-artifact, and then use the teleportation of the heaven-slaying harp to escape from the Sky Fortress. After all, the Zutianchan cannot be used in the Burial Heaven Palace. But now it's different. Being targeted by a Divine Martial Master, how could he still run? Qin Shin had said at the beginning that the Divine Weapon teleportation could only be used in front of warriors below the Divine Martial Realm. In front of the Divine Martial Realm, Ye Bufan could not perform teleportation at all, let alone escape. The most abominable thing is which bastard said that the Divine Martial Lord would only arrive in 20 minutes. Damn, it's only been 10 minutes. At the beginning, Ye Bufan and the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor had the same plan, which was to escape from here before the arrival of the Divine Martial Master. That was why he was so fearless. But now it's different. One wrong step, all wrong. Yes, I did kill Han Nuo, but, so what? Seeing that he had nowhere to retreat, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. He looked at the old man in green robe in the void. Han Nuo betrayed the human race and colluded with the demon race. Shouldn't he be killed? Shouldn't he die? You farted. Upon hearing this, Madame Han was furious and glared at Ye Bufan. It's obvious that you framed and falsely accused Noor. Then, Madame Han looked at the old man in green robe in the void. Grandpa, Noor died so tragically, you must avenge Noor. Framed. Framed. Without waiting for the green-robed old man to react, Ye Bufan sneered and said. Then, he pointed at all the members of the War Department present and shouted loudly, just now, on the Phylong stage, 100,000 soldiers of the War Department saw it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears. There are human evidence, material evidence, and demonic evidence. You say that I framed Han Nuo. How did I frame Han Nuo? The truth is known only to heaven and earth. As he spoke, Ye Bufan glanced at the old man in green robe and said proudly, Han Nuo deserves to be killed and deserves to die. This young master has a clear conscience. If your Han family wants to kill me and avenge Han Nuo, this young master has nothing to say. But, can you stop the gossips? Here, there are hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the War Department. Can your Han family kill them all? If there is still one person, what happened today will be made public. If you want to kill, then kill. Justice is in the hearts of the people. I am not afraid. Ye Bufan spoke righteously, but he felt extremely guilty. He really didn't know the temper of this divine and powerful master of the Han family. If it's the same as Mrs. Han, then he can only admit defeat. You're done. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the old man in green robes said suddenly. Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned. That's all, then go to hell. After the green-robed old man finished speaking, he slapped out with his palm. In the void, the essence of heaven and earth condensed into a big hand and slapped it straight towards the burial heaven palace. The terrifying momentum shook the heavens and the earth. Kill both the people and the palace together. Stop. A cry of surprise came from Zi Qinhao's mouth. Unfortunately, it's too late. Buzz. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's body and even his soul trembled. Your uncle. He cursed in his heart. This old man was as unreasonable as Madame Han, the mad dog, but he did not hesitate at all and ran straight into the burial heaven palace. Ye Bufan exclaimed, Zhangtian, use all your strength to open the barrier. In fact, Ye Bufan didn't need to say more, Zhangtian had already done so. After all, he was only a semi-artifact, not a real artifact. The divine martial lord, fight with all your strength. Above the burial heaven palace, colorful lights covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Oh. Seeing this scene, Madame Han showed a smile of disdain and contempt on her face. Can a mere barrier withstand the attack of the divine martial master? It's just a pipe dream. Zi Qinhao looked horrified. Everyone in the War Department was stunned. Boom. In an instant, the old man in green robe slapped down with a shocking palm. The heaven and earth trembled, and the space shook, as if everything around was about to be annihilated. After just a moment, the old man in green robe frowned. The others present seemed shocked. With the attack of the divine martial master, the colorful light on the heaven burial palace in front of him dimmed a lot, and even faded away completely. But there was no doubt that the powerful attack of the divine martial master did not directly break the barrier. In the main hall of Zhangtian Palace, Ye Bufan was trembling and tense. This was because even Zhangtian himself didn't know if he could block the attack of the divine martial master. The moment the green-robed old man's attack landed, Ye Bufan could clearly feel the vibration of Zhangtian Palace. It seemed as if it was about to collapse and be annihilated. But now, everything returned to calm and the heaven burial palace was intact. Blocked. Ye Bufan was overjoyed. Brush. The next second, he waved his hand and took out all the more than 10 billion stones that he had obtained in the underground palace before, instantly occupying the entire hall of the burial heaven palace. Eat, Zhangtian, eat as much as you want today, as long as you can hold on until the arrival of the divine martial master from the martial academy. Since the divine martial master could not break the barrier of the Zhangtian palace with one attack, Ye Bufan would no longer be afraid of him. As long as he had enough yuanxi, the barrier of the Zhangtian palace could always remain in its peak condition. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Zhangtian did not respond, and he did not even know where he was. However, part of the yuanxi in the hall disappeared instantly. Ye Bufan didn't care. What is yuanxi? Yuanxi is a bastard, how can it be more important than your own life? Consume it, use it up, as long as you are still alive, you can earn money and rob. Ha ha ha. Ye Bufan laughed loudly and cursed, "Old bastard, do you think being the divine martial master is that great? Damn, don't you want to kill me? Come on, I'm waiting." Ye Bufan's voice came from the Burial Heaven Palace, and it made everyone present twitch their lips and feel a chill all over their bodies. "Challenge the venerable Shenwu. He is the only one. Court death." The green-robed old man, Han Chong, was furious. "Call out." He slapped out again, with the force of thunder, unstoppable. Moreover, after one palm strike, there was another, and his offensive almost did not stop. "It's just a barrier, can't the divine martial master break it?" Boom 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 boom. In the Burial Heaven Palace, huge roars were heard. The sky was shaking, the earth was shaking, and it seemed as if the world was about to collapse and be annihilated. Ha ha ha. Inside the Burial Heaven Palace, Ye Bufan was still laughing. But, only for a moment. Nima. A cry of surprise rang out, and Ye Bufan stared blankly and stupidly at the 10 billion stones that previously occupied the entire hall. At this moment, it was less than 2/3, and it was still being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ye Bufan's heart trembled. "Zhangtian, what the hell is going on?" However, Zhangtian did not respond at all. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Zhangtian did not respond or answer, so there was only one possibility: he could not be distracted at all now, and had to do his best to support the barrier. If not, thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but shudder. 100 billion stone. How long can such horrific consumption last? 1 minute, 2 minutes. He couldn't hold on until the strong men from the Martial Arts Academy arrived. "You old bastard, this young master wants to challenge you in a duel." Suddenly, Ye Bufan roared angrily, and the voice spread from the Burial Heaven Palace and echoed throughout the heaven and earth. Forehead. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The old man in green robe frowned and stopped his attack. "Call." Ye Bufan took a deep breath and said, "Old bastard, aren't you the divine martial master? This young master wants to challenge you in a duel. Do you dare?" "Your master," the old man in green robe glanced at the Burial Heaven Palace and frowned. "However, my master is also in the divine martial realm. I just want to ask you if you dare to fight him," Ye Bufan said without any hesitation. "Why not? Okay, you wait. Master hasn't fought for hundreds of years. Before fighting you, he wants to stretch his muscles," Ye Bufan said. The old man in green robe frowned. The others were stunned. "Grandpa, don't believe him." At this time, Madame Han shouted angrily, "The War Department has already struck the soul drum, and the people from the Martial Academy must be on their way. I think the person supporting the barrier in the palace is about to collapse, and he wants to delay time." Hearing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched slightly. "Mrs. Han, do you have to be so smart?" Snort. The old man in green robe snorted coldly. "Want to wait for the Martial Academy to rescue you? Do you think I will give you a chance?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man in green robe slammed out with his palm. With a boom sound, the Burial Heaven Palace trembled violently. The old man in green robe said disdainfully, "Besides, do you think the Martial Academy can save you?" "What about me?" 3 words suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Chapter 289, The Godly Han Chong, Bloody and Broken Arm. "What about me?" The sudden 3 words, simple and plain, instantly plunged the entire Sky Fortress into an endless silence. If for no other reason, it was because everyone could hear that this voice was simply responding to the Han family's divine martial venerable. "The Martial Arts Academy can't save you, but I can." Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, everyone turned their bodies and looked in the direction of the voice. Even Han Chong, a master of the divine martial realm from the Han family, was no exception. In the air, an old man in coarse linen clothes stood proudly in the air several meters away from Han Chong. He gave people the feeling of being plain, simple, and ordinary. However, at this moment, no one thought so when looking at him. Can an ordinary person stand proudly in the void? Without divine power, one cannot fly in the air. This alone was enough to fully demonstrate that the old man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, how and when did he appear? No one present noticed it, not even Han Chong, who was in the divine martial realm. "This is normal. Who are you?" Looking at the old man in front of him, Han Chong frowned. He looked solemn and alert. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the old man, as if they were waiting for his answer. There was no doubt that he did not belong to the Martial Arts Academy. Hee hee. The old man smiled calmly. Inside the burial heaven palace, Ye Bufan frowned. The outside world was dead silent, and the heaven burial palace was no longer shaking. Undoubtedly, the Han family's divine warrior master did not continue to attack. Moreover, Ye Bufan also heard the previous sound, but the sound was too sudden, so sudden that Ye Bufan did not hear it clearly. However, it is certain that something must have happened outside. The next second, Ye Bufan took a step forward. He wanted to see what was going on outside. Ye Bufan stood at the gate of the Heaven Burial Palace, watching the members of the Civil War Department of the Sky Fortress raise their heads and look in a certain direction in the air. Ye Bufan did not stop and looked up into the sky along their line of sight. "Fuck, Uncle Kai!" An exclamation instantly came out of his mouth. Shocked and horrified, looking at the old man standing in the air and facing the Han family's divine and martial master in his sight, Ye Bufan's mind went blank in an instant, and his thinking fell into a brief short circuit. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, he rubbed his eyes again, as if he thought he had seen it wrong. However, everything in front of him remained the same. The old man was none other than Uncle Kai. Shocked, messy. Ye Bufan couldn't describe his feelings at all at this moment. This old man, in midair, in front of Han Chong, Uncle Kai smiled indifferently, then his face turned serious. He looked at him and said calmly, "For Han Shuang's sake, I will not kill you today. I will cut off one of my arms, and then, get out." Hiss. As soon as Uncle Kai finished speaking, everyone present instinctively took a breath of cold air. The atmosphere was dead silent, and everyone looked at him with horror. Let a divine and powerful being, standing at the pinnacle of this world, cut off one of his arms and then leave. How arrogant is this? Gurgle. Ye Bufan also swallowed his saliva. What did you say? Han Chong was furious and stared at Uncle Kai with flaming eyes. Cut off one of your arms and then get out. Han Chong felt that this was simply the funniest and most amusing joke he had ever heard in his life, and it was also a joke that was enough to make him furious. As for Han Shuang, Han Chong seemed to have heard of this somewhere, but couldn't remember it for a moment, so he didn't think much about it and turned to Uncle Kai and said angrily, "I want to see what you are capable of and what qualifications you have to make me cut off one of my arms. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Chong rushed out and attacked Uncle Kai directly. The terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth. Kill. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and their eyes turned and instinctively fell on Uncle Kai. The atmosphere became silent. Uncle Kai neither dodged nor evaded. Roll. In an instant, Han Chong arrived in front of him, and Uncle Kai shouted loudly. Puff. In front of hundreds of thousands of people, Han Chong's body froze, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. In an instant, his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. It just stopped a few dozen meters away. Puff. Then, another mouthful of blood spurted out of Han Chong's mouth. The world was dead silent. The picture freezes. The whole space was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was stunned. What happened just now? At this moment, everyone present had an inexplicable question in their hearts. Madame Han, Zi Qinhao, and the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, the only three Jodian realm masters present, were no exception. With just one shout and one word, he defeated a divine martial venerable, and also seriously injured this divine martial venerable, causing him to spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. What kind of strength is this? This scene has overturned all their cognition. Who can defeat the peak of divine power? It's ridiculous. Ye Bufan also had a look of shock, daze, and horror on his face. As early as when he was in Tianwang City, he had already determined that Uncle Kai was definitely not an ordinary person. He was very secretive and had never changed his mind. However, in Ye Bufan's opinion, no matter how strong Uncle Kai was, he could only be at the Jodian realm at best. Divine martial realm. Ye Bufan had never even thought about it. But what about now? The divine martial realm is nothing but an ant in front of Uncle Kai. After the shock, comes the excitement. Han family. You have Shenwu, and I have Uncle Kai. Who is afraid of who? Grandfather. After a brief moment of shock and horror, Mrs. Han came back to her senses and let out a scream. Her only support, the strongest person in the Han family, even the mainstay, was seriously injured by a single word. How did she feel? How could she accept it? Mrs. Han exclaimed, but Han Chong ignored her. Or rather, he had neither the time nor the mood to pay attention to her at the moment. Who are you? Looking at Uncle Kai with horror, Han Chong asked through gritted teeth. The simple word, "get out," just now seemed simple and ordinary to outsiders. However, it set off a storm in Han Chong's heart. Just this one word shook his soul and almost wiped him out. The soul is immortal and the divine power is immortal. How difficult it is to kill a divine martial lord. But just now, Han Chong simply could not accept this fact. Even now, his heart and even his soul were still shaking and trembling. Within 3 breaths, cut off one of your arms and get out. After 3 breaths, if you don't do anything, I will cut off both of your arms and throw you back to the Han family. Without answering or paying attention to Han Chong, Uncle Kai's calm yet solemn voice rang out. Arrogant and overbearing. Buzz. Everyone's heart trembled. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, strange looks fell on Han Chong. If Uncle Kai had said this just now, naturally no one would care, and would even treat it as a joke. But after seeing Uncle Kai severely inflict damage on Han Chong, everyone knew that he had the ability. Lord Shenwu is nothing more than that. Buzz. When Han Chong heard this, his body trembled and his pupils shrank. Senior. 1 breath. Han Chong said this, but Uncle Kai ignored her and counted in a cold voice. Han Chong hesitated slightly. A bean-sized drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and in just a moment, he clearly felt that his clothes were soaked. Although Uncle Kai was still standing there like an ordinary person, the sense of oppression he brought to him was unprecedented. Straight into the heart and attack the soul. Senior, you are unreasonable. Suddenly, Madame Han looked at her grandfather's condition, then looked directly at Uncle Kai, gritting her teeth and saying, "We have no grudges against you. That Ye family kid killed my son Han Nuo, so it is only natural for us to seek revenge on him. Why are you interfering?" After Mrs. Han finished speaking, everyone in the War Department was stunned. Unreasonable. Madame Han, have you ever been reasonable before? Oh. Ye Bufan even sneered. No grudges or hatred. Idiot. 2 breaths. At this time, Uncle Kai's voice sounded as usual. Mrs. Han was stunned and furious. Han Chong's heart couldn't help but tremble. Senior, Looking at Uncle Kai, Han Chong seemed to be hesitant to speak. He knew that he was no match for Uncle Kai, but he was unwilling and reluctant to cut off one of his arms. At the divine martial level, although a broken arm would not threaten his life, nor would it affect his cultivation, it would greatly weaken his combat effectiveness. If possible, who would be willing to cut off their arm? 3 breaths. In an instant, Uncle Kai's deep voice sounded again. Buzz. Han Chong's soul trembled. He said anxiously, "Senior, I will do it." It's too late. The 2 words, light as the wind blows, calm as the clouds, seemed to have pronounced Han Chong's fate. Too late. Han Chong was stunned, his body turned cold, and then he became furious. "I will fight you." With a roar, the terrifying aura of the divine martial realm burst out, and he rushed towards Uncle Kai like a ferocious beast. A trapped beast will still fight. Uncle Kai remained motionless. Yin. Between heaven and earth, the sound of a sword rang out. In front of Uncle Kai, a purple-green long sword suddenly appeared out of thin air. The long sword had already been unsheathed and was suspended in midair. The sword tip was cold, and the long sword moved automatically, and 2 swords were slashed out. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 cold rays shot out and attacked Han Chong directly. Han Chong's pupils shrank and he was shocked. Unfortunately, the sword was moving too fast, so fast that he couldn't react, let alone dodge. Puff. In a flash, the sword light flashed. Blood spurted out and arms were broken. Chapter 290. Who allowed you to leave? 2 streaks of blood spurted out, dyeing the pupils of everyone present red. Han Chong's body paused, and a heart-wrenching howl rang out. His body twisted and struggled in midair. Everyone's heart trembled inexplicably. Both arms fell to the ground instantly. Blood was flowing everywhere and the whole place was dead silent. Grandfather. Mrs. Han screamed. His eyes were bloodshot and he was in excruciating pain. For 10 years, you must stay in the Han family obediently and are not allowed to step out of the Han family. If you disobey me, your entire family will be wiped out. Uncle Kai's cold and solemn voice sounded, ignoring Mrs. Han's screams and Han Chong's pain and struggle. Han Chong's body trembled and he looked directly at Uncle Kai. It's too much to bully others. Roll. Uncle Kai ignored him and shouted angrily. Then he raised his right hand and waved it towards Han Chong in front of him. Call out. In an instant, Han Chong's body flew backwards uncontrollably towards the direction of the human empire, like an arrow shot from a bow, disappearing without a trace in an instant. I'll cut off both of your arms and throw you back to the Han family. No sooner said than done. The Sky Fortress fell into a dead silence once again. Everyone stared at Uncle Kai in shock and horror. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a divine martial master could be so vulnerable. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, it was still like a dream. It's so unreal. Uncle Kai didn't care and glanced at the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor in the distance. Upon seeing this, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor couldn't help but tremble. Senior, I am willing to cut off my arms. Looking at Uncle Kai who was hundreds of meters away from him, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor couldn't help but said in a trembling voice. This old man from the human race is too terrifying. Even those at the divine martial realm are no match for him. If I, an emperor at the mere Jodian realm, were to fight against him, I wouldn't even know how I would die. Hearing this, everyone looked at the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor in shock. Cut off both arms. Damn, who do you think you are? Are you a demon, or the demon king of the demon clan? Cutting off your own arms. There is no such a cheap thing. Do you want to die alive? Uncle Kai ignored him and said calmly to the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor. What's the meaning? Uncle Kai's words made everyone present look surprised. Want to die alive? Could it be that this senior is planning to let him go? I want to live, senior, I want to live. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor was overjoyed when he heard this, and nodded repeatedly. Nonsense, who wants to die if they can live? Brush. The next second, Uncle Kai threw something in his hand at a slow speed and attacked the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor directly. The Purple Emperor Demon was puzzled, but couldn't help but take it with both hands. In his hand, Uncle Kai threw out a purple collar. He immediately looked at Uncle Kai, frowned, and asked suspiciously, Senior, this is. Beast Taming Ring. Beast Taming Ring. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor frowned, his face full of confusion. Not only him, but everyone else present was like this as well. They had never even heard of the words, Beast Taming Ring, let alone know what it was used for. Take him with you and let him be someone's war pet for 3 years. After 3 years, if you want to leave, I will let you go. Uncle Kai did not explain what the Beast Taming Ring was for, but looked at the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor and said directly. Battle pet. The Purple Emperor Demon was startled for a moment. He was the demon king of the demon race, but he was allowed to be a war pet for the human race. How was that possible? The demon race never compromised with the human race. Why, you don't want to? Uncle Kai frowned when he saw the reluctant look on the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's face. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's mouth twitched. I don't want to, is that okay? What happened to Han Chong just now was the best warning. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor had no doubt that if he didn't agree, the other party would definitely kill him directly. Moreover, he didn't even have the chance to resist or struggle. The old man in front of me is so terrifying that it is beyond description. Yes, I do. Immediately, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor nodded repeatedly, and as soon as he finished speaking, he put the Beast Taming Ring around his neck. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Buzz. As soon as the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor put the Beast Taming Ring on his neck, a purple light flashed from the Beast Taming Ring, and then the Beast Taming Ring shrank. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor found that the Beast Taming Ring, which he could easily put on his neck, could no longer be taken off. This scene shocked him and made him helpless. Others are the butchers and I am the meat. No choice. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly sounded, and Ye Bufan jumped down from the gate of the Burial Heaven Palace. In an instant, the Burial Heaven Palace shrank in an instant until it disappeared from everyone's sight. Ye Bufan looked at the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor and said with a smile, Purple Emperor, I didn't expect that you would have this day, did you? You. Upon hearing this, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor became furious. Ye Bufan ignored him, but looked at Uncle Kai and said with a smile, Old man, all right, sure, I knew you were extraordinary, but I didn't expect you to be this extraordinary. It's really such a surprise. Kill the godly martial realm instantly. With Uncle Kai around, the Shenwu continent can totally dominate. Hee. Looking at Ye Bufan, Uncle Kai smiled innocently and said, Master, you are too kind. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Suddenly, everyone present felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts. Young master. For a moment, everyone's eyes couldn't help but scan back and forth between Ye Bufan and Uncle Kai, and finally stopped at Ye Bufan. This strong man who can kill a god-level warrior in seconds is his servant. How is that possible? The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor was even more horrified. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Although he was curious about why a strong man like Uncle Kai wanted to hide in the Ye family, he did not ask more questions. Instead, he looked at him and smiled. Old man, you are too modest. However, let's not talk about this today. As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked at the Purple Emperor Demon King and said, "Tell me, what do I have to do to make this Demon King obey me?" Ye Bufan didn't think that he could control a Demon Emperor with just a beast control ring. There must be other corresponding means. Thinking of letting a Demon Emperor be his battle pet, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel excited. Upon hearing this, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's body trembled violently. He glanced at Uncle Kai, then at Ye Bufan. A hint of hesitation and a hint of sternness flashed across his eyes. The hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. He would rather die than be asked to be a war pet for Ye Bufan, the murderer of his son. Young master, this thing is not for you. Before the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor could think about it, Uncle Kai said with an embarrassed look on his face. Ye Bufan was stunned. It's not for me. The same is true for the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor. Yes. Uncle Kai nodded. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Who is it for? Who else can you give it to? Old man, Uncle Kai, we can't be disloyal. Uncle Kai's mouth twitched. Ye Bufan was about to say something when Uncle Kai shouted angrily, "Who told you to leave? Who allowed you to leave?" The sudden sound startled everyone. The same is true for Ye Bufan. What's the meaning? Who wants to leave? The next second, Uncle Kai turned around and looked towards a certain part of the fortress. The others saw this and did not hesitate at all, and followed Uncle Kai's gaze. In sight, Mrs. Han stopped walking, and her right leg, which she had just raised, stayed in midair, neither moving up nor down, as if she was imprisoned. Behind Madame Han, the 9 Han family members in the Divine Yuan realm were in the same situation. They seemed to be possessed by demons, their steps stopped and their bodies trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone in the War Department was stunned. Oh. Ye Bufan sneered and said, "Honorable Madame Han, what are you planning to do?" Buzz. Mrs. Han's pupils shrank and her body trembled. I thought to myself, it's over. Chapter 291. The strong never make sense. The hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. Although Mrs. Han is domineering, she is not a fool. Facing the Zon department, the Han family still had a chance to fight back, and it was not difficult for her to kill Ye Bufan for revenge. But facing Uncle Kai, she knew that she was not even qualified to say no, let alone revenge. The disparity in strength is like heaven and earth. Calm and sober. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Whether you are a gentleman or a woman, if you want revenge, it is never too late. After 10 years, run. Unfortunately, with Uncle Kai's loud shout, all of Madame Han's thoughts were shattered in an instant and became a luxury. Her body seemed to be trapped in place. The focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Madame Han. Her anger, hatred, and contempt for everything had disappeared without a trace. The Han family's ancestor, the Divine Martial Master, had his arms crippled by Uncle Kai's words. What right does she have to be so arrogant? How can she take revenge? In an instant, Mrs. Han seemed to have become the most dazzling clown in the whole audience. What do you want to do? Mrs. Han put her right foot on the ground, turned around with difficulty, looked at Uncle Kai, and asked in a deep voice while gritting her teeth. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Uncle Kai. What? Uncle Kai sneered and looked at Madame Han with disdain. Kill a person and pay with his life, owe a debt and pay it back. Han Nuo ordered your Han family's assassins to hurt my apprentice. Tell me, what should I do? The atmosphere was dead silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned and horrified. Ye Bufan glanced at Uncle Kai with a look of confusion and puzzlement. When did this old man start accepting disciples? Madame Han's body instinctively trembled. She looked at Uncle Kai with her pupils shrinking. She said with difficulty, "You, disciple. Long Xiaobao." 3 words came out of Uncle Kai's mouth. Xiaobao. Ye Bufan exclaimed. He looked directly at Uncle Kai and said instinctively, "Old man, when did Xiaobao become your apprentice?" Uncle Kai smiled innocently and said, "Just received it." Ye Bufan's mouth twitched and he was speechless. Etc. Suddenly, he was startled again. looked at Uncle Kai with cautious eyes and asked, Xiaobao is not dead. Nature. Call. Ye Bufan took a deep breath. In his mind, the scenes of him and Long Xiaobao meeting in Tianwang City flashed again and again. For him, Long Xiaobao was not dead. This was definitely the best news today, or even since he came to Shenwu continent, without a doubt. After the joy, there was secret hatred. Old man, since Xiaobao is not dead, why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me sad and heartbroken, and let the situation develop to this point. However, the current situation is not bad. He originally wanted to kill Han Nuo, and now with the help of Uncle Kai, he can wipe out the Han family in one fell swoop, which would be even more perfect. Ye Bufan was delighted, but Mrs. Han was trembling with fear. She naturally knew what happened in Luoxian town and the wolf camp. But Mrs. Han didn't care too much. What about the basic strength of 93? What about the martial arts demon? To the Han family, he was always just a poor boy. Kill him, and that's it. But who could have imagined that behind this ant stood such a behemoth that even the Han family and their ancestor could not contend with? With heavy breathing and a heavy heart, Madame Han looked at Uncle Kai, gritted her teeth, and roared, even if Long Xiaobao is your apprentice, so what? My son is dead, killed by you. Isn't that enough? Although you are powerful, you must also be reasonable. When Mrs. Han finished speaking, everyone held their breath. Call out. Uncle Kai disappeared from the spot, and in an instant, he reappeared in front of Madame Han. He raised his right hand and slapped her down. Fast, fierce and violent. Pa! A crisp voice rang out. Uncle Kai slapped Madame Han on the face. Bang! With a muffled thud, Madame Han fell directly to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. A bright red palm print appeared on her fair face. Lady! Seeing this scene, everyone in the Han family was shocked. Mrs. Han ignored him. She supported herself on the ground with her right hand and touched her cheek with her left hand, feeling the burning pain on her face. She suddenly raised her head and looked directly at Uncle Kai. You. She gritted her teeth and spoke a single word, revealing the anger in her heart. Uncle Kai ignored him, put his hands behind his back, stood up, looked down at Madame Han, and said coldly, You want to reason with me? Suddenly, Uncle Kai changed the subject and shouted, Only when the weak meet the strong and are powerless to fight back will they talk about reason in a high-sounding manner. That is the behavior of the weak. The strong never talk about reason, nor do they need to talk about reason. I am stronger than you, I will kill you if I want to, and I will abuse you if I want to, what can you do about it? Buzz. After Uncle Kai finished speaking, Mrs. Han's heart trembled. Weren't you the same before? Before Mrs. Han could think about it, Uncle Kai's disdainful voice had already sounded. Suddenly, he shouted, Now, you are trying to reason with me. Do you think you are worthy? Are you worthy? The three words, Uncle Kai, and the previous, bold words, echoed in the minds of everyone present, causing everyone's hearts to tremble, yet they also felt a sense of resonance. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, right and wrong, good and evil have always been constraints on the weak. To the strong, these are all bullshit and meaningless. I am stronger than you, I can abuse you and kill you, what can you do? No one will care, no one will pursue it. Before Uncle Kai appeared, when the Han family's divine martial venerable arrived, wasn't Mrs. Han also like this? At that time, she was so strong and arrogant. How could she be reasonable at that time? If Uncle Kai had not appeared, if he had not overwhelmed the Han family's divine and martial master, who knows what the scene would be like at this moment? The weak or mediocre, the strong or arrogant. This world has always been like this. Strength determines everything. Strength rules everything. The whole place fell into dead silence. Although Uncle Kai's words were arrogant, they were facts and the true meaning of this world. Bloody and cruel. Ye Bufan said nothing, thinking secretly in his heart, and he completely agreed with Uncle Kai's words. If he wanted to live a good life, he had to reach the peak of martial arts and be above the world. In the unknown future, even if you don't cause trouble, how can you be sure that trouble will find you? If you don't deceive others, others will deceive you. In the path of martial arts, the only way is to move forward, forward, and forward again. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. The vast and mighty land is the Zhonghu. Once you enter the world, you have no choice. Mrs. Han's body trembled and her mind was shaken. So what do you want? Suddenly, she looked directly at Uncle Kai, gritted her teeth and asked in a deep voice, Since there is no way to retreat and no choice, then face it calmly. Today, she admitted defeat. If you kill someone, you must pay for your life. If you owe someone a debt, you must pay for it. Uncle Kai's stern voice rang out. Since your son is dead, you have to pay for this shot. The mother shall pay the son's debt. A shot for a shot. For Han Shuangshuang's sake, I will not bully you or make things difficult for you today. If you don't die after one shot, then you are lucky and I will let you go. If you die, you deserve it. How? Buzz. As soon as Uncle Kai finished speaking, Mrs. Han's pupils shrank and her heart trembled. The mother must pay for the son's debt, a gun for a gun. Can she survive after this shot? You. Looking at Uncle Kai with angry and cold eyes, Mrs. Han felt disheartened. Her anger had reached an unprecedented peak, and she felt deeply helpless in her heart. Does she have a choice? No. Master, you are too bullying. If she were shot by you, would she still be alive? You might as well kill her directly. At this time, a mocking voice suddenly sounded in the fortress. The sudden sound startled everyone. The next second, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. In the sight, Long Xiaobao had sneaked into the camp of the War Department at some point, and his young body stood out like a crane among chickens. Xiaobao. Ye Bufan was delighted when he saw Long Xiaobao. Long Xiaobao looked at Uncle Kai and smiled again. Master, you are a peerless master after all. It would be a loss of status to torment a junior like this. How about we give her a chance to survive? Forehead. Everyone was stunned again when they heard this. The same is true for Mrs. Han. They looked at Long Xiaobao with eyes full of astonishment and confusion. Your master is avenging you, but you are so good, what is this? Give her a chance to survive. Brush. Without waiting for everyone to think, Long Xiaobao pointed at a demon king in the distance and said with a smile, Master, today is so lively. My human race's battle team is having a competition, and the demon race has come to show its support. Why don't we let them compete with each other? How about it? As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xiaobao's aura changed, a stern look appeared on his young face, and he shouted in a deep voice, a life and death battle. Whoever wins, lives. Whoever lives, leaves. Buzz. As soon as Long Xiaobao finished speaking, Madame Han couldn't help but tremble, and the pupils of the demon kings in the distance also shrank. In the fortress, all the members of the combat department looked horrified. The atmosphere was dead silent. This kid is even more ruthless. Chapter 292, Sharp Sword, Cold Front Fight to the Death. In addition to the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, the Demon Clan also had 23 other Demon Kings. The two Demon Kings were previously lured by Ye Bufan and imprisoned in the Heaven Burial Palace. Now, the Demon Clan still had 21 Demon Kings, equivalent to 21 human beings in the Divine Yuan realm. Madame Han, 5th level of Jodian realm. Both sides have the strength to fight, but this will be a tough battle. No matter which side wins, it will pay a heavy price. Especially the Demon Clan, although they have more numbers, their strength is not as good as Madame Han. Regardless of the victory or defeat, there will not be too many Demon Kings left alive. It will be good if there are 2 or 3. This move is really cruel. No matter whether it is Madame Han or the Demon King of the Demon Clan, they have no power to resist Uncle Kai. Faced with this only chance of survival, they will certainly go all out. Either you die or I die. Fight to the death. The whole place fell into dead silence instantly, with everyone's eyes wandering back and forth between the Demon King, Madame Han, and Uncle Yijikai. The atmosphere was dead silent and eerie. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor had a ferocious and cold look on his face. If he had known that things would develop to this point, he would never have come to the Sky Fortress today. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret. Now even he himself has become a prisoner. He is unable to change the current situation at all, let alone decide the life or death of the Demon Kings of the Demon Clan. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's cold eyes could not help but fall on the powerful humans in the Divine Realm, and inadvertently swept over one of them. It's all because of this damn human race. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is simply an endless abyss with no bottom. Good. Suddenly, Uncle Kai's words rang out. Buzz. Everyone's heart trembled inexplicably, and the space was dead silent. The next second, Madame Han disappeared from the spot. When she appeared again, she was already in front of the 21 Demon Kings. Yin. Between heaven and earth, the sound of a cold sword rang out. Cold and long, Madame Han held a heavenly level sword in her hand. Without any hesitation, she locked onto the Demon King in front of her and slashed him down with her sword. Fast, fierce and violent. Sharp sword, cold edge. Puff. The sword chopped down and blood splattered. The sudden attack and the extremely fast sword force left no doubt that the Demon King, who was locked by Madame Han, had his head cut off instantly, with a column of blood spurting out from the wound. With two bangs, the head fell and the body fell to the ground. He was killed instantly by one sword. The Demon King of the Divine Origin realm fell, and his body directly turned into a giant snake demon. In a moment, in an instant. Kill. With one sword, she killed a Demon King in an instant, and then Madame Han picked up her sword and attacked again. Since we are fighting to the death, we should strike first and defeat the enemy. Mrs. Han's attack was extremely fast and fierce to the point of insanity. She knew very well that facing 21 Demon Kings would not be easy even if she was at the Jodian realm. The only wise thing to do was to rely on her own strength and kill the most Demon Kings at the strongest and most peak state at the beginning to narrow the gap between the two sides. Puff. Another stream of blood spurted out from the demon camp. Bang. The second Demon King fell to the ground and died. Madame Han killed 2 Demon Kings in an instant. The shocking scene stimulated everyone, but also made the remaining 19 Demon Kings of the Demon Clan come back to their senses and become furious. Kill her. An angry voice rang out. Roar. The 19 Demon Kings roared and rushed towards Madame Han together. Today, either you die or I die. Seeing this, Madame Han's pupils shrank, her offensive stopped, and she retreated 3 steps. Then, a cold light emerged from her body. The momentum changed, and he drew his sword to meet the enemy. Yin. Between heaven and earth, the sound of a sword rang out. Call out. The next second, Madame Han slashed down with her sword, and 7 sword beams shot out, cold and sharp, as if they were going to shatter the heaven and earth. Martial arts, 7 swords reincarnation. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the 19 Demon Kings shrank in shock. Without the slightest hesitation, they dodged the 7 sword beams. Unfortunately, they were still a beat slow. Puff, puff, puff. 7 sword beams fell, 7 traces of blood splattered, and the sound of painful wail, accompanied by 2 muffled bangs. 2 Demon Kings fell to the ground and died. The third Demon King had one arm cut off by Madame Han. One sword, kills 2 and injures 1. Madame Han, Jodian realm, is so terrifying. Roar. The remaining 17 Demon Kings, including the one whose arm was cut off, were even more furious. They looked up to the sky and howled, and transformed into their original forms. The human body is convenient, but disadvantageous in combat. In an instant, 17 huge monsters appeared above the sky fortress. The terrifying momentum was overwhelming and made the space shake. Kill. 17 Demon Kings rushed over to kill him. Madame Han directly took out a pill to restore her energy from her body. Although the previous attack did not consume all of her martial arts, Madame Han knew that this was a life and death battle, and she was facing 17 Demon Kings at the same time. Once she waited until her energy was exhausted and then took the pill to restore her energy, it would be too late. After all, this is not Ye Bufan's essence pill. In this case, she had no choice but to take the pills early to satisfy her own consumption and keep herself in the best condition at all times. After swallowing the pill in one gulp, Madame Han rushed out with her sword in hand. In an instant, the two sides approached. Call out. Madame Han dodged and avoided a head-on confrontation with the 17 Demon Kings. She came directly behind the Demon Kings and locked onto the Demon King whose arm she had cut off. I will kill you while you are sick. Although the demons have huge bodies and extremely strong physical strength, they lack the speed and flexibility of humans. Madame Han slashed out with her sword. The sharp sword blade slashed directly at the back of the injured Demon King, and bright red blood spurted out. This sword left a wound more than 1 meter long on the Demon Queen's back, deep enough to see the bone. Roar. The Demon King felt pain and roared in agony. Mrs. Han succeeded in striking the sword, and without stopping for the slightest bit, nor was she greedy for credit, she simply retreated, and in an instant she was more than 10 meters away. She knew very well that her advantage was her strength and speed that could crush any Demon King, while the Demon Clan had the advantage of having more people. If she wanted to win, she must not fight to the death with the Demon Clan. As soon as Madame Han retreated, 16 Demon Kings came to attack her. Unfortunately, they were one step too late again, and the encirclement failed, and their attack missed. In the void, the two sides confronted each other. Inside the fortress, everyone stared. A Jodian realm expert fighting a dozen Demon Kings to death is a rare scene, or even impossible to see. Because, if there is no deterrence from Uncle Kai, no matter what the situation is, the two sides will not fight to the death like this. This was not only a thrilling battle, but also a fight of this level, which was a valuable combat experience for the vast majority of warriors present. Such an opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. How can I miss it? Master Yi. While Madame Han was fighting with a group of demon kings, Long Xiaobao came directly to Ye Bufan. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Looking at the lively Long Xiaobao in front of him, Ye Bufan's face was full of relief. Suddenly, feeling the majestic energy of Long Xiaobao, Ye Bufan was stunned and asked, "What is your current cultivation level?" 4-star condensation. As Long Xiaobao spoke, he glanced at Uncle Kai in the void. There is no doubt that his cultivation is definitely due to Uncle Kai. This time, it is definitely a blessing in disguise for Long Xiaobao. Ye Bufan was stunned again. 4-star condensation. This level of cultivation was not considered high, and even compared to himself, the speed of improvement was nothing. However, Ye Bufan knew very well that he improved quickly because his cultivation method was special, but Long Xiaobao was different. The most important thing is that Long Xiaobao was seriously injured before, and he advanced to the 4-star condensation realm in such a short time. Compared with other people, it is absolutely terrifying. Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at Uncle Kai. Mid-air. Madame Han fought alone against more than 10 demon kings. She wielded her sharp sword, slashing them one by one. Sharp and fierce, the sword shadows filled the sky and attacked the demon kings directly. This is a bloody battle, and even a battle to the death. Madame Han relied on her own cultivation and the flexibility of the human race to shuttle among the demon kings, ruthlessly killing them time and time again. 16 heads, 15 heads, 14 heads, 13 heads. The number of demon kings continued to decrease, and the air was stained with a thick smell of blood. The Jotian realm strongmen were so terrifying. However, at the same time, such a high-intensity battle was absolutely terrifying for Madame Han, and it also made her physically and mentally exhausted. Yin. The sound of swords rang out between heaven and earth. Swish, swish, swish. One sword slashed out, 7 sword beams appeared. This was the umpteenth time that Madame Han had used the 7 swords reincarnation martial art. Although it would accelerate the consumption of her internal energy, its power was unquestionable. Puff, puff, puff. All 7 sword beams fell on the same demon king, blood spurted out, and 7 sword marks were shocking. Under the sharp edge of the heavenly soldiers, each wound was deep enough to see the bone, and even the strong bodies of the demons could not withstand it. Call out. From high in the sky, the demon king's body fell rapidly. Huff, huff, huff. Madame Han held the sword and gasped heavily. Kill. The remaining demon kings had already surrounded and killed her. Even when Madame Han was attacking, they had already surrounded and killed her, not giving Madame Han any chance to breathe. Call out. In mid-air, a snake demon king swung its tail like a dragon, and the huge tail came towards Madame Han with unstoppable force. The space vibrated and a cold wind blew straight at him. Madame Han's pupils shrank, and she retreated to the side without thinking too much. With a swoosh sound, the snake demon king swept down with its tail, but the attack missed. Call. Mrs. Han couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Bang. The next second, a huge roar was heard, and Mrs. Han felt a violent force hitting her back, causing her body to tremble violently and her internal organs to shake. Then she flew backwards forward. Puff. In mid-air, a trace of blood spurted out of her mouth. Gorgeous and miserable. Madame Han, injured. Chapter 293. This shot must be returned. I will kill you while you are sick. Kill. Seeing that Madame Han was severely injured by one blow, the remaining demon kings were overjoyed. Without stopping, they immediately pounced on Madame Han, and their speed increased instead of slowing down. The 9 demon kings surrounded them from all sides. Madame Han's body flew backwards uncontrollably, with no support in midair. Seeing this, her pupils shrank, she gritted her teeth, and with the inertia of her body rushing forward, she locked onto the demon king in front of her, raising the long sword in her hand. In an instant, the 9 demon kings approached. Call out. Madame Han swung her sword forward with terrifying momentum and icy sword light, and attacked the demon king in front of her like a broken bamboo. Puff. The sharp sword of the heavenly soldier directly broke through the flesh and blood, splitting the huge head of the demon king in front of him into 2, and blood and brain matter splattered out. At this time, among the remaining 8 Demon Kings, at the moment when Madame Han's sword fell, the terrifying attack of a Demon King above also fell on Madame Han. Boom! A huge roar was heard. Puff! Mrs. Han's body shook and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Call out! The next second, without waiting for the other 7 Demon Kings to attack, Madame Han's body fell rapidly toward the ground, making the attacks of the 7 Demon Kings fail. Exchange injury for life. Asshole. Seeing this scene, the 7 Demon Kings were furious, but the Demon King who attacked Madame Han was quite embarrassed. Originally, Madame Han was knocked back by the attack, her body was unstable, and she couldn't change direction in midair. If they attacked together at this time, they would definitely be able to kill Madame Han. But who would have thought that one of the Demon Kings would attack first and knock Madame Han down from midair, which completely ruined their original plan. It's so infuriating. However, the 7 Demon Kings were also very clear that now was not the time to think about or complain about these things, they had to kill Madame Han as soon as possible. Kill. Immediately, the 8 Demon Kings chased after Madame Han. Boom. With a loud bang, Madame Han's body fell heavily to the ground, and with a puff sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. In the distance, with a bang, the Demon King who was killed by Madame Han earlier also fell to the ground one step later than her. Madame Han raised her head and glanced at the 8 Demon Kings who were coming to attack her. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her long hair was disheveled, her face was ferocious and she looked embarrassed. She had long lost the elegance she had at the beginning. She was angry and determined. Kill. With a loud shout, he jumped up suddenly. Madame Han did not retreat but advanced, holding the heavenly soldier's sword in her hand, and kicked the ground with one foot. She rushed towards the 8 Demon Kings who were attacking from midair like a cannonball. Terrifying momentum and extremely fast speed. The pupils of the 8 Demon Kings shrank. Kill. Since Madame Han is not afraid, why should they retreat? In an instant, the two sides collided. Yin. The sound of swords rang out, and Madame Han slashed out with 7 sword beams. Although martial arts would accelerate the consumption of her own energy, Madame Han knew that it would be unwise for her to continue to fight with the 8 Demon Kings in her current state. It is necessary to resolve the issue quickly. Seeing the 7 sword beams coming to attack, the 8 Demon Kings were shocked. From the beginning of the battle to now, more than 10 Demon Kings have been killed by Madame Han. They have long been clear and aware of the horror of Madame Han's sword skills. One sword will kill you. At this moment, facing Mrs. Han who was using her martial arts again, they did not dare to hesitate at all and dodged away instantly. Unexpectedly, after Madame Han slashed out with her sword, she didn't care whether this sword could kill a Demon King, or in other words, she didn't intend to rely on this sword to kill any Demon King. When the 8 Demon Kings retreated and avoided her sword, she had already come behind 2 of them, or blocked them. Kill. Cold eyes, determined murderous intent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Madame Han took advantage of the situation and slashed out with her sword. 7 sword beams attacked the 2 Demon Kings directly. She used martial arts twice in a row and did not care about the consumption of her own energy at all. The 2 Demon Kings were shocked. There is no place to hide and no place to retreat. Puff, puff, puff. Madame Han's 7 cold sword beams all fell on them. The cold sword beams broke through their flesh and blood, and hot blood spurted out. Fear, despair, the life in their eyes slowly faded away. Swoosh, swoosh. In midair, the 2 Demon Kings fell. Mrs. Han didn't care at all. If she didn't go crazy, she would become a demon. She was very clear about her current condition. Life and death depended on this thought. After killing the 2 Demon Kings, Madame Han burst out. Martial arts, 7 swords reincarnation. When intercepted by a Demon King, Madame Han did not hesitate at all and used her martial arts for the 3rd time in a row. She slashed out with a cold sword, and 7 sword beams went straight to take the Demon King's life. Puff, puff, puff. The sword fell and the Demon King died. 3 of the 8 Demon Kings were killed in an instant. Huff, huff, huff. Madame Han was breathing heavily and gasping for breath. She had used her martial arts 3 times in a row, which almost exhausted all her energy. The next second, she took out a purple gold pill from her body. The pill is round and has strong medicinal power. Explosive Yuanden. This pill is different from the previous ones. The pills that Mrs. Han had taken before could only slowly restore the Yuan power, but this explosive yuan pill can instantly restore all the yuan power consumed by a Jodian realm powerhouse, and can also instantly restore the state of a Jodian realm powerhouse to its peak. The efficacy is absolutely amazing. However, the side effects of the explosive yuan pill are also extremely terrifying. Once taken, the body's energy will be restored instantly, but at the same time, the meridians will be damaged. As long as the energy is exhausted, the person can only be slaughtered by others and cannot use force within a month. This is a life-saving pill. This is an even more desperate elixir. If she had a choice, Mrs. Han would never take this pill. But she had no choice. She doesn't want to die, and she can't die, she still wants revenge. Without any hesitation, Madame Han threw the explosive yuan pill directly into her mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, the violent yuan power swept through her dry veins, and the pain of the torn veins made her face reveal a trace of pain. But Mrs. Han gritted her teeth and endured it. The next second, she rushed out again. A fight for life and death. If the Demon King doesn't die, she will die. From the time Madame Han killed the 3 Demon Kings in succession to the time she took the explosive yuan pill and attacked again, it took only 2 seconds. Call out. When she appeared again, Madame Han instantly blocked the way of a Demon King. She had recovered to the peak state of the Jodian realm. Now she was absolutely powerful and terrifying. Looking at Madame Han in front of him, the Demon King's pupils shrank. Die. Madame Han spoke a word and slashed out with her sword. Cold and resolute. Puff. Flesh and blood spurted out as the Demon King was killed with one sword. However, Madame Han did not hesitate at all and rushed towards the other Demon King as she had limited time. Of the 8 Demon Kings, only half are left. If he doesn't go crazy, he will turn into a demon. Mrs. Han's long hair fluttered in the wind, and the long sword in her hand flashed with cold light. As a furious Jodian realm warrior, she displayed her martial arts one after another. Martial arts, 7 swords reincarnation. Martial arts, 7 swords reincarnation. In a single thought, within a breath, the 3 Demon Kings were instantly killed. 21 Demon Kings fought to this point, with only the last Demon King left. Seeing Madame Han's horrific killing, the last Demon King's huge body trembled, and there was nothing but fear in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately fled into the distance. If you stay here, you will die. Can you run one for me to see? At this moment, Uncle Kai's cold and deep voice suddenly sounded. Buzz. The Demon King's body trembled and his movements stopped. Compared to Madame Han, Uncle Kai is undoubtedly more terrifying and more powerful. I am afraid that even if he gives me 10 minutes, I will not be able to escape. Call out. At this moment, Mrs. Han's body suddenly fell from midair. This scene stunned the Demon King. Boom. In an instant, Madame Han fell to the ground. There was a huge roar, the earth trembled, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and then she fainted. Forehead. The sudden scene made the Demon King stunned again. Fainted. The Demon King said this, and so did the others. The next second, the Demon King no longer hesitated and attacked Madame Han directly. Since she was already unconscious, he would naturally not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Kill her and you can live. Lady. Seeing this scene, the 9 Divine Realm Masters of the Han family were shocked. Uncle Kai glanced at them. The bodies and even the minds of the 9 Divine Yuan Realm Masters of the Han family couldn't help but tremble. They gritted their teeth, but looked helpless. In front of Uncle Kai, they didn't even have a chance to fight back. In an instant, the Demon King arrived in front of Madame Han. Without any hesitation, he slapped Madame Han directly with one palm. Go to hell. Brush. At this moment, Madame Han's eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened, and 2 cold rays of light burst out. Her body instantly disappeared from the spot, and when she reappeared, she was already behind the Demon King. She used the last of her energy to strike out with a sword, which was also the last sword. Yin. The sword rang suddenly, and the 7 swords rotated. Buzz. The Demon King's body trembled violently, his pupils shrank, and he was shocked. Lure the enemy. 2 words rang in his mind. Puff, puff, puff. 7 sword beams instantly landed on the Demon King's back, breaking his flesh and blood, leaving 7 shocking wounds and blood splattering. Bang! With a dull thud, the Demon King fell to the ground. Bang! Madame Han also knelt on one knee, supporting herself with the Heavenly Soldier sword in her hand. Even so, her body was shaking and trembling instinctively. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. A smile appeared on her face. A tragic victory, but a victory nonetheless. In the distance, everyone came back to their senses from the shock. No one expected that Madame Han would use a trick to lure the enemy and kill the last Demon King. But, she still won. Before anyone could think about it, Long Xiaobao had already arrived in front of Mrs. Han. Looking at Mrs. Han, a smile appeared on his young face. I won. Mrs. Han raised her head and looked at Long Xiaobao with difficulty. Although she was angry and hateful in her heart, and even wanted to kill Long Xiaobao immediately, she did not show it. After all, that was definitely not a wise move. Hee. Long Xiaobao smiled calmly. Congratulations, you won. My master will not embarrass you anymore. You can leave now. Call. Hearing this, Mrs. Han breathed a sigh of relief. What she feared most was that Uncle Kai would not keep his word, but now it seemed that he still kept his word. For her, being able to leave alive was all that mattered. At this time, something strange happened. Call out. A cold light shot out from Long Xiaobao's hand. Mrs. Han was shocked. Her pupils shrank. She never expected that Long Xiaobao would suddenly attack. The most hateful thing was that her energy was now exhausted and she was still suffering from the aftereffects of the exploding Yuan Dan. She couldn't dodge at all and was powerless to dodge. Puff! In an instant, the spear in Long Xiaobao's hand pierced Mrs. Han's neck. Blood splattered. The sudden change shocked everyone present. Mrs. Han was shocked. Master has promised to let you go, but I haven't agreed yet. So, you have to return this shot. Looking at Mrs. Han, Long Xiaobao smiled. You. Mrs. Han was furious and even more desperate. Puff. Long Xiaobao retracted the spear in his hand, pulled it back from Mrs. Han's neck, and it shot out again with a trace of blood. Madam will not let you go. Bang. As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Han fell directly to the ground, bright red blood flowing out from the wound on her neck. She was no longer able to breathe, but her eyes were wide open. Zhou Tianjing, Madame Han, will die with her eyes open. Chapter 294, The favor has been returned, we will meet again if we are destined to. This shot has to be returned. Long Xiaobao's childish voice made all the members of the combat unit present tremble in their hearts, even Zi Qinhao was no exception. At such a young age, he was so cruel and ruthless enough. But thinking about it makes me feel relieved. Madame Han already had the pain of losing her son, and then she suffered a series of blows and humiliations. Her heart must be filled with anger and hatred. If she is let go today, she will definitely be a disaster in the future. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Kill them all. The head of the Han family died, the arms of the Han family ancestor and the strong man in the divine martial realm were crippled, and everyone present in the war department felt that a storm was about to rise. Being in the martial academy, the Han family was bound to be in a precarious situation for a long time in the future. But it's none of their business. In the dead silence, everyone's eyes instinctively fell on the remaining 9 divine Yuan realm masters of the Han family. When they came, they were so glorious and powerful, and they even maintained an arrogant look all the time. But now, there is nothing but silence. No one knew what the 9 divine Yuan realm powerhouses of the Han family were thinking at this moment. They just quietly looked at Mrs. Han's body in the distance. Not happy, not angry, not sad. You guys, let's go. Suddenly, in mid-air, Uncle Kai suddenly said. Forehead. Everyone was stunned. Old man, master, Ye Bufan and Long Xiaobao immediately looked up at Uncle Kai in the air. If the grass is not uprooted, it will grow again in the spring breeze. If there is no chance, it will be fine. Since there is a chance now, naturally, all 9 people must be kept. Uncle Kai's decision puzzled the two. Without waiting for them to say or ask more, Uncle Kai raised his hand, looked at the 9 people of the Han family and said, Mrs. Han is dead. Considering the past relationship between me and Han Shuangshuang, I will not embarrass you anymore. Take the body of your master and go. Han Shuangshuang, these 3 words are the 3rd time Uncle Kai mentioned them today, but even the people in the Han family don't know who this person is. After Uncle Kai said this, Ye Bufan and the others said nothing more. The 9 divine origin realm masters of the Han family said nothing. One of them landed in front of Madame Han's body and picked her up. Then, the 9 divine origin realm masters flew away. Coming in glory, leaving in disgrace. From today onwards, the Han family will be in a precarious situation. They ignored Han Nuo's body. With the death of the demon kings of the demon clan, the death of Madame Han, and the departure of the Han family, Ye Bufan's crisis in the Sky Fortress has temporarily come to an end. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Uncle Kai. If it weren't for him today, the situation would be unimaginable. Completely defeated the divine martial lord. Uncle Kai is like an insurmountable mountain, or an uncrossable ocean, unfathomable. His power has overturned everyone's cognition. Shenwu, is this really the pinnacle? Buzz. Suddenly, the heaven and earth trembled. Afterwards, everyone clearly saw that a black crack appeared in the originally intact space above the void. The next second, a figure emerged from the crack. Everyone present was stunned. Above the void, the cracks healed and dissipated instantly, and a girl in purple appeared in everyone's sight, with a veil brushing her face, and her clear, smart eyes swept across the entire scene. Who beat the soul drum? A heavenly voice sounded, and everyone's heart trembled. Shenwu from the Wu Academy is late. Senior. In the crowd, Zi Qinhao suddenly spoke. However, before Zi Qinhao could say another word, the purple-clothed girl's delicate body suddenly trembled. She looked at Uncle Kai in the void, her lively eyes filled with shock and horror. Then she bowed, clasped her fists, and said respectfully, Junior Ni Zi, I pay my respects to the Lord Divine Envoy. God's messenger my lord. Everyone was slightly stunned, their eyes widened, and they looked at the Martial Arts Academy's powerful martial realm expert with incredible eyes, and then looked at Uncle Kai in the air. Messenger of God. What? Uncle Kai frowned and said, I am not a divine messenger. Forehead. Hearing this, the purple-clothed girl was slightly stunned. She looked at Uncle Kai with a puzzled look and said hesitantly, then Senior, you. Uncle Kai ignored her and looked at Ye Bufan. The purple-dressed girl looked embarrassed. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Uncle Kai said in a deep voice, I know you are very curious and have many questions. But I can only tell you that you should be loyal to the person who entrusted you with the task. In your Ye family, I am only here to repay your kindness and return a favor. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan was stunned again. Be loyal to the people who trust you. To repay a favor. Without waiting for him to think or ask more, Uncle Kai continued, I have repaid the favor this time. From now on, the old man and the Ye family have nothing to owe each other. Fuck. As soon as Uncle Kai finished speaking, Ye Bufan cursed in his heart. What does it mean that neither owes the other anything? I was planning to take you, a peerless master, to bully men and women in the Shenwu continent. No, it was to punish evil and promote good. What is going on now? There is no doubt that Uncle Kai lurked in the Ye family just to repay his gratitude. Is this going to go now? Ye Bufan pointed at Uncle Kai and said, Old man, what do you mean by owing nothing to each other? Over the years, you have eaten, born and lived in our Ye family's house. Do you know how much money our Ye family has spent on you? This is a favor, a great favor. Without my Ye family, you would have starved to death long ago. Do you want to be ungrateful? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, Of course, you know that I am not short of money, and I don't want you to pay me back. How about this, you stay with me for 5 years, no, 3 years, 3 years is enough, and it will all be your repayment of the favor. After 3 years, we will owe each other nothing, you can do whatever you want. How could we let such a master go? If you can keep him, you must find a way to keep him. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Uncle Kai's mouth twitched slightly. The purple-clad girl is like this. This is what Long Xiaobao did. This was true for everyone present. Then, Uncle Kai looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, Then I will have to eat you, live with you, and wear you for another 3 years. What should I do after 3 years? Let's talk about the future in the future. Why bother about it now? Ye Bufan shook his hands and pouted. Suddenly, everyone felt a chill. They finally understood that 3 years later, another 3 years, 3 years later, another 3 years. If Ye Bufan calculated it, Uncle Kai would have to stay with him for the rest of his life. Shameless. Hee hee. Uncle Kai smiled indifferently. The favor has been repaid. Goodbye. Fuck, old man, what do you mean? As soon as Uncle Kai finished speaking, Ye Bufan became anxious and screamed immediately. Walk. Uncle Kai ignored him and looked at the purple Emperor Demon Emperor. The purple Emperor Demon Emperor was stunned. Before he could think about it, Uncle Kai waved his hand, and the next second, the two of them disappeared from everyone's sight and ceased to exist. Fuck. Ye Bufan cursed loudly and pointed to the sky. Old man, you ungrateful fellow, I will remember you. Don't let me see you again. I will beat you every time I see you. Ye Bufan was so angry and hurt. He just found out that Uncle Kai had the ability to defeat the divine martial lord, and this guy just ran away. Damn, what is this? If we are destined to, we will meet again. At this time, Uncle Kai's ethereal voice sounded again from all directions between heaven and earth. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Brush. The next second, he looked directly at Long Xiaobao. Hey, a wicked smile. With a disciple like you here, would I be afraid that you would run away? Sky Fortress, thousands of miles away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 9 figures flew in from afar, their speed was extremely fast, and then they stopped suddenly. These 9 people were none other than the 9 great divine beings of the Han family. In an instant, they fell to the ground. With a dull thud, one of them casually threw Mrs. Han's body to the ground without any respect. The 9 divine Yuan realms looked at each other. One of them said, if we go back like this, Madam will definitely not let us go. Even our families will be implicated and will not be able to escape death. The other 8 nodded. The atmosphere became silent. After a moment, the person who spoke earlier spoke again, we are all going to die anyway. Instead of going back and implicating our families, we might as well die here. At least, we die for the Han family, and Madam will definitely treat our families well. Lao Ju, I remember that your son just turned 1 month old, right? One of them nodded. In that case, let's do it. The man who spoke looked at the other 8 people and said resolutely. Then, he squatted down, took out a black pill, and with a pinch, the pill instantly turned into powder. He sprinkled the powder directly on the wound on Mrs. Han's neck. After doing all this, the man stood up, glanced at the other 8 people, took out another black pill and swallowed it. The same was true for the other 8 people. After a moment of taking the black pill, each of them showed a look of pain on their faces, and their bodies were filled with black air. Yin. The sound of a sword was heard. Ming ming ming. Then, 8 more sword sounds were heard. The 9 people from the Han family were powerful warriors in the divine origin realm. They had resolute expressions, and each of them held a sharp sword in his hand. The sword body was cold and flashing with cold light. Holding the sword, he committed suicide. Puff, puff, puff. 9 blood arrows shot out. Bang, bang, bang. 9 powerful God Origin Realm warriors fell to the ground and died. A moment later, the bodies of the 9 of them, as well as Mrs. Han's body, turned directly into a pool of black liquid. The black liquid gradually merged into the ground and slowly disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had happened. Rotting corpse and turning into bones. Die to show your will, die to show your loyalty. Chapter 295, Are you going to cause trouble again, kid? Sky Fortress. Young Master Yi, can I use this long sword? Long Xiaobao ran to Ye Bufan with Madame Han's heavenly soldier level long sword, and asked with a fiery look. At the end, he added, Master taught me 2 martial arts, both of which are sword skills. You killed the man, so the spoils belong to you. Ye Bufan said with a smile. If Long Xiaobao didn't really need the sword, he wouldn't ask for it. In that case, Ye Bufan wouldn't refuse. Moreover, he had a divine weapon and a semi-divine weapon. Ye Bufan really didn't care about weapons of the Tianbing level. I wonder how grateful others would be if they knew what he was thinking. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Long Xiaobao said this and put away his sword. At this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly frowned, looked at the purple ring on Long Xiaobao's hand, and said, Is this the Zumi ring? Was it also given by that old man? Yes. Long Xiaobao responded. Besides this, what else did he give you? Ye Bufan asked with great interest. Uncle Kai was of such a level that he could kill even the divine martial master in seconds. In Ye Bufan's opinion, he would naturally not be stingy when it comes to his own apprentice. Long Xiaobao said, No more. Ye Bufan was stunned. No more. Yes. Long Xiaobao responded and said, Master taught me a set of martial arts, 2 martial arts, and this Zumi ring. Oh, and he also left a set of martial arts and a martial arts for Xiaopong. Master said that these martial arts and martial arts are very suitable for Xiaopong. Even the little fat guy has one. Ye Bufan showed a hint of surprise on his face, and then asked excitedly, Then is there anything for me? No. Long Xiaobao smiled and shook his head. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he said angrily, This old man is so ungrateful. It's fine if he just left, but he didn't even leave me anything. It's really infuriating. The next time I see him, I will beat him up. Hee hee. Long Xiaobao smiled calmly and said, Master Yi, what should we do now? Do what? Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment, thinking of the demon kings killed by Madame Han, and said, let's split up and collect the bodies of the demon kings first. These are our spoils of war, and we must not let others get them for free. Suddenly, everyone present twitched their lips. This thing. They were not dissatisfied with Ye Bufan and Long Xiaobao dividing the spoils without caring about others, but they felt speechless and confused. The same goes for Zi Qinhao. Although the heavenly soldier class sword was priceless, and even he, a general in the war department, could only use an earthly soldier, he did not say anything. Just as Ye Bufan said, this is their trophy. Moreover, the heavenly soldiers are different from the earthly soldiers. There are formations engraved on the heavenly soldiers, which can make them tougher, sharper, and lighter. Even if Long Xiaobao is only in the condensation realm, he can use the heavenly soldiers to fight. Immediately, Zi Qinhao no longer paid attention to Ye Bufan and Long Xiaobao, but looked at Ni Zi in the air and said respectfully, Senior. You don't have to say it. Zi Qinhao just opened his mouth but was stopped by Ni Zi. Zi Qinhao was stunned. Ni Zi said, although you struck the soul drum, I did nothing, so this time it does not count. Goodbye. As soon as she finished speaking, Ni Zi disappeared in midair. However, the moment she left, she inadvertently glanced at Ye Bufan. Seeing Ni Zi leave directly, Zi Qinhao was stunned again. Call. Then he took another deep breath. The soul drum of the war department cannot be struck casually. As the only general stationed in the Sky Fortress, Zi Qinhao must pay a certain price to strike the soul drum. But it's okay. By the time Ni Zi left and Zi Qinhao came back to his senses, Ye Bufan and Long Xiaobao had already collected the corpses of the 21 demon kings and came to his side. Zi Qinhao regained his composure and landed in front of Ye Bufan and the other man. Ye Bufan said, well, General Zi, I should be considered a general of the war department now, and have military power, right? Nature. Zi Qinhao smiled slightly. Talents emerge in every generation. He is very satisfied with Ye Bufan, the son of the flying dragon. Ye Bufan even brought him a lot of surprises today. A good father will have a good son. Zi Qinhao believed that it would not be long before another flying dragon commander would be born in the 81 war divisions of the human race, and he was looking forward to it greatly. That's good. Hearing this, Ye Bufan responded and said, how long will it take for me to get the war order? After the competition, please have someone deliver it to Luoxian town. Hearing this, Zi Qinhao frowned. You want to leave? Certainly. Ye Bufan smiled and said, I have already obtained the position of general and the military power. Why should I continue to stay here? Time is precious. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, also, please ask General Zi to have Qin Yao's Purple Mars Lion and the war commander's order sent to Luoxian town. In addition, I will ask for a leave of absence from you, General, for Qin Yao. It will take about 3 to 6 months. Zi Qinhao couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly, thinking, boy, are you the general or am I the general? Etc. Suddenly, Zi Qinhao was stunned and asked in surprise, what are you going to do? Training. Zi Qinhao looked suspicious. Ye Bufan ignored him and said, speaking of training soldiers, although I am now a general, I am still a commander without troops. However, the newly established camp has the privilege of selecting soldiers first, so I will directly select them in Luoxian town, the Sirius camp. There won't be many, about 2,000 people, and I will let the Sirius camp report the list when the time comes. Zi Qinhao knew without even thinking that the 2,000 people or so that Ye Bufan was referring to were undoubtedly the Ye family and the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City. Ye Bufan continued, besides that, I won't bother you with the location of the Tianwang camp. After all, every location is now guarded by a camp. It would be embarrassing if my Tianwang camp interfered. Besides, I have already chosen the location. Have you chosen the base? Zi Qinhao was confused. Yes. Where? This is kept secret for now. Zi Qinhao couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. Are you still keeping your location a secret? I am a general. Suddenly, Zi Qinhao looked at Ye Bufan with a strange look and said instinctively, you kid, you are not going to cause trouble again, are you? Forehead. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned, looked at Zi Qinhao and curled his lips, saying, General Zi, although you are a general, you can't be like this. Is this young master that kind of person? Zi Qinhao's mouth twitched again. Are you that kind of person? You are. In the new recruit camp in Luoxian town, you took advantage of the loopholes in the rules of the War Department, openly challenged the veterans of the War Department and even the captain, and even injured many members of the War Department. Although the incident was not caused by you, it was also Shang Kui who made the mistake first, but you made a big fuss. After that, the Northern Mountains. Although killing the son of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor was meritorious, it also led to a clash and fight between millions of troops from both the War Department and the Demon Clan. Such a confrontation has not occurred in the War Department for decades. And now, what was originally a good competition of the War Department turned into a bloodbath because of you. It involved the three forces of the War Department, the Wuyuan family, and the Demon Clan. What's worse, the participants also included Shen Yuan, Zhou Tian, Shen Wu, and the peerless strong man who completely defeated Shen Wu. There aren't many things, just three. But which one is ordinary? Which one is simple? You kid, wherever you go, something happens. Moreover, you never seem to know how to make big things small and small things nothing, but only know how to make small things big and big things big. In this case, you are not considered to be able to cause trouble. Thinking about this, Zi Qinhao said, what if this general doesn't agree and insists on keeping you in the Sky Fortress? Who is Ye Bufan? He is the son of Flying Dragon. If something unexpected happens on the battlefield, Zi Qinhao will not be able to explain to those crazy people in the former Flying Dragon Combat Department in the future. It's useless even if you don't agree. Who told me that my feet are on my body? Besides, this is a newly formed combat camp. In addition to having the right to select new recruits first, I also have the right to independently choose my base. Looking at Zi Qinhao, Ye Bufan shrugged and said indifferently. Zi Qinhao was messy and crazy. Another new camp privilege. Ye Bufan continued, General, think about it this way. What's the point of keeping me in the Sky Fortress? I'm not a beauty, and I can't warm your bed. If you let me go and do what I want, maybe in 3 months or half a year, I'll give you a group of elite soldiers that will scare the monsters and wild beasts away, right? Hearing this, Zi Qinhao was shocked. 3 months to half a year to train a group of elite soldiers. He looked at Ye Bufan with suspicion. If it was someone else, he would not believe it. But Ye Bufan, he always felt that this kid had a big secret. Moreover, it seemed that the time he asked Qin Yao for leave was also 3 months to 6 months. Before Zi Qinhao could think or ask more questions, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he looked at the other members of the combat unit around him, glanced at them, and said, well, taking advantage of the presence of so many comrades today, I want to make a deal with you. Is there anyone willing? Trade. Ye Bufan's words stunned everyone, and they looked at him with suspicion. The same goes for Zi Qinhao. Ye Bufan ignored him and said loudly, I have a special preference for all kinds of natural treasures. So, today I plan to buy all kinds of natural treasures from all the comrades present. No matter what the level is, as long as you have them and are willing, I will buy them at twice the market price. I will take as many as you have. As he spoke, Ye Bufan glanced at the entire audience and shouted, today, all transactions will be paid in yuanxi. Chapter 296 This madman. All transactions are yuanxi transactions. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the whole place fell into silence. Everyone stared at him blankly, even Zi Qinhao was no exception. It's fine that you just buy up rare treasures on a large scale, but you also have to trade them all with yuanxi. The value of yuanxi is unquestionable, especially for warriors who have entered the state of concentration. Yuanxi can accelerate their cultivation and increase their cultivation speed. However, yuanxi is extremely rare. Looking at the entire monster and barbarian battlefield, the 81st Human War Department controlled countless god pools, small, medium, and even large god pools, and the amount of yuanxi harvested every day was an astronomical number. However, although there were many yuanxi, there were even more warriors who needed to use yuanxi to practice. The yuanxi that the War Department harvested every day, if distributed evenly, was not enough for each person to get one, so that the War Department's merit hall could not store any yuanxi at all. Even so, it is already a preferential treatment for members of the Combat Department, because as long as you have merits, you can still exchange them for yuanxi. But what about the free warriors on the battlefield? If they want yuanxi, they can only rob the demon race or the wild beasts divine pool. Of course, they can also rob members of the human race. In addition, it is impossible for you to buy yuanxi in the outside world. Even if someone occasionally sells it, you can't buy it. The market price of 1 yuanxi is 10 gold coins. But this is just the market price. The actual transaction price of each yuanxi is definitely not less than 100 gold coins, and it may even be 200, 300, or even 1000. Scarcity makes things valuable. There is still no demand for it. No one will sell yuanxi, and no one is willing to sell yuanxi. Most of those who sell yuanxi are in urgent need of money, or they are transcendent realm warriors who have obtained them by chance and have no way to use the yuanxi for the time being, so they choose to sell them to others. But Ye Bufan was different. He directly used yuanxi to purchase rare treasures. Do you really want to use yuanxi to purchase rare treasures? For some unknown reason, Zi Qinhao, who was beside Ye Bufan, couldn't help but ask as he looked at him. Certainly. Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. You can go directly to the Hall of Merit to exchange merits, and then exchange them for various rare treasures, isn't it the same? Zi Qinhao said after hearing this. Do you think I'm stupid? Ye Bufan looked at Zi Qinhao with contempt. If you throw a yuanxi to the Merit Hall, you can only get 5 points of merit, but if you exchange it with the Merit Hall, you need 10 points of merit. Only a fool would go to the Merit Hall. But isn't it the same if you buy it at twice the price? Same. Don't you think about the price of the treasures in the War Department's Merit Hall? It's simply a rip-off. Zi Qinhao was speechless. As Ye Bufan said, the price of the genius treasures in the War Department's Merit Hall is indeed much higher than outside. Of course, there is a reason for this. The genius treasures in the Merit Hall are relatively special and very rare. It can be said that they are difficult to buy in the outside world. Zi Qinhao didn't know that Ye Bufan had once thought of exchanging yuanxi for merit points, especially after he obtained a large number of yuanxi in the underground palace. However, after thinking about it, Ye Bufan gave up directly. 1 yuanxi for 5 merit points was a loss. Yuanxi is a thing that can only be produced in the God Pond on the battlefield, and there are only so many in the God Pond. If you use 1 yuanxi, you will have 1 less. But merit is different. There is nothing else on the battlefield, but there are plenty of monsters and wild beasts. Killing them will earn you merit. Ye Bufan needs merit, but not urgently. After all, even if Ye Bufan was given 10 billion or 100 billion merits now, it would be impossible for him to unlock all the seals of the artifacts at once and directly become a divine martial master. Instead, he had to practice slowly like other warriors, but his speed was relatively faster. In this case, relying on hunting down monsters and barbarians is enough. Exchange yuanxi for merits. Only a fool can do that. How about it? Do any of your comrades have any rare materials or treasures to sell? First, second, third level is fine. Fourth, fifth, sixth level is also fine. Seventh, eighth, and ninth level are also fine. As for those special and rare ones, forget it. I can't afford them. Ignoring Zi Qinhao, Ye Bufan glanced at the hundreds of thousands of combat officers in front of him and said. Really? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, someone couldn't help but ask. Nature. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Do you think I am joking? Do you dare to joke? There are so many of you. If I were to play a trick on you, a mouthful of spit from each of you would be enough to drown me alive. I am very afraid of death, so I dare not. Ha ha ha. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Are you afraid of death? You are kidding. Immediately, someone else asked, are you really going to buy it at twice the price? Double. Prime stone trading. All will be exchanged for yuanxi. Do you have that many polystones? Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Do I have so many gems? It should be that I am asking you if you have so many natural treasures. Although the barrier supporting Zhangtian consumed about 1/3 of the yuanxi due to the attack of the Divine Martial Lord, Ye Bufan still had 5 or 6 billion yuanxi in his hands. This is absolutely an astronomical figure. However, Ye Bufan naturally would not tell them. After all, wealth should not be exposed. Of course, it is still okay to expose part of the acquisition of natural materials and treasures. Immediately, Ye Bufan waved his hand, and in an instant, a large pile of yuanxi appeared in front of him. The number was definitely not less than 200,000. Looking at the inquiring soldier, Ye Bufan said, is it enough? Forehead. The man was stunned. Hiss. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Zi Qinhao glanced at Ye Bufan, frowned, and said, where did you get so many yuanxi? I robbed it. Ye Bufan said calmly. Robert. Zi Qinhao was stunned. Of course. Ye Bufan shrugged and said with a smile, what is this place? A battlefield. What are the most abundant things on a battlefield? Monsters and wild beasts. With so many monsters and wild beasts, robbing them is like playing. It's impossible not to get rich. Ye Bufan naturally would not tell Zi Qinhao that he had discovered an underground palace with 16 large sacred pools in it. Everyone's mouth twitched, and they felt a chill. Demons, wild beasts. Do you think they are so easy to bully and you can just rob them at will? Zi Qinhao also had a confused look on his face. However, he did not ask any more questions about the origin of Ye Bufan's yuanxi. Instead, he asked in surprise, "You bought a large amount of natural treasures. Aren't you going to use them to train the 2,000 new recruits in the Transcendent Realm?" Nowadays, it is no secret that the Ye family uses high-level earth treasures to accelerate their cultivation in the Transcendent Realm in the Sirius camp, and Zi Qinhao is naturally aware of it. However, as soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, the unaware members of the War Department present at the scene couldn't help but hold their breath, and the entire space was filled with deathly silence. Use natural resources and treasures to cultivate the realm of transcendence. How is that possible? Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Is it not possible?" Fuck. All of a sudden, everyone present, whether they were soldiers or generals, cried out in their hearts, as if thousands of alpacas were galloping through their hearts. Do we really need to use natural resources and treasures to train warriors in the Transcendent Realm? This madman. Luxurious enough, crazy enough. There is no doubt that in the entire Shenwu continent, apart from Ye Bufan, there is absolutely no one else who would do such a crazy thing. It's simply a waste of resources. At the same time as they were shocked, everyone was filled with envy for the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City. No matter if they had already advanced to the concentrated spirit realm or were still in the transcendent realm, there was no exception. They only hated why they did not have such treatment. Commander Yi. Suddenly, a transcendent realm soldier in the crowd raised his hand, looked at Ye Bufan with an extremely hot expression and asked, "Are you still recruiting people in your Tianwang camp?" For a moment, everyone's mouth twitched, and they looked at the soldier, their hearts were even more confused and crazy to the extreme. "Brother, you are a veteran, not a rookie. You have your own camp, and you cannot change camps just because you want to." The soldier obviously realized that he had spoken out of turn in his excitement. Under the gaze of countless people, he silently lowered his head and said no more. Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. No. 2 words, firm and resolute. The Ye family and the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City were people that Ye Bufan could trust absolutely. Even if Ye Bufan told them to die, they would do it. That was why Ye Bufan was so crazy and spared no effort to train them. Those would be his personal soldiers in the future. As for the others, Ye Bufan has a lot of yuanxi, but he is not stupid. He immediately scanned the entire room, and without further ado, he asked directly, "Is there anyone who wants to sell any rare treasures? If not, I will leave. Time is precious. The demons and wild beasts are still waiting for me to snatch them." Chapter 297 A new starting point, a new beginning. 2 days passed in a flash, and it had been 1 day since Ye Bufan returned to the Sirius camp. Now, the War Department competition has ended, and what happened in the Sky Fortress has spread throughout the entire Tianfeng War Department, especially Ye Bufan, who has been rumored to be even more miraculous. Fight against hundreds of generals and innovate the camp. Kill Han Nuo and fight against the Han family. The demon emperor was captured and the god of war was abolished. All the things that happened in the Sky Fortress made Ye Bufan famous overnight, and everyone in the Tianfeng combat department knew him. Luoxian Town, Sirius Camp. Neither Ye Bufan nor anyone in the Ye family cared about the rumors from the outside world, as if everything had nothing to do with them. Long Xiaobao's resurrection made everyone in the Ye family excited, thrilled and happy. When they heard Ye Bufan talk about Uncle Kai's strength, everyone in the Ye family was even more shocked. Even Chu Xiaofeng and his group of martial arts disciples were no exception. One word can injure a god of war, one sword can cut off both arms. What kind of strength is this? What kind of powerful person is this? Unimaginable. If Chu Xiaofeng had previously thought of subduing Ye Bufan and making him work for him, then now, Chu Xiaofeng only had one idea in his mind, to make friends with him. The same is true for Chu Xiaofeng and other disciples in the Martial Arts Academy. War Camp, Central Square. Now that Han Nuo was dead and the Han family was badly hurt, it could be said that the bloody incident that had occurred in the Tinlong camp had come to an end. However, whether it was the Ye family or the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City, they still occupied the central square, and practiced every day. The degree of madness is increasing instead of decreasing. In the past, the Ye family was frantically practicing martial arts and improving their cultivation, while the 2,000 new recruits in Tianwang City could only practice martial arts because they had no earth treasures to support them. But now it is different. 2 days ago, Ye Bufan spent hundreds of millions of stones in the Sky Fortress to purchase millions of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Although most of them are low-level earthly treasures, and even more than one-third are first-level and second-level earthly treasures, they win in quantity. Afterwards, when Ye Bufan and Long Xiaobao were on their way back to the Tinlong camp, whenever they came across a human town, Ye Bufan would definitely buy up all the treasures there. He spends money lavishly and is wealthy. Of course, when leaving the Kangchong fortress, Zi Qinhao ordered 2 warriors in the Divine Yuan realm to escort Ye Bufan back to the Tinlong camp. Naturally, no one dared to attack Ye Bufan. In fact, Zi Qinhao sent people to escort Ye Bufan, the treasures worth hundreds of millions of stones, because of his performance in the Sky Fortress. He was worried about Ye Bufan and his partner returning alone. Because of this, the 2 Divine Yuan realm people were completely shocked. After the acquisition of the Sky Fortress and then a human town, in their eyes, Ye Bufan was the kind of person who was stupid but had a lot of money. That is why Ye Bufan has no shortage of yuanxi and all kinds of rare treasures. After returning to the Tinlong camp, Ye Bufan directly let the 2,000 new recruits of Tianwang City start training. Not good talent. Slow cultivation speed. It doesn't matter. I lack everything except yuanxi and natural treasures. Others are reluctant to waste them, but I am willing. In one word, smash. Even if you are a waste, even if your basic strength is below 10, of course, basic strength below 10 does not exist at all, as long as you work hard enough, as long as you are diligent enough, I will smash you into a nascent soul realm warrior even if I have to use all the treasures from heaven and earth. Absolute luxury, absolute madness. In the serious camp, all members were shocked, especially when they saw the mad training of the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City. In addition, they had heard the news that Ye Bufan had acquired a large amount of rare materials and treasures, so everyone was confused again. Chu Xiaofeng and others are no exception. The prodigal son, Ye Bufan. After the shock and confusion, there was endless envy. Using countless natural treasures from the transcendent realm to reach the condensation realm, and there were as many as 2,000 people doing this. Such a thing, such extravagant, crazy, and wasteful behavior. Looking at the entire Shenwu continent, there is no one else except Ye Bufan. If the Tianwang camp formed by Ye Bufan was the demon soldiers of the Tinlong camp, as long as Ye Bufan raised his arm and called, I believe that more than 30,000 new recruits would compete to join the Tianwang camp. Unfortunately, apart from the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City, Ye Bufan had no intention of recruiting any more soldiers. He is not a fool, so he will not spare any effort to train some people who have nothing to do with him. Now is only the early stage of the formation of the Tianwang camp, and 2,000 new recruits are enough for Ye Bufan. Since it is the early stage, he naturally needs to lay a solid foundation. As for the future, the Tianwang war camp cannot always be just a new camp with more than 2,000 new recruits. It will inevitably continue to grow stronger. Ye Bufan will continue to recruit more soldiers and will spare no effort to train these soldiers of the Tianwang war camp. Money is only external possessions, which you cannot bring with you when you are born and cannot take with you when you die. Once it is spent and exhausted, as long as you are strong and have a large army and a strong military, you can just rob. Pay half as much now, and get back 10 or 100 times as much later. As the Tianwang war camp becomes stronger, the amount of looting and plundering will not decrease but increase, just like a snowball that gets bigger and bigger as it rolls. Typical bandit mentality. War camp, general's tent. A few minutes ago, Luo Tianong just came back from the Sky Fortress. Although he was dismissed from his military post because of Han Nuo's incident more than a month ago, he and Tang Yi have been reinstated and regained military power. It can be said that this is inseparable from Ye Bufan. Looking at Ye Bufan in front of him, thinking of his performance in the Sky Fortress, and thinking of his own situation, Luo Tianong said excitedly, "Young Master Yi, this time thank you very much." Ye Bufan shook his hands and said, "Commander Luo." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly changed the subject and said, Forget it, you and I are both from the Xian Empire, and you are the third prince of our empire. I will take advantage of you and call you third uncle, how about that? Hearing this, Luo Tianong was slightly stunned. Third uncle. Ye Bufan smiled but did not explain. Should he tell Luo Tianong that he has set his sights on your niece Luo Qinmo? Of course not. Ye Bufan immediately continued, Uncle San, this incident was caused by me, and Han Nuo was targeting me. In the final analysis, you were just implicated. So, you don't need to thank me for anything. This. Luo Tianong hesitated slightly, but he was not a hypocritical person, so he smiled and said, Third uncle. Then I will call you Ye Bufan from now on. Today, I won't say much about gratitude, and I will remember this friendship. Hee. Hearing this, Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. Luo Tianong did not hesitate and took out a palm-sized token from his body, handed it to Ye Bufan, and said, This is the battle order that the general asked me to bring. As long as you drop a drop of your blood on the ground, this battle order will belong to you from now on. Ye Bufan took the battle token and looked at it. This token was similar to the one that Tan Tai Tianyi had before, but the three words, Ye Bufan, were engraved on the back of the token. Ye Bufan put away the battle order, looked at Luo Tianong and said, Since the battle order has been delivered, I wonder where Qin Yao's purple Mars lion is now. It has been handed over to Commander Qin. Zi Qinhao said with a smile, his eyes filled with ambiguity and admiration. Who could have thought that Ye Bufan could deal with Qin Yao, one of the three great beauties in the Tianfeng War Department, in just over a month? In that case, it's time for me to take my leave. Upon hearing that, Ye Bufan clasped his fists towards Luo Tianong. Luo Tianong was stunned. Are you leaving? This has always been the base of the Tianlong camp, not my Tianwang camp. We will have to leave sooner or later. Besides, I am really in a hurry. Ye Bufan said with a smile. If it weren't for the fact that the War General Order and the Purple Mars Lion were not delivered, he would have left with the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City on the day he arrived in Luotian town. In that case, I won't keep you any longer. But I'll see you off. Luo Tianong said with a smile. He knew that a mere Tianlong camp could not trap Ye Bufan. Good. Ye Bufan did not refuse at all. As Ye Bufan and Luo Tianong walked out of the tent, Ye Bufan soon gathered the Ye family and 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City, including Qin Yao. In addition to the Purple Mars Lion, there was one more person in the team, Qin Rong. Ye Bufan knew Qin Rong's identity, so he had no objection to him leaving with him, and he did not refuse. At the exit of Luoxian town, Luo Tianong looked expectant as he watched Ye Bufan and his group of more than 2,000 people leaving in a mighty manner. The dragon roams the world and the phoenix sings in the sky. Whether it was Ye Bufan or the Ye family, after this period of contact and understanding, as well as their own performance, Luo Tianong knew that this was a group of outstanding people. Coupled with Ye Bufan's crazy training method and their rapid growth, Luo Tianong could not imagine and was looking forward to seeing what this group of people would become when they met again. The first time he left Luoxian town, he shocked the entire Tianfeng War Department. What about the second time? Luo Tianong was looking forward to it. As a general of the War Department, Zi Qinhao was also looking forward to it. Mr. Feng, we should leave with him. I always feel that he has a secret. The next time we see him, I'm afraid those people from the Yi family will surpass us. Behind Luo Tianong, Chu Yuan said to Chu Xiaofeng beside him. Those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black. Follow the strong and you will become strong. Chu Xiaofeng smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, if you want to follow him, it depends on whether he is willing or not. As a genius in the martial arts academy and the second young master of the Chu family, Chu Xiaofeng has always been a rare talent. Originally, he wanted to subdue Ye Bufan and use him for his own benefit, but after meeting him and considering what happened in the Sky Fortress, this idea in Chu Xiaofeng's mind instantly disappeared. Ye Bufan was not someone he could conquer, let alone control. What's worse, he himself had never expected that he would want to follow Ye Bufan. In fact, Chu Xiaofeng did so, and put it into action. A day ago, he proposed to Ye Bufan to join the Tianwang camp. With his status, talent and strength, he thought Ye Bufan would not reject him. But in the end, Ye Bufan only gave him 7 words. The Tianwang war camp does not accept any soldiers. Chu Xiaofeng was in a mess and even more helpless. Chapter 298, Madame Han, returns to the underground palace. Human territory, the central area. The three major martial arts academies remain standing. As the holy land for the cultivation of the human warriors of the Shenwu continent, the existence of the three major martial arts academies has been very long, even dating back tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. As for when the three major martial arts academies were established and by whom, it is no longer known. There is no record of this in the ancient books of the Martial Arts Academy. However, there is no doubt that the strength and foundation of the three martial arts academies are absolutely powerful, even terrifying. However, the true situation and true strength of the martial arts academies are unknown to all but the previous deans, even the vice deans. The dean of the martial arts academy, the only one in the lineage. That is why the three major martial arts academies are not only powerful, but also very mysterious, whether it is to the human race or the demon and barbarian races. Kangchong Martial Academy. As one of the three major martial arts academies, Kangchong Martial Arts Academy is also located in the center of the human territory. However, the Kangchong Martial Academy is not just a few or dozens of buildings, but a human city, a vast city with an area comparable to the territory of a human empire. The entire city is divided into inner city and outer city. Outside the outer city, there are 81 city gates in the east, south, west and north directions, connecting 81 main streets in a crisscross pattern. There are also 81 gates in the inner city. The entire city belongs to the Wuyuan, but the Wuyuan only occupies the inner city, while the outer city after tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years of inheritance, countless families have emerged in the outer city. These families vary in size, and the time of inheritance is also different. They have a close relationship with the Wuyuan, and people call them Wuyuan families. The Han family is one of the martial arts academy families. In the outer city, southwest of the city, hundreds of miles away from the inner city, a mansion covering an area of 1,000 acres rises from the ground, majestic, solemn and spectacular. This is the Han family mansion. Deep in the Han mansion, there is a purple bamboo forest. This is the Han family's forbidden area. There are Jodian realm masters guarding the periphery all year round. No one from the Han family is allowed to set foot in the purple bamboo forest, let alone outsiders. Anyone who trespasses without permission will be killed. In the center of the purple bamboo forest, there is a stone chamber. This is where the ancestors of the Han family have been in seclusion. That is why this place is included in the Han family's forbidden area. However, 15 years ago, Han Chong, the ancestor of the Han family, never set foot in the purple bamboo forest again after he came out of retreat, so that this stone chamber has long been vacant. However, even so, the Han family Jodian realm warriors who are responsible for guarding the purple bamboo forest are still guarding this place. At this moment, Han Chong, whose arms were cut off by Uncle Kai, stood quietly outside the stone chamber, with Han Nuo's body in front of him. Although Han Nuo's head was cut off by Ye Bufan, it was obvious that the Han family had sutured Han Nuo's body, and the head was still connected to the body, but the bloodstain could not be covered up. Looking at the stone chamber, Han Chong said in a painful voice, "Shuiye, it was Grandpa who was incompetent. He couldn't protect Nuor, and he couldn't avenge him. In fact, someone even cut off both of his arms. Grandpa, don't blame yourself. That man has probably become a saint. You are naturally no match for him. As for your severed arms, wait for Shuiye to come out of retreat one day and use her magical powers to regenerate the severed arms. You don't need to worry too much." After Han Chong finished speaking, an ethereal voice sounded in the stone chamber. Han Chong trembled when he heard this. People at that level can regenerate after losing an arm. Can this? Han Chong's face was filled with horror, and he said in a painful voice, "But what about Nuor? He is the only one in my Han family's generation. If he's dead, he's dead. It's no big deal." In the stone chamber, the indifferent voice of Mrs. Han Shui was heard. Han Chong was stunned. "But, Grandpa, it's really nothing. With my current age and cultivation, it is not difficult for me to have children for my Han family. When I come out of seclusion, I will go out to look for a few outstanding men. I can give birth to a Han Nuo, and then I can have a second and a third." Mrs. Han said calmly, as if Han Nuo's death could not bring much excitement at all. Suddenly, her voice turned cold, and she said, "However, Han Nuo is my son after all, and the blood relationship cannot be severed. Moreover, my Han family has cultivated him for so many years and spent a lot of resources. Since they dare to kill him, they must pay the price for it. Today's revenge will be paid tomorrow. Let these people live a few more years now. When I come out of seclusion, I will kill all the participants, including that saint. The voice was cold and resolute. Han Chong's body trembled, and he looked at the stone chamber in front of him. After thinking for a while, he said solemnly, "Shuiye, what should we do now?" Nuer's body was sent back by the War Department. I think your substitute is dead. Moreover, this incident has caused such a big fuss that it will soon spread to the Martial Academy. Once the news that my arms were cut off spreads, the other families will be worried. A bunch of clowns. Madame Han's disdainful voice sounded, and she added, "If they can't help but want to take action, then Grandpa, you can seek shelter from the Martial Arts Academy." Seeking refuge from the Martial Academy. That's right. But this will inevitably require us to give up a large part of our interests and resources. Moreover, the God and Demon Cemetery is about to open. If we seek protection from the Martial Academy at this time, I'm afraid my Han family will have no chance to visit the God and Demon Cemetery this time. Grandfather. After Han Chong finished speaking, the name Madame Han sounded, and she said in a deep voice, "A temporary failure does not mean a permanent failure. Although we may suffer a little loss now, so what? When I come out of seclusion, everything will change. No matter how much flesh and blood they cut from my Han family today, one day, I will make them spit out the principal with interest." Finally, Mrs. Han added, "What's more, this is also a good opportunity for our Han family." Chance. Han Chong was puzzled. "Grandpa, it seems that the saint has had a great impact on you this time. If it were in the past, you should understand these things without Shuiye saying more." Madame Han's calm voice sounded, and after a pause, she continued, "Under the current situation of my Han family, whether it is an enemy or a friend, a close friend or a mortal enemy, it will naturally be clear at a glance. Isn't this an opportunity?" Han Chong was stunned, but he did not refute it. This was the fact. Then, he looked at the stone chamber and asked, "Shuiye, how long will it take you to come out?" "At least 3 years, at most 1 year. The demon battlefield, Zi Qinhao's battle zone. In the demon tribe's settlement, human warriors can be seen everywhere, including soldiers from the combat department and free warriors who live in the battlefield town all year round. At this moment, no matter whether they were soldiers from the combat department or free warriors of the human race, each of them held a sharp blade in their hands, as if they had turned into gods of death, slaughtering the members of the demon race indiscriminately. Bloody, violent, and horrific. The fighting spread throughout all the territories under the jurisdiction of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor. A day ago, after Ye Bufan left the Sky Fortress, Zi Qinhao hastily ended this War Department competition. In fact, if the War Department competition could not be cancelled, Zi Qinhao would never continue with any competition. Even so, when the battle was still going on, Zi Qinhao had already begun to deploy troops and organize and mobilize the free warriors in the human towns under his jurisdiction. Not for anything else, just to attack the demon settlement. The Purple Emperor Demon King was taken away by Uncle Kai, and all 23 demon kings of the demon clan died. I'm afraid that the Purple Emperor Demon King himself did not expect such a result. In addition to the Demon King who died in the Northern Demon King, there were less than 10 Demon Kings left in the Purple Emperor's residence. Not even 5. The peak power has disappeared and there is no leader. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the human race in the War Department. Zi Qinhao will naturally not let it go. The army assembled in just a few hours. When the competition was over, Zi Qinhao, without any hesitation, directly led his troops to attack the demon tribe's base. Speed is of the essence in war. The demon emperor of the demon clan was captured, and 23 demon kings died. In the Purple Emperor's headquarters, all the demon clan members had not even figured out what was happening, and the human race's combat generals and free warriors had already rushed into the demon clan's headquarters. Nearly 6 million human troops rushed into the demon tribe's camp, catching the demon tribe by surprise. Along the way, they were unstoppable. The demon tribe was instantly in chaos, and without a strong person to support them, they were defeated by the human race and retreated step by step. On the other hand, the human race was in high spirits. No matter whether they were free warriors of the human race or members of the combat department, before they set off, Zi Qinhao only issued an order of 2 words, kill and rob. All demons will be killed. All property was looted. On the battlefield, no matter they are generals or soldiers, they are nothing but a group of bandits, not to mention that the opponents and enemies they face are foreigners. The entire demon clan's residence was filled with blood and shrouded in death. Kill them all, rob them all. The demon clan retreated again and again and suffered defeat after defeat. The casualties were countless. The demon fortress. On the human side, Zi Qinhao personally led 500,000 troops to attack the demon fortress. Without the purple demon emperor in charge and the demon emperor's guards, the defense of the demon clan's fortress was definitely the weakest in history. Zi Qinhao led the human race's divine Yuan realm directly into the fortress, and then the war army landed on the city wall through the ladder and entered the fortress. Unlike the last time, this time, the members of the war department climbed up the city wall, and with the support of Zi Qinhao and other strong men, they were hardly intercepted by the demons from beginning to end. The army entered the city and fighting broke out. In less than half an hour, the demon fortress ruled by the Purple Emperor Demon was conquered by the human war department, and none of the hundreds of thousands of demon garrisons survived. Of course, the casualties in the battle were also considerable. However, compared to the hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers who were all killed in the battle and the fortress was completely conquered, the losses of the human war department were almost negligible. General, this is the first time we have captured the demon fortress since Phylong. If we evacuate now, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving the fortress to the demon tribe for nothing? Isn't it a pity? Looking at the generals evacuating from the fortress, the 5-star general Xuanyuan Long looked at Zi Qinhao and asked reluctantly. The same is true for several other 4-star and 5-star generals. Zi Qinhao glanced at the demon fortress in front of him with a complicated expression. On the battlefield, not to mention the strategic significance of each fortress, there are at least 3 large divine pools inside each fortress, which is an existence that no one can ignore. But what can we do? Zi Qinhao said helplessly, even if we stay in the fortress now, it is meaningless. We can't defend it at all. After a pause, Zi Qinhao continued, this place is close to the Wangyao mountain range. The demon army can reinforce at any time, but what about us? This place is too far from the Sky Fortress and our base. We have no time to take care of it. Once the demons start to attack the fortress, the garrison left behind will not be able to defend it, and will only sacrifice the lives of the soldiers in vain. In this case, what is the use of this fortress? It's just a nuisance. As Zi Qinhao spoke, all the generals fell silent instantly. Just as Zi Qinhao said, it would be very difficult for the human race to defend the fortress in front of them. Withdraw. Zi Qinhao immediately shouted, tell the brothers to collect all the yuanxi and property in the fortress as soon as possible. After that, split the troops into 2 groups, attack both sides and join the other armies. Kill as many as you can before the other demon emperors around notice. If possible today, we will annihilate all the demons under the Purple Emperor. Opportunity is fleeting. I'm afraid there will never be such an opportunity again. The most important thing is that Zi Qinhao's heart is filled with anger at this moment. He is angry, furious. Not for any other reason, just because of that human spy. In the Battle of the Sky Fortress, the Purple Demon Emperor and his group of demon kings suddenly attacked. Many members of the War Department might have been very surprised. After all, the demon clan came too suddenly and too coincidentally. But Zi Qinhao did not think it was just a coincidence. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? As soon as Madame Han started a fight, the demons came. Moreover, it was not the demon army that came, but only the demon emperor and a group of demon kings. The moment the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor appeared, Zi Qinhao was certain that someone in the human race's combat department must have tipped off the demon race, otherwise it would not have been such a coincidence. Thinking of this, Zi Qinhao couldn't help but feel angry. He had already noticed the existence of this spy last time, and had even been secretly investigating, but there was still no news. This made Zi Qinhao very helpless and unwilling. Moreover, this time, the demon tribe suddenly attacked. If it weren't for the appearance of Uncle Kai, the peerless strongman, Zi Qinhao really couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. This spy deserves to die. He deserves to be killed. Unfortunately, Zi Qinhao didn't know who he was, and he wouldn't let the other party know that he had noticed something. After all, he still had to investigate secretly. Therefore, he could only inflict his anger on the demon race, and at the same time, he also wanted to let this spy see that it was because of you that the demon race suffered such a tragic defeat today, and it was also because of you that the human race could have such a great victory. You defected to the demon tribe, and they were defeated. You betrayed the human race, and the human race won a great victory. What do you think? A moment later, the 500,000-strong army led by Zi Qinhao confiscated all the property in the fortress, evacuated the fortress, and split into two groups, rushing towards the two sides of the fortress. In one word, kill. Blood, killing, life falling, death looming. Northern Mountains. Although this place is located in the demon battlefield, the battle zone where Zi Qinhao and Zi Huang Demon Emperor are located, it is already a remote area. As a result, in the demon settlement, the blood of the human race and the demon race is flowing like a river, but here it is still calm. At this moment, Ye Bufan and his party arrived here. Master, what is this place? Ye Wang followed the purple Mars lion and asked as he looked at Ye Bufan, who was riding on the back of the purple Mars lion and hugging Qin Yao. Qin Yao seemed to have gotten used to it, or had acquiesced. Even when Ye Bufan held her slender waist like this in front of everyone, she did not resist or feel shy. When Ye Wang asked, everyone else looked at Ye Bufan. This was their first time leaving Luoxian town, and they knew less about the situation on the battlefield than Ye Bufan. The Northern Mountains. The four words Ye Bufan rang out. The Northern Mountains. Everyone in the Ye family was stunned. Ye Wang looked at Ye Bufan in confusion and said, "Young master, isn't this the place where you killed the son of the demon emperor? What are we doing here?" "Tianwang camp, our base is here." Hearing this, everyone was stunned again. Ye Wang was surprised and said, "Our base is right here." As he spoke, he couldn't help but take a look at the northern mountains in front of him. There were nothing but mountains and rocks. Desolate and bleak. "Young master, how can we set up a base here?" Ye Wang couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan again and said in a messy manner. The others also nodded. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly and said, "You will know in a moment. I guarantee that the Tianwang camp is the best camp on the entire battlefield, bar none." Everyone looked at Ye Bufan with suspicion. But he said nothing more. A moment later, the group, led by Ye Bufan, came to a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds at the foot of a high mountain. The purple Mars lion stopped and Ye Bufan jumped off him. Arrive! Everyone was stunned again, looking at the environment in front of them with surprised eyes. Ye Wang couldn't help but ask, "Master, this is the best place you mentioned." Ye Bufan smiled indifferently, without saying anything more, and without any explanation, he came directly to the boulder, stretched out his right hand, and Qin Yao's ground soldier spear instantly appeared in his hand. Under the puzzled eyes of everyone, Ye Bufan moved the spear. Shenwu 8 Desolations, triple strength. Call out. A spear was fired, hitting the boulder in front of him. Everyone was puzzled. Bang! Ye Bufan thrust his spear directly into the boulder with a thunderous force, but he did not stop. He retracted his spear and thrust it out again. Martial arts, madness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Earth Soldier 8 Treasures silver silk dragon pattern spear turned into a series of spear shadows, stabbing at the boulder in front of it again and again. After a moment, the boulder shattered into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Originally, under the boulder, a dark cave entrance appeared in the sight of the Ye family members and the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City, which surprised them and made them even more curious. "Master, what is this?" Ye Fu couldn't help but speak. Who would have thought that beneath this huge rock weighing thousands of pounds, there was such a seemingly bottomless cave? "You'll find out once you get in," Ye Bufan said with a smile without explaining. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qin Yao jumped off the purple Mars lion, glanced at the purple Mars lion, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Bufan, the purple Mars lion seems to have gained some weight." Hearing this, everyone's mouth twitched. A bit too fat. The purple Mars lion is not fat at all, it is simply too huge. The entrance to the cave in front of it can only accommodate one person, and the purple Mars lion cannot get in at all. "Master." The purple Mars lion looked at Ye Bufan lovingly. "You should lose weight." Ye Bufan glanced at him and said with a smile, then he stretched out his right hand, and the Burial Heaven Palace instantly appeared out of thin air, and then turned into a size of more than 10 meters, appearing in front of everyone. "Come in." Then, Ye Bufan glanced at Zihuo and said, "This." The purple Mars lion was slightly stunned. The same is true for everyone in the Ye family. 2 days ago in the Sky Fortress, they followed Ye Bufan into the Heaven Burial Palace, and were then taken to a wing room by the Heaven Burial Palace along with Chu Xiaofeng. Afterwards, when they came out of the Heaven Burial Palace, they were already in Luoxian town, And after they came out of the Heaven Burial Palace, the Heaven Burial Palace disappeared out of thin air. Originally they thought that the Burial Heaven Palace belonged to their young master's mysterious master, but now it seems that this is not the case. Okay, I will tell you about the Burial Heaven Palace later. Now you all go in first. I will take you directly to the base. Looking at the confused and shocked faces of the Ye family members, Ye Bufan shook his head and said. In Luoxian town, the reason why Ye Bufan did not talk about the burial palace was because of the presence of Chu Xiaofeng and his group, so Ye Bufan naturally would not mention it much. But now it's different. In front of him, besides the Ye family, there were 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City, and of course Qinrong. Ye Bufan felt that there was no need to hide it from them. After all, they are bound to keep their secrets to themselves. Oh. As Ye Bufan spoke, Ye Wang responded first and walked directly into the Burial Heaven Palace. The others also entered the palace without hesitation. After everyone entered the Burial Heaven Palace, Ye Bufan directly folded the Burial Heaven Palace and then stepped into the dark cave in front of him. The cave was not naturally existing, but was dug out by Ye Bufan using the Tianyan Gaiju. The place where this cave leads to is none other than the underground palace 3,000 meters below. Ye Bufan plans to use the underground palace as the base for the Tianwang war camp. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he entered the cave, Ye Bufan used the ground soldier's spear to frantically attack the surrounding stone walls, instantly knocking down countless stones and burying all the places where he walked out. No one would ever have thought that among this pile of rocks, there is a passage leading to a mausoleum 3,000 meters underground. Absolutely private and absolutely safe. Chapter 299. Hunyuan Sword and Shield, Heaven-Slaying Sword. Faint green light, underground space. Different from the surprise he felt when he first entered the underground space, when he came here again, Ye Bufan only felt comfortable all over, only because the vital energy of heaven and earth filled in this space was several times that of the outside world. He could feel the nourishment of the vital energy of heaven and earth with every breath. Such a rich heaven and earth energy. Master, what is this place? What is this green light? Is this the location of our Tianwang camp? Wow, what a beautiful night shining pearl. When the Ye family members and 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City walked out of the burial palace and saw the underground space before them, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Miss, this is. Qin Rong looked at Qin Yao in horror. Without waiting for Qin Yao to answer, Ye Bufan took the lead in scanning everyone and said cheerfully, this is an underground space, about 3,000 meters away from the ground. Hiss. Ye Bufan had just finished speaking when everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Their originally curious eyes fell on Ye Bufan, full of horror. 3,000 meters underground. Ye Bufan did not hesitate and continued, I believe you have all felt that the heaven and earth energy in this space is very abundant. That is because there are 16 large divine pools in this space. Therefore, for warriors above the level of divine concentration, this is definitely a holy place for cultivation. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath again. 16 large sacred pools. Whether it was the Ye family or the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City, they were no longer rookies who had just joined the War Department. Although they practiced every day in Luoxian town, they still had some understanding of the battlefield through what they saw and heard, and naturally knew what this large divine pool and yuanxi were. It can be said that on the battlefield, the human race, the wild beasts, and the demon race are fighting and competing for various resources, and this divine pool is undoubtedly the top priority. There are 3 types of sacred pools: small, medium and large. A small divine pond can produce about 5 yuan stones per day, a medium-sized one can produce about 50, and a large one can produce about 500 yuan stones per day. This underground space alone has 16 large god pools, which is comparable to the number of large god pools controlled by a human war department. One god pool produces 500 yuan stones per day, so 16 pools produce a total of 8,000 yuan stones. Moreover, it will only be more, not less. How could everyone present not be shocked and stunned? Everyone's expressions have clearly told me that you all know what these 16 large divine pools mean. In that case, I won't explain any more. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Ye Bufan said with a smile. After a pause, he said solemnly, this will be the base of our Tianwang camp in the future, and also our base camp. Everyone, I hope that everyone present, no matter who you are, no matter when, no matter to whom, will keep it secret. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude then. Hearing this, everyone instinctively looked at Qin Rong. Qin Rong smiled bitterly. He naturally understood the meaning of the looks from the Ye family and the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City. He even suspected that Ye Bufan was talking to him. Ye Bufan ignored him and added with a smile, "Of course, even if outsiders know the existence of this underground space, it doesn't matter. This space is 3,000 meters from the ground. The most important thing is that even I don't know where it is exactly. Therefore, at present, except for me who can come here, outsiders have no way to get here." After a pause, Ye Bufan clapped his hands and continued, "After we disband, each of you can get familiar with this underground space. Of course, there is nothing to be familiar with. There is nothing here except the 16 divine pools. Starting tomorrow, everyone will enter the state of cultivation. Whether you are in the transcendent realm or the condensed origin realm, there are all kinds of natural treasures in Yuanxi. I am not afraid of you wasting them, but I am afraid of you not wasting them. I have only one request, that is, everyone must advance to the condensed origin realm in 3 months. If I don't reach the condensation stage in 3 months." Suddenly, Ye Bufan's voice paused, and he glanced at everyone, then changed the subject and said in a cold voice, "I'm sorry, but our Tianwang camp doesn't need trash. When the time comes, please leave on your own initiative. Tianwang camp doesn't welcome you, and there is no place for you. 3 months, 90 days, there are plenty of natural resources and treasures. If you still cannot advance to the nascent soul realm under such circumstances, then it is no longer a problem of talent, but simply a problem of laziness." Ye Bufan's words stunned everyone, but no one said much. 3 months, Ningyuan realm. It's not difficult at all if you squander all kinds of natural treasures. Standing next to Qin Yao, Qin Rong had a look of shock. The 16 large divine pools in this underground space were fine, but now Ye Bufan's behavior was extremely crazy. In 3 months, all advanced to the condensation stage. Qin Rong naturally knew that this was not difficult under the circumstances of rampantly squandering natural materials and treasures. In other words, in 3 months, the more than 2,000 people in the newly formed Tianwang camp would all become warriors in the condensation realm without exception. A team of 2,000 people in the condensation stage, what kind of existence is that? Qin Rong couldn't imagine it. But it is absolutely powerful and absolutely terrifying. Brush. Without waiting for Qin Rong to think, Ye Bufan waved his hand, and the Heaven Burial Palace reappeared. It landed in front of everyone with a bang. Ye Bufan said, "I believe you have all seen this palace. Now I can tell you that this is a semi-artifact that belongs to me." Everyone was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, "Earlier, I announced to the public that this was the palace of my master, and I also created all kinds of illusions. I believe you should understand my intention. A man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. I don't want endless trouble to come to me. So please keep it a secret. The interior of the burial palace is a self-contained space that is extremely vast. There are many rooms in it. They will be where you will sleep and rest in the future. You can go in now and choose one room each." As he spoke, Ye Bufan had already taken the lead and walked towards the burial palace. "Master, master." Seeing this, the purple fire lion directly abandoned its master Qin Yao, followed Ye Bufan, and shook his head beside him and said, Earth treasure, purple fire also wants to practice." Ye Bufan paused, glanced at the purple Mars lion, and said with a smile, "You are practicing. You are just a foodie." The purple Mars lion was stunned. Ye Bufan added, "But it's still enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took another step and walked towards the burial heaven palace. The purple Mars lion was overjoyed and immediately followed him. "Master is so kind, master is so kind." In the distance, Qin Yao couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. This purple fire. However, she already knew why they had betrayed in Tianwang City, so she didn't say anything more. She shook her head and followed them. Seeing this, Qin Rong followed Qin Yao. Everyone from the Ye family and 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City also entered the burial heaven palace one after another. Faint green light and flickering flames. In the underground space, outside the heaven burial palace, the 2,000 new recruits from the Tianwang camp and the Ye family had already chosen their rooms. At this moment, more than 2,000 people were randomly divided into dozens of teams, sitting around the fire, on which were pieces of monster meat. In the underground space, Ye Bufan and his party did not need to worry about food at all. Previously in the Sky Fortress, he and Long Xiaobao collected the corpses of 21 demon kings. The corpses were so huge that they did not need to worry about food for the time being. At the same time, there are 16 sacred pools in the underground space. The water in the pools is full and even contains the essence of heaven and earth. Naturally, they are not short of water. The food is the meat of the demon king. The water is the water from the sacred pond. It can only be said that Ye Bufan and his group's life in the underground space is absolutely luxurious. Ye Bufan, Qin Yao, Qin Rong, Long Xiaobao, Hao Peng, Ye Fu, Ye Wang, and Ye Shuang were also sitting around a fire, chatting casually. Suddenly, Ye Bufan looked at Long Xiaobao and said, "By the way, Xiaobao, didn't you say before that the old man taught you 2 sets of sword skills? What kind of sword skills? And what grade?" As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Long Xiaobao. Now what happened in the Sky Fortress was no longer a secret, and they naturally knew how powerful Uncle Kai was. Without even thinking, Long Xiaobao said, "Both are heaven-level sword skills. One is called the Hunyuan Sword Shield. After using it, it releases 9981 sword energies to build a defense line around the body. It's a defensive sword skill. The higher the level, the stronger the defense. I'm just getting started. With my 4-star condensation realm cultivation, I can almost resist the attacks of the 6-star and 7-star condensation realm. After the minor success, I can resist the attacks of the 8-star and 9-star. The major success can contend with the 1-star and 2-star Gui Yuan. The perfect state can fight against the 3-star and 4-star. The artistic conception can fight against the 5-star and 6-star Gui Yuan." Hiss. As Long Xiaobao spoke, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Heaven-level skills are simply beyond belief. However, Long Xiaobao didn't care, because he was the only one present who knew that Ye Bufan's basic strength was full, and he was practicing a divine martial art. He immediately continued, "The other one is called Zudian Yijian, which is an offensive martial art. I'm also just getting started, but I can kill 5-star and 6-star condensation realm with one sword, and then it's similar to Hunyuan Sword and Shield. Master said that I am suitable for practicing sword skills. These 2 sword skills, one for attack and one for defense, are just right for me, so I plan to give up my previous martial arts and only practice these 2 in the future." Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp again. Although they were only 2 martial arts, it was not difficult to imagine that Long Xiaobao, who had practiced these 2 sword skills, was absolutely powerful, even terrifying. He could fight against enemies 2 levels higher than the entry level, not to mention the future. However, they could only envy him. When it comes to practicing martial arts, the best method is the one that suits you best. To practice heavenly grade martial arts, the basic strength must reach above 85. If it does not reach that level, it will be very difficult to practice. Twice the effort for half the result. Moreover, martial arts should be refined rather than numerous. After all, everyone's energy is limited. Practicing 1 or 2 martial arts is just right. If you practice more than 3, you will just be biting off more than you can chew. Suddenly, Ye Bufan asked, "Can you practice it once?" Chapter 300 Mr. Yi, are you a human or a monster? Can you rehearse it? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. Even Qin Yao looked at him. Long Xiaobao asked in astonishment, "Young Master Yi, do you want to practice these 2 sword skills?" "I have this idea," Ye Bufan said with a smile without any hesitation. Long Xiaobao glanced at Ye Bufan and couldn't help asking, "Young Master Yi, how many martial arts have you practiced now?" Everyone's eyes also fell on Ye Bufan. After thinking for a while, Ye Bufan said, 5 doors. There are exactly 5 martial arts, including Madness, Divine Martial Power, Lingshu Battle Armor, 9 Steps of Tenglong, and the inherited martial arts after advancing to Guiyuan. Hearing this, everyone's mouth twitched. 5 doors. You have already practiced 5 martial arts, and you still want to practice more. Don't you know that biting off more than you can chew? When it comes to martial arts, quality is more important than quantity. What they didn't know was that Ye Bufan's mythical artifact, the Heaven-Slaying Harp, was inherited from Master Feishuan, so this problem didn't exist at all. For him, any martial arts, as long as he had enough merits, would be easy to master and he would learn at once. Young Master Yi, you have already practiced 5 techniques to level 5. Do you really need to practice other martial arts? Long Xiaobao curled his lips and asked Ye Bufan. Nature. Long Xiaobao's mouth twitched. The same goes for others. Afterwards, Long Xiaobao stood up, looked at Ye Bufan and said, in that case, I will demonstrate it a few times for young Master Yi. There was nothing to hide when it came to martial arts. Long Xiaobao had no objection to Ye Bufan wanting to learn, and the same went for everyone present. Just once, Ye Bufan smiled and said, he practiced any martial arts, relying on Shi Feishuan's martial arts inheritance. If Long Xiaobao practiced it once and performed it himself, and there was no martial arts inheritance monument in the artifact space, it meant that Shi Feishuan would not be able to practice this martial arts. If this was the case, Ye Bufan would naturally not waste time practicing. As Ye Bufan spoke, everyone was speechless. Want to learn after watching it once? Who do you think you are? Long Xiaobao's mouth twitched, and then he didn't think anymore and walked directly to an open space. Long Xiaobao's sudden behavior naturally attracted the attention of others present. For a moment, more than 2,000 pairs of eyes fell on Long Xiaobao. Base. A crisp sound rang out, and the heavenly soldier's sword in Long Xiaobao's hand was unsheathed. He glanced at Ye Bufan and said, young Master Yi, watch out, I'm about to start. Let's get started. Ye Bufan nodded and smiled. I will practice Hunyuan's sword and shield first. As soon as Long Xiaobao finished speaking, he thrust out with the heavenly soldier level long sword in his hand. For any martial arts, the training and the display are completely two different forms. Cultivation is a tedious process. When it is performed, it is the final form of the martial art. Swish, swish, swish. Long Xiaobao waved the long sword in his hand again and again, his body moving in coordination with the sword's momentum. At the same time, he practiced while reciting the formula of sword skills. A swordsman uses the sword to contain energy, and uses the energy to form a sword. The sword's edge, sword's momentum, and sword's energy, the three are integrated into one to protect oneself. Long Xiaobao kept reciting the incantation and the sword in his hand was dancing wildly. The sword light and sword force are getting faster and faster. Suddenly, Long Xiaobao slashed out with the long sword in his hand, cold, sharp, and unstoppable. His 4 words exploded like thunder, Hunyuan, sword and shield. Yin. Between heaven and earth, the sound of a sword rang out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 81 sword shadows instantly appeared around Long Xiaobao, standing in front of him like warriors, guarding his body. Cold and sharp. Everyone present inexplicably took a breath of cold air. Everyone felt the icy chill of the sword energy, and everyone also felt the sharp metallic edge of the sword energy. The sword energy is indestructible and the defense is not forced. After a moment, Long Xiaobao retracted the long sword in his hand, and the 81 sword energies dissipated. He looked at Ye Bufan and said, young Master Yi, is it okay? As soon as Long Xiaobao finished speaking, everyone looked at Ye Bufan. Okay. Ye Bufan said as he walked straight towards Long Xiaobao and extended his hand, please lend me your sword. I will try your martial arts skills. Long Xiaobao's mouth twitched when he heard this. Young Master Yi, oh young Master Yi, after you have taken a look at it, do you really want to learn this heavenly martial art directly? Long Xiaobao was extremely confused, but he still handed the heavenly soldier's sword in his hand to Ye Bufan, and then stepped aside. Brush. Ye Bufan raised the sword in his hand. The next second, he recalled Long Xiaobao's previous drills and formulas, took a step forward, and slashed out with the long sword in his hand. A swordsman, with swords, contains qi, and qi becomes a sword. Sword light, sword force, and sword qi, the three become one, to protect oneself. Pa. Seeing Ye Bufan practicing martial arts, Long Xiaobao lowered his head and slapped his forehead. The Hunyuan sword and shield that Ye Bufan practiced was simply horrible. The corners of the mouths of other people present also twitched. After seeing Long Xiaobao perform and practice the Hunyuan sword and shield, looking at Ye Bufan's practice at this moment, it was simply a mess and out of place. Even Qin Yao turned her head away and stopped looking at Ye Bufan. It's embarrassing for my own man. Ye Bufan had no idea what everyone was thinking at the moment, and didn't care. He continued to practice the Hunyuan sword technique according to Long Xiaobao's previous demonstration. He drew his sword and displayed his shield. Call out. Ye Bufan swung out his last sword strike, but the 81 sword energies did not appear. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouth twitched again. Messy and speechless. Ye Bufan ignored him, retracted his sword, and his mind went directly into the artifact space. At this moment, the sixth martial arts inheritance steel has appeared in the artifact space that originally had only 5 martial arts inheritance steel, and the 4 words, Hunyuan Sword and Shield, were clearly visible on it. Undoubtedly, Shi Feishuan had also cultivated this martial art to the level of artistic conception. Ye Bufan was overjoyed. The next second, he closed his eyes. Inheritance and visualization. Call out. The sword was slashed out, sharp and piercing. The sudden change and the huge contrast between what happened before and after made all the people present, who were originally confused and speechless, tremble in their hearts and look extremely horrified. At this moment, Ye Bufan was still performing and practicing the Hunyuan Sword and Shield, but he was completely different from before. He was even more proficient in martial arts than Long Xiaobao. Fuck. Seeing this, Long Xiaobao exclaimed, and looked at Ye Bufan with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief, sudden enlightenment. Epiphany. The words, Long Xiaobao, made Qin Yao stunned. The next second, Qin Yao couldn't help but turn her head to Ye Bufan. However, just this one glance made her body tremble. Brush. Qin Yao stood up suddenly and asked in shock, sudden enlightenment. Qin Rong's mouth twitched. The others present were extremely messy. What is epiphany? As a warrior, this is what everyone hopes for, because once you have an epiphany, whether it is martial arts or cultivation, you will get a huge breakthrough. However, epiphany is not something you can get just because you want it. It depends on chance and can only be encountered by chance. But what about now? The second time Ye Bufan performed the Hunyuan sword technique, he entered into a state of enlightenment. Is this person a human being? Swish, swish, swish. Ye Bufan was in the midst of inheritance, but he had no idea what everyone present was thinking. He slashed out with his sword, sharp, and each sword was faster than the last. He drew his sword and displayed his shield. Call out. Ye Bufan swung his sword, and 81 sword energies appeared instantly. This direct entry. Long Xiaobao was simply stunned and dumbfounded. When Uncle Kai taught him this martial art, he used the inheritance jade slips, and Uncle Kai was there to guide and correct him while he was practicing. Even so, with Long Xiaobao's talent, he still practiced for 7 days before he could get started. But what about now? Ye Bufan entered directly twice. This is a heaven-level martial art, not an earth level one, let alone a human level one. Even if young Master Yi's basic strength is a full 100, do you really need to attack people like this? The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was as stunned and dumbfounded as Long Xiaobao. Mr. Yi, are you a human or a monster? Brush. Ye Bufan retracted his sword, and the 81 sword energies instantly dissipated. He opened his eyes and saw everyone present looking at him in shock. Ye Bufan was stunned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" What's wrong? Everyone felt confused. What's wrong? Damn, a heavenly martial art, you practiced it for the second time and directly entered the state of enlightenment, and then got started directly. What expressions do you think we should have? Do you have to be so scary? Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Ye Bufan quickly understood what was going on. No doubt, they were shocked by the sudden realization of his inheritance state. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. Although it was scary that he could enter a state of enlightenment at any time, Ye Bufan did not intend to hide it, not for anything else but because this secret would be exposed sooner or later. Moreover, it was much better to expose it early than later. At least, in this way, outsiders will only think that he has a terrifying talent in martial arts, but will not think that he possesses a magical weapon and has inherited the legacy of a peerless powerful person. That's enough. For Ye Bufan, the artifact is his only secret. As long as the artifact is not exposed, everything else is nothing. Even if it is exposed, what does it matter? This is what a semi-artifact is like. The same is true of horrific epiphanies. Call out. The next second, Ye Bufan threw the sword in his hand directly. With a ding, the sword pierced into the ground in front of Long Xiaobao. Ye Bufan said, "Continue, heaven-killing sword. Now that you have started, keep going. Since it has come to this, I might as well just be shocked to the end." Although Ye Bufan has already practiced 5 divine-level martial arts, these combat skills are still too few for him. Originally, after bringing everyone to the underground space, Ye Bufan was ready to start practicing martial arts, both his own and that of everyone in the Ye family. Others are biting off more than they can chew, but Ye Bufan just thinks he has too few martial arts skills. Now, let's get straight to the point. Chapter 301 Going Out Hunting. I'm going to bed. Looking at Ye Bufan in front of him, and then taking a look at the heavenly soldier sword in his hand, Long Xiaobao put away the sword, curled his lips, and then walked directly towards the burial heaven palace. I'm going to bed, too. I'm going too. And me. After Long Xiaobao, Yi Fu, Yi Shuang and others, even Qin Yao were no exception. Everyone looked at Ye Bufan and chose to leave directly. It was really discouraging. It's fine that you had an epiphany and got started with the Hunyuan sword and shield, we can treat it as a coincidence, an accident. But, for the second sword, Zudian sword, you also had an epiphany and got started with it, are you practicing or just playing? This is a heavenly level martial skill, not a human level martial skill. Want to continue to the third door? Nima, just enjoy yourself. In an instant, everyone present had left, leaving only Ye Bufan and Ye Wang standing there alone. This was because Ye Bufan wanted to practice the sword energy. Otherwise, Ye Wang would have left long ago. Even so, Ye Wang had just finished practicing the sword energy, put away his sword and ran directly back to the burial heaven palace without even watching Ye Bufan practice and cultivate. What if I have another sudden enlightenment? Ye Wang was afraid that he would be traumatized. In fact, just as Ye Wang thought, after Ye Bufan practiced the Zonggung sword chi once, he directly inherited it the second time, entered the state of enlightenment, and got started. For others, martial arts is a form of cultivation. For Ye Bufan, this is only 1,000 merits. Looking at the empty square and the slowly dying fire, Ye Bufan shook his head helplessly. Didn't I just have 2 epiphanies? Do you have to be like this? However, after learning Long Xiaobao's Hunyuan sword and shield, Zudian sword, and Ye Wang's Zonggung sword chi, Ye Bufan did not plan to continue learning other people's martial arts. 2 heaven-level sword skills and 1 earth-level knife skill were enough for Ye Bufan for the time being. However, he was also planning to practice a spear skill, which was none other than Tan Tai Tianyi's heaven-level dragon soul 18 spears. Unfortunately, Tan Tai Tianyi is not around now, so Ye Bufan naturally cannot study. I can only make plans when I see him again. Of course, if Ye Bufan encounters suitable gun skills before meeting Tan Tai Tianyi again, he will still learn and practice them. A night in silence. The next day, everyone in the Yi family, the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City, and even Qin Yao and Qin Rong were no exception and entered a state of cultivation early in the morning. Everyone gathered outside Zhangtian Palace to practice, but Ye Bufan did not join in. He was still in his room, lying on the bed with his hands resting on his head, and asked, Zhangtian, is there any way to let me see the situation in the bronze coffin room? Call out. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Zhangtian appeared at the edge of the bed and said, Master, I can't get close to the bronze coffin, so I can't let you see the situation inside the bronze coffin. However, the scene 30 meters away from the bronze coffin can be seen. That's enough. I just want to see what the 2 demon kings and the 2 god Yuan realms look like now. Ye Bufan said with a smile. It has been 3 days since the 2 demon kings and the 2 god Yuan realms were imprisoned in the coffin room. It is time to take a look at them. Can. Zhangtian said this and waved his right hand. The next second, the picture above Ye Bufan's bed changed, like a projection, and the situation inside the bronze coffin room instantly appeared before his eyes. At this moment, the 2 demon kings of the demon clan gathered together, and the 2 divine realm powerhouses of the Han family also gathered together. They were 30 meters apart and seemed to have nothing to do with each other. Hee. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. Ye Bufan didn't know what materials the burial palace was made of, but he knew clearly that except for some special wooden buildings, such as doors and windows, the other parts of the burial palace were basically indestructible. Of course, the heaven burial palace itself cannot be destroyed, but the palace door and the metal door of the bronze coffin room can still be opened. However, this is under normal circumstances. If it is blocked by the heaven burial palace, it cannot be opened. Just like the coffin room now, the 2 demon kings and the god Yuan realm cannot leave at all. If they want to leave, they can only force the door open. However, once the gate is blocked, it is like a barrier is placed on it. If you want to open the gate by force, you can only break the barrier. The gate barrier and the burial heaven palace barrier are integrated. To break the gate barrier is equivalent to breaking the burial heaven palace barrier. Previously, Han Chong, the ancestor of the Han family, was a divine warrior and was fully capable of breaking the barrier. If Ye Bufan had not had a large amount of yuanxi, he would have entered the burial heaven palace. However, whether it was the two demon kings or the two divine Yuan realm masters of the Han family, they were different. They were only in the divine Yuan realm, and their strength was not enough to threaten the barrier of the burial heaven palace. Even if they were asked to attack for 10, 100, or 1,000 years, they would not be able to break the barrier, not to mention that they did not even know that they could leave after breaking the barrier. Zhangtian, can I talk to them directly? Looking at the two demon kings and two divine Yuan realm masters in the picture, Ye Bufan asked Zhangtian. Can. Zhangtian responded, then waved his hand and said, Master, they can hear you talking now, and you can also hear them talking. Everyone, how do you feel about my arrangement? Are you satisfied? Ye Bufan smiled without any hesitation as he looked at the screen. Swipe. The two demon kings and two gods in the picture stood up instantly. Who's talking? One of the Han family warriors asked as he glanced around. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Why, it's only been 3 days, and you have forgotten me. 3 days ago, you wanted to enter the heaven burial palace to kill me. Buzz. Suddenly, the 4 people in the coffin room were shocked. It's you. It's you. It's you. 4 voices sounded instantly. Haha, that's me, Ye Bufan said with a smile. A demon king immediately shouted angrily. He pointed his right hand at the space above and shouted, Boy, what do you want? You'd better let us go immediately, otherwise. What else? Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Haha, I want to see how you are going to be rude to me. You. The demon king clenched his fists, furious. Ye Bufan's voice sank, and he said in a cold voice, Since you have become a prisoner, you must have the awareness of a prisoner. I am already being merciful by not killing you. Do you still want to be rude to me? Don't you think about your current situation? If you haven't figured it out yet, I'll give you a little more time. Once you've figured it out, I'll come back to see you. Etc. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a divine Yuan realm cultivator from the Han family glared at the demon king and immediately said, Little brother, just tell me clearly, what exactly do you want? The other 3 also pricked up their ears. Ye Bufan said in a deep voice, It's very simple, just submit to me. Submit to you. That's right. Boy, who do you think you are? You want me to submit to you? That's just wishful thinking. Immediately, the previous demon king shouted angrily again. It seems that you still haven't thought it through. In that case, then you should think about it more. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan remained silent. Wait, little brother, let's talk it over. Upon hearing this, the Han family warrior immediately said, but Ye Bufan ignored him. Little brother, are you still there? Little brother. Damn it. After calling out several times without receiving a response, the Han family warrior cursed angrily, then looked at the demon king who had spoken earlier, pointed at it and said angrily, Are you satisfied and comfortable now? Tell me, what should we do now? The demon king was speechless. Zhangtian, please remove this picture and lock them up for a while. Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to the situation inside the bronze coffin room and spoke directly to Zhangtian. Ye Bufan's ultimate goal is to subdue the 2 demon kings. As for the 2 assassins of the Han family, Ye Bufan has no idea at all. If for no other reason, it is because Shi Feishuan's inheritance of Guiyuan realm can allow Ye Bufan to control any demons and wild beasts and make them obey him absolutely, but he cannot control the human race. Otherwise, Ye Bufan would naturally not let go of the 2 divine Yuan realm powerhouses. Now he can only abandon it and kill it. However, now that the Han family's 2 divine Yuan realm warriors and 2 demon kings are together, Ye Bufan has no ability to kill them. After all, the illusion of the burial heaven palace cannot be cast on only one target. Otherwise, these 2 divine Yuan realm warriors would have definitely been wiped out long ago. After Zhangtian removed the coffin room image, Ye Bufan did not hesitate and sat up from the bed. He murmured and said, It's time to go out hunting. When hunting, the targets are naturally demons and wild beasts. It was not for anything else, but because after Ye Bufan unlocked the seal of Guiyuan realm, he had few merits left. This was also because he had a great harvest when he left the underground palace before. If not, Ye Bufan would not have enough merits to advance to Guiyuan realm, let alone practice the 2 martial arts of Tenglong Jubu and Shenwu Bawang Jing to perfection. His current merit is 3,918 521,980 seconds. If anyone saw the condition of Ye Bufan's soul ring, they would be shocked. Because, with more than 500,000 accumulated merits, his military rank has reached the level of 3-star general, and his soul ring is yellow. However, before, on the Flying Dragon platform of the Sky Fortress, Ye Bufan's soul ring was orange, and he was only a 2-star general. In fact, Ye Bufan was also very curious about this and couldn't figure it out. In the end, he directly concluded that it was because of Shi Feishuan. The next second, Ye Bufan shouted, "Come here, you damn dog." Chapter 302, The Wolf King Who Specializes in Tricking His Acquaintances. 3 days passed in a flash. 3 days ago, Zi Qinhao led an army of more than 2 million men under his command, as well as more than 3 million free warriors in the battlefield town, a total of nearly 6 million troops, to attack and massacre the demon clan's base, killing millions of demons and looting an unknown amount of materials. During this period, the Sky Fortress and the Zi Qinhao War Zone were definitely the most brilliant and dazzling existence among the Tianfeng War Division and even the 81 War Divisions. Even the attention of the demons and wild beasts was focused on Zi Qinhao and the Sky Fortress. Such a situation has never occurred again since Feilong. Today, the bloody massacre 3 days ago has come to an end, but the originally peaceful battlefield of demons is no longer peaceful. On the demon side, the new demon emperor took over the Purple Emperor garrison and 3 million troops moved in. At the same time, the new demon emperor had just taken over the garrison and began to retaliate against the human race. The demon army sent out thousands of teams throughout the war zone, seeking revenge frantically. Whenever they encountered a human race, they would kill them at all costs. As a result, most of the free warriors of the human race lived in the battlefield town and dared not leave. The human race's sacred pool and the battlefield town were successively attacked by the Taoist demon tribe. Of course, it would be more accurate to say that it was harassment rather than an attack. Every time, the demon tribe would not stay in the human settlement for too long, at most half an hour. After half an hour, no matter how many casualties they suffered or how many casualties the human tribe suffered, the demon tribe would choose to withdraw. The whereabouts are strange and uncertain. In response, Zi Qinhao only gave one order: if he wants to fight, I will fight. All of a sudden, the battle in Zi Qinhao's war zone escalated instantly, with dozens of people fighting, hundreds of people fighting, and even thousands of people fighting, all over the war zone. Smoke was everywhere, and no matter whether it was the human race or the demon race, the casualties and sacrifices of both sides exceeded 1,000 every day. Bloody, tragic, and shrouded in death. However, no matter whether it was the human race or the demon race, neither side had any intention of retreating, for no other reason than because this was a battlefield. I don't want to retreat, and I can't retreat. Fight, fight to the death. The demon tribe's residence. As the active attacker this time, the edge of the human race settlement was full of fighting and bloodshed, with corpses everywhere. However, the demon race settlement was much calmer, and everything here had returned to the state before the human race's bloodbath 3 days ago. In a certain wasteland, a group of nearly 10,000 wolves marched forward in a mighty manner, led by 2 wolf kings, one blue and one white. "Old White, are you sure there is an ancient relic in the place you mentioned?" The blue wolf king walked forward slowly, tilted his head slightly, glanced at the white wolf king and asked. At the end, he added, "I left the station secretly without telling the demon king. If the demon king knew about it, it would be no joke." It's okay, what's the relationship between us brothers? I won't lie to anyone but you, right? The snow wolf demon king smiled and continued to comfort him. "Besides, even if the demon king finds us, so what? What I found is an ancient relic. There must be a lot of treasures in it. As long as we enter the relic and obtain those treasures, maybe by then, we 2 brothers will directly become demon kings, or even demon emperors. Will we still need to be afraid of him?" 2. The green wolf demon king responded. Suddenly, he couldn't help but ask, "Old Bai, why don't we report this matter directly to the demon king? After all, as you said, this is an ancient relic, and there may be dangers in it that we can't deal with." "Are you stupid?" As soon as the blue wolf demon king finished speaking, the snow wolf demon king immediately said with disdain, "Don't you think about it? If this matter is reported to the demon king, what will happen to us brothers? Even if the demon king rewards us brothers well, how can those rewards compare to the treasures in the ancient ruins?" The green wolf demon king hesitated slightly. The snow wolf demon king continued, "There is a saying among humans that wealth and honor are found in danger. Opportunities and crises always coexist. Without risks, how can there be gains? After a pause, the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke again. If I hadn't been defeated by the human race last time and now I am a commander without troops, I would not have told you this. An ancient relic, even the Demon Emperor would be salivating over it, how can I share it with others? After going through so many things, I finally understand that no matter if I follow the Demon King or the Demon Emperor, I will never get ahead. If I want to do something, I should do it alone. Why should they suppress us? Lao Bai, I also want to be the Demon King, the Demon Emperor, or even the Demon God. The words of the Snow Wolf Demon King startled the Green Wolf Demon King. Old Bai, you. Me what? The Snow Wolf Demon King shook his head and said, do you want to say that I am disrespecting the Demon God? Let me tell you, Zhao King, the Demon God is nothing. How can he know what we are talking about here? What's more, a demon who doesn't want to become a demon god is definitely not a good demon. Don't you want to become a demon god? The Green Wolf Demon King was stunned. Demon god. He naturally hoped that he would become a demon god one day. Look, I've said it before, everyone in the demon race wants to become a demon god. Looking at the Blue Wolf Demon King, the Snow Wolf Demon King said with a smile. Finally, he added, think about how glorious it is to be a demon god, and how comfortable life is. Every day, you stay in the demon viewing mountain range, doing nothing, and you don't need to do anything, enjoying the best resources, the best treatment, and even each branch of my demon race will offer beautiful women to it. Can you look at us again? Not only do I have to hang out in this damned demon barbarian battlefield every day, but I also have to face humans and wild beasts. I never know when I might lose my life. That beast Zihuang only lost one son. How many brothers and sisters of our demon race did he kill in order to avenge him? If I wasn't lucky, I would have died long ago. Look at us again. If we die, who will care about us? Who will remember us? No one will even come to collect our bodies. That's the gap. Every time I think about this, I feel depressed. Why? Is it because we are weak and of low status? No, I don't accept it. I don't want to be like this forever. I want to be the Demon King, the Demon Emperor, or even the Demon God. I want to be high and mighty. There wasn't an opportunity before, but there is now. Ancient ruins. As long as we can obtain the treasures in those ancient ruins, it will not be difficult to advance to the Demon King. Even the Demon Emperor and Demon God will no longer be a luxury. Old Bai, don't say more, I understand. Suddenly, the Green Wolf Demon King interrupted the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, just tell me, how long will it take us to reach the ancient ruins? Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King took a look at the surroundings and said, we are almost there. We are just ahead. It will take about 5 minutes to get there. 5 minutes. Yes. Then, when the time comes, how do we distribute the treasures in these ruins? As he spoke, the Green Wolf Demon King looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King with a strange look. Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. The Snow Wolf Demon King didn't even think about it, and smiled and said, we are all members of the wolf tribe, so we are brothers. Since we are brothers, how about a 30-70 split? The Green Wolf Demon King frowned and said in a deep voice, 30-70 inches. Don't misunderstand me. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled and explained, when I say 70% to 30%, it means you get 70% and I get 30%. Although I discovered this relic, we still need your help and the help of your brothers to have a chance to enter it. If it weren't for you, even if I discovered this relic, I could only watch it, and after a long time, someone else would definitely discover it. By then, this ancient relic will have nothing to do with me, so 30% is enough for me. This. As the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke, the Green Wolf Demon King felt slightly embarrassed. Obviously he misunderstood. Immediately, the Blue Wolf Demon King said, that's absolutely not possible. After all, you were the one who discovered the ruins. How about this, 50-50, each of us gets half. No. The two words, Snow Wolf Demon King, left no room for doubt. Shao Qing, what do you think of me, Lao Bai? Do you think I, Lao Bai, am the kind of guy who likes to take advantage of my brothers? I say 30-70, and there is no room for negotiation. If you continue to be like this, I will leave now and find someone else to cooperate with. This. The Green Wolf Demon King was slightly stunned. The Snow Wolf Demon King said so resolutely, so naturally he couldn't say anything more, let alone refuse. He just said solemnly, Old Bai, I will remember this kindness, brother. If you need me in the future, just ask, I will never refuse. Hee. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled calmly. You said we are good brothers. Since we are brothers, why should we be so polite? The Green Wolf Demon King was stunned. The Snow Wolf Demon King stopped and said, We're here. Chapter 303 Welcome to the Heaven Burial Palace. Arrive. The Blue Wolf Demon King was stunned, and looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King with a suspicious look, and then looked forward again. However, after just one glance, the Blue Wolf Demon King showed a trace of horror. In the sight, 20 meters ahead, the ground had collapsed and sunken, forming a huge pit more than 10 meters deep. In the pit, huge rocks were scattered all over the ground, and in the center of the pit, the roof of the Heaven Burial Palace was exposed. The golden light shines, ancient and simple. It is obvious at first glance that this building buried under the rocks is no ordinary thing. The Green Wolf Demon King was stunned. Behind him, nearly 10,000 wolf beasts were stunned. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled calmly and said, How is it, did I not lie to you? Originally this was just a wasteland. If the ground hadn't collapsed for some unknown reason, this palace would probably still be buried underground, unknown to the world. Now, this relic belongs to you and me. Moreover, I have observed the surroundings before. There is no sacred pond nearby. I believe that no matter whether it is our demon race, human race, or wild beasts, they will not come here. Therefore, no one will discover it in a short time, which gives us plenty of time. How is it, are you satisfied? Satisfied. Hearing this, the Green Wolf Demon King nodded instinctively. Most of the palace in front of us was buried under the rocks. Although the whole picture could not be seen clearly, there was no doubt that this palace was definitely not simple. Moreover, this palace was originally buried underground. This alone was enough to show that the palace was extraordinary. How could the Green Wolf Demon King be dissatisfied? Very satisfied. Let's go. The Snow Wolf Demon King said without further ado, I have already dug up the main entrance of the palace right in front of it. However, this palace is not as simple as I imagined. There is a barrier outside it. If it weren't for this barrier, I would have entered long ago. What we need to do now is to combine the strength of you and me, the two demon kings, and the nearly 10,000 wolf beasts under your command to attack with all our strength and break the barrier of this palace. As long as the barrier is broken, we will be able to enter the palace. Boundary. The Green Wolf Demon King was stunned. Afterwards, he felt relieved and grateful. If there was no barrier, he guaranteed that the Snow Wolf Demon King would never seek cooperation with him. He was afraid that he would have entered the palace long ago. Hee. Thinking of this, the Green Wolf Demon King smiled indifferently. God helps me. The next second, he no longer hesitated, and with nearly 10,000 wolf beast subordinates behind him, he followed the Snow Wolf Demon King towards the Burial Heaven Palace. In front of the Burial Palace. Just as the Snow Wolf Demon King said, he had already been digging for a while. Now in front of the Blue Wolf Demon King and his subordinates, although the Burial Heaven Palace was still mostly buried underground, the two palace gates that were tens of meters high were exposed. Above the palace gate, the three words, Zhengtian Palace, sound ancient and desolate. What a domineering name. Looking at these three words, the Green Wolf Demon King couldn't help but sigh, and his expression was even more shocked. Heaven Burial Palace. What is burying the sky? The same is true for the Blue Wolf Demon King and other wolf beasts. Shocked and horrified, the Snow Wolf Demon King smiled and said, Shao Qing, let's get started. After all, I don't know how long it will take to break through this barrier. If we are discovered by other demons, humans, or wild beasts before we get in, that would not be a good thing. The Blue Wolf Demon King was stunned. He glanced at the Snow Wolf Demon King, and then looked around the Heaven Burial Palace. Is there really a barrier outside this palace? Why don't I feel anything? Hee. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled calmly. You will know if you try it. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the Green Wolf Demon King did not hesitate. He took a few steps forward and came to the palace gate. One of his sharp claws instantly landed on the palace gate. Buzz. In an instant, a colorful barrier appeared outside the Burial Heaven Palace. The Green Wolf Demon King was shocked. The Snow Wolf Demon King laughed and said, Do you believe it now? Boom 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 boom. On the wasteland, in the deep pit, the Snow Wolf Demon King and the Blue Wolf Demon King, as well as nearly 10,000 wolf beasts, were frantically attacking the barrier outside the Burial Heaven Palace. The colorful barrier shines brightly across the heaven and earth. Time passed by second, and with the crazy attacks of the two demon kings and nearly 10,000 wolf beasts, the light of the colorful barrier became dimmer, giving all the demons present a feeling that the barrier was about to break, making their offensive even more fierce. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Thunderous vibrations sounded again and again. Break the barrier and enter the palace. Ancient treasures are at your fingertips. Excited and thrilled, all the wolf beasts of the demon clan, including the blue wolf demon king, seemed to be possessed by demons, and their crazy attacks never stopped. Hee hee. The snow wolf demon king laughed secretly in his heart. Although he was also frantically attacking the semi-artifact barrier, he knew clearly that even a strong man at the level of the Jodian realm demon emperor could not break the barrier. With the power of the two demon kings and nearly 10,000 wolf beasts, there was no way he could break the barrier. Everything before his eyes was just an illusion. Ye Bufan wanted them to enter and needed them to enter, so they were able to enter. Thinking back, wasn't he, the snow wolf demon king, tricked by Ye Bufan into the heaven burial palace? He originally thought it was a great opportunity, but who would have thought that it was actually an abyss? No treasure, just Jedi. Boom. A moment later, the heaven burial palace trembled and the colorful barrier dissipated instantly. Breakthrough. The green wolf demon king and a group of wolf beasts were overjoyed. Swish, swish, swish. They were outside the palace gate in an instant. Bang. The blue wolf demon king slapped out with his claws, and the tightly closed gate of the burial heaven palace was instantly opened, and a touch of pure heaven and earth energy rushed in. The blue wolf demon king was stunned, but did not go in directly. Instead, he looked at a demon general level wolf beast beside him and said, "You, go in." The demon general was stunned. "Your Highness the demon king." The demon general's hesitant voice sounded, and in his voice there was a hint of panic and fear. He understood very well that the green wolf demon king wanted him to explore the way. Ancient ruins. No one knows how long this palace has existed, and no one knows if there is any danger in this palace. Entering rashly may bring about the risk of death. It has to be said that the green wolf demon king is very cautious. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Go in. After glaring at the demon general beside him, the green wolf demon king shouted angrily, and then kicked him again. Bang. With a dull thud, the demon general was instantly kicked into the heaven burial palace. He has no choice whether to go in or not. Bang. In the palace, a muffled sound was heard, and the demon general fell heavily to the ground. In pain, he let out a long roar. Why are you yelling? Check the situation inside the palace quickly and report immediately. Outside the burial heaven palace, the green wolf demon king shouted loudly. Yuanshi, Yuanshi, your highness the demon king, so many, a lot of Yuanshi. As soon as the green wolf demon king finished speaking, the excited voice of the demon general in the palace was rang out. The blue wolf demon king was stunned. Prime stone. Call out. At this time, the demon general ran out of the burial heaven palace with a few yuan stones in his mouth. He came to the blue wolf demon king, put the yuan stones in his mouth on the ground, and said excitedly, "Your Highness, the demon king, there are so many yuan stones in this palace, and the ground is full of them." What? The snow wolf demon king cried out in surprise. The green wolf demon king was also shocked. How many? Immediately, the snow wolf demon king asked urgently. Yes, yes, yes. I don't know how many there are. Anyway, there are a lot of them, definitely more than tens of millions. After thinking for a while, the demon general said. Hiss. In an instant, all the demon clan members present took a deep breath. What kind of concept is more than 10 million yuanshi? Zhao King, we are rich. The snow wolf demon king glanced at the blue wolf demon king beside him, and his excited voice couldn't be suppressed. The green wolf demon king naturally knew what tens of millions of yuanshi represented. Even if these were the only yuanshi in the palace, they had made a fortune this time. The next second, he glanced at the demon general in front of him and asked in a deep voice, apart from the yuan stone, is there anything else? In other words, is there any danger? Hearing this, the demon general was stunned. The snow wolf demon king looked down on him and said, Shao Qing, are you stupid? If there was any danger in this palace, would your men be able to run away with the yuan stone? Forehead. The green wolf demon king was stunned. The snow wolf demon king continued, in my opinion, now is not the time for us to think about these things. Instead, we should collect all these yuanshi as soon as possible. In this way, even if other people find this place, we will have gained a lot. I'll go in first. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King rushed into the Heaven Burial Palace. The Green Wolf Demon King hesitated slightly. Go in. The next second, he gave the order directly. Just as the Snow Wolf Demon King said, at least for now, it is not dangerous to enter the palace. Before that, all the yuan stones can be collected first. If you only look ahead and behind, you will never achieve great things. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, the Green Wolf Demon King rushed into the Heaven Burial Palace first. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Nearly 10,000 wolf beasts rushed into the palace without stopping. In just a moment, nearly 10,000 wolf beasts under the command of the Green Wolf Demon King all entered the Burial Heaven Palace. The Heaven Burial Palace is a space artifact. Its interior is a self-contained space that can be large or small. Nearly 10,000 wolf beasts gather in the hall, and it does not seem crowded at all. Looking at the huge and magnificent Burial Heaven Palace hall in front of them, and the yuan stones scattered all over the ground, both the Green Wolf Demon King and the other wolf beast showed expressions of horror. Suddenly, the Green Wolf Demon King was stunned. Where is Lao Bai? Bang! Bang! As soon as the Green Wolf Demon King finished speaking, two dull, heavy voices were heard, and the originally open gate of the Burial Heaven Palace closed. The sudden scene stunned all the wolves. The same is true for the Green Wolf Demon King. The atmosphere was dead silent and eerie. In the vast space, in the dead silence, after just a moment, a teasing, playful voice followed. Welcome to the Burial Heaven Palace. Chapter 304 Soul Control Technique. Who's talking? The sudden sound startled the Green Wolf Demon King. He let out a loud shout, and his wild, cold, and alert eyes searched around. The same is true for the Blue Wolf Demon King and other wolf beasts. Unfortunately, facing the questioning of the Green Wolf Demon King, Ye Bufan did not answer him at all, and they searched around but did not find any clues. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely weird. Dead silence and solemnity. Demon Your Highness the Demon King, all the yuan stones have all disappeared. Suddenly, a trembling voice sounded among the nearly 10,000 wolf beasts. What? The Green Wolf Demon King was shocked. Brush. He lowered his head to look at the ground, and swept his sight across the entire hall. At this moment, the yuanxi on the ground had disappeared without a trace. Buzz. The Green Wolf Demon King couldn't help but tremble. His eyes flashed, and his cold gaze swept across the hall. Old White, UFC King, come out here, come out. I know you are the one behind this. How dare UFC King trick me? Tell me, what is your purpose, what do you want to do? It must be said that the Blue Wolf Demon King was very smart, and he was able to think of the Snow Wolf Demon King at the first time. Unfortunately, no matter how smart he was, it was useless. From the moment they entered the Burial Heaven Palace, their fate was already determined. Call out. The next second, the scene in front of the Green Wolf Demon King suddenly changed. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor appeared out of nowhere. Boom. Looking at the Purple Emperor Demon King in front of him, the Blue Wolf Demon King's body trembled violently, and his pupils shrank. Master Demon King, you are not what? The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor snorted coldly. He's not dead, is he? The Green Wolf Demon King was speechless. Presumptuous. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor roared angrily, and anger and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Buzz. The Green Wolf Demon King's body trembled again. Bang. The next second, he knelt on the ground, his body trembling, and said in a trembling voice, Master Demon Emperor, You are there, but you don't know it is just an illusion. The Green Wolf Demon King was like this, and the nearly 10,000 wolf beasts under his command were no exception. At almost the same time, they all fell into their own illusions. In the hall, Ye Bufan appeared out of nowhere. The Snow Wolf Demon King followed closely behind. Looking at the Blue Wolf Demon King and a group of wolf beasts standing there in a daze, talking to themselves in the hall, the Snow Wolf Demon King's pupils trembled and his body couldn't help but shiver. Even though a long time had passed, facing the illusion and the scene before him, the Snow Wolf Demon King still felt fear and terror. The original scene is still vivid in my mind. At that time, he was also like the Blue Wolf Demon King and the others, unknowingly falling into the illusion. If Ye Bufan had not subdued him, he would have died by now. Although the Snow Wolf Demon King himself survived, all the demons under his command were killed by Ye Bufan. That scene was bloody, cruel and even terrifying. Just think about it, how does it feel to be killed without your knowledge, without even a chance to resist or escape? Looking at the scene in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled. He didn't know how Zhang Tian cast this illusion, but having experienced the power of illusions himself, Ye Bufan knew the horror of this illusion. If it weren't for Shi Feishuan, if it weren't for the inheritance that could enter the state of enlightenment anytime and anywhere, even with Qin Shin's reminder, even if he knew that everything he saw was fake, he would still be doomed. Even though I knew it was an illusion, I couldn't resist it. I don't know what to do. People are not plants or trees, illusions arise from the mind. Grasp the most vulnerable part of your heart and magnify it infinitely. Even a divine warrior may not be able to resist the illusion of this semi-divine weapon. Bang, bang, bang. In just a moment, dull sounds were heard in the hall. Although no one knew what kind of illusion the Green Wolf Demon King and his demon generals had entered, and what they had experienced in the illusion, at this moment, they all opened their own natal spaces and placed items on the ground one by one. Be unreserved and never hide anything. This is definitely the best weapon to rob the demon race that has its own natal space. The illusion is so terrifying. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all as he shuttled among the demon kings and generals, and put the items they took out from their natal spaces into his own Sumeru ring. Yin. The next second, a long metallic sound was heard. A long sword appeared in Ye Bufan's hand. Rob money and take life. Puff. A knife cut off the neck of a wolf beast, and bright red blood spurted out. With two muffled bangs, the body of the wolf beast fell to the ground. The head was cut off and the body died. From beginning to end, the wolf beast had no idea at all. In a fantasy world, you can slaughter anyone you want. Ye Bufan killed a wolf beast, but did not stop. He raised and retracted his long sword and slashed at another wolf beast. He was not bloodthirsty, but he would not give these wolf beasts a chance to commit suicide. Instead, he would kill them one by one with his own hands. Not for anything else, just for merit. If these wolves committed suicide, Ye Bufan would not be able to gain any merit. One word, kill. The hall was filled with blood. Watching Ye Bufan slaughtering members of his own demon clan like cutting monsters and vegetables, the Snow Wolf Demon King felt no sympathy, no mercy, and no heartache, only fear. It was not the fear of Ye Bufan, but the fear of this illusion. This illusion is impossible to guard against. Absolutely horrifying. In just a few minutes, Ye Bufan slaughtered nearly 10,000 wolves under the command of the Blue Wolf Demon King. The hall was littered with corpses, with only the Blue Wolf Demon King left. Ye Bufan put away the long knife in his hand, walked in front of the Blue Wolf Demon King, and kicked him directly. Bang! With a dull thud, the Wolf King flew backwards. Ye Bufan shouted, "Zhang Tian, cancel the illusion." Boom! As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a muffled sound was heard, and the body of the Green Wolf Demon King hit heavily against a pillar of the hall. With a puff sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Bang! The next second, he fell heavily to the ground. Call out! Ye Bufan flashed in front of the Blue Wolf Demon King, his deep eyes with a hint of coldness, looking down at him, and said in a cold voice, "Submit to me." The Blue Wolf Demon King instinctively trembled, ignoring the severe pain in his body. He stood up suddenly, stared at Ye Bufan with a wary look, and asked, "Who are you?" "Submit to me, young master." "You." The Green Wolf Demon King was furious and was about to speak when he smelled the blood in the air. Suddenly, he saw the bloody corpses around him. His body trembled again with horror. He looked at Ye Bufan and said, You killed him." "Submit to me, young master." Ye Bufan ignored him and continued speaking in a cold voice. "You." The Green Wolf Demon King was furious and even more frightened. He kept thinking about what happened before. After entering the palace, he inexplicably met the Purple Emperor Demon. The Purple Emperor Demon also made some strange requests to him. This was not the point. The point was that the Purple Emperor Demon suddenly disappeared and all his men died. What's going on? What exactly happened? The Wolf King was confused. "Just submit to your master obediently. This is the best choice for you now." At this time, the Snow Wolf Demon King came to Ye Bufan and reminded the Green Wolf Demon King in front of him. Buzz! The Green Wolf Demon King's body trembled violently. "It's you." Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, he couldn't suppress the anger in his eyes. "Lao Bai, you actually betrayed the demon race and teamed up with the human race to cheat me." The Snow Wolf Demon King's mouth twitched and he stopped talking. "Are you done?" At this time, Ye Bufan's deep voice sounded. You. The Green Wolf Demon King was stunned. Ye Bufan said, "Submit to me. Don't even think about it." The Blue Wolf Demon King's eyes flashed with anger. "You want me to submit to you, a human race? That's just wishful thinking. Let me tell you, even if you kill me, I will not submit to you." The Snow Wolf Demon King shook his head. "If you don't want to surrender, can you just not surrender?" Stubborn. Ye Bufan said these 4 words in a cold voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed and appeared in front of the Blue Wolf Demon King. He kicked him and said, "Whether you are willing or not is not up to you. Today, even if you don't want to submit to me, you have to submit." Boom. With a loud bang, the Green Wolf Demon King's body flew backwards violently. Bang. A few meters away, he hit a pillar in the hall heavily. With a puff sound, he spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground heavily. Ye Bufan attacked again. Invincible in Guiyuan realm. The Green Wolf Demon King's strength is equivalent to the 3-star or 4-star Guiyuan realm level of the human race. In front of Ye Bufan, he didn't even have a chance to resist. Bang, bang, bang. In the hall, dull and heavy voices continued to sound. The Green Wolf Demon King just kept getting beaten. Boom. A moment later, a loud bang was heard. The body of the Green Wolf Demon King hit the stone pillar heavily, blood splattered, and as his body fell to the ground again, he never stood up again. He just lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his body twitching uncontrollably. Ye Bufan took a few steps and came in front of the Green Wolf Demon King. Soul Control Technique. 3 words rang out from his mouth. Cold and resolute. After unlocking the seal of the artifact's Guiyuan realm level, Ye Bufan obtained not martial arts or martial arts techniques, but a secret method, soul controlling technique. The soul controlling technique can only control demons and wild beasts, but not humans. However, as long as they are controlled by Ye Bufan, no matter if they are demons or wild beasts, they will absolutely obey Ye Bufan and be absolutely loyal to him. Even if Ye Bufan asks them to kill their own people or even commit suicide, they will not hesitate. The soul controlling technique is directly inherited and does not require any practice. Of course, the soul controlling technique also has a big limitation, and that is one's own cultivation level. Now Ye Bufan is only in the Guiyuan realm, so he can only control the souls of the Guiyuan realm, or the monsters and wild beasts below the Guiyuan realm. In addition, a 1-star Guiyuan realm can only control the soul of 1 wild beast or monster, and the number of controlled souls increases by 1 with each realm upgrade. Ye Bufan is now at the 2nd-star level and can control the souls of 2 demons. The Snow Wolf Demon King was the first demon whose soul Ye Bufan controlled. Undoubtedly, Ye Bufan reserved the 2nd spot for the Blue Wolf Demon King in front of him. Unwilling to surrender. You have no control over the soul controlling technique. Buzz. As Ye Bufan performed the soul controlling technique and instilled thoughts into the Green Wolf Demon King through secret methods, after a moment, the Green Wolf Demon King's body trembled. Looking at Ye Bufan, he said respectfully, "Master." Chapter 305 Human Spy, Demon Traitor. The Demon Fortress. Ever since the Nether Dragon Demon Emperor took over the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's control of the demon race's position, he has been commanding the demon army to attack the human race's position every day. In just a few days, the 2 sides fought thousands of times, and the number of members killed on both sides was definitely more than 100,000, and the number of those seriously and slightly injured was countless. In fact, because the demons took the initiative to attack and launch sneak attacks day and night, the casualties on the human side were much more serious than those on the demon side. The Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor was very satisfied with this. He wants revenge and to vent. But at this moment, the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor was in a very bad mood, just like a volcano that could erupt at any time and had reached the brink of eruption. Just yesterday, when the demon army had achieved a little result, 2 demon kings under the command of the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor came to report that 4 demon kings were missing from their command, along with tens of thousands of demon troops under the command of the 4 demon kings. That's not all. Today, another demon king came to report that one of his demon kings had disappeared, along with nearly 10,000 of his soldiers. Including the previous 4 demon kings, in just a few days, 5 demon kings and more than 40,000 demon garrisons under the command of the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor have disappeared for no reason. And their disappearances were the kind where neither the demons were seen alive nor their bodies were found after their death. After several days of continuous fighting with the human race, how many members of the demon race died? It's just a little over 100,000. Now, look what happened. His demon army attacked the human base and just achieved a little success, but more than 40,000 demon troops disappeared from his base. As soon as the war broke out, a fire broke out in the backyard. How could the Netherworld Demon Dragon Emperor not be angry? How could he not be furious? You bunch of trash, have you found any clues? Where did these members of my demon clan go? Are they alive or dead now? Answer me, the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor angrily said in a cold voice as his fiery eyes swept over the several demon kings in front of him. Several demon kings couldn't help but lower their heads, looking silent. Silence means being speechless. They found no clues. Waste, a bunch of waste, what use do I have for you? Immediately, the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor pointed at several demon kings in front of him, his eyes spitting fire, and said angrily in a cold voice. Then he took a deep breath, as if trying to calm himself down. After a moment, the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor glanced at several demon kings and shouted, investigate thoroughly for me. I will only give you 1 day. If there is still no result after 1 day, you must charge into the human race's base and fight to the death to be loyal to the demon god. Buzz. When the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor finished speaking, several demon kings trembled. Rush into the human settlement and fight to the death. Death is certain. Yes. The next second, several demon kings shouted in unison. They have no choice. Go ahead. The Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor waved his hand and reminded them coldly, remember, you only have 1 day. This time tomorrow, I must see the answer. Yes. Several demon kings responded and turned to leave. Call. The Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor took a deep breath, and then murmured in a cold voice, no matter whether this matter has anything to do with your human race, this emperor has already put the account on your human race. It's time to deal with some of the demon race. Suddenly, the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor shouted towards the outside of the palace, please invite the Jade Eyes Crystal Eyes Demon Emperor to come to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. After a while, the Jade-Eyed Crystal Beast walked into the hall and came before the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor. Looking at the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor, the Jade-Eyed Crystal Beast asked suspiciously, Master Demon Emperor, I wonder why you have summoned me here. The Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor glanced at the Green-Eyed Crystal Beast and asked, what did you do yesterday? The Jade-Eyed Crystal Beast was stunned for a moment, then said, reporting to the Demon Emperor, I led a 1,000-man team of my demon tribe to attack the human race's base yesterday, and I just changed my mind early this morning. Yeah. The Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor sneered. The blue-eyed crystal-eyed beast was stunned again. Call out. Before he could think about it, the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor had already disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of the green-eyed crystal-eyed beast. Without giving the green-eyed crystal-eyed beast a chance to react or dodge, the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor violently slammed it in the face. Boom. With a loud bang, the body of the blue-eyed crystal-eyed beast flew backwards instantly, and with another bang, it hit the wall on the left heavily. Puff! The jade-eyed crystal beast fell to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked at the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor and said, Master Demon Emperor, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? The Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor sneered, then looked directly at the green-eyed crystal beast and angrily asked, why did you betray the demon race and join the human race? Buzz. Suddenly, the pupils of the blue-eyed crystal beast instinctively shrank, and his body and even his soul trembled. He looked at the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor with horror. Time seems to have stopped and space seems to have frozen. The Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor saw the instant reaction of the jade-eyed crystal beast and immediately scolded it coldly, what, you have nothing to say. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. The jade-eyed crystal beast lay on the ground, raised its head, looked directly at the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor and said, I have performed my duties faithfully and have no regrets, and I have no regrets for my demon race. Snort. Hearing this, the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor snorted coldly, no regrets in your heart. No regrets in the demon race. Bai Yan, you lied without blinking an eye. As soon as he finished speaking, the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor changed the subject again and said in a cold voice, some time ago, the youngster of the Purple Emperor was killed by the human race. In order to avenge the human race, the Purple Emperor was a little impulsive, but his plan was flawless. But why did it fail? The blue-eyed crystal-eyed beast was stunned. The netherworld evil dragon demon emperor continued, the human race had already taken the bait, but Zi Qinhao suddenly changed his mind. And, all this was because he met a man in black robes at the Sky Fortress. As he spoke, the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor looked at the green eyes crystal eyes and said teasingly, that black-robed man must be you, the green eyes crystal eyes demon emperor, right? My lord demon emperor, I don't understand what you are talking about. The blue-eyed crystal-eyed beast denied. Not understand. The netherworld evil dragon demon emperor sneered, then I will explain it more clearly. Yesterday, the man in black robes appeared in the Sky Fortress again. Now, all the demon emperors under the former purple emperor have fallen, and only you are left. Tell me, besides you, who else is there? Even if that's the case, Lord Demon Emperor, you can't frame me. I am not the only demon emperor in my demon clan. How can you be sure that the one who betrayed the demon clan is the demon emperor in our garrison? Why can't it be another demon emperor? As he spoke, the jade-eyed crystal beast showed a look of determination, and said, I refuse to accept this, your subordinate. Not convinced? Then I will convince you. A hint of coldness flashed across the face of the nether dragon demon emperor. Suddenly, he angrily said, do you still remember the human you met when you left the Sky Fortress yesterday? Buzz. Upon hearing this, the blue-eyed crystal-eyed beast's pupils shrank and its body trembled. He was shocked and horrified. Have you thought of something? Looking at the absent-minded look of the jade-eyed crystal-eyed beast, the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor sneered, I can tell you right now that you are right. She is the spy that my demon race has planted next to Zi Qinhao. Moreover, she has another identity. She is the fourth daughter of Lord Lihuo demon god, Murphy. Boom. Suddenly, the soul of the green-eyed crystal-eyed beast trembled. No. As soon as he heard the word, his eyes widened, and he looked at the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor in horror and said, impossible, she clearly doesn't have any demon marks, how could she be a demon? Hee hee. The netherworld evil dragon demon emperor smiled calmly, nothing is impossible. The fact is, she is indeed the biological daughter of the demon god. The blue-eyed crystal-eyed beast is confused. Call out. The next second, he suddenly stood up and ran out of the hall. The blue-eyed crystal-eyed beast had never thought that the woman was actually the daughter of the demon god. He had to pass this news to Zi Qinhao, otherwise there would be endless troubles. Want to run? Watching the blue-eyed crystal-eyed beast fleeing in a hurry, the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor sneered. Do you think you have the qualifications to escape from me? A disdainful voice with a hint of coldness sounded, and the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor disappeared instantly. Boom. A loud bang like thunder sounded. Puff. The blue-eyed crystal-eyed beast spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body, which had been trying to escape, was knocked away by the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor, and fell heavily in the center of the hall with a bang. Puff. The next second, the blue-eyed crystal-eyed beast spurted out another mouthful of blood. What do you want? Looking up at the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor who was slowly walking towards him, the blue-eyed crystal beast gritted its teeth and asked in a cold voice. How about it? The netherworld evil dragon demon emperor sneered, don't worry, I won't kill you, let alone let you commit suicide. As long as you are alive, as long as Zi Qinhao doesn't know that you have been exposed, you are still valuable. There are billions of members in my demon clan, and there are even more members in your lineage of the blue-eyed crystal-eyed beast. I think it shouldn't be difficult to find someone with a cultivation level similar to yours. Buzz. Upon hearing this, the pupils of the blue-eyed crystal beast shrank. You want someone to impersonate me? That's right. The netherworld evil dragon demon emperor smiled calmly, and then, with a hint of teasing and amusement on his face, he said, but unfortunately, there is no reward. You. The blue-eyed crystal-eyed beast was furious. Someone come. The netherworld evil dragon demon emperor ignored him and shouted, take this fellow who betrayed the demon race back to the Wangyao mountain range and keep him under strict supervision. Without my permission, he must not die. Chapter 306 Exposed. The identity of the Jade Crystal Beast was exposed and captured by the Demon Emperor. In the Human Race War Department, there was a daughter of the Demon God with a high military rank lurking under Zi Qinhao. Ye Bufan didn't know these things and didn't want to know. Now, after trapping 5 Demon Kings in a row, Ye Bufan's merits have also undergone tremendous changes. Soul Ring. 132,186 628,300 firsts. With accumulated merit exceeding 600,000, Ye Bufan's military rank has reached 3-star general. This was due to his special circumstances. Otherwise, 600,000 merits would already be at the level of a 4-star general. His merit accumulation speed was absolutely outrageous. In just 3 days, 100,000 merits were achieved. Who can compare with such speed? Of course, Ye Bufan, who has already obtained military power, is not too concerned about accumulating merits and military rank for the time being. He only cares about using the merits. 130,000 usable merits are a lot for others, but for Ye Bufan, it is just a drop in the bucket. This amount of merit can only allow him to practice a martial art to the great perfection level, so this amount of merit is not enough for him at all. What to do? Keep trapping and keep killing. However, Ye Bufan does not need to lure the demon tribe himself, and he does not have the ability to do so. He can only rely on the 2 wolf kings. Burial Palace. The 2 demon kings, Blue Wolf and Snow Wolf, had already left, so Ye Bufan could not just wait in the Heaven Burial Palace to lure the demons in. While the 2 demon kings were carrying out their mission, Ye Bufan practiced non-stop. His practice is different from others. The Tianyan Gai secret can refine all things in heaven and earth. For other warriors in the condensation, return to the origin, and divine origin realms, the best auxiliary training item is naturally the Yuan stone. But for Ye Bufan, it is not the case. For him, the best auxiliary training item is naturally the corpses of the demons and wild beasts. Why? First, the vitality of heaven and earth contained in the corpses of demons and wild beasts is no worse than that of Yuanshi. Second, there are many demons and wild beasts. In addition to improving his own cultivation, Ye Bufan also needs to condense the essence pill. If he only relies on the essence stone, it will not be enough to satisfy his extravagance. Third, compared to Yuanshi, the demons and wild beasts are cheaper. After all, Ye Bufan wanted to kill the members of these 2 tribes to earn merits, and he could just refine their corpses for cultivation. It was definitely killing 2 birds with 1 stone and at an absolutely low cost. In the main hall of the Heaven Burial Palace, countless monster corpses were piled up into small hills. Ye Bufan sat cross-legged on one of the corpses, his eyes closed, his hands flat on his knees. The monster corpses under him were dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In Ye Bufan's hands, essence pills slowly took shape. Practice and condense the elixir. The last time in the underground palace, Ye Bufan was only at the 2nd-star condensation realm. When he was condensing the essence pill, he made an amazing discovery. That is, every time he consumed his own energy to refine the essence pill, and then absorbed the energy to transform the energy and fill the meridians, his meridians would become stronger and tougher. 2-star condensation, 200 times. 3-star condensation, 300 times. 1-star returns to its origin, 1,000 times. This is the conclusion Ye Bufan came to after advancing to the 2nd-star Guiyuan realm. Moreover, Ye Bufan's breakthrough and advancement in this way has a very solid foundation. He is not like other warriors, whose rapid improvement leads to an unstable foundation and requires them to spend a certain amount of time and energy to consolidate their cultivation. It was also for this reason that Ye Bufan was able to advance to the 2-star Guiyuan realm in such a short period of time. Now his way of cultivation has undergone earth-shaking changes. Condensing the essence pill is cultivation. As for breakthroughs and advancements, let nature take its course and everything will fall into place. After all, the value of the essence pill is beyond doubt. It has no effect on Ye Bufan at all, but for other warriors, it is simply a heaven-defying thing. It can not only allow warriors to instantly restore their energy in battle, but also directly improve their cultivation. Essence pill is the cultivation. Ye Bufan is not alone now, he has the entire Tianwang camp with him. Now, the Ye family members who have broken through the condensation stage have begun to take essence pills to practice, and their practice speed must be increasing by leaps and bounds. In the future, once the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City advance to the condensation stage, they will also begin to use essence pills to improve their cultivation. One person supports the entire Tianwang war camp. Ye Bufan only complained that the essence pills were too few, and he would never complain that there were too many. Practice and condense the elixir at the same time. Boom 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 boom. In the main hall, Ye Bufan was practicing alone. Suddenly, loud roars were heard, and the entire burial heaven palace trembled. Ye Bufan's tightly closed eyes opened instantly, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Here it comes. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan stood up, jumped down from the mountain of corpses, and said, Zhangtian, open the illusion directly and hide these monster corpses. Yes, master. As soon as Zhangtian finished speaking, he asked in confusion, Master, since you want to use the Zhangtian Palace to lure and kill these monsters, why don't you just put the Zhangtian Palace in a more obvious place? When a semi-divine artifact comes out, there is no need for those two stupid wolves to lure them. I'm afraid that countless monsters will rush into the Zhangtian Palace. Wouldn't it be faster that way? Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Ye Bufan waved his hand and said with a smile, making money quietly is the best way to go. Besides, what if we make too much noise and attract those divine martial lords? Can you stop them? Even if you can, I still feel bad for those Yuanshi. Ye Bufan said this and Zhangtian became speechless. The divine martial lord, he really can't stop it. Outside the burial palace, boom boom boom, the two wolf kings, Blue Wolf and Snow Wolf, led a group of demon clan members to frantically attack the outer barrier of the burial heaven palace. With the experience of the previous few times, they are now very experienced. Old Bear, after we enter this palace, the three of us will each get 30% of the treasures inside, and the remaining 10% will be divided equally among your brothers. Do you have any objection? The Snow Wolf Demon King said to a Bear Demon King beside him while attacking the barrier of the Burial Heaven Palace. No problem, the Bear Demon King said without even thinking. What opinion could he have? The two Wolf Kings in front of him were no weaker than him. If the two Wolf Kings joined forces, he would not be able to defeat them at all. Once the two sides started fighting, even if he had nearly 10,000 men, he might not be able to gain an advantage. The most important thing was that these ancient ruins were originally discovered by the two demon kings. He took 30%, which was already a good deal. Boom. A moment later, the Heaven Burial Palace was shaken, and the colorful barrier dissipated instantly. It was breached. The Snow Wolf Demon King was overjoyed. Afterwards, without any hesitation, he cooperated with the Green Wolf Demon King and directly tricked the Bear Demon King and his nearly 10,000 subordinates into the Burial Heaven Palace. Bang! Bang! There were two muffled sounds, and the gate of the Burial Heaven Palace closed tightly. Everything is the same as before. In the Heaven Burial Palace, even the powerful Divine Yuan Realm warriors at the Demon King level were unable to resist, let alone a mere Demon King and nearly 10,000 Demon Clan members who were not even as good as the Demon King. They are destined to be obliterated and perish. A few minutes later, the tightly closed door of the Burial Heaven Palace opened again, and the two Demon Kings, the Snow Wolf Demon King and the Blue Wolf Demon King, slowly walked out of the Burial Heaven Palace. The Snow Wolf Demon King laughed and said, "There are more than 9,700 demons. The master will calculate it as 10,000. For every 1,000 demons, there will be 10 essence pills. You and I will split it equally." Tisk tisk, another 5 essence pills are in hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King threw the 5 essence pills into his mouth and swallowed them without any hesitation. The Green Wolf Demon King was stunned. "You ate it directly. What else?" The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned, then smiled and said, "If I don't eat it, should I keep it?" The Green Wolf Demon King hesitated slightly. The Snow Wolf Demon King continued, "Master, this essence pill is much stronger than the Yuan Stone, Earth Treasure, etc. It doesn't even need to be refined, it can be directly transformed into cultivation. I was only a 5th level Demon King before, but now I'm almost advancing to the 6th level Demon King. If I get another chance, I will definitely advance. You should eat quickly too. Nothing is more important than strength." The Green Wolf Demon King thought about it, then took out 10 essence pills and swallowed them. He had not taken them before, but now the moment he swallowed the essence pills, the Green Wolf Demon King couldn't help but open his eyes wide and looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King in horror. "Hey hey." The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled and said, "How is it? Are you shocked? Are you excited? Following the master, let alone becoming a Demon King, we may even be able to advance to Demon Emperor or Demon God in the future. Walk." As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the Green Wolf Demon King said. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. "What are you doing?" "Nonsense." The Blue Wolf Demon King shouted angrily, "Of course I am doing this for my master. Only by tricking more demons into coming to the Heaven Burial Palace can we obtain more essence pills. The Snow Wolf Demon King laughed. Suddenly, a cold and furious voice sounded in the air. Assholes, what did you two do? Buzz. The two Wolf Kings trembled. Swipe. They looked at each other. Were you discovered? In an instant, the two Wolf Kings couldn't help but look up. Call out. In midair, a Demon King descended from the sky and landed directly in front of the two Wolf Kings. He stared at the two Wolf Kings with cold eyes and said angrily, "Did you do that before? Were they also brought into this palace by you? Tell me, what is in this palace? Who is your master?" The two Wolf Kings were shocked. Run. The next second, the Snow Wolf Demon King shouted. Chapter 307, Divine Martial Power, Heaven-Slaying Sword Slash. Run. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished his words, the two Wolf Kings had already rushed towards the Burial Heaven Palace. The luring and killing incident had already been exposed, so there was no reason for them not to run. Want to run? Seeing this, the Shadow Demon Dragon roared angrily. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot with a flash. His speed was extremely fast, and he appeared in front of the Heaven Burial Palace again. Intercepting in front of the two Wolf Kings, looking at them with cold eyes, the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King angrily said, "Can you run away?" Then, he shouted again, "Tell me, who is in this palace? What did you do to our Demon Clan members? Why did you betray the Demon Clan?" In just a few days, the 5 Demon Kings and more than 40,000 demon garrisons disappeared without reason, which angered the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor, who only gave them 1 day. After 1 day, if they did not find out the result, they would have to rush into the human settlement and fight to the death. Now, the Shadow Demon Dragon King and the other Demon Kings involved are all investigating the reasons why the Demon King and the Demon Garrison disappeared. Earlier, after the Shadow Demon Dragon King returned from the Demon Fortress, he happened to encounter the two Wolf Kings leading a demon team leaving the garrison. If it was normal, the Shadow Demon Dragon would not care, but it was different now. So he followed all the way. But what is the result? That Demon King and his nearly 10,000 demon garrisons never came out after entering the Burial Heaven Palace. Moreover, he also heard the conversation between the two Wolf Kings clearly. At this moment, the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King knew what had happened. Surprise, but also anger. Looking at the Shadow Demon Dragon King blocking the way ahead, the two Wolf Kings trembled instinctively. Explain. The Shadow Demon Dragon King roared angrily. The Snow Wolf Demon King's body trembled again. He looked at the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King in front of him and said in a trembling voice, "Master Demon King, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding." The Green Wolf Demon King was stunned. The Shadow Demon Dragon King frowned. Misunderstanding. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The Snow Wolf Demon King said repeatedly, "We didn't do anything to those demon members. They are now in this palace, helping the Savage Tiger Demon King explore this ancient ruins." Upon hearing this, the Green Wolf Demon King felt confused. Snow Wolf Demon King, this guy is really good at deceiving people. However, he did not say much, nor did he show anything. He just looked at the Shadow Demon Dragon King quietly. If he could trick him into it, it would be perfect. Barbarian Tiger Demon King. Ancient Ruins. The Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King frowned as he looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King, with a hint of doubt in his expression. "Yes, it is." The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, "This palace is an ancient relic. We discovered it earlier with Lord Savage Tiger Demon King, and we found a lot of treasures inside. But the palace is too big to be explored by the 3 of us alone. So Lord Savage Tiger Demon King asked my brother and I to look for members of the Demon Clan and ask them to come to the palace to help. However, Lord Barbarian Tiger Demon King said that he discovered this ancient relic and it should belong to him alone. He asked us 2 brothers to keep it secret. He also said that we 2 brothers will definitely benefit from it afterwards. The essence pill was found in the palace. Lord Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King, if you don't believe me, you only need to go into the palace and you will know. Your subordinate, really did not lie." After the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, he stopped talking and just looked at the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King quietly. However, he and the Blue Wolf Demon King were extremely tense inside. Does he believe it or not? Fart. Suddenly, the Shadow Demon Dragon King roared angrily, staring at the Snow Wolf King and angrily said, "If it is really as you said, you would have entered the palace long ago, and the barrier outside must have been broken by you long ago. Why was there still a barrier before? Also, Who is this savage tiger demon king you are talking about? Why haven't I heard of him before? I am here under the order of the demon emperor to investigate the disappearance of the demons. Since you said that the savage tiger demon emperor did it, you must invite him out now. Hearing this, the snow wolf demon king hesitated slightly. Why, you don't want to? Looking at the snow wolf demon king, the shadow demon dragon demon emperor's expression suddenly darkened, and he said in a cold voice, or is it that there is no savage tiger demon king or any ancient ruins here, and what you said before was simply deceiving me? The snow wolf demon king trembled and said anxiously, no, what I said is true. I did not deceive the demon king. We two brothers will go and invite the savage tiger demon king out for you now. Please wait a moment. Having said that, the two wolf kings immediately wanted to go to the burial heaven palace, etc. The shadow demon dragon king stopped him. Lord Shadow Demon Dragon Demon Emperor, do you have anything else to say? The Snow Wolf Demon King said in surprise after taking a look at the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon Emperor. We just need to go in and invite Manhu. Only one of you needs to go, and the other can stay. The Shadow Demon Dragon King said softly. Son of a bitch. The Snow Wolf Demon King cursed inwardly, but with a smile on his face. Okay, Zhao King, wait here for a moment, I will go and invite Lord Manhu now. The Green Wolf Demon King nodded. The Snow Wolf Demon King walked straight towards the gate of the Burial Heaven Palace without any hesitation. In just a few steps, he arrived behind the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King. Zhao King, fuck him. Suddenly, the Snow Wolf Demon King roared. Call out. Before he finished his words, the Snow Wolf Demon King suddenly jumped up and pounced directly at the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King. They were only a few steps apart, and the Snow Wolf Demon King was in front of the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King in an instant. He slapped out with one palm, and sharp claws instantly appeared on his palm, flashing a cold metallic light. The Shadow Demon Dragon King was shocked. He never expected that the Snow Wolf Demon King would dare to commit treason and suddenly attack him. Such a close distance, I was caught off guard. Puff. The 5 blade-like claws of the Snow Wolf Demon King instantly fell on the body of the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King, sliding down from top to bottom, tearing open his clothes, and leaving 5 shocking wounds on his body, and blood splattered for a moment. Roar. The Shadow Demon Dragon King, who had transformed into a human body, felt pain and let out a long, shrill, painful roar. Then, he slapped out with his palm again. The force of thunder is extremely fast. Court death. Boom. The Shadow Demon Dragon King angrily slapped the Snow Wolf Demon King with his palm. The Snow Wolf Demon King felt a surge of blood throughout his body, and with a puff sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Then, his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Bang! In an instant, the Snow Wolf Demon King's body crashed heavily onto the Heaven Burial Palace. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Everything happened in a flash. Puff! Just as the Shadow Demon Dragon King slapped the Snow Wolf Demon King away with his palm, a strange voice suddenly sounded, and the Shadow Demon Dragon King's body trembled. He looked down and saw his human body, with a wolf claw piercing through the abdomen, and bloody liquid flowing out. The Shadow Demon Dragon King's pupils shrank. The 5 sharp claws of the Blue Wolf Demon King opened instantly, and then, with a swish, his claws were pulled out from the body of the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King, bringing out some of the internal organs. After a successful attack, the Blue Wolf Demon King did not hesitate at all, and his body instantly retreated. In an instant, he retreated several meters away. Roar. The Shadow Demon Dragon King let out a long, heart-wrenching roar. Pain, anger. In an instant, he turned directly into his original form. A black magic dragon over 30 meters long appeared in front of the 2 wolf kings, with murderous aura permeating its entire body, and its cold eyes erupting with anger. Blood-red eyes, extremely terrifying. However, even if the Shadow Demon Dragon King transformed into his original form, his injuries could not be alleviated at all. In fact, due to his increased size, the wounds looked even more hideous. There were 5 wounds more than 1 meter long, deep enough to see the bones. Blood flowed out of the wounds like running water, forming a thick pool on the ground in an instant. The previous attack by the Green Wolf Demon King left a blood hole the size of a human head on the body of the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King. The blood was so abundant and it was shocking. Although the human body is convenient, it is definitely the time when each demon's defense is at its weakest. The Shadow Demon Demon King never thought that the two Wolf Kings would dare to attack him when he transformed into a human body. Angry, angry, angry. The anger in my heart was like a volcano erupting. Brush. The next second, the Shadow Demon Dragon King's cold blood-red eyes looked directly at the Green Wolf Demon King in the distance, his gaze fixed on him firmly, with murderous intent and anger mixed together. The Green Wolf Demon King's body trembled instinctively. Die. The Shadow Demon Dragon King said angrily. Divine martial force, heaven-slaying slash. Before the Shadow Demon Dragon King could rush out to kill, outside the Heaven Burial Palace, between heaven and earth, a cold word suddenly exploded with incomparable murderous intent. Kill. Chapter 308. Why doesn't he fly? Cut. The sudden word, cold, resolute, and full of murderous intent, stunned the two Wolf Kings and the Shadow Demon Dragon King. Ye Bufan hid behind the Shadow Demon Dragon King, the cold light flashing with the long sword in his hand, and without any suspense, he slashed directly with the sword. The power of the 8 wildernesses is great. The sword that kills the sky is the entry point. This is definitely Ye Bufan's strongest attack at the moment. Call out. The cold sword light shot out and attacked the Shadow Demon Dragon King directly. Crack, crack, crack. The Xuanbing-level long sword in Ye Bufan's hand could not withstand the power of this sword. The moment the sword light attacked, the sword body instantly shattered into countless pieces. It seems that I have to get a heavenly soldier-level long sword. Seeing the long sword in his hand shattered, Ye Bufan couldn't help but think in his heart. This long sword was borrowed from Ye Xuang before leaving the underground palace. Obviously, it can no longer be returned. Before Ye Bufan could think any more, the sword had already shot out. Puff! In a flash of lightning, the cold sword light directly slashed down on the body of the Shadow Demon Dragon King, breaking the flesh and blood, leaving a shocking wound, and blood gushed out. Roar! The Shadow Demon Dragon King felt pain and let out a long roar. In an instant, he looked straight at Ye Bufan. Human. 2 words, carrying a deep chill. Owner. Owner. The two Wolf Kings said respectfully. Ye Bufan glanced at the two Wolf Kings, recalling the scene of their sneak attack on the Shadow Demon Dragon King just now, and smiled slightly. Well done, there will be a reward later. The two Wolf Kings were overjoyed. The Shadow Demon Dragon King was furious. Owner. He glanced at the two Wolf Kings with a suspicious look, and then fell on Ye Bufan, and asked in a cold voice, Human, is this your fault? Tell me, what have you done to my Demon Kings and tens of thousands of soldiers? Release them immediately, and I will leave you with an intact body. Oh. Hearing this, the two Wolf Kings sneered. Release. Those Demon Kings and the garrisons are already dead and cannot die anymore, how can we set an example? Call out. Ye Bufan didn't even waste time talking to the Shadow Demon Dragon King. A cold light shot out from his hand, and an ordinary iron spear went straight at the Shadow Demon Dragon King. Court death. The Shadow Demon Dragon King roared angrily. Then, he flashed slightly to avoid the iron spear thrown by Ye Bufan. Kill him. Ye Bufan shouted sternly. Brush. The next second, a Xuanbing-level long sword instantly appeared in his hand. You guys think you can kill me? That's just wishful thinking. The Shadow Demon Dragon King dodged the iron spear thrown by Ye Bufan. After an angry taunt, he didn't hesitate at all. He swung his huge tail like a dragon and hit Ye Bufan directly. Huff, huff, huff. Between heaven and earth, an inexplicable sound of wind was heard. The Tenglong 9 steps turns into a soaring dragon. Ye Bufan did not dare to hesitate at all, let alone slack off. He took a step forward, instantly dodged the attack of the Shadow Demon Dragon King, and retreated to 3 meters behind him. Boom! The Shadow Demon Dragon King slammed down with its giant tail, and a huge roar sounded. Bang, bang, bang. With one blow, rocks flew everywhere. Vertical and horizontal, sword energy. Not giving the Shadow Demon Dragon King a chance to attack again, Ye Bufan raised the long sword in his hand and swung it, and the sharp sword energy went straight to the Shadow Demon Dragon King. One blow of the sword chopped down, shattering the flesh and blood. Puff! Bright red blood spurted out. Although the Zonggung Blade Chi is only an earth-level martial art and cannot be compared with the Zudian sword, but when using the Zonggung Blade Chi, the Xuanbing long sword in Ye Bufan's hand will not be damaged at all, so he can use it continuously, and the Zonggung Blade Chi can also hurt the Shadow Demon Dragon King. That's enough. With one successful strike of the sword, Ye Bufan retreated explosively. Demon King, Divine Origin Realm. To go head-on with the Shadow Demon Dragon King would be to seek death. Ye Bufan is not so stupid. If he wants to win the battle, he can only fight him slowly. The Shadow Demon Dragon King suffered severe injuries one after another, and blood was constantly flowing from those shocking wounds. Especially the damage caused by the previous sneak attacks from the two Wolf Kings, which was even more fatal. Ye Bufan believed that he could not hold on for long. It will drag you to death, exhaust you to death, and tire you to death. Roar. After being hit again, the Shadow Demon Dragon King became extremely angry. Die, you all must die. Unfortunately, when his sight turned to Ye Bufan's previous position, Ye Bufan had already changed his position and was still keeping a certain distance from him, giving the Shadow Demon Dragon King no chance to directly attack. How could the Shadow Demon Dragon King give up? Call out. He thrust his snake-like dragon body forward and charged straight towards Ye Bufan. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard, and a half-meter-high stone hit the Shadow Demon Dragon King heavily. Although it did not cause him serious injury, it also caused his body to stagnate. 10 meters away, the Snow Wolf Demon King transformed into a man in white, standing proudly, looking at the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King in the distance with an evil smile on his face. There is no doubt that it was he who threw the stone. For a moment, the Shadow Demon Dragon King was furious. He stared at the Snow Wolf Demon King with cold eyes. He felt that the Snow Wolf Demon King was simply humiliating him. The Snow Wolf Demon King didn't care at all and simply ignored him. He squatted down and picked up a half-man-high stone from the ground with both hands again. Court death. The Shadow Demon Dragon King was furious. Call out. He stood up, gave up Ye Bufan, and attacked the Snow Wolf Demon King directly. Oh my god, run. The Snow Wolf Demon King cried out, threw the stone in his hand away, and ran away. He was originally maintaining a distance of more than 10 meters between himself and the Shadow Demon Dragon King, and was now running away at full speed. The Shadow Demon Dragon King had no way of doing anything to the Snow Wolf Demon King in a short period of time. What's more, would Ye Bufan give him the chance to pursue him all the time? Vertical and horizontal, sword energy. Between heaven and earth, the sound of swords rang out. Call out. Ye Bufan swung his sword and the cold blade energy attacked the Shadow Demon Dragon King directly. The Shadow Demon Dragon King was shocked. Not daring to slack off in the slightest, he dodged. Bang! The sword energy fell, and a shocking sword mark on the ground instantly appeared in the sight of the Shadow Demon Dragon King, making him frightened, angry, and helpless. Bang! In an instant, another stone fell on the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King. The Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King trembled. The Snow Wolf Demon King said, "Shao Qing, what are you still standing there for? Hit him." As soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King grabbed another stone. If I can't beat you, I'll smash you. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I harass. When the enemy I fight, I attack. When the enemy runs away, I chase. This 16-character policy is the Snow Wolf Demon King's battle principle and it never changes. Your uncle. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Demon Dragon King cursed in his heart. In the distance, the Green Wolf Demon King also twitched his mouth. So shameless. However, he did not hesitate at all. He instantly transformed into a human body, and together with the Snow Wolf Demon King, he picked up a huge rock from the ground and smashed it at the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King. The power of the Demon King, a violent impact. Although the boulder could not seriously injure the Shadow Demon Dragon King, let alone kill him, it still caused considerable impact and damage to the Shadow Demon Dragon King. Surrounded on three sides. Seeing the two Wolf Kings and Ye Bufan surrounding him in a triangle, the Shadow Demon Dragon King was furious, anxious, and even more confused. No matter who he attacked, the opponent turned around and ran away, and he could do nothing about it, while the other two parties could always attack him. This feeling is frustrating and crazy. Roar. The Shadow Demon Dragon King roared, without hesitation or pause, and rushed directly towards Ye Bufan. Among the two demons, only Ye Bufan's attack could cause fatal damage to him. If the other two Wolf Kings wanted to hurt him, they had to get close to him, and getting close would mean death. Call out. The Shadow Demon Dragon King pounced on him and Ye Bufan turned and ran. Hit him. The Snow Wolf Demon King shouted. Call out. As he spoke, the huge rock in his hand had already been thrown out. Bang! One stone hits nothing. The The Snow Wolf Demon King didn't care and immediately grabbed a huge rock and chased after the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King. The Blue Wolf Demon King also did not stop. A strange scene appeared in the huge collapsed pit in the wilderness. Ye Bufan was running in front, and the Shadow Demon Dragon King was chasing him behind. Behind the Shadow Demon Dragon King, the two Wolf Kings were chasing closely, and huge rocks kept hitting the Shadow Demon Dragon King. Although not every piece can hit the Shadow Demon Flood Demon King, the success rate is definitely more than 50%. Moreover, every time it hits the Shadow Demon Flood Demon King, it will have a certain impact on him. Under the Tanglong 9 steps, the Shadow Demon Flood Demon King can't chase Ye Bufan at all. Ye Bufan was very satisfied with this. How about the Demon King? How about the Divine Origin Realm? If I can't beat you, I'll wear you out. Although the two Wolf Kings used stones to hit the Shadow Demon Dragon King, they were unable to seriously injure him, let alone kill him. However, at this moment, the Shadow Demon Dragon King was injured, and as he continued to pursue, the blood from the wound never stopped. There was blood everywhere on the ground. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Ye Bufan believed that the Shadow Demon Dragon King would lose blood and become exhausted sooner or later. That's when it's time to kill him. Time passed by minute, and the angry Shadow Demon Dragon King could not do anything to Ye Bufan. Instead, he became extremely tired. Victory is in sight. Suddenly, the Blue Wolf Demon King said with disdain, "Tisk tisk, this guy is almost dead." What about the Demon King? Lao Bai, tell me, is he stupid? Can't the Demon King fly in the air? Why doesn't he fly? Fuck. As soon as the Green Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Ye Bufan and the Snow Wolf Demon King both exclaimed. You are an idiot. Chapter 309, Teammates Who Are Like Pigs. The Demon King can fly in the air. This is known to heaven and earth, you and I, and Shadow Demon Dragon, as the Demon King, is naturally clear and understands it. However, under the continuous stimulation and anger, Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King can no longer care about so many things, he only knows to chase after Ye Bufan instinctively. Originally Ye Bufan and the Snow Wolf Demon King were thankful for this. But now it's different. Green Wolf Demon King, are you on our side or on the side of the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King? He can fly in the air, does he need you to remind him? The Shadow Demon Dragon King was suddenly stunned. Yes, I can fly in the air, why should I be beaten on the ground? He woke up suddenly. Roar. With a long roar, the Shadow Demon Dragon King soared into the air, instantly creating a distance of dozens of meters from the ground and soaring high in the air. Seeing this scene, the Snow Wolf Demon King's mouth twitched, and he looked at the Green Wolf Demon King again and said angrily, "Damn it, Zhao King, now it's okay, you tell me, he has run into the air, what should we do?" What should we do? As soon as the words fell, the Snow Wolf Demon King smashed the huge rock in his hand heavily to the ground with a bang. He was so angry. The Green Wolf Demon King was slightly stunned. He felt as if he had said something wrong. Snort. Suddenly, Ye Bufan snorted coldly, raised his head and looked directly at the Shadow Demon Dragon King in the air, sneering, "Shadow Demon Dragon, don't be so complacent. We can't attack you, and you can't attack us either. Do you dare to come down? If you dare to come down, I will beat you so hard that you won't even recognize your parents. Do you believe it? Don't believe it. If you don't believe me, come down." What the hell, the Demon King? The Demon King is nothing. I have killed at least 80,000 Demon Kings, if not 100,000. One more or one less won't make a difference. If you dare to come down, I will kill you. Come on, come down. Facing the Shadow Demon Dragon King, Ye Bufan provoked him again and again. The Shadow Demon Dragon King was furious. But thinking back to the scene just now, the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King did not dare to go down for a moment. It was because these guys in front of him were too shameless. He, the dignified Demon King, could not do anything about them. If he went down, he would only be beaten. You what? Seeing the angry and fearful look on the Shadow Demon Dragon King's face, Ye Bufan pointed at him and said angrily, "Don't you see what kind of character you are in? Look at how much blood you are bleeding. It won't take long before I bleed you to death." Then, Ye Bufan sneered again, "How about it, do you want to come down? I will help you treat the wound and bandage it to stop the bleeding." "Come on, you're welcome, we're just friends. Don't worry, I will never make things difficult for you. At most, I will peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, eat your flesh, and drink your blood." Anyway, you demons are born to be eaten. What are you afraid of? The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. Come on. Boy, do you have the guts to say it again? The Shadow Demon Dragon King was furious, staring at Ye Bufan with cold eyes and roared. Say that again. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Even if I say it 1,000 times, 10,000 times, what can it do? Can you still come down and bite me? Do you dare? The Shadow Demon Dragon King was furious. Seeing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King's eyes lit up, as if he understood what Ye Bufan was going to do. He immediately looked at the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King in midair and laughed. Master, how could he possibly come down? How dare he come down? You don't know, among our demon race, the Shadow Demon Dragon lineage is the most timid. Their courage is smaller than the hairs on my body. You'd better not scare him. If you scare him silly, or scare him to death, it will not be fun. What did you say, asshole? As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King looked directly at him, roared, and his flaming eyes flashed with endless murderous intent. A Demon King mocked and humiliated a Demon Emperor in this way. How dare he? Where does he get the courage from? It's just asking for death. Oh, Ye Bufan ignored him. He said in surprise, there is such a thing. I really didn't know. Then why don't we scare him? If he dies of fright, then we don't have to do anything. This is good. We can kill the monster without shedding blood. Master, this is not enough. Oh, do you have any other good suggestions? Of course. Tell me about it. Master, it's not enough for us to scare him to death alone. How much did that scare him to death? The Shadow Demon Dragon lineage has quite a few members, and we should scare them all to death. Master, think about it, you humans all like to use snake skin to make leather clothes. If we kill all of the Shadow Demon Dragon lineage, wouldn't we be able to obtain a lot of snake skins? That will definitely bring great benefits to the master. Yes, and snake meat. I like snake meat the most. The Snow Wolf Demon King said, and Ye Bufan responded. Suddenly, he changed the subject again. No, isn't this guy called Shadow Demon Dragon? He is a snake. Fuck, I almost forgot, he's not a snake. Could it be a dragon? How is it possible? Dragons are the supreme beings in our demon race. How can he be a dragon? Is he worthy? What is he then? It must be a hybrid of a dragon and a snake. Oh, I see. This is a great lesson for me. Ye Bufan and the Snow Wolf Demon King were talking to each other, and in midair, the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King was trembling with anger. His cold, bloodthirsty eyes stared at Ye Bufan and the Snow Wolf Demon King, with endless anger and murderous intent. If looks could kill, this man and this demon would have died hundreds of times. Bullying the demon is too much. This is too much bullying. The Green Wolf Demon King, who was listening nearby, looked bewildered. Are the Shadow Demonic Dragon clan as timid as feathers? Is the Zhao born from a dragon sleeping with a snake? How come he doesn't know? Forget it, don't say it. The Dark Demon Dragon King was furious, the Blue Wolf King was at a loss, and Ye Bufan suddenly spoke. He looked at the Dark Demon Dragon King in midair with a trace of sympathy and pity. It's not easy for anyone. Besides, he has no choice, this is his fate. Yes, life, a cheap life. Forget it. I feel sorry for this dragon. I sympathize with them and pity them. It's better not to embarrass him. Master, be merciful. The Snow Wolf Demon King laughed when he heard this. Mercy, sir. In midair, the Shadow Demon Dragon King was furious. Do I, the Great Demon King, need your pity? Do I, the lineage of the Shadow Demon Dragon, need your sympathy? Do I need your mercy? It's simply unbearable. Brush. While the Shadow Demon Dragon King was furious, Ye Bufan looked at him again, waved his hand, and said, forget it. Although you are a demon, you have a hard life. I will not kill you today, and I will definitely not embarrass you in the future. Go away. Go away, sir. The Shadow Demon Dragon King erupted in anger. The Emperor needs you to release them. Go to hell. With a roar, the anger and murderous intent in the heart of the Shadow Demon Dragon King reached its peak. He no longer hesitated or worried, and rushed directly towards Ye Bufan. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and the Snow Wolf Demon King were both overjoyed. Ye Bufan communicated with the artifact space with his mind, locked onto Qin Yao's ground soldier spear, looked at the Shadow Demon Dragon King rushing towards him, and prepared to give him a fatal blow. But he sighed, why are you doing this? I said I won't embarrass you, go now. Master, you can't let him go. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the Blue Wolf Demon King said in a panic, "If we let him run away, he will definitely tell the Demon Emperor what happened here. Once the Demon Emperor issues an order to all the demons, then Lao Bai, the Master, and the Heaven Burial Palace will all be exposed. How can we continue to lure and kill them in the future? Master, you must not let him go. Fuck you." Suddenly, Ye Bufan yelled angrily. The Snow Wolf Demon King's mouth twitched. "Call out." In midair, the Shadow Demon Dragon King, who was rushing towards him rapidly, suddenly stopped and did not move at all. A strong wind blew and the world was in deathly silence. Chapter 310, 30% dead before the battle begins. In midair, the Shadow Demon Dragon King suddenly stopped less than 10 meters away from Ye Bufan and did not move forward at all. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan secretly hated it. He even had the idea of killing the Green Wolf Demon King in his mind. This damn idiot. From the beginning till now, Ye Bufan and the Snow Wolf Demon King have been acting for so long and wasted so much saliva, all for the purpose of angering the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King, making him angry, making him lose his mind, making him rush forward recklessly, and also to prevent him from escaping. After all, the Demon King is flying in the air. If he wants to run, who can stop him? But now, the Shadow Demon Dragon King was angry and fooled. He had just rushed over, and Ye Bufan was even ready to kill him with one blow. In this situation, the Blue Wolf King actually reminded himself so loudly. "Are you reminding me or him? It would have been fine if it happened the first time, but you actually came a second time. It's true. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. The Green Wolf Demon King is a teammate of this level." In midair, the Shadow Demon Dragon King was hovering in the air, staring at Ye Bufan with a sinister look, and Ye Bufan was also staring at the Shadow Demon Dragon King. However, Ye Bufan's eyes were more chaotic, mad, and helpless. The atmosphere was dead silent. The two sides looked at each other for 3 seconds. Suddenly, the Shadow Demon Dragon King shouted angrily, "Boy, you provoked me." The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. "You already know everything, why are you still asking?" Snort. Seeing Ye Bufan's expression, the Shadow Demon Dragon King snorted coldly, "Boy, just wait, I will remember you." As he spoke, the Shadow Demon Dragon King looked at the two Wolf Kings again, "And you too, you actually betrayed the demon race and defected to the human race. Good, good, very good, you just wait for the members of the demon race to hunt you down to the death. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Demon Dragon King did not stop, and his tired body instantly rushed away into the distance at an extremely fast speed. "Fuck you, don't run away if you have the guts. Fight me for 300 rounds. Grandson, come back to grandpa." Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and the Snow Wolf Demon King both shouted angrily. Unfortunately, the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King who was fleeing far away didn't pay any attention to them. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. The Snow Wolf Demon King's face was in a mess. Chase. How to chase? One was flying in the sky and the other two were running on the ground. They had no way of catching up with him and could not catch up. They could only watch the Shadow Demon Dragon King leave. Helpless, helpless, and still helpless. After a moment, the Shadow Demon Dragon King disappeared. Ye Bufan glanced at the Green Wolf Demon King. The same is true for the Snow Wolf Demon King. Feeling the gazes of the two, the Green Wolf Demon King trembled. Owner. Then, he transformed into his original form as the Wolf King, lying on the ground with his head lowered and his two front paws holding his head, looking as if he knew he was wrong. You. Looking at the appearance of the Green Wolf Demon King, Ye Bufan pointed at him, angrily. If Ye Bufan had not known the power of the soul-controlling technique, he would have suspected that the Green Wolf Demon King had already rebelled and had intentionally warned the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King. The fact is, the Green Wolf Demon King is such a pig-like teammate. Thinking that the Shadow Demon Dragon King had already escaped, and that it wouldn't be long before the demon clan knew what was happening here, Ye Bufan was filled with hatred. He is not afraid of the demons. However, once the matter here is exposed, it will be impossible to rely on the Burial Heaven Palace to lure and kill the demons in the future. Thinking that such a perfect way to make money was cut off, Ye Bufan felt his heart bleeding. However, the facts have already happened and cannot be changed. Even punishing or even killing the Green Wolf Demon King would be meaningless. Ye Bufan pointed at the Blue Wolf Demon King and said angrily, "If you dare to say another word without my order, I will peel off your skin." The green wolf demon king trembled. Woo woo woo. He lay on the ground, lowered his head and let out a choking sound. Master, since we have been discovered, we might as well go all out and make another profit from him. The shadow demon dragon has been very angry with us this time, and he will definitely come back. At this time, the snow wolf demon king on the side suddenly said, with a wretched and cunning look on his face. At the end, he added, if they come, we will stand at the gate of the burial heaven palace and continue to humiliate them and mock them. If they rush into the burial heaven palace in anger, then he. Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned, then his eyes lit up. He then glanced at the snow wolf demon king, and then at the blue wolf demon king. They're all wolves, why is there such a big difference? It was dark, and the night was slightly cool. The sky is dotted with stars. Just as the snow wolf demon king had expected, less than 3 hours after the shadow demon dragon demon king left, he returned again. However, this time it was not just the shadow demon dragon demon king who came. There was also another tiger demon king and 30,000 demon garrisons accompanying him. Bang, bang, bang. Under the cover of night, on the wasteland, an army of 30,000 demons galloped rapidly, the earth shook, and dust and smoke billowed wherever they passed. It was a huge and menacing force. At the forefront of the demon army, the shadow demon dragon king transformed into a human body and rode on a lion demon. His eyes were boiling with anger and murderous intent. On the right side of the shadow demon dragon king was the accompanying tiger demon king. Feeling the anger and murderous intent of the shadow demon dragon king, the tiger demon king said with a smile, Brother Zhao, you are seriously injured this time. You should stay at the garrison and recuperate. Leave the matters here to me. They are just 2 traitorous demon kings from the Guiyuan realm and my demon clan. Can they still turn the tables? Snort. Hearing this, the shadow demon dragon king snorted coldly. Are you trying to say that I'm incompetent? Hee. The tiger demon king smiled indifferently and did not answer. But his meaning was clear enough. A demon king was seriously injured by a human in the return to origin realm and 2 wolf kings, and even fled. Isn't this a sign of incompetence? It's just embarrassing. Snort. The shadow demon dragon king snorted coldly again and said no more, but his face was unfriendly. Is this emperor ashamed? Is this emperor incompetent? If it were you, and you met those 3 despicable, shameless guys, do you think you could be any better than me? You might even be worse off than me now. Brother Zhao, how long will it take to get to the place you mentioned? After a moment, the tiger demon king couldn't help but ask again. Almost there. Just ahead. Aren't you afraid they've already run away? Run. Maybe they will run, maybe they won't. Why? Didn't I tell you this when I reported to the demon emperor? There is a palace buried underground in that place. I think it should be some kind of small ruins. That human must have controlled this ruins, and it was with this ruins that he killed so many of our demon members. Humans are the most greedy. With such a ruin there, do you think he will run away? But you also said that he might have taken control of this ruins and killed so many of our brothers before. The most important thing is that we have no idea what is going on inside the ruins. If we rush in, won't we be sending ourselves to death? That's impossible. Why? Think about it. When he lured and killed members of our demon clan before, they were all a demon king and his nearly 10,000 soldiers. Why didn't he just lure and kill the demon emperor? This shows that 1 demon king and nearly 10,000 soldiers were the limit of what he could handle. Any more would not work. This time, we have 2 demon emperors and 30,000 elite soldiers of our demon clan. Do you think we can't do anything to him? True. But what if he runs away? Run away. A trace of anger appeared on the face of the shadow demon dragon king. If Ye Bufan ran away, who would he seek revenge on? However, he still said in a cold voice, if he runs away, then we will directly capture the palace and take down this small ruins. Hee. The tiger demon king chuckled. Here we are. It's just ahead. Suddenly, the shadow demon dragon king said, with a hint of excitement in his voice, and then he gave another order, all troops, speed up and move forward. He wants revenge, he wants to vent his hatred. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, the speed of the 30,000 demon army increased a bit. They ran so fast that the earth shook again and again. As they got closer to the deep pit where the burial heaven palace was located, the shadow demon dragon king became more and more excited. Boy, let's see where you can run this time. 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 1,000 meters, 800 meters. The demon army was running fast, but in the dark night, they they did not notice that cracks appeared on the ground beneath their feet. Moreover, these cracks were spreading at a terrifying speed as the demon army trampled on them. In an instant, all the cracks merged into one. Boom! Under the cover of night, a huge roar sounded, deafening. The ground where the demon army was stepping on collapsed completely, and dust flew everywhere. Puff, puff, puff. The strange sounds merged into one. Roar, roar, roar. Blood splattered and the monsters roared continuously. Swoosh, swoosh. At the moment the earth collapsed and the demon army fell, the Shadow Demon Dragon King and another Tiger Demon King instantly soared into the air. The sudden change made them surprised and confused. What's going on? The two Demon Kings instantly looked towards the ground. Hiss. The next second, the two Demon Kings couldn't help but gasp. The scene on the ground was horrific. In the sight, the entire ground within 1,000 meters collapsed, and most of the demon army that charged forward fell into the deep pit created by the collapse of the ground. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that at the bottom of the deep pit stood a row of sharp iron spears, densely packed, and the number was definitely no less than 70,000, all with their tips pointing upwards. At this moment, the iron spears pierced through the monsters' bodies. If these iron spears were divided equally, each monster would be assigned at least 5, or even 6, or even more. The sharp spear tips and bloody liquid continued to flow out from the wounds, and the monsters screamed miserably. The blood was flowing everywhere, it was shocking. Under the cover of night, the demon tribe's 30,000-strong army, as the ground collapsed, at least 15,000 demon beasts fell directly into the deep pit. Among these 15,000 demon beasts, almost another 10,000 were directly pierced through the body by iron spears and died, and even the living demon beasts were bleeding and seriously injured. The night is boundless and filled with blood. Before the battle even starts, 30% of the people will die. Desolate and dead silent. Chapter 311. You want to bite me? Maybe in the next life. Under the cover of night, no matter whether it was the Shadow Demon Dragon King or the Tiger Demon King, or the demon army that stopped at the edge of the landslide, each of them fell into silence and deathly stillness, and the only sound in their ears was the heart-wrenching howls of the demon members in the deep pit. Bloody and tragic. Asshole. Suddenly, the Shadow Demon Dragon King roared, his eyes bloodshot, and he was extremely angry. It must be that human kid, it must be him. Although he had only known Ye Bufan for a few hours, the Shadow Demon Dragon King had already understood Ye Bufan's methods, and even had a deep understanding of them. In his opinion, there would be no one else except Ye Bufan who would do such shameless and despicable things. This is also true. Hearing the roar of the Shadow Demon Dragon King, the Tiger Demon King was horrified. The humans and demons have been fighting each other for so many years, and they have always been head-on battles. He has never seen such shameless and despicable means. Shameless, despicable, unworthy of being a warrior. The Tiger Demon King was furious. While he was furious, he couldn't help but feel frightened. In just one encounter, within an instant, nearly 10,000 monsters of the demon clan were killed and more than 5,000 monsters were seriously injured. What kind of lethality is this? What if all humans are like this? The Tiger Demon King didn't dare to imagine. All who were alive and able to move, gathered together. At this time, the Shadow Demon Dragon King roared again, his anger rising to the extreme. The next second, he pointed to the Burial Heaven Palace in front of him and said, "Keep moving forward. Today, I will kill that human kid." Angry, hateful, and furious. This damn human race, if I don't kill him, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Demon Dragon, you'd better be careful in case of a trap. Upon hearing this, the Tiger Demon King immediately reminded. Is it a trick? The Shadow Demon Dragon King snorted, his face grim. Even if it's a trick, so what? Are we just going to back down and let that kid go? The Tiger Demon King was speechless. Let's go, let's move forward. The Shadow Demon Dragon King ignored him and let out a loud shout. The demon army continues to move forward. The Shadow Demon Dragon King led the remaining 15,000 monsters to bypass the deep pit and head towards the Heaven Burial Palace, but their speed slowed down a lot. It was obvious that the Shadow Demon Dragon King was afraid of being tricked by Ye Bufan again, and he was already prepared. As the army marched forward, the monsters that still had a glimmer of hope in the deep pit were directly ignored by the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King. Although these monsters were not dead, they were seriously injured, and they could not participate in the battle even if they were brought along. The most important thing was that these monsters were pierced through the body by iron pipes and fixed to the ground. If they were to be brought out of the deep pit one by one, it would take a lot of time. The Shadow Demon Dragon King can't wait that long. Burial Palace, inside the gate. The flames flickered, and Ye Bufan and the two wolf kings who had transformed into humans sat around the fire. On the fire was a 3-meter-long piece of processed snake meat. As the fire roasted, the snake meat exuded a strong and tempting meaty aroma. Hundreds of meters away, the Shadow Demon Dragon King led an army of 15,000 demons to stop at the edge of the deep pit, but did not move forward. His cold, bloodthirsty eyes stared at the flickering flames at the gate of the Burial Heaven Palace in the distance. The pungent smell in the air made the Shadow Demon Dragon King and the Tiger Demon King frown. It was also because of this smell that the Shadow Demon Dragon King did not take another step forward. The Shadow Demon Dragon King was certain and clearly remembered that there was no such pungent smell in the afternoon. Although he didn't know what it was, he was sure that it must be the work of that despicable human kid. There must be a fraud, so we have to be on guard. Demon Dragon, what should we do? After a brief hesitation, the Tiger Demon King looked at the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King and asked, "What to do?" The Shadow Demon Dragon King frowned. There was no point in just waiting like this. He immediately said, "Try him first." "How?" "Watch me." As he spoke, the Shadow Demon Dragon King looked at the Heaven Burial Palace in the distance. From a distance of several hundred meters, he shouted, "Boy, you are brave. You didn't run away." Forehead. Inside the Heaven Burial Palace, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. He stood up and looked at the Shadow Demon Dragon King in the distance. He pointed at him and said, You are not that what?" Ye Bufan looked as if he couldn't remember. "Master, he is the hybrid born from the dragon that slept with the snake in the afternoon." Upon seeing this scene, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately explained with a smile. Yes, that bastard. Look at my memory. How could I forget it so quickly?" Ye Bufan slapped his head and sighed. Then, he looked at the Shadow Demon Dragon King again. "Well, bastard, why are you back again? Didn't I say that I feel sorry for you, sympathize with you, and pity you, and I will never embarrass you again in the future?" Brush. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the Shadow Demon Dragon King's expression changed. Angry and livid. Originally, he wanted to test Ye Bufan, but who would have thought that Ye Bufan would not give him a chance to speak, and directly humiliated and provoked him, causing the suppressed anger in the heart of the Shadow Demon Dragon King to burst out instantly, and the scenes that happened in the afternoon flashed through his mind. It's simply unbearable. The Shadow Demon Dragon King was angry, while the Tiger Demon King and other monsters looked confused. Bastard, pitiful. Sympathize with you, pity you, and stop making things difficult for you. What's going on? All of their strange looks fell on the Shadow Demon Dragon King, which made the Shadow Demon Dragon King even angrier. Before the Shadow Demon Dragon King could explode, Ye Bufan said with a smile a few hundred meters away, "Oh, I know why you came back again." "Why?" The Shadow Demon Dragon King thought instinctively. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, then bent down, took out a long knife, cut a piece of meat from the roasted snake meat, held it in his hand, and waved it towards the Shadow Demon Dragon King in the distance, saying, "You must have known that I'm having snake meat as a snack tonight, so you came here, right? Tisk tisk, this snake meat is a delicacy," and as he spoke, Ye Bufan put the piece of snake meat in his hand in front of his nose, sniffed it, closed his eyes, and said with a look of enjoyment, "Smelling it makes me feel more energetic." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan threw the piece of snake meat in his hand into his mouth and chewed it for a few times. Tisk tisk, the taste is beyond words, the mouthfeel is smooth and tender, oily but not greasy. I feel well, after eating this bite of snake meat, I will live at least 10 years longer. Do you want to eat too? If you want to eat, just tell me. I'll provide you with enough. Gurgle. As Ye Bufan spoke, hundreds of meters away, the 15,000 monsters behind the Shadow Demon Dragon King couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The Shadow Demon Dragon King was furious. He turned his head and glared at the Demon Clan members fiercely, then looked at Ye Bufan with a ferocious expression, gritting his teeth and said, "Boy, don't provoke me, it's useless. I have been fooled by you once, and I will never be fooled by you a second time. Excite you." Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. "Why should I provoke you? Am I bored because I'm full? What's more, I'm not full yet. My intention is good, but since you don't appreciate it, forget it." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to the Shadow Demon Dragon King and sat back down. Seeing this scene, the Shadow Demon Dragon King became furious. Brush. The next second, he turned around and looked at the monsters behind him, and said in a deep voice, You, and you, the rest of you, come to me now. Once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Having been ambushed by Ye Bufan once, the Shadow Demon Dragon King became extremely cautious. Master Demon King. Hearing this, several demon beasts hesitated slightly. They understood that the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King wanted them to test whether there was any danger ahead. Thinking back to the scene just now, if there was any danger, they would have no way back, so they naturally hesitated and were wary. Go ahead, asshole. The Shadow Demon Dragon King ignored their concerns and roared angrily. Several monsters were confused. Although they were unwilling, they dared not refuse the Demon King's order. Bang! The next second, a monster jumped directly into the deep pit. Afterwards, several other monsters named by the Shadow Demon Dragon King also entered the deep pit one after another. Lord Demon King, there seems to be water on the ground. Suddenly, one of the monsters turned his head and looked at the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King and said, Water. Yes, but it doesn't seem to be water. It's sticky. The Shadow Demon Dragon King frowned. Besides this, do you have any other feelings? Or feel unwell? Although he was the Demon King and had been fighting with humans on the battlefield for many years, the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King had no idea that in addition to water, some natural materials and poisons, humans also had a kind of poison called kerosene. After all, humans never used kerosene in cold weapon battles on the battlefield. No. The monster felt it and said, Keep going. Yes. After responding, several monsters continued to walk towards the Burial Heaven Palace. The Shadow Demon Dragon King, the Tiger Demon King, and the 15,000 demon beasts all stared at the demon beasts that were slowly moving forward. Inside the gate of the Burial Heaven Palace, Ye Bufan felt extremely comfortable. Eat meat, drink wine and watch plays. Time passed by minute until several monsters arrived outside the Burial Heaven Palace, and the danger that the Shadow Demon Dragon King had expected did not appear. Master Demon King. Several monsters turned around and looked at the Shadow Demon Dragon King. The Shadow Demon Dragon King ignored them. He looked at the Burial Heaven Palace in the distance and at Ye Bufan inside the palace with a frown. No ambush. No danger. You, go in now and capture this kid for me. The next second, the Shadow Demon Dragon King pointed at a few monsters and gave the order. Several monsters hesitated slightly. Go quickly. The Shadow Demon Dragon King roared angrily. Swoosh, swoosh. The next second, several monsters pounced on Ye Bufan without any hesitation. Unfortunately, before they got close to Ye Bufan and entered the Heaven Burial Palace, several muffled bangs were heard, and several monsters fell to the ground. Outside the Heaven Burial Palace, a colorful barrier appeared. The sudden scene made the Shadow Demon Dragon King's eyes open, and the Tiger Demon King and other monsters also looked horrified. Ye Bufan stood up suddenly, pointed at the Shadow Demon Dragon King, and said with contempt, Shadow Demon Dragon, it turns out that you are not only a bastard but also an idiot. Do you really think that if I don't have anything to rely on, I will stupidly stay here and wait for you to come back for revenge? Let me tell you, this is called a barrier. Let alone these monsters, even if you do it yourself, even if your monster emperor comes in person, don't think of breaking it. Here, I am absolutely safe. You want to bite me? Maybe in the next life. Idiot. Chapter 312. Phoenix crying in the sky, killing the emperor with one arrow. Idiot. Ye Bufan's words made the Shadow Demon Dragon King feel a burning pain on his cheek. He gritted his teeth and shouted, I don't believe it. Ye Bufan rolled his eyes at him. Believe it or not. Without paying any more attention to the Shadow Demon Dragon King, Ye Bufan sat down again, looked at the two Wolf Kings and said with a smile, Ignore them, let's continue drinking. He looked completely fearless. Master, let me pour you some wine. The Snow Wolf Demon King said with a smile. Hundreds of meters away, the Shadow Demon Dragon King clenched his fists and was breathing heavily. All attack. Before the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King could think more, the Tiger Demon King beside him suddenly shouted in a cold voice, It's just a barrier. Even if my demon clan's 15,000 troops can't break it in 1 day, then 2 days. If 2 days don't work, 3 days. If 3 days don't work, 4 days. Sooner or later, one day we will break this barrier. Once the barrier is broken, let's see how arrogant you can be. Attack this emperor. Buzz. As soon as the Tiger Demon King finished speaking, the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King trembled and hurriedly stopped him, saying, Brother Tiger, no. What if? How can there be so many ifs and what ifs? The Tiger Demon King shouted, pointing at the deep pit in front of him, and said, Look carefully, this huge pit, apart from the strange water, there is no other abnormality at all. Do you think these strange waters can come alive and attack us? The Shadow Demon Dragon King hesitated slightly. 2 great demon kings and 15,000 elite demons were frightened by a human kid. If this matter gets out, you are shameless and I will take it back. The Tiger Demon King's stern voice sounded, and then he raised his arm and shouted, Attack! Roar! In an instant, the monsters no longer hesitated. Kill! More than 15,000 monsters rushed towards the Burial Heaven Palace in an instant. Their momentum was as high as a rainbow. Wherever they passed, the kerosene on the ground splattered all over their bodies, but no monster paid any attention. Seeing a group of monsters rushing out, the Shadow Demon Dragon King hesitated slightly, his expression solemn. He always felt that something was wrong. Call out! Before he could think more, the Tiger Demon King had already rushed forward to kill him. Why? With a sigh, the Shadow Demon Dragon King no longer hesitated or stayed. He soared into the air and rushed towards the Burial Heaven Palace together with the Tiger Demon King. Hee. Inside the Heaven Burial Palace, Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. Master, they are here. Should we take action? Looking at the demon army rushing towards the Burial Heaven Palace, the Snow Wolf Demon King's eyes lit up and he whispered in Ye Bufan's ear. The Green Wolf Demon King standing by also had a look of excitement on his face, but he didn't say anything. After 2 profound lessons and reflections in the afternoon, the Green Wolf Demon King has come to a conclusion. The less you say, the fewer mistakes you make, and the less you say, the better. No hurry. Ye Bufan waved his hand and smiled softly, let them exercise first. When they are tired and exhausted, they won't be able to run away even if they want to. That way wouldn't the effect be better? Hey, the Snow Wolf Demon King smiled evilly. Master, this group of idiots are trying to break the barrier. They are so stupid. Then, he spoke loudly towards the outside of the Burial Heaven Palace, as if he was afraid that the demons couldn't hear him. Drink wine, Ye Bufan said with a smile. You traitor, scum, just wait for me. When I break the barrier, I will tear your tendons and skin you alive. Hearing the voice of the Snow Wolf Demon King, the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King went berserk instantly. Compared to Ye Bufan, he hated the 2 Wolf Kings even more. As members of the Demon Clan, they actually defected to the human race and harmed members of the Demon Clan. This was simply unforgivable and deserved death. Call out! As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Demon Dragon King had already arrived at the gate of the Burial Heaven Palace. Wow, I'm so scared. I'm timid, please don't scare me. Looking at the Shadow Demon Dragon King who was less than 3 meters away from him, the Snow Wolf Demon King patted his chest and said, his words full of provocation and amusement. The Shadow Demon Dragon King gnashed his teeth and said, just wait for me. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Demon Dragon Demon King struck the barrier of the Burial Heaven Palace with an attack. Colorful ripples appeared, but the entire Burial Heaven Palace remained motionless. The Shadow Demon Dragon King said angrily, attack me hard. I don't believe that 15,000 elite demons can't break this barrier. Boom 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 boom. 15,000 members of the Demon Clan frantically attacked the barrier outside the Heaven Burial Palace. The Shadow Demon Dragon King was the first to bear the brunt. He had some concerns before, but now, still without seeing any changes, he has believed that there is no ambush here, so he also began to attack the barrier frantically. Once the barrier is broken, you will all die. Hee. The monsters launched a crazy attack, and there was a huge commotion. Ye Bufan sat cross-legged inside the gate of the Heaven Burial Palace, and smiled calmly. Bastard, tell me, why are you doing this? I have already made it very clear that you can't break the barrier no matter what. There is no barrier that is unbreakable. The Shadow Demon Dragon King snorted coldly. Yeah, Ye Bufan chuckled. Even if you can break the barrier, what can you do? Look at you, your wound is still bleeding. If you continue to attack and continue to move so drastically, you might bleed to death before the barrier is broken. Why bother? The Shadow Demon Dragon King was stunned. He looked down and saw that, indeed, the wound on his abdomen, which was bandaged, was oozing red blood. However, in his rage and rampage, he forgot and ignored the pain of the wound. At this moment, the face of the dark Shadow Demon Dragon King changed, and he gritted his teeth again, looking at Ye Bufan and said, "Are you so kind as to remind me? In my opinion, you are afraid. You are afraid that I will break through the barrier, right? Humph, the more you are like this, the more I will not let you get what you want. Today, you all must die." As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Demon Dragon King attacked again. "I will not rest until the barrier is broken." "Why?" Ye Bufan sighed helplessly and shook his head. "Advice is unpleasant to the ear. If you don't listen, what else can I do?" "Hee hee." The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled indifferently. "Attack, attack hard. Look at your attitude. The harder you attack now, the more you will be hurt. When the time comes, we will beat you up and you won't be able to run away." Boom 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 boom. Outside the Heaven Burial Palace, the demons attacked the barrier frantically. Drink. Inside the Burial Heaven Palace, Ye Bufan and the other two drank wine and ate meat. Time passed by minute by minute. Half an hour later, Ye Bufan drank the wine in the glass and stood up suddenly. Swish. Seeing this scene, the two Wolf Kings' eyes lit up. "Is it about to start?" "Owner." The Green Wolf Demon King said excitedly. "Shut up." The Snow Wolf Demon King immediately yelled at him angrily. The Green Wolf Demon King covered his mouth instantly. "The less you speak, the fewer mistakes you make, the less you speak, the better." Outside the Heaven Burial Palace, the Shadow Demon Dragon King, who was frantically attacking the barrier, paused and frowned when he saw Ye Bufan suddenly stand up. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Are you tired?" Forehead. The Shadow Demon Dragon King was stunned. "You're so tired." Yin. Before the Shadow Demon Dragon King could think more, and before Ye Bufan could speak again, a sharp, piercing phoenix cry suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Ye Bufan was stunned. What sound? Feng Ming. "Master, this." The two Wolf Kings, Blue Wolf and Snow Wolf, looked confused. The Shadow Demon Dragon King was also shocked. "Demon Dragon, be careful." Suddenly, the Tiger Demon King cried out in surprise. Buzz. The Shadow Demon Dragon King's body trembled instinctively. Before the Shadow Demon Dragon King could react, a blood-red arrow, carrying a phoenix shadow, pierced his neck directly. Puff. Bloody red liquid splattered out. An arrow pierced his throat. Powerful and precise. The Shadow Demon Dragon King's pupils shrank. Gurgle gurgle. Bright red blood continued to pour out from the wound on Shadow Demon Demon King's neck. He instinctively covered the wound with both hands, as if to stop the blood from flowing out of his body. However, no matter how he tried to stop it, the blood continued to flow, and even blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth. Bang! The next second, the Shadow Demon Dragon King fell to the ground with a bang. His hands were still tightly covering the wound on his neck, blood was still flowing out, and his eyes were wide open, but there was no life in him. Everything seems long, but it is just a moment. The whole place fell into deathly silence in an instant. The demon army that had been frantically attacking the barrier had stopped their offensive. Their eyes were fixed on the corpse of the Shadow Demon Dragon King. The same is true for the demon army, the Tiger Demon King, Ye Bufan, and the two Wolf Kings, no exceptions. Kill the Emperor with one arrow. Everyone in the audience was shocked and trembling. Yin. Between heaven and earth, the sound of the phoenix rang out again. Murderous intent, attack. Chapter 313, Come to Steal Monsters. The phoenix sings in the sky, in murderous intent comes. The blood-red arrow, carrying the phoenix's shadow, broke through the air at an extremely fast speed, and attacked the Tiger Demon King with immense murderous intent. The Tiger Demon King was shocked. Roar. He roared, not daring to hesitate, and dodged immediately. The Shadow Demon Dragon King was the best lesson. If he didn't dodge, he would definitely die. Bloody arrows, thunderous murderous intent. Puff. In a flash of lightning, the blood-red arrow passed by the neck of the Tiger Demon King. A trace of blood splattered out. The Tiger Demon King narrowly avoided this fatal blow. Even so, he was still frightened. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough at that moment. If he was a little slower, he would have stepped into the dust of the Shadow Demon Dragon Queen and been pierced through the throat by the blood-red arrow. He would not even know what happened until his death. When he thought of this, a deep fear permeated his heart, causing the Tiger Demon King's soul to tremble, and he didn't know when his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Roar. The next second, the Tiger Demon King roared, and the thunder-like sound shook the heaven and earth. With this roar, he instantly transformed into his original form, the red flame sword orchid tiger. The human body is always too weak. Who? The bloodthirsty, cold eyes scanned the surrounding space, and the Tiger Demon King let out a loud roar, his expression showing a hint of alertness, and his mind was tense. The demon army was facing a formidable enemy. Gurgle. Inside the gate of the Burial Heaven Palace, recalling the previous scene, Ye Bufan looked at the bloodstain on the neck of the Tiger Demon King and couldn't help swallowing. Sharp arrows, powerful and precise. The two arrows just now gave Ye Bufan a feeling, horror. What would I do if I faced that arrow? Ye Bufan had no doubt at all that if the arrow was aimed at him, he would not even have the chance to dodge or use the magic weapon to escape, let alone resist. One arrow and he will surely die. Terrifying archery skills. As the Tiger Demon King roared angrily, Ye Bufan also searched around. However, being inside the Burial Heaven Palace, his vision was blocked, and he could only see the space in front of the gate of the Burial Heaven Palace. Even so, Ye Bufan did not dare to step out of the Burial Heaven Palace. After all, what if that arrow suddenly killed me? When a person dies, it is like a light going out. If you die, there is nothing left. Immediately, Ye Bufan shouted again, "Zhangtian, use all your strength to open the barrier." The barrier was in the peak state of a semi-artifact, and even the divine martial master could not break it with one blow. As long as the barrier was there, Ye Bufan would not be afraid even if the opponent attacked him by surprise. "Yes, master," Zhangtian responded. Ye Bufan still stared at the outside world. The Blue Wolf and the Snow Wolf, the two demon kings, were entrenched beside him, with expressions of horror and fear. As demon kings, they naturally knew the horror of the two arrows before. The world was dead silent and the atmosphere was depressing. Kill. Suddenly, in the night, in the space, a word suddenly sounded. Cold, solemn, and loud like thunder. Brush. The Tiger Demon King looked in the direction of the voice in an instant. The same is true for the demon army. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. The voice came from the right side of the Burial Heaven Palace, which was no longer in his sight. Naturally, he could not see the owner of the voice. The only thing Ye Bufan could be sure of was that the owner of the voice was a woman. On the right side of the Burial Heaven Palace, 120 meters away. At this moment, a woman in black stood proudly on a huge rock. In the night, the moonlight shone through her. She was about 1.7 meters tall, and was wrapped in a black tights, showing off her curvy and exquisite curves, like an elf in the dark. A head of black hair and 3,000 strands of black hair danced wildly in the night wind. Cold and solemn. The woman held a purple longbow in her right hand, with a hint of green light flowing on the bow, indicating that this purple bow was no ordinary item. Purple bow, murderous intent, the woman stared directly at the Tiger Demon King. Swish, swish, swish. Following the black-clad woman's stern shout, the 3,000 black-armored soldiers who were crawling on the ground behind her suddenly stood up. Bend the bow, pull the string, and shoot the arrow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sharp arrows broke through the air at a distance of 120 meters and attacked the 15,000 demon army outside the Burial Heaven Palace. The night sky and moonlight are shining coldly. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, a rain of arrows came from the sky and landed among the demon army. The sharp arrows penetrated into the flesh, causing blood to splatter and the demon beasts to roar. In just one breath, 3,000 monsters were hit by arrows. Although not dead, he was injured. 3,000 black armors and 3,000 arrows, a 100-meter attack without missing. Powerful archery and terrifying accuracy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the first round of arrow rain fell, the demons had not yet reacted, and the second round of arrow rain came again, without any interval or pause. Well trained and done in one go. It seemed as if the other party wanted to kill and annihilate all the 15,000 monsters in front of them in one fell swoop. Ye Bufan was stunned and dumbfounded. Although he had not really witnessed the battle between the War Department and the Monster Clan on the battlefield, he was sure that the archery skills of the ordinary members of the War Department were definitely not so powerful and so terrifying. After all, if everyone in the War Department was like this, the Monster Clan would have been slaughtered long ago. Who could it be? Ye Bufan couldn't help but think in his heart. Asshole. The Tiger Demon King cursed angrily. His cold, fiery eyes stared at the black-armored warriors in the distance, especially the woman in black. Then, he roared again, charge for me and kill them all. 120 meters, sharp arrows attack and kill. If the demons stayed where they were, they would only be beaten. Roar. At the command of the Tiger Demon King, 15,000 monsters roared and howled. Without any hesitation, they all rushed towards the black armored human warriors in the distance. Fuck. Ye Bufan woke up suddenly. Don't fucking leave. You are my monsters. How can you run away? Ye Bufan was confused and anxious as he watched the demon army charging into the distance. What is he doing here? Isn't it just to lure and kill the monsters and earn a lot of merit? Now, the pit has been dug and the prey has obediently jumped into the pit. Now he is just waiting for the final push to bury the prey. This is basically a cooked duck. But what about now? The cooked duck flew away. No, it didn't fly away, but was snatched away by someone else. How could Ye Bufan be willing? How could Ye Bufan tolerate this? Damn it, you dare to snatch monsters from me, just wait for me. With a curse, Ye Bufan pulled out a wooden stick burning with blazing flames from the fire beside him without any hesitation, and then threw it directly outside the Burial Heaven Palace. Outside the Burial Palace, Ye Bufan had previously poured a full 10,000 barrels of kerosene on the ground. As long as he set a fire, the outside of the Burial Palace would immediately become a disaster. Digging holes and setting fires. These are the two gifts Ye Bufan prepared for the Shadow Demon Dragon King. The pit is in front and the fire is behind. Ye Bufan believed that after the Shadow Demon Dragon King accepted the two gifts, the demon army would inevitably suffer heavy casualties, or even be completely wiped out. That was why Ye Bufan had not taken action earlier, allowing the demon army to attack the outer barrier of the Burial Heaven Palace in order to consume their physical strength and make them tired and exhausted. In this way, once Ye Bufan lit a fire, they would not be able to escape in panic. It will definitely be able to inflict the greatest damage to the demon army. But now it's different. Man proposes, God disposes. Who could have thought that in such a remote place, a team of war would suddenly appear and directly declare war on the demon army? Ye Bufan was afraid that if he was a step late, he wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Pa! In an instant, the fire stick thrown by Ye Bufan fell to the ground. Boom! Under the night sky, a fire broke out. With the fire stick as the center, the fire was like an angry dragon, madly swimming and spreading around. The speed was extremely fast, it was simply not comparable to the four legs of the demon race. In just one breath, the area outside the Burial Heaven Palace turned directly into a sea of fire. Outside the Heaven Burial Palace, the temperature of the entire space suddenly soared. The flames roared and the heat waves rushed. Roar, roar, roar. Under the scorching and burning of the raging fire, the demon army instantly stopped their charge. The pain caused by the raging fire burning their bodies made them howl miserably. Pain, wailing, and struggling. Call out. The Tiger Demon King instantly soared into the air. What's going on? Feeling the rapidly rising temperature around him, looking at the inexplicably burning fire below and the demon army struggling in the fire, the Tiger Demon King looked horrified. 120 meters away. Call. A wave of heat blew in their faces, causing the black-clad woman and the 3,000 black family soldiers to retreat instinctively. Even after retreating several meters away, they still felt a burning sensation. Madam, this what's going on? Looking at the raging sea of fire in front of them, one of the black armored soldiers said in horror. The same was true for the other black armored soldiers. This fire is too fierce. This fire is too fast. This fire happened too suddenly. They didn't even know what was going on. The woman in black frowned. Earlier, when she first came here, she had already smelled the thick, pungent smell of kerosene in the air, but she was just curious and didn't think much about it. But now, the woman in black raised her brows as she scanned the sea of fire in front of her. She looked at the demons struggling in pain and trying to escape. She said, "No matter what this fire is, it's a good thing for us. At least we don't have to fight the demons head-on, which can reduce casualties. Take advantage of his illness to kill him, kill him." Yes. As the black-clad woman finished speaking, 3,000 black-armored warriors responded in unison. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, countless sharp arrows once again rushed towards the monsters in the sea of fire, and, just like before, the arrows shot by these black-armored soldiers would definitely hit the monsters. 3,000 black armors and 3,000 arrows, never miss a target. Inside the Burial Heaven Palace, Ye Bufan looked at the monster struggling in pain in the sea of fire, with a wicked and gratified smile on his face. Humph, you want to snatch monsters from me. It depends on whether you have the ability. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, sharp arrows attacked again from the sea of fire. The sharp arrow hits. Under the double destruction of raging fire and sharp arrows, many monsters fell to the ground and died. Seeing this scene and watching many monsters fall to the ground and die, Ye Bufan instinctively checked his soul ring, but found that his merits had not increased at all. Undoubtedly, the deaths of these monsters were attributed to those sharp arrows. Fuck! Immediately, Ye Bufan exclaimed. The next second, he suddenly stood up and roared towards the outside of the Burial Heaven Palace. All of you stop it right here. If you keep trying to steal monsters, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 314. Feng Ming kills enemies from thousands of miles away, and Baofeng is invincible in close combat. All of you stop it right there. If you keep trying to steal monsters, don't blame me for being rude. Ye Bufan's angry roar echoed between heaven and earth, resounding in the ears of the black-clad woman and the 3,000 black-armored soldiers, causing their originally frantic offensive to suddenly come to a halt. Madam, there seems to be someone in the ruins. One of the black-armored soldiers couldn't help but look at the woman in black and exclaimed. The woman in black glanced at the Zhangtian palace and frowned. He put the kerosene first and set the fire later. He must want to burn these monsters to death. He didn't let us take action. In this case, he must be a member of the War Department and wants to earn merit. War Department, earning merit. When the black-clad woman finished speaking, the other black-armored soldiers were stunned. This was not their first time on the battlefield. They had seen many fights between the war tribes and the demon tribes, but they had never heard of hunting demon tribes in this way. Set fire. Shameless, but seems to be effective. Madam, what should we do? Judging from his voice, he seems to be already in the ruins. In fact, I'm afraid he has already notified the War Department and is here just to wait for the arrival of the War Department's army. Immediately, the black-armored soldier spoke again. Ancient relics belong to those who are capable. The black-clothed woman looked stern and said in a deep voice, "It would be fine if we hadn't met, but now that we have, how can the Great Qin Empire let go? At worst, we can explore and develop this ruins together with the War Department. But it will definitely not be the turn of the demon race. Deal with all these monsters first, and we'll talk about the rest later. As for the member of the War Department in the ruins, don't worry about him." Yes. As the black-clad woman finished speaking, the black-armored soldier responded. Kill. The next second, the 3,000 black-armored soldiers no longer hesitated or stopped. They bent their bows, shot arrows, and frantically attacked the demon members in the sea of fire. I will kill you while you are sick. Fuck you. Watching the sharp arrows coming towards him without stopping and watching the demon clan members falling to the ground and dying one by one, Ye Bufan cursed helplessly. The monster is gone. The merit is gone. He felt his heart was bleeding. This monster is so ruthless in robbing. In midair, the Tiger Demon King was extremely angry as he watched the demon members struggling and fleeing in the flames, and being forced back and killed by the sharp arrows of the human black-armored warriors. At this moment, he clearly understood that he and his group had fallen into a trap. The Shadow Demon Dragon King was killed. The 30,000-strong army was doomed. In addition to the previous incidents with several demon kings and tens of thousands of garrisons, the demon emperor was already furious. If he escaped back alone now, how would the demon emperor deal with him? Adding fuel to the fire, adding anger to rage. If you go back, you will surely die. As soon as he thought of this, the Tiger Demon King looked directly at the black-clad woman and the 3,000 black-armored soldiers in the distance with his fiery eyes. His anger and murderous intent completely erupted. All of you go die for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tiger Demon King attacked. With the force of thunder, kill. Good to come. Seeing the Tiger Demon King rushing towards her, the woman in black cried out in her heart. Her expression changed and she grasped the longbow. Seeing this, the Tiger Demon King's pupils shrank, but only for a moment. Then, he said with disdain, I have to admit that your arrows are indeed powerful. No one can compare to them in my life. But that was when I was not prepared. Now. Vulnerable. If the woman in black had not launched a sneak attack, and if the Shadow Demon Dragon King had not been unaware and unprepared, the arrow of the woman in black would not have hit him at all. What good is it if it can't hit the target? In an instant, the Tiger Demon King was 30 meters away from the woman in black. Don't stop, keep moving forward. The woman in black stood proudly, her deep eyes staring directly at the Tiger Demon King who was rushing towards her. She had a calm expression and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The longbow was raised. Although the bow has no arrow, the string is already drawn. Buzz. The next second, the energy surged and gathered between the bow and the string. In an instant, a blood-red arrow appeared out of thin air, with a cold light flashing on the arrow body. The woman in black, her arrows are made of yuanli. The Tiger Demon King was stunned. Storm of arrows. The woman in black shot an arrow without stopping. Call out. The arrow has left the bow. However, the moment that blood-red arrow was shot, it suddenly turned into thousands of sharp arrows, and the rain of arrows filled the sky with murderous intent, attacking the Tiger Demon King directly. Buzz. The Tiger Demon King stopped moving and his pupils shrank. How is that possible? He looked shocked and horrified. Idiot. Beside the black-clothed woman, a black-armored soldier looked at the horrified Tiger Demon King and couldn't help but taunt him. Madam just used the Phoenix Arrow, and now the Storm Arrow. The Phoenix Arrow kills enemies thousands of miles away, and the Storm Arrow is invincible in close combat. You can dodge the Phoenix Arrow, but how can you dodge the Storm Arrow? You dare to get close to me, you are simply seeking death. Boom. Upon hearing this, the Tiger Demon King's huge body trembled violently. Feng Ming kills enemies thousands of miles away, and Baofeng is invincible in close combat. Run. Almost in an instant, he turned and ran away. But how to escape? The rain of arrows covered the sky and blocked out the sun, blocking the entire space, and its speed was far beyond that of the Tiger Demon King. He had no way to escape. This arrow will definitely hit the target. Puff, puff, puff. Sharp arrows instantly shot into the body of the Tiger Demon King. Hundreds and thousands, blood splattered. Although the storm arrows did not have the long-range lethality of the Phoenix arrows, and their range was only about 30 meters, the storm arrow rain had the advantage of having a large number of sharp arrows, which were almost impossible to dodge. Being hit by tens of thousands of sharp arrows at the same time would not be easy for anyone. Roar. The Tiger Demon King howled in pain. His body couldn't help but tremble violently. Although the attack power of this storm of arrows was not strong, it could not kill him at all, and could not even damage his internal organs. It could only cause physical damage to him. But even this time, he still bleeds profusely. What's more, how would it feel to be shot by thousands of arrows? Heart-wrenching pain. Kill him. The woman in black shouted loudly after shooting an arrow. Around her, the 3,000 black-armored soldiers all locked onto the Tiger Demon King. Even their longbows were already fully drawn, and the Yuan force surged above each of their sharp arrows. Kill. The word, shaking the sky, is a decisive sound of killing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, 3,000 sharp arrows were fired. Buzz. Feeling the extremely sharp murderous intent, the Tiger Demon King couldn't help but tremble. He endured the pain of thousands of arrows on his body and looked in the direction of the woman in black. 3,000 sharp arrows are coming. The Tiger Demon King's pupils shrank. Puff, puff, puff. Before he could think about it, 3,000 sharp arrows instantly shot into his body, either his head, torso, or limbs, with 7/10 of the arrows penetrating into his body and blood splattering. Call out. In midair, the Tiger Demon King's body fell rapidly. Boom. With a loud bang, the ground cracked. The Tiger Demon King fell heavily to the ground, his body twitching and blood flowing. In just a moment, he, the Demon King, was no longer alive. The Demon King was shot to death. The woman in black, wearing 3,000 black armors, was well trained and had superb archery skills. Quick victory. Ignoring the dead Tiger Demon King, the woman in black glanced across the sea of fire, looked at the slowly dying flames, and shouted coldly. Yes. 3,000 black family army soldiers responded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3,000 sharp arrows shot out again. This was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. If there had not been the burning of the sea of fire, the 15,000 monsters might have been able to charge in front of the 3,000 black-armored soldiers. After the close combat and fighting between the two sides, the outcome might have been unknown. However, the burning fire caused the demon army to fall into chaos. Panic, pain, struggle, escape. All the instinctive and panicked reactions ultimately led to monsters bumping into monsters, monsters stepping on monsters, and no one could escape. The 3,000 black-armored soldiers had nothing to worry about and just needed to shoot their arrows. 10 minutes later. Bang! The last monster fell to the ground and died. At this point, outside the Burial Heaven Palace, the 2 demon kings and 15,000 demon clan members were not spared. All were buried in the sea of fire and sharp arrows, and their corpses were scattered all over the ground. The raging fire slowly subsided. The earth was charred black. The woman in black didn't say much. She put away her longbow, jumped lightly into the deep pit, stepped on the charred ground, and walked towards the burial palace step by step. Behind the woman in black, 3,000 black armored soldiers followed closely. The ancient ruins must be obtained. Chapter 315 The Emperor and Concubine of the Qin Dynasty. Name, age, measurements, rank, which camp are you from? Looking at the woman in black outside the gate of the Burial Heaven Palace, Ye Bufan sat by the fire, playing with a fire stick, with a sullen face, and asked in a cold voice. The face in the mirror, the shadow under the moon, the shape behind the curtain, just waking up from sleep. He had to admit that the woman in black was very beautiful, no worse than Qin Yao and Luo Qinmo, and her temperament was even somewhat similar to Qin Yao when Ye Bufan first met her. Especially the exquisite curves wrapped in the tight black clothes, I believe any man would salivate at the sight of her. But Ye Bufan was not in the mood to think about these things at the moment. What happened to the beauty? Can beautiful women steal monsters? The woman in black originally thought that the person in the ruins was a veteran soldier, but she didn't expect that the person in front of her was actually a teenager of 15 or 16 years old. This made her lose consciousness for a short time, and at this moment, Ye Bufan took the lead in asking, even questioning, which made her slightly stunned. Boy, what's your attitude? A black armored soldier behind the black clothed woman saw this and pointed at Ye Bufan angrily. What attitude? What attitude do you want me to have? You guys are trying to steal my monsters, and you think you're right. Ye Bufan glanced at the black armored soldier and shouted coldly. You. The black armored soldier stepped forward and was about to say something, but was stopped by the woman in black. Then, the woman in black looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "Little brother." Who is your little brother? Do I know you well? Ye Bufan snorted coldly and interrupted the woman in black, saying, "Call me Master Yi." The woman in black was slightly stunned. Boy. The black armored soldier beside the black clothed woman was furious, but was stopped by the black clothed woman again. The black armored soldier snorted, glared at Ye Bufan again, and retreated. The black clothed woman looked at Ye Bufan and smiled again. Young Master Yi, I think you misunderstood. Misunderstanding? What did I misunderstand? We don't belong to the War Department. I don't care whether you belong to the War Department or not. Ye Bufan was stunned when he said half of the words. He looked at the woman in black and asked in surprise, "Aren't you from the War Department?" No. The woman in black shook her head. Fuck. Ye Bufan stood up suddenly, pointed at the woman in black and said, "You are not from the War Department. If you are not from the War Department, why are you fighting with me for monsters? Do you know how much time and effort I spent to lure these idiots here? It seems that the time for harvest is almost here. Damn it, it's fine that you are fighting for monsters, but you actually said that you are not from the War Department. Killing monsters doesn't earn you any merit, so why are you killing them? You attracted it." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the woman in black was stunned. Nonsense. Aren't they here for this ancient ruins? Forehead. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned, and looked at the woman in black with a suspicious look. Ancient ruins. As soon as the voice fell, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitched his mouth, and said angrily, You didn't kill those monsters because of the ancient ruins. What else? The woman in black asked suspiciously. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched again. Even if misfortune is sent by heaven, you can still survive. He who brings trouble upon himself will suffer the consequences. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think more, the woman in black said in a deep voice, Young Master Yi, no matter what the reason is for the demons to come here, now that the ruins have been revealed, we stop. The black-clothed woman was halfway through her words when Ye Bufan waved his hand to stop her. Beautiful lady, I am telling you very clearly now that there are no ancient ruins here at all. This palace you see is a weapon of my master, which I use specifically to trap the demon tribe. Weapons. To trap the demon tribe. The woman in black was slightly stunned. What do you think? Ye Bufan's mouth twitched as he said, Don't you think about it. This place is so remote, there's not a single hair here. If I hadn't lured those monsters here, how could they come? And how could they possibly find your so-called ancient ruins? Moreover, if I hadn't wanted to kill those monsters, would there be so much kerosene here? How could it suddenly catch fire? The woman in black hesitated slightly. She still didn't seem to believe what Ye Bufan said. She looked at the Zhangtian palace again and asked, is this really just a weapon? After the woman in black finished speaking, Ye Bufan waved his hand. Small. The next second, the Burial Heaven Palace shrank a little. Big. Looking at the Burial Heaven Palace, which could be expanded or shrunk under Ye Bufan's control, the black-clad woman and the 3,000 black armored soldiers were completely confused and went crazy. This is indeed a weapon. Aren't you afraid that we will kill people and steal their treasures? Suddenly, the woman in black regained her composure, looked at Ye Bufan and asked in a deep voice. I'm not afraid of anything. Ye Bufan said with disdain, there is a barrier outside the Burial Heaven Palace that was personally set up by my young master. Not to mention you, even the divine martial master can't break it. The black-clothed woman was shocked. Block. Even the divine martial master can't break it. Certainly. Ye Bufan sneered. Otherwise, do you think that I, a transcendent realm master, would dare to come here to trap the demon tribe? Wouldn't that be no different from committing suicide? Transcendental realm. At this time, the black-clothed woman and others discovered that the young man in front of them did not have any fluctuation of yuanli. Undoubtedly, he was indeed in the transcendent realm. This discovery shocked the woman in black again. Ye Bufan said again, of course, if you don't believe it, you can try the power of this barrier yourself to see if I am lying. No. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the woman in black immediately waved her hand and said, if a transcendent realm warrior had nothing to rely on, would he come here to kill the demons? You know, although this place is remote, it is also the residence of the demon tribe. So far, the black-clothed woman has believed everything Ye Bufan said. Moreover, the black-clothed woman does not want to provoke a strong man who can set up a barrier that even the divine martial venerable cannot break. Immediately, the woman in black said again, since this is a misunderstanding and there are no ancient ruins here, we will leave. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in black turned and left. Etc. Ye Bufan said immediately. The woman in black turned around, looked at Ye Bufan and asked, do you have anything else to say? You stole my monsters and occupied the fruits of my labor for no reason. Now you just leave like that. This isn't good, right? Ye Bufan said with a smile. The woman in black frowned. So what do you want? Make a deal with me. Trade. That's right. What deal? Don't be impatient. As he spoke, Ye Bufan took out an essence pill from his body and threw it directly to the woman in black. First take a look at the item I want to trade with you. The woman in black took the essence pill, took a look at it, then looked at Ye Bufan with a suspicious look and frowned. What is this? Essence pill. Essence pill. What's it good for? It's not very useful. It just allows a warrior to instantly restore the energy consumed in the body after taking it. If the warrior has enough energy, it can directly improve his cultivation. Of course, whether it is recovery or improvement, there are no side effects. What? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the woman in black screamed. The 3,000 black armored soldiers were also shocked. Instantly restore energy. Improve your cultivation. No side effects yet. They had never seen or even heard of such a pill. Generally, pills that instantly restored vitality or increased cultivation would have certain side effects. Are you telling the truth? The woman in black looked at Ye Bufan with deep eyes and asked in a deep voice. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. The elixir is in your hands. If it's real, you will know if you try it. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the woman in black threw the essence pill in her hand into her mouth and swallowed it without thinking. Lady. Seeing this scene, the 3,000 black armored soldiers were shocked. The woman in black waved her hand, looked at Ye Bufan and smiled. I believe young Master Yi will not be stupid enough to give me a poison pill. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled indifferently and didn't say much. The 3,000 black armored soldiers hesitated slightly. Now that the pill had been taken, they could do nothing even if it was poisonous. However, they stared at Ye Bufan, believing that as long as there was a problem with the pill, they would definitely attack Ye Bufan at the first opportunity. After a moment, the woman in black frowned. Beauty, I didn't lie to you, did I? Ye Bufan said with a smile as he looked at the reaction of the woman in black. He had absolute confidence in the essence pill. How do you want to trade? Asked the woman in black. The 3,000 black armored soldiers were instantly shocked. The reaction of the woman in black said it all. Since she asked Ye Bufan how to trade, the efficacy of the pill would naturally be as Ye Bufan said. Is there really such a miraculous elixir in the world? No hurry. Ye Bufan waved his hand and said with a smile, answer me a few questions first. What's the problem? First, what's your name? Hearing this, the woman in black frowned. She looked at Ye Bufan with a strange look and said in 3 words, Ling Ning Shang. Real name. It's just a name, why lie? Second, age. 18, 3 months short. Third, where are you from? The Great Qin Empire. All of them. How is that possible? Ye Bufan was slightly stunned and frowned as he looked at Lang Ning Shang. How can such an empire have so many masters like you? Ye Bufan had witnessed Lang Ning Shang's arrow and the archery skills of the 3,000 black armored soldiers with his own eyes. Such combat power is probably not even as good as that of the War Department. Martial Academy, War Department, Empire. The Empire was ranked after the War Department, and based on Ye Bufan's understanding of the Xian Empire, there was only one Divine Yuan realm expert in the entire empire. If compared with the so-called Great Qin Empire in front of him, the gap was too big, it was simply like heaven and earth. Why can't the empire have masters and strong people? Lang Ning Shang did not answer Ye Bufan, but asked back. This. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Yes, why can't the empire have strong people? Then, he spoke again. Okay, let's ignore this question. Fourth, what role do you play in this Great Qin Empire? What's the meaning? Who are you? Emperor's concubine. Emperor's concubine. Emperor's concubine. Fuck. Ye Bufan exclaimed, looked at Lang Ning Shang with an incredible look, and said in a messy way, you are married. Chapter 316 Transaction. The Emperor and Concubine of the Qin Dynasty. These 4 words echoed in Ye Bufan's mind. He had never imagined that Lang Ning Shang in front of him was already married and the concubine of the Emperor of a country. It's such a waste of resources. Ye Bufan's reaction made Lang Ning Shang frown. Behind her, the 3,000 black armored soldiers looked unfriendly, and there was even a hint of coldness in their eyes. Everyone knows Sima Zhao's intention. They seemed to have understood what Ye Bufan was thinking. There was a brief moment of dead silence. After a moment, feeling the strange atmosphere in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled awkwardly and said, don't get me wrong, I'm just surprised, that's all. There is no silver here. The 3,000 black armored soldiers glared at Ye Bufan fiercely, as if to say, boy, my Qin Emperor's concubine is not someone you can covet. Lang Ning Shang said, Master Yi, let's talk about our deal. Good. Ye Bufan's words rang out. Lang Ning Shang was already married, and she was the imperial concubine of the Qin dynasty. Ye Bufan was in no mood to talk to her about other things. He looked directly at Lang Ning Shang and said, I will use the essence pill in exchange for you. What did you say, kid? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the black armored soldier behind Lang Ning Shang stepped forward and looked directly at Ye Bufan with cold eyes. The long sword hanging at his waist came out of its sheath with a swish sound, and he pointed at Ye Bufan. If you dare to disrespect my wife again, I will kill you. He pointed at Ye Bufan. If you dare to disrespect my wife again, I will kill you. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 3,000 black armored soldiers drew out their swords.